A shroud of mist has enveloped the globe, with frost dragons spiraling through the skies, as the celestial path establishes a battleground for national conflicts. At this critical juncture, the Great Xia has suffered 7 consecutive defeats. Just as peril looms, Qin Moyu steps onto the awakening platform, possessing innate divine attributes at their zenith. As a time traveler, he discovers that this world is inhabited by various mysterious beings. Fortunately, humanity has the ability to draw soul cards to perform summoning rituals. However, due to the absence of a divine system in the Great Xia, the deities that Qin Moyu beseeches remain incomprehensible to him. In this global examination, Qin Moyu becomes a laughingstock among his peers, and even to all of humanity. Within the boundaries of the Great Xia, in Donghai Province, the halls of Linen No. 1 high school are abuzz with fervor. Qin Moyu strides toward the awakening platform, his gaze sweeping over the animated discussions among his classmates. Did you catch the trending news? The Great Xia has faced 7 consecutive losses. Of course, if we lose again, the celestial path might seize another piece of our territory. The second trending topic reports that a frost dragon has devastated several major cities along the coast of the island nation. Sigh. These mysterious creatures are growing stronger. Our only recourse is to summon divine beings through card drawing. Today marks the Global Examination Day, where candidates from various nations will enter the Celestial Path's secret realm to summon deities. Summoning isn't as easy as it sounds. Every nation has its own deities and divine beasts. Yet our Great Xia is the weakest. Today, all third-year students of the Great Xia will undergo their vocational awakening, with their future roles as soul card masters directly influencing the fate of the nation. Amidst the crowd, Qin Moyu observes the chatter of those around him, seldom interjecting. Having navigated this world for several years, he has grasped its intricate dynamics. An unprecedented mist has swept across the globe, causing various creatures to undergo mutation and evolution. In response, the Celestial Path has established battlegrounds and secret realms for nations to compete. Fortunately, humanity has awakened the profession of Soul Card Master, enabling them to draw soul cards for summoning rituals. Victors will reap numerous benefits, including territorial expansion and even the elongation of their citizens' lifespans, while the vanquished face the grim reality of diminishing lands and increasingly dire living conditions. Despite Qin Moyu's academic excellence placing him at the top of his class, the state of the Great Xia is precarious, with a severe lack of mythological narratives and a disjointed historical culture. In this version of the Great Xia, legendary figures such as Fuxi, Niuhua, the 3 sovereigns, and the 5 emperors, as well as historical icons like Ing Zheng, Liu Bang, and Xiang Yu, have faded into obscurity. The soul card masters, they can dispatch draw cards that either summon inconsequential door gods or boast mighty generals like Xing Daro, who merely amuse with their whimsical proclamations. The principal of Linen No. 1 high school stands on stage, delivering an impassioned address. Dear students, following your vocational awakening, the global examination will commence. By triumphing over foreign nations, we shall gain the Celestial Path's protection and bolster the strength of the Great Xia. Now, I invite the students whose names I call to step onto the stage for their awakening. Kai Xiaoquan. On the awakening platform, the Celestial Path's stone radiates with brilliance. A dazzling light suddenly erupts. Soon after, the results of the awakening are announced. Kai Xiaoquan, successfully awakened as a soul card master, deity affinity, at 3 segments. Lin Yifan, successfully awakened as a soul card master, deity affinity at 5 segments. Li Xiaoxiao, successfully awakened as a soul card master, deity affinity at 4 segments. Observing these awakening results, Principal Wang's face reflects a glimmer of hope. If only we could produce a student with an affinity of 7 segments or higher. Deity affinity denotes the ability to communicate with divine beings. The higher the affinity, the greater the power one can wield. In a world where the Great Xia's divine system is severely lacking, the levels of deity affinity hold particular significance. Gradually, it becomes a young woman with an oval face's turn to ascend the stage. Her long, ebony hair cascades like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her eyes are both lively and profound. Goofball, I'm heading up first. She smiles at Qin Moyu before stepping onto the awakening platform. Her name is Shen Yue, the school's belle, and a low-key heiress, embodying the quintessential image of a wealthy and beautiful young woman. Qin Moyu, true to his name, remains taciturn. Shin Yue thinks that being a quiet, handsome man has its merits. As she places her palm gently upon the celestial path stone, all eyes in the school are riveted upon her. Wow! A burst of resplendent light suddenly illuminates the space. The entire assembly watches in rapt attention as the results of the awakening are revealed. Shin Yue, successfully awakened as a soul card master, deity affinity at 8 segments. Instantly, the school erupts in fervor. Truly worthy of being the belle of the school, not only is she beautiful, but her talent is exceptional. I hear Shin Yue is also an heiress, though she remains quite low-key. I once saw the steward of the Shin group arrive in a luxury car to pick her up. A wealthy beauty, an academic achiever, and a top-tier soul card master. This is the life of a true protagonist. Students below gaze upon her with envy. Principal Wang, equally exhilarated, turns to Shin Yui's homeroom teacher and exclaims, "Wonderful! Your class has produced a student with an 8-segment divine affinity, bringing glory to the school." As Shin Yue descends from the stage, she turns to Qin Moyu and inquires, "So, what do you think of my talent?" "Quite impressive," Qin Moyu replies nonchalantly. Shin Yue pouts. "On such an important day, can't you offer me a bit more praise, you taciturn bottle?" Nearby, Qin Moyu's desk mate Jiang Pangpang interjects, that's just how Moyu is. I've sat next to him for 3 years, and he's probably said no more than 10 sentences to me." 9 sentences. Qin Moyu smiles faintly. At this moment, the stage calls out, "Qin Moyu, please step forward for your awakening." Qin Moyu strides ahead. Shin Yue and Jiang Pangpang cheer him on. On stage, the homeroom teacher tells Principal Wang, "Moyu is a good student, consistently ranking first in his grade." Principal Wang shakes his head. "Academic performance does not necessarily correlate with deity affinity. I trust you understand that without me reminding you." Below, many classmates express curiosity regarding Qin Moyu's awakening results. This Qin Moyu thinks he's all that just because he's handsome he always acts aloof. So what if he's good-looking and academically gifted? Divine affinity isn't determined by grades. Exactly what's so remarkable about that? Qin Moyu exudes an air of aloofness, maintaining a moderate social standing in school. Yet he remains indifferent, as it is unnecessary. He has mastered the complete divine system of the Great Xia, focusing all his thoughts on awakening as a soul card master. Before long, a striking figure steps onto the awakening platform. Qin Moyu places his palm gently upon the celestial path stone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The radiance is overwhelming, akin to the brilliance of the sun and moon combined, or a meteor streaking across the sky. This spectacle eclipses even Shin Yui's awakening in grandeur. Principal Wang and the homeroom teacher are left astonished. What is happening? Why is his light so intense? It's so bright I can hardly keep my eyes open. Teacher Lee, please check and see just how high his divine affinity is. Principal, I told you Moyu was a good student. His affinity must surely surpass Shin Yui's. Soon, the awakening results are revealed. Qin Moyu, successfully awakened as a soul card master, deity affinity at 10 segments. Teacher Lee can scarcely believe his eyes. Principal Wang, Qin Moyu's divine power has reached an astonishing 10 segments. Upon hearing this, teachers from other classes, including the grade director, are equally astounded. 10 segments? That's the pinnacle of innate divine attributes. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Hurry, get Principal Wang to the infirmary, he's fainted." Gradually, the awakening ceremony concludes for all participants. The grade director announces, "Congratulations to all third-year candidates on your successful awakenings. Prepare yourselves, as we shall soon be transported to the examination venue for the summoning ritual." After the teleportation array was activated, everyone stepped inside. A flash of white light swept by, and when the crowd opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a vast, boundless giant plaza. This was none other than the global examination venue. A place enigmatic and immeasurable, capable of accommodating tens of millions of candidates from around the world. Here, real-time communication was even possible, broadcasting live globally. In Qin Moyu's hand, there was an additional soul card. The soul cards were primarily categorized into 3 types: Divine Soul Card, Beast Soul Card, and Heroic Soul Card. The Divine Soul Card could summon deities, the Beast Soul Card could summon divine beasts, and the Heroic Soul Card could summon heroic spirits. The battlefield for national wars created by the Heavenly Tao was designed for soul card masters from various nations to draw soul cards and engage in combat. Soon, the voice of an examiner echoed. Candidates from around the globe, I trust you have all acquired your soul cards. Please channel your mental intent into the soul card to awaken the deities within your hearts. This ethereal voice resonated throughout every corner of the examination hall, reaching tens of millions, even over 1 billion people simultaneously. Consequently, everyone complied without hesitation. As their mental intent flowed into the cards, a fortunate few awakened their divine soul cards. Some activated their beast soul cards, while the vast majority merely awakened their heroic soul cards. Undoubtedly, the average strength of deities surpassed that of both humans and beasts, placing them in the top echelon. According to the card distribution, it should be divine soul card, beast soul card, heroic soul card. However, when considering the average strength of the cards, the order reversed. Thus, those who drew the divine soul cards rejoiced as if they had struck the grand prize. Those who drew beast soul cards were also quite pleased, while those who drew heroic soul cards could only console themselves. Numerous comments began to flood in that I drew a beast soul card. I will summon the divine beast of our island nation. Humph, what's so great about a beast soul card? I drew a divine soul card. I will summon the deities of our Nordic lands. Oh, the Nordic gods are indeed formidable. If we enter the secret realm later, make sure to guide us, as long as you offer enough tributes. Everything can be negotiated. Faced with the formidable Western deities, some soul card masters from the island nation had already knelt at lightning speed. Furthermore, they banded together, shamelessly mocking the culturally disconnected Dacia. Look at Dacia. 90% of the people drew heroic soul cards. They have already lost 7 matches against us in the arena. A mere Dacia. We Western gods have never regarded them as worthy. Our goal is the stars and the SEAI in the face of such ridicule. The people of Dacia were filled with indignation yet felt powerless. They could not fathom why their own deities were so scarce. Indeed, many families had even converted to Western gods for self-preservation. Nonetheless, regardless of whether it was a divine soul card, beast soul card, or heroic soul card, all previously encountered soul cards had been recorded. At that moment, Qin Mayu's soul card was also activated. Name: the Eternal Emperor. Type: heroic soul card. Ritual: Ascension Ceremony. Materials: Black Dragon Robe. Emperor's Sword. Imperial Jade Seal. Incantation: 6 nations perished, 4 seas united, building the Great Wall to protect the dragon veins of the 9 provinces. Writing the same script, laying the same tracks, establishing great unity to bless Dacia for millennia. The Eternal Emperor? This was the ancestral dragoning Zhang. Qin Mayu gripped this heroic soul card tightly, his spirit shaken and excitement mounting. He understood that the distinction between heroic soul cards and divine soul cards lay in the fact that Zhang was a historical figure, whereas those deities existed primarily within religious beliefs. The former had truly existed, albeit unbeknownst to the people of Dacia in this world, while the latter did not necessarily refer to real historical figures. Qin Mayu dared to assert that heroic soul cards and divine soul cards did not inherently signify strength disparities. The soul card in his hand could certainly overpower many deities. Simultaneously, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A 5-clawed true dragon soared from the soul card, shooting into the heavens, surveying the realm below, before diving directly into Qin Mayu's body. In that instant, he felt invigorated, surrounded by a divine halo formed by the 5-clawed true dragon. All the teachers and students watching the live stream turned their gazes toward Qin Mayu. A divine halo. Qin Mayu had actually obtained a divine halo. The activation of a soul card had a 1 in 10,000 chance of resulting in a divine halo. Such a low probability event rivaled that of innate, fully developed divinity. However, 2 events both sharing a 1 in 10,000 chance had simultaneously occurred within Qin Mayu. Wait, this child possesses stage 10 divinity and has a divine halo. Teacher Li, help me up. Through the screen, Principal Wang seemed to have an epiphany. He yanked out his oxygen tube and dashed out of the infirmary in a frenzy. Yet, the examiner discovered that Qin Mayu's drawn soul card was not recorded. In an instant, numerous cameras focused on Qin Mayu. Many began to voice their doubts, while those from the island nation and the West gleefully added fuel to the fire. Not recorded. Could it be a wild god? If it's a wild god, what does it matter if he has a divine halo? He is still worthless. So, it turns out to be a forsaken one. I thought he would pull off something impressive. But in the end, it's just a big pile of rubbish. Baka, you scared me just now. I thought Dacia was about to rise, but it turns out nothing has changed. If I run into you, I'll definitely show you some color. This young man is quite handsome. If he surrenders, he could be presented to our royal princess, in the face of global derision. Qin Mayu remained as steady as a mountain. Unshaken, Xin Yue gazed at him with a look of affection and said, with a sense of righteousness yet shyness, "Silly boy, I've got your back. If anyone attacks you, just hide behind me, and of course. This is merely the bond of classmates. Do not misunderstand." Qin Mayu responded, "It's just a bit of hardship." He stood proudly, his demeanor unchanged. At that moment, an unharmonious voice emerged. "Humph, forsaken one, do not let a toad aspire to eat swan meat." Xin Yue turned to see that it was the class bully, Wang Tianhu. He was the young heir of the Wang group and one of Xin Yue's admirers. Because Xin Yue was relatively close to Qin Mayu, Wang Tianhu harbored deep resentment toward him. The moment Xin Yue declared she would protect Qin Mayu, it ignited a fierce jealousy within Wang Tianhu. "Wang Tianhu, when did it become your turn to interject? You, with your stage 7 divinity, are qualified to mock someone with full divinity?" Xin Yue immediately retaliated on Qin Mayu's behalf. Although Wang Tianhu felt anger, he hesitated to lash out in front of the goddess and could only force a smile, saying, "Xiao Weiwei, protecting him like this tarnishes your identity. I know you are the daughter of the Shun group, and we are a better match." Xin Yue's temper flared, and she was about to activate her soul card. Qin Mayu grasped her hand and shook his head. "Yue, there's no need to waste energy on such a person." Upon feeling Qin Mayu's grip, Xin Yue's face flushed crimson. "All right, let's go." After saying that, she turned back to glare at Wang Tianhu. "Humph, you'll see how it goes after the assessment." At this moment, the examiner's voice rang out once again. "Candidates, I believe you have activated your soul cards. Next, you will enter the secret realm created by the heavenly Tao." The examination consists of 5 rounds. The first round will be a defense battle. You will face countless mysterious creatures invading. The only way to deal with them is to perform the summoning ceremony. Remember, even the weakest goblin is not something ordinary people can contend with. You must rely on divine power. If you die in the secret realm, your true body will be transported out. Chapter 3 Exam Question 1. Constructing defensive works to resist mysterious creatures. As soon as the examiner's words fell, many began to discuss fervently, comments flooding the screen. "It's actually a secret realm crafted by the heavenly Tao. I've heard the mysterious creatures inside are terrifying. Besides goblins, there are werewolves and even vampires. However, if we're talking about terror, it's still the frost giant that attacked our island nation recently. Of course, creatures of that caliber should not be included in the exam. How could these 18-year-old students withstand that? But do not think this examination is absolutely safe. Although death during the assessment does not equate to true death, if the mental shock is too severe, one could end up lying in bed for a year or more. Or worse, suffer brain damage leading to intellectual disability. Every year, various incidents occur during the global examination, and the examiners have long grown accustomed to it. There's no other way. In order to fend off external mysterious creatures, only through brutal and rigorous assessments can we select the top soul card masters. As the examiner activated the switch to the secret realm, all candidates vanished, entering the secret realm created by the heavenly Tao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Mayu was also enveloped in a beam of light, then transported to a desolate and barren land. He could not see any other candidates, as this vast land stretched endlessly, with each person far apart. The first round of assessment required them to resist the invasion of mysterious creatures in a defense battle. With this, Eternal Emperor, soul card in hand, where should he begin? He surveyed the surrounding environment. Deep in thought. At this moment, the examiner's voice resonated through the air. The mysterious entity will descend in 2 hours. Failure to complete preparations results in disqualification, earning a score of 0. If one abandons midway, disqualification will occur, deducting 1 point. If preparations are complete, advancement is granted, adding 1 point. As the words fell, numerous candidates hastily began their preparations. The desolate and savage land around them echoed with various terrifying sounds, reminiscent of ogres feasting on bones or wailing specters. Although the mysterious entity had yet to truly arrive, the chilling aura it emanated was sufficient to instill dread in the hearts and minds of these students. Some individuals, typically timid, found themselves unable to grip their soul cards, trembling and allowing them to slip from their hands. ultimately bursting into tears, perilously close to voluntarily forfeiting. Conversely, many proactive candidates, like Chin Moyu, clutched their soul cards and pondered how to fend off the impending entity in the Global Examinations Administrative Office. A committee composed of examiners from various countries gazed intently at the screens displaying their respective candidates. "What do you think? How many will be eliminated in the first round?" They chuckled. "According to past traditions, at least 70% will be cut. Among them, 2 to 3% will forfeit out of sheer fright before the mysterious entity even arrives. Indeed, after all, death in the secret realm inflicts real-world repercussions. Moreover, I have set a trap to confuse them." The term defense in this context emphasizes protection, not combat. They have merely awakened, grasping their soul cards for the first time, and know nothing of battling the mysterious entity. Thus, the correct approach for this round of assessment should be to construct fortifications. Soon, candidates from certain countries began to grasp this correct approach. However, such insightful candidates amounted to less than 1% on a global scale. At this juncture, Chin Moyu had clarified his thoughts. This examination was intriguing. The focus should indeed be on defense. Possessing the Eternal Emperor soul card, he chose to summon Emperor Qin Shi Huang, fervently beseeching for the Great Wall. However, the ritual materials required for this soul card included a black dragon robe, the Emperor's sword, and the Imperial Jade Seal, 3 items in total. Yet, with only 300 initial gold coins at his disposal, he could only opt for some basic white-grade equipment. Thus, Chin Moyu accessed the Secret Realm shop. A game-like interface materialized before him. Name: Secret Realm Shop. Description: existing within the Secret Realm crafted by the Heavenly Tao. Soul Card Masters participating in challenges may use gold coins to purchase materials. Function: materials can be synthesized into equipment for summoning rituals. The higher the material's grade, the more complete the ritual, and the greater the divine power it can unleash. Material grades: white common, green excellent, blue rare, purple outstanding, orange epic, gold legendary. Material types: swords, spears, shields, halberds, spellbooks, robes, divine crystals. Other items: after a thorough examination, Chin Moyu found the Secret Realm shop to be quite intuitive. Nearly anyone who had played games would be able to navigate it with ease. He swiftly spent 100 gold coins to purchase a white common Eastern sword. Dismissing the magical robes, he sought to acquire traditional Hanfu, the attire of the Huaxia culture. However, due to the lack of emphasis on Huaxia culture in this world, he could only locate some in a remote corner. He spent another 100 gold coins to buy a sleek, black robe, also of white common grade. Finally, he allocated another 100 gold coins to procure an Eastern Jade Seal, which was likewise white common. With his gold coins depleted, he could only make do with basic equipment. As was the case for all candidates, once he accumulated more coins, he would synthesize higher-grade equipment to unleash the full power of the ancestral dragoning zheng. He aimed to showcase the splendor of authentic Huaxia theology to the world. As the top student in his grade, Chin Moyu possessed a profound understanding of the high-stakes examination rules in this realm. Meanwhile, other astute candidates from various nations had also acquired all necessary materials and activated their soul cards to conduct summoning rituals. A candidate from the island nation invoked the Beast Soul card, beseeching the island's divine creature, the Crane of Sand, in hopes of creating an earthen barrier for formidable defense. Another candidate from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets activated the Heroic Soul card, praying to ancient kings for the construction of a sturdy fortress to withstand the incursion of the mysterious entity. The items summoned through soul cards inherently bore divine power, rendering their attributes superior to their mundane counterparts. Simultaneously, Chin Moyu, having drawn a divine ring during his soul card selection, fortuitously formed a contract with the wild god, causing the event organizers to focus their cameras on him, hoping to gather more material for the benefit of soul card masters worldwide. Undoubtedly, he was being utilized as a blatant example of what not to do. A flurry of comments began to flood the screen. I asked that candidate from Daxia fool. Why has he purchased exclusively Daxia-themed materials? It was widely known that Daxia's heroic spirits ranked among the weakest. Such a choice was tantamount to surrender. Could he genuinely intend to petition a Daxia heroic spirit? If so, he would surely fall behind his peers. I had thought the divine ring would indicate a formidable soul card master. Turns out he's merely a lucky fool. It appears Daxia is once again suffering a depletion of talent this year. Countries with higher scores receive greater resources from the heavenly Tao. Ha ha ha, our country has secured a place in the top 3. As the ridicule continued, Qin Mo donned a black robe, sheathed the ancient sword at his side, and clutched the jade seal, invoking his soul card with a solemn and resolute incantation. In the name of the ancestral dragon, may the majesty of Huaxia prevail. The dragon's spirit endures, shielding its descendants. 6 nations fell, the seas unified, the ancestral dragon's achievements are eternal. Let us share a common script and track. The name of the first emperor shall be immortalized. I, Qin Mo, humbly beseech the first emperor to grant me the Great Wall. In an instant, a sacred light erupted forth. Qin Mo radiated brilliance, appearing as a celestial being. Chapter 4. The Great Wall stretches for miles. The dragon's spirit endures to protect Huaxia, witnessing Qin Mo's summoning ritual. Some initially oblivious viewers erupted in indignation, akin to unrestrained keyboard warriors online. What on earth? In such a critical examination, he dares to engage in such nonsense, spending all 300 gold coins on Eastern items, attempting to invoke the divine. I refuse to believe he can actually summon any formidable deity. The youth simply lacks understanding. This global examination occurs but once in a lifetime. He is squandering it, and will surely regret it when he awakens in the middle of the night. No worries. The forthcoming mysterious entity will impart a lesson he will never forget. I hope he doesn't soil himself in fear of those werewolves. This fellow is undoubtedly the biggest clown of this round. Yet, the next moment, Qin Mo's black robe billowed in the fierce winds, while the air resonated with the sounds of roaring tigers and howling dragons. Suddenly, the heavens and earth transformed. The ancient Eastern bronze sword seemed to embody an aura of triumph over all. The jade seal proclaimed to the world, "My emperor ascends, let all gods retreat. Let the divine, demonic, and all beings listen." Such a phenomenon not only astonished the previously mocking viewers, but also left the examiners of the various nations' committees in awe. They stared, wide-eyed, hastily magnifying the footage of Qin Mo. This presence did not seem to be an act of trickery. I recall he is a candidate from Daxia who drew the heroic soul card. No way. This level of pressure could easily be mistaken for a divine soul card. Daxia examiners, care to explain which heroic spirit possesses such power? This I cannot discern clearly. It appears to be a fierce general. No, perhaps a noble. No, wait. Something seems off with Daxia this year. The phenomena are rather unusual. Within the Heavenly Tao's live streaming chamber, an array of comments flooded the screen, filled with amusement, political banter, and the delight of onlookers. Hey, the one who called Qin Mo a clown, come out and say it to his face. I am calling you out. Hurry up and explain who the real clown is. Nai by the Shuezi. Ha ha ha, I wondered why the circus performances have been lackluster lately. Turns out the clown came here. Qin Mo's display overshadows all beast soul cards, even surpassing many divine soul cards. I've witnessed that. I am a professor at the Soul Card Academy of Hucking University, and I concur with the sentiments expressed above. This year, could Daxia genuinely have someone enter the top 10? Forget the top 10. I would be satisfied with a place in the top 30. Last year, the United States finished first, and their entire populace gained an additional decade of life. A decade? I am utterly envious. In the secret realm examination venue, Qin Mo was oblivious to the barrage of comments. Of course, given his disposition, even if he had seen them, he would have dismissed them. He felt no need to converse with mortals, aside from addressing the divine beings associated with his soul card. That moment, the divine ring upon him suddenly glowed. A manifestation awakened when he drew the Eternal Emperor soul card. Now, Qin Mo has come to realize that this divine ring must be a gift from the ancestral dragon, Ingzheng. The form of this divine ring is none other than a majestic 5-clawed true dragon. It bears its fangs and claws, looking down upon the world, commanding all directions, sweeping through the 6 realms. The ancestral dragon sweeps across the 6 realms. How fierce its gaze! The descendant, Qin Mo, humbly greets the first emperor. His gaze becomes profoundly devout. The 5-clawed true dragon once again merges with Qin Mo's being. With a flourish, the affinity with the divine reveals itself once more. 10 segments, a full 10 segments. This world can be broadly categorized into the following tiers: Extraordinary Stage, Levels 1 to 3, Entering the Saint Stage, Levels 4 to 6, Divine Fire Stage, Levels 7 to 9. To ascend from extraordinary level 1 to level 2, one requires a full 10 segments of divinity, along with a divine ring. Many awaken at 7 segments, taking months to reach ten.as for the divine ring. Its acquisition lacks a fixed pattern, yet it is indispensable for crossing into the next tier. And Qin Mayu awakens with innate full-level divinity, having also obtained the divine ring during the soul card extraction. With just a slight enhancement of his power, he could ascend to level 2, achieving a rapid upgrade. Those who are knowledgeable discern the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely watch in awe, unlike the ordinary spectators. The examiners, upon seeing the divine ring and 10 segments of divinity, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if they could bestow upon him a modicum of power, he could breach into extraordinary level 2. An 18-year-old at extraordinary level 2, there are probably no more than 10 in the world. Such innate talent is truly enviable. When I awakened, I had 9 segments of divinity, yet this segment was a chasm of disparity. Alas, born in the Great Xia, I could not bond with powerful deities, merely possessing a soul card unrecorded. What a waste of a once bright future. Hearing the words of the other examiners, the soul examiner from the Great Xia furrows his brow. Deep in thought, if he could nurture Qin Mayu, he could undoubtedly become a mainstay of the Great Xia, countering the soul card masters of other nations. Unfortunately, the soul card that Qin Mayu drew is an unrecorded wild deity. This fact unsettles the Great Xia examiner. One of the examiners from the Bear Country pats his shoulder. This young lad is impressive. Once the assessment concludes, perhaps you could find someone to mentor him. If needed, our Bear Country can offer assistance. The Great Xia examiner nods, saying, "Thank you, I will consider it." He understands the implication. The Bear Country wishes to invest in Qin Mayu. However, everything comes with conditions. Qin Mayu would need to worship their deity, which requires a certain expenditure of divinity in this world. It is not only the denizens of Bear Country who can venerate their gods. For exceptions like Qin Mayu, the state can intervene forcefully. The Great Xia examiner is gambling on the wild deity summoned by Qin Mayu passing the first test, as long as his soul card holds even a shred of value. The Great Xia will channel national resources into nurturing him. After all, he is their own deity. At this moment, the examiners from countries like the island nation smile faintly, saying, "The first assessment is quite difficult." Some soul cards may exhibit anomalies upon their first activation. However, such anomalies do not necessarily indicate power. We shall observe the outcome. At this juncture, Qin Mayu stands tall and dignified. Before him, the Yifeng Palace rises majestically. Within the palace, the voice of the first emperor resonates like a great bell, akin to the thunder of 1,000 storms, echoing through the vast heavens. Pray for the Great Wall of 10,000 miles. Is it not said that I am a tyrant, condemned for erecting the Great Wall? The crowd gasps. This voice seems infused with boundless majesty and dominance. Standing before the Yifeng Palace, Qin Mayu feels a surge of heroic spirit. He senses the aura of the first emperor, as if witnessing the unparalleled grandeur of the Qin dynasty unifying the realm. Yet, when the first emperor poses his question, no one in the assembly can respond. Only Qin Mayu, unperturbed, raises his head and slowly speaks. Junior Qin Mayu has something to express. You are a descendant of the Qin clan. Speak, Your Majesty. I humbly beseech you to read the latest chapter. Or perhaps turn to the back and give a prompt for an update. This way, I shall be compelled to write diligently. I implore you not to let this book languish, for a poorly received tale could dampen my spirits. No? And I might mistakenly think you no longer wish to read, leading me to cease writing. Chapter 5. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. May the divine summoning ceremony succeed. The first emperor's inquiry ignites the imagination of modern individuals. Although the historical timeline of the Great Xia is fragmented and myths are lost, relics such as the Great Wall have endured. However, the people of the Great Xia in this world remain ignorant of its purpose, and they do not even know who its creator was. Now, as Qin Mayu awakens the first emperor through the soul card, some individuals instantly connect the two. Could the Great Wall mentioned earlier be those crumbling earthen walls? These walls were, in fact, ordered to be constructed by this so-called first emperor. No wonder he is labeled a tyrant. What utility do these unsightly walls serve? Indeed, they must have been hastily constructed, in such a long stretch at once. Thus, it can be inferred that the one who ordered the construction of the Great Wall must be a tyrant, squandering resources and ruling foolishly. Yes, indeed. Such unsightliness cannot be considered scenic. It is utterly devoid of practical value. With these 2 points combined, who but a tyrant could fit the bill? This Qin Mayu, summoning a tyrant, truly invites ridicule. In an instant, these uninformed descendants cast scornful glances at Qin Mayu and the first emperor, berating and even cursing them. Within the examination hall, Qin Mayu remains oblivious to the external discourse. The divine ring upon him begins to glow, a 5-clawed true dragon weaving across his black garments. Ultimately, it appears as if embroidered upon the fabric, transforming into a true black dragon robe. I am grateful to the first emperor for bestowing upon me this divine ring. I believe it is of little consequence whether you are deemed a tyrant. History has long since passed. It has been so long that the people of the great Xia in this world scarcely remember your existence. Yet, the achievements you forged and the great endeavors you established continue to influence generation after generation. Since the Qin dynasty, every subsequent dynasty has pursued unification. No hero can tolerate the fragmentation of a nation. As soon as these words leave his lips, a profound silence envelopes the entire live stream. Even the organizers recognize that there is much to unpack here, and thus, they grant Qin Mayu additional airtime in an instant. This controversial candidate captivates millions of viewers. He possesses extraordinary looks, innate full-level divinity, and the divine ring adorning him. Yet, he was unfortunate enough to be born in the great Xia, unable to bond with Western deities. Ultimately, he drew an unrecorded soul card, awakening a wild deity tyrant. How lamentable. What is this Qin Mayu saying? Has he begun to weave fantastical tales? During the divine summoning ceremony, if one were to fabricate stories, they would incur divine retribution. This lad is in danger. However, I admire his courage. Despite summoning a wild deity, he manages to hold his ground until now. If things go awry, they should just assign him a minimum score and swiftly terminate the divine summoning ceremony. Yet, the first emperor does not perceive Qin Mayu as fabricating tales. A resounding voice, imbued with affirmation, emerges. Unifying the 6 kingdoms is merely one of my accomplishments. Qin Mayu, speak freely of what you know. Upon hearing this, many viewers' hearts race, their eyes glued to the screen. Qin Mayu speaks with ease. Indeed, for any emperor, the ability to unify would suffice for a lifetime of bragging. However, for you, this is merely the beginning. Your starting point is an endpoint many will never reach in their lifetimes. Standardizing writing allows the citizens of various states to communicate without hindrance. The small seal script of Qin is elegant and exquisitely crafted. You may not know that many official anti-counterfeiting seals in later generations continue to employ seal script to this day. At this, many viewers unconsciously glance at the block characters they use. Even those from the island nation and the pickled vegetable nation, countries that once utilized Great Xia script and still do, feel a chill run down their spines. If what Qin Mayu says is true, then this spirit is indeed formidable. Even as a wild deity, he undoubtedly belongs to the elite echelon. Within the examination realm, the ethereal visage of the first emperor strokes his beard. Nodding slightly, you possess profound knowledge, unlike the charlatans and pedants. You have won my favor. Qin Mayu remains unfazed, merely offering a slight bow, then continues. Moreover, standardizing carts and tracks, constructing the Qinji Road, represents unification and contributions in transportation. Unifying weights and measures ensures standard dimensions throughout the nation. Standardizing currency abolishes the bizarre currencies of the 6 states, representing unification and contributions in the economy. Therefore, I summarize your contributions in 4 characters. Unifying the realm. Not only is it territorial unification, but it is also a comprehensive unification across all aspects. At this point, the billions of global examination viewers can no longer remain seated. Many great Xia people murmur among themselves, could it be that everything Qin Mayu has said is true? He is not fabricating tales. I recently conducted an investigation and discovered that he is both an academic prodigy and the heartthrob of Linen No. One high school. His grades consistently place him at the top of his class, which explains his profound understanding of soul cards and summoning rituals. Qin Mayu's expertise as a soul card master may very well have reached a transcendent level. If he is indeed such a genius, he is likely privy to certain secrets. Remarkable. Should he pass the assessment, I have a daughter of 18, as beautiful as a flower. On the international front, Some foreign forces are also stirring. I wonder if Qin Mayu has any interest in the alluring freedoms enjoyed abroad. If he desires to study overseas, our Nyoyu Academy can offer a reward of £1 million. Our Harvard Academy is willing to provide $2 million along with a dedicated professor of soul card research for one-on-one guidance. Our island nation is prepared to dispatch 3 mentors of the Saint Realm to serve Qin Mayu around the clock. Qin sang, if you fancy some of our island nation's unique services, that can be arranged. After all, those who understand the times are indeed wise. As the summoning ritual reached this point, it was nearing its conclusion for those of extraordinary level 1. Yet, Qin Mayu added the finishing touch, returning to the initial inquiry. The virtuous emperor, whose achievements surpassed those of the 5 emperors, is none other than the first emperor. The construction of the Great Wall was merely for the welfare of the frontier populace. Without this crucial military defense project, the northern Xiongnu would invade annually, leaving the border residents displaced. They were once living beings, but after their tragic demise, they became nothing more than a cold string of numbers. The deceased do not speak. Your revered name can only be tarnished by the nobility and victors. However, the future will ultimately reveal the truth, and that which deserves remembrance is destined to endure eternally. You are a sovereign of virtue, a sovereign of merit. To label you a tyrant is merely the double standard of certain individuals in subsequent generations. Born in the great Qin, I shall pursue but one endeavor, the unification of the 6 kingdoms. Thus, the summoning ritual reached its grand culmination. The true dragon divine halo surrounding Qin Mayu erupted in resplendent radiance. The Great Wall soared into the sky, towering several times higher than in reality, automatically enhancing its divine power according to the strength of the soul card master. The panel, visible only to him, illuminated at that moment. Name: Qin Mayu. Occupation: Soul Card Master. Level: Extraordinary Level 1. Acquired Soul Card: The Eternal Emperor, the 1. Omniscient: Mastery over the complete mythology, legends, and historical lineage of the Great Xia. 2. Omnipotent: Conducting a summoning ritual guarantees success. 3. Innate Divine Level: Divine Affinity at 10 segments, with a probability of 1 in 10,000. 4. 5 Clawed True Dragon Divine Halo, bestowed by the first emperor, indispensable for entering Extraordinary Level 2. Qin Mayu, with his striking demeanor, cast a defiant gaze upon the hidden mystical beings. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to the dragoness roar. In an instant, the Great Wall appeared to undulate like a colossal dragon. Chapter 6. Top of the rankings, shocking the world as the Great Wall rose majestically. The global audience and examiners of the high-stakes examination felt a surge of exhilaration. It became evident that the Great Wall was not merely a dilapidated earthen barrier. It was intrinsically linked to the history of our Great Xia. Qin Mayu's summoning ritual seemed even more enigmatic than we had anticipated. It was truly astounding. No wonder he referred to it as the Great Wall. It seems the authentic Great Wall resides with Qin Mayu. While his soul card may be an heroic soul card, the spectacle he has displayed thus far is utterly breathtaking. However, one wonders if such a great wall can withstand the assaults of those enigmatic beings. Meanwhile, in the secret examination venue, a melodious voice echoed in Qin Mayu's ear. Ding! Congratulations to candidate Qin Mayu. Preparation for the defensive project completed. Points 1. Gold 500. Upon opening the secret realm shop, Qin Mayu indeed found his resources increased. In the examination office, the examiner scanned the examination venue through the live broadcast screen. Some candidates had already emerged as frontrunners, particularly this Qin Mayu. His problem-solving approach was correct. Having constructed an awe-inspiring military defense project, this year, the Great Xia has provided us with numerous surprises. Excluding those who voluntarily withdrew and those who struggled to devise a solution, we are now ready to publish the rankings. Agreed. Let us release the list. This year, the Great Xia remarkably secured a place in the top 3, and indeed, the first position. With a resounding flourish, a ray of light filled the sky as the rankings materialized. Suspended in the heavens for all to see, the list was arranged according to the completion time of the defensive projects. First place, Qin Mayu, Great Xia. Second place, Loren Hughes, USA. Third place, Ito Yagura, Island Nation. At that moment, candidates scattered across the secret realm could see this leaderboard. Among them, a stunningly beautiful girl gazed at the name at the top of the list, her bright eyes sparkling with astonishment. Mayu is actually first? Hooray! My silly boy is incredible, Xin Yue exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Simultaneously, she glanced at her own recently completed defensive project, feeling a twinge of anxiety. She hoped it could withstand the impending invasion of the mysterious beings. On the other side, the young heir of the Wang family, Wang Tianhu, rubbed his eyes repeatedly before finally convincing himself to accept this unbelievable reality. Wasn't he supposed to be selected for the wild god? How could he possibly rank first? This is unfair. He must have cheated. Wang Tianhu's face flushed crimson with rage, his teeth clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, many foreign candidates gazed at the rankings in utter shock. Some were elated to see their names listed, while others felt dejected for not making the cut. Yet, all eyes were drawn to Qin Mayu, the candidate from the Great Xia. What is happening, examination committee? Even if our island nation is third, we cannot allow the Great Xia to take first place. Who is this Qin Mayu? I have never heard of him. The fairness of this ranking is questionable. Wait? Our USA has dropped from first to second. This is unprecedented. Has the examination office lost its mind? Surely there must be an error. Ding warning. Insulting the examiner, disrespecting examination discipline, deducting 1 point, subtracting 100 gold. Repeat offenders will lose their examination eligibility. At this moment, a candidate from the USA paid the price for his foul mouth in the examination office. A judge from the Bear Country remarked. It seems many are questioning Qin Mayu's results. How much time remains until the mysterious beings invade? In about 40 minutes or so, replied a judge from the island nation. The Bear Country judge shrugged, suggesting, let us replay Qin Mayu's summoning ritual. It should silence quite a few critics. I concur. There are many spectators outside questioning this. Let us create a comparative video of the top 3, making it abundantly cleared, said the Great Xia examiner. Thus, a comparison video featuring Qin Mayu, Loren Hughes, and Ito Yagura was produced. Both candidates inside the venue and viewers outside could observe it.in the footage. Qin Mayu indeed completed the summoning ritual the fastest, and the grandeur of the Great Wall was unmatched. In contrast, Loren Hughes's water fortress and Ito Yagura's earthen barrier paled in comparison. At this moment, 80% of the audience fell silent. The voices questioning Qin Mayu faded significantly both inside and outside the examination hall. This spectacle prompted many viewers from the Great Xia to express their sentiments. Where are the naysayers now? Too afraid to speak. Once the comparison video was released, they immediately fell silent. Regardless of whether the Great Wall can withstand the mysterious beings, it is clear that Qin Mayu from the Great Xia was the first to be prepared. Though he drew an heroic soul card, the summoning rituals of others were utterly inferior by comparison. Starting with the same 300 gold, Qin Mayu's ritual materials, though somewhat unorthodox, produced remarkably effective results. Everyone was deeply moved. The strength of the Great Xia was evident to all. However, a handful of naysayers persisted in their snide remarks online. The first round of assessments hasn't even concluded yet. Why are some people so excited? It's just a summoning ritual. What is all the fuss about? Exactly. If you're so capable, let us see you withstand the next wave of mysterious beings. Surviving to the next round is the true test of skill. Candidates from the USA and the island nation were merely conserving their strength. Yes, after all, the true gods require greater divine energy. It's not like you wild gods. In response, many netizens from the Great Xia were incensed. Gradually, new orders arrived. Ding! Mysterious beings are about to invade. All candidates, please prepare yourselves. Note, there are many types of mysterious beings, and they possess formidable strength. The newly awakened Soul Card Master typically lacks the strength for direct confrontation. Candidates who successfully defend will receive an additional 2 points in advance, while those unable to hold their ground will not incur penalties but will be eliminated. Qin Mayu gazed upon the Great Wall, channeling a fragment of his spirit into it. Suddenly, the panel of the Great Wall illuminated. Name: Great Wall. Level: S. Ritual Completer. Qin Mayu. Affiliated Soul Card. The Eternal Emperor. Skill: Wall Watch. Wall Watch summons the Iron Cavalry of the Great Qin to fight alongside you, safeguarding every inch of territory. Having thoroughly reviewed the information, Qin Mayu grasped the correct method of utilization. The Great Wall, summoned through the Divine Invocation ritual, bore a mystical significance, endowing it with extraordinary abilities. To activate the skill, Wall Watch, one must possess the Soul Card, the Eternal Emperor. It is said that the first emperor dispatched 300,000 iron cavalry to guard the northern borders. One wonders how much power he could wield at his extraordinary level 1 state. Just as Qin Mo was lost in contemplation, a series of terrifying roars interrupted his thoughts. Had mysterious creatures descended? Chapter 7. Summoning the great Qin cavalry, shocking the Western examiners, a deep growl resonated from the eerie forest. All candidates turned anxiously toward the source of the sound. Soon after, a pack of werewolves, with sinewy bodies and thick fur, emerged. They opened their gaping maws, sharp fangs dripping with blood, their crimson eyes betraying their thirst for slaughter. With each step, they emanated an aura that instilled dread. The audience collectively gasped in shock at the sight of werewolves. The examiners were truly merciless. Indeed, werewolves are far mightier than goblins. Hiss! These creatures are spawned alongside the fog, since the advent of the mist and the ensuing calamity. These beasts have killed indiscriminately. Only the soul card masters can triumph over these enigmatic beings. How many candidates in this session can prevail against them? In the scene, the werewolves surged toward the defensive structures erected by the candidates. Crack! A werewolf's claw struck, and a wooden cabin collapsed with a thunderous crash. It then seized a candidate inside, hoisting him by the collar to its maw. Help me, though the trials were merely simulations. Returning to reality would still inflict psychological trauma. Tears welled in the candidate's eyes. Before he could finish his plea, the werewolf bit off his head. A gruesome sight emerged, requiring heavy censorship for online sharing. Blood gushed from the severed neck, and the candidate's body gradually disintegrated, transported out of the arena and declared eliminated. How utterly gruesome! It scared me to death. If the wooden cabin cannot withstand the werewolves, what hope do other types of defenses hold? I don't know about others, but Qin Mo's Great Wall seems doomed. Alas, who could anticipate the examiner's cruelty, unleashing werewolves right away? Those so-called walls are just invitations for the werewolves to charge. Next, we may very well witness Qin Mo meet the same fate as before. Oh no, that candidate is quite handsome. I wanted to see more of him. Was it ultimately a miscalculation? What can I say? The global audience held little hope for Qin Mo's fate. Just then, numerous werewolves swarmed toward the great wall he had constructed. The examiner from Xia furrowed his brow. This is bad. The scope of this child's defenses is too vast, inadvertently attracting the largest number of werewolves. Lovsky, who released the werewolves for the first question. According to past conventions, it shouldn't have been goblins, right? The examiner from the Bear Country. Lovsky shook his head. It was decided by votes from the island nation, the United States, and other Western countries. They claimed it was to showcase flexibility in question types. Alas, the majority must prevail. Upon hearing their exchange, Tanaka Jinzo, the examiner from the island nation, revealed a cunning smile. The Xia examiner quickly realized. These individuals are targeting Qin Mo. Is this their intent to ruin him? You scoundrels! Roar. Many werewolves attempted to breach the Great Wall. However, the Great Wall erupted with blinding light, and these bloodthirsty creatures appeared to cower before its radiance. This scene also left the examiners and audience outside in awe, just when they thought this was the pinnacle of the spectacle. The next moment, having just reviewed the panel of the Great Wall, Qin Mo appeared remarkably calm. He showed no concern for the werewolves' assault. Clad in a black dragon robe, with the Emperor's sword at his waist and the imperial jade seal in hand, the wind rustled his garment. Swish! Qin Mo suddenly drew his sword, proclaiming, "Where are the great Qin cavalry?" No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of voices responded, "We are here, sworn to defend the territory of the great Qin." At that moment, silence fell over the arena. Approximately half a minute later, a thunderous cheer erupted. What? It can be done this way? What sorcery is this? How is it that at the sword's direction, so many cavalrymen appear? Aren't cavalry exclusive to Western knights? Does Xia have them too? Wait, Qin Mo's display isn't over yet. The number of cavalry is increasing. Heavens, this must surpass hundreds. I believe there are over 1,000 cavalry now, which would overwhelm the werewolves. As Qin Mo activated Wall Watch, a multitude of resolute, armored warriors riding majestic steeds appeared. The number of great Qin cavalry surged from 1,000 to 1,500, then to 2,000. Simultaneously, Qin Mo sensed the divine energy within him depleting. However, With his innate full-level divinity, consisting of 10 segments, he was more than capable of sustaining it. Ultimately, the number of great Qin cavalry reached an astonishing 3,000. Their eyes glimmered with a cold killing intent. Each one was a sharp blade at Qin Mo US command. At that moment, only Qin Mo you could see the information box illuminating. You have activated the skill wall watch of the Great Wall. Currently able to summon 3,000 great Qin cavalry. Summoning space, 3,000. Indeed, the upper limit for the great Qin cavalry is 300,000. As I am currently at level 1, I can only exert 1% of their power. Thus, I am capable of summoning 3,000. Just then, the werewolves activated their beastly blood and attempted to scale the Great Wall once more. They sought to breach it and take Qin Mo Yu's head. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed like thunder. The battle cries pierced the heavens as 3,000 great Qin cavalry surged forth. Qin Mo Yu remained firmly in the rear, directing his forces with precision. Under his command, the 3,000 cavalry charged fearlessly into the fray, clashing with the werewolves. Qin Mo Yu strategized. Meng Tian built the wall to guard the borders, yet the Xiongnu dared not venture south to graze their horses. Soldiers dared not bend their bows for vengeance. In comparison to the Xiongnu of yore, these so-called werewolves are lacking. After all, the war of that era mobilized a full 300,000 soldiers. Looking up, he saw the werewolves bearing their bloody maws, claws glinting ominously as they lunged forward. However, what awaited them were the long spears and various weapons of the great Qin cavalry. With a swift thrust, a great Qin cavalryman pierced a werewolf, lifting its lifeless body into the air before crashing it down, allowing the hooves to trample it. Astonishingly, these fearsome werewolves were easily dispatched. In the initial clash, over half of them were eliminated. The 3,000 cavalry continued their relentless charge, leaving a trail of corpses and blood in their wake. Despite the overwhelming number of werewolves, not a single one could breach the defenses of the Great Wall. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left dumbfounded. Chapter 8. Qin Mo Yu claims first place again, provoking the wrath of Poseidon. No way. Qin Mo Yu's great Qin cavalry is slaughtering the werewolves as one would cull dogs. Not merely dogs. I'd say it's akin to slaughtering chickens. It's even easier than culling dogs. With just one charge, these fierce werewolves suffered countless casualties, almost resembling huskies. Meanwhile, other candidates struggled to defeat a single werewolf, nearly falling victim themselves. On Qin Mo Yu's side, it's a seamless operation, with not a scratch on him. This defense has nearly turned into a complete rout. The audience from Xia, as well as those from Western nations, were left in awe. The horrific demise of the werewolves was still fresh in their minds. Even the most shameless critics found it hard to tarnish Qin Mo Yu's reputation at this moment. Just a few minutes later, the werewolves lay in tragic heaps, either skewered by spears or hacked apart by blades, or trampled by the warhorses. A slight smile curled Qin Mo Yu's lips. Wink with a frown. Wall watch is quite an impressive skill. Who says my soul card is useless? At this moment, the notification sound from the secret realm examination hall echoed repeatedly. Ding! Slaying the werewolf rewards one with 10 gold coins. Ding! Slaying the werewolf rewards one with 10 gold coins. Ding! Slaying the werewolf rewards one with 10 gold coins. To his astonishment, defeating this pack of werewolves would yield a gold reward. In total, he received 1,000 gold coins, coupled with the 500 gold coins awarded for securing first place earlier. His current wealth has astonishingly reached 1,500. Meanwhile, the triumphant 3,000 cavalry returned, their voices resounding in unison. Your Majesty, the enemy forces have been utterly vanquished. Qin Mo Yu calmly replied, Well done, you may withdraw. Their figures then dissipated into the wind, melding back into the seemingly unremarkable earthen walls of the Great Wall. Upon witnessing this, the examiners from Western nations could no longer contain themselves, originally intending to target Qin Mo Yu and conspire to eliminate him first. They inadvertently ended up. The journey to the Crimson Circle is far from smooth sailing. Numerous goblins surge forth like a relentless tide. These contenders must vanquish the goblins while advancing towards the Red Circle. Meanwhile, Qin Mo Yu unleashes his soul card, summoning 3,000 formidable cavalry of the Great Qin. I am Meng Tian, willing to plunge into fire and water for the glory of the Great Qin. A resolute general materializes. Qin Mo Yu declares, This is secure. He draws his long sword and issues commands to the entire army. In an instant, the clash of arms and the thunderous gallop stir up a tempest of dust. The other contestants either fight alone or are accompanied by but a solitary beast. Only Chinamoyu commands 3,000 cavalry, sweeping across the battlefield in a grand procession. These diminutive and grotesque goblins, even if they leap, can only strike the knees of the war horses. With a sweep of their long spears, the great Qin cavalry obliterates countless mysterious creatures. The ancient battlefield traversed by Chinamoyu is left strewn with green corpses and blood. The goblins lay sprawled in disarray, gradually disintegrating into fragments. Before long, Chinamoyu swiftly breaches the crimson circle. Is this it? This is the site of the final showdown. He surveys his surroundings when suddenly, an overbearing gaze pierces through. The citizens of Desya dare to meet my gaze. From the United States, Laurentius arrogantly raises his head, his tone dripping with disdain. It appears that these two are the first contenders to breach the crimson circle. Chinamoyu remains unhurried, unfazed by Laurentius's taunts. That moment, the examiner's voice resonates in both their ears. Desya's Chinamoyu. In the United States, Laurentius, are you prepared? Ready. Always at your service. Both parties nod, exchanging glances. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet rises, forming an expansive arena. Chinamoyu and Laurentius are elevated, surveying the disqualified contestants below. In the examination office, all the chief examiners exchange knowing glances, confirming accuracy, and then communicate with the heavenly Tao to commence the final phase of this round of assessment. These examiners hail from various great powers, remnants of nations that survived the cataclysm. Many smaller, frilier nations and civilizations have already been buried in the mists of oblivion. Once the communication with the heavenly Tao concludes, the Desya and United States examiners announce the final result. Desya's contestant, Chinamoyu, will clash with the United States contestant, Laurentius. This round's ultimate battle shall be an unrestricted duel. Both parties may utilize soul cards and unleash their skills. As the results are proclaimed, the audience from the United States erupts in ecstasy. We have won. Victory is assured. In their previous battle against the island nation, their contestant had exerted considerable effort. This time, facing the sparsely populated Desya, isn't it a matter of easily securing a win? God bless, victory belongs to the United States. Last time, the heavenly Tao granted us an extension of 10 years, and I am already looking forward to this round's reward. Desya has suffered 7 consecutive defeats. This will be the 8th. Alas, I truly do not understand what their contestant is boasting about. Lacking the strength to compete, yet daring to enter the Crimson Circle. Is this not merely delivering their heads to us? Ha ha ha. In contrast, the audience from Desya is filled with trepidation. Yet, not a single person blames Chinamoyu, for striving is better than not striving at all. To refrain from contention is to forever remain beneath the heel of others. Any Desya person with spirit refuses to be perpetually subjugated. On the arena, both sides begin to activate their soul cards. The first Emperor and Poseidon are about to make their appearances. Chapter 10. An unequal treaty? The audience from Desya curses vehemently. On the vast arena, Chinamoyu and Laurentius stand on opposite sides. The gaze of all spectators worldwide converges upon them. A gentle breeze sweeps through. The American contestant, Laurentius, draws forth a trident, iron armor, and oceanic crystal, initiating the summoning ceremony for the sea god Poseidon with his soul card. He recites, "O great sea god, sovereign of the oceans, may your trident guide your followers through the tempests of the sea. O exalted deity, unfettered by constraints, may you perceive the helplessness and anxiety within the hearts of mortals. Bestow upon me the power of the raging sea." As his words resonate, azure waves surge upon the arena. Gradually, more and more seawater appears, even forming tumultuous waves. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaves the sky, and the sea surface rises into towering waves, crashing towards Chinamoyu's 3,000 cavalry. The tumult is deafening. The entire arena trembles under the might of the sea god. Even a mere fragment of Poseidon's power can provoke such a reaction. The American contestant is undeniably formidable. Is this the power of the soul card? The pact is indeed with the sea god. As a Western nation of oceanic civilization, they possess a unique reverence for the sea god. Neither the power of the divine nor the forces of nature can be swayed by mere mortals. Just as the colossal waves threaten to engulf the cavalry, a massive ethereal figure suddenly materializes, sweeping its sleeve to shield against the onslaught of the waves. Regardless of how the sea roars, this apparition stands firm, unyielding. Simultaneously, 6 colossal dragons draw an imperial chariot, soaring towards the arena in grand procession. The ancient emperor, Ingzhang, descends. A figure steps down from the chariot, revealing a remarkably youthful and handsome visage. The first emperor, with his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, stands tall, exuding an aura of imperial majesty. Gazing upon the surging waves, the first emperor proclaims, "Who dares to invade the territory of the great Qin?" This thunderous inquiry reverberates like a clap of thunder, causing the audience to shudder. Even the American contestant cannot help but feel a twinge of fear. He feigns composure, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Merely an ethereal being, I haven't even unleashed a third of my strength. What is the name of your soul card?" Qin Mo inquires of his opponent, promptly responding, "The Eternal Emperor." In the next moment, the sea beneath Laurentius churns once more, an invisible force coalescing into a proud, imposing deity wielding a trident. The sea god Poseidon makes his entrance. His form is as if forged from steel, muscular and powerful, with long, light blue hair cascading over his shoulders. Looking at the multitude of cavalry under the first emperor's command, Poseidon disdainfully remarks, "Weak mortals rely on others. True gods trust only in their own strength." Undoubtedly, he belittles the first emperor, believing that a true warrior suffices on their own, and that the multitude of soldiers under the emperor's command signifies weakness. This statement sends the Western audience into a frenzy, as they hold a profound admiration for individual heroism. Well said, our Western sea god lives up to the name. This embodies the spirit of adventure, showcasing the demeanor of the strong. They fervently cheer for Lord Poseidon, overwhelmed by his charisma and might. "Go forth, sea god, and annihilate your opponent with a single strike. We are all your devout followers." Numerous Western spectators flood the chat with excitement, utterly captivated by the handsome and proud figure of Poseidon. Yet, the first emperor remains unfazed, finding Poseidon's words laughable. Having unified the 6 states and governed vast territories, he understands the necessity of collaboration among civil servants and generals. As an emperor, his role is to command his subjects and protect the populace. If one were to act stubbornly, solely concerned with their own feelings, how would that differ from a tyrant? This principle is understood by both the first emperor and Qin Mo. Their synergy is seamless, with little need for excessive dialogue. However, the audience from Dacia mistakenly perceives Qin Mo as being intimidated by the sea god's imposing presence. Oh no, Qin Mo stands frozen, seemingly struck dumb by fear. Alas, the opponent's aura is simply too overwhelming. Even I feel a twinge of trepidation. After all, that is the renowned sea god Poseidon, and Laurentius has managed to summon such a deity. This is disastrous. If we lose this battle, the heavenly Tao will punish Dacia. After all the effort to ascend to the arena, must they ultimately face defeat? Previously, the heavenly Tao had curtailed their territory, including rivers, lakes, seas, and islands. The people of Dacia are engulfed in pessimism. Only Xin Yue knows that Qin Mo is certainly not paralyzed in place, having just been eliminated along with the other contestants. She now stands as an ordinary spectator. "Fool, I believe in you, for you simply lack the penchant for verbosity. You are certainly not daunted by the opponent's aura. Go, go, go." She yearns to don cheerleading attire, enthusiastically rallying for Qin Mo. At this moment, the first emperor addresses Qin Mo. "Who is this individual before us?" Thus, Qin Mo explains the predicament facing Dacia, the rules of the national battle arena, and the identity of the sea god Poseidon in detail to the ancient emperor. Upon hearing this, the first emperor erupts with thunderous fury. "What? A mere Western deity dares to invade our territory. I, who unified the realm, have never endured such indignity. Qin Mo, you just mentioned the possibility of raising the stakes. Correct? The final showdown has a rule allowing both combatants to increase or decrease their stakes, provided both agree. The heavenly Tao does not intervene." Qin Mo gazed at the first emperor and inquired, "What do you mean? To raise the stakes? Not only to reclaim lost territories, but to expand our dominion?" The first emperor smiled faintly, an indescribable aura of authority emanating from him. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo felt an overwhelming surge of ambition within his heart. This was the legendary emperor he revered, the same Qin Wang Yingzhang who had swept through the Six Kingdoms and unified the realm. It was not merely about regaining lost lands, but also about annexing a portion of the opponent's territory into our jurisdiction. This approach would not only compensate for our losses, but also secure the reparations we rightfully deserved. Thus, Qin Mo nodded in agreement on the spot. He communicated his intent to raise the stakes to Laurentius. Examiner, I implore you to communicate with the heavens and increase the stakes. Upon hearing this, Laurentius was momentarily stunned, pondering whether Qin Mo had lost his mind. Was there truly anyone so reckless as to offer themselves up like this? It seemed that the soul card masters of the Great Xia were indeed peculiar. The other examiners were similarly taken aback, but they ultimately acquiesced to Qin Mo's request, as this was one of the established rules. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid that your country will lose? Qin Mo deliberately intensified his tone, fearing that they might refuse. As expected, Laurentius soon regained his composure and readily agreed, chuckling, just a heads up, don't come crying when the time comes. Qin Mo ignored him as both parties signed the territorial agreement, and the examiners communicated with the heavens to finalize it. As the news spread, the entire world was in shock. The most exhilarated were the Western nations. Ha ha ha, did I hear that correctly? The sole card master of the Great Xia actually raised the stakes. Is he dissatisfied with the thoroughness of their defeats? They had already lost 7 matches in a row. How dare he take such a risk? The Great Xia had pushed him to the ultimate showdown. What a tragedy. Perhaps this was for the best. Survival of the fittest. The jungle law dictates that a nation like the Great Xia should gradually fade away. Indeed, they do not deserve to possess vast lands. We must unite and systematically encroach upon them. This group of individuals unabashedly revealed their predatory ambitions. Meanwhile, the audience of the Great Xia was filled with confusion, distress, and indignation, many blaming Qin Mo. Young man, temper your zeal. Your actions could bring catastrophic losses to our nation. Every inch of land is soaked in blood. How can you agree to such an arrangement? This is relinquishing the territory established by our ancestors to those Western nations. They lamented. Once Qin Mo returns, he must apologize to the people. Not just an apology, I demand that the state investigate his school. Such an institution should be shut down immediately. Indeed, perhaps Qin Mo is actually an agent sent by the enemy. Otherwise, how could he be so recklessly audacious? Upon hearing these remarks, Principal Wang, who had rushed out of his sickbed, was immediately filled with fury. Teacher Li, please help me write a post to express our support for Qin Mo at Linen No. 1 High School. No problem, Principal Wang, just dictate to me. Chapter 11. A sword severing the trident of Poseidon. Thus, a passionate and fervent post emerged. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the principal of Linen No. 1 High School. I earnestly implore everyone to trust Qin Mo, for this child is worthy of our faith. From the day he awakened his vocation, I knew he was no ordinary individual. His exceptional nature is not merely due to his academic prowess or divine attributes, but stems from the purity of his heart. Although this child is reticent, his thoughts are profound. Consider this. Could the Great Xia truly rest easy without raising the stakes? No. To lag behind is to invite defeat. As long as we are inferior, others will gradually encroach upon us and divide us. Remember, the imperialists will never relent in their desire to see us fall. If we wish to survive and thrive, we must grow stronger. This child, Mou, desires nothing more than to reclaim the lands we once lost and to forge a resplendent Great Xia anew. I once again beseech everyone to believe in him. If he fails, I, Wang, will take full responsibility and resign. With fervent words spanning over 1,000 characters, Principal Wang dictated while Teacher Li transcribed and subsequently uploaded it online. Before long, this post spread like wildfire, garnering millions of views, likes, and shares in an instant. Some citizens of the Great Xia began to calm down, gradually finding solace in Principal Wang's words and placing their trust in Qin Mo. The principal spoke truthfully. The essence of the matter was not whether to sign this agreement, but whether we could win this battle. If we triumph, everything else can be discussed. If we lose, even without raising the stakes, we will still suffer losses. Indeed, if that is the case, we might as well stake everything. Yes, damn it, I, Oldly, am in this fight with them. Support Qin Mo. Believe in Qin Mo. Everything now hinges on the forthcoming performance. With the territorial agreement to raise the stakes finalized, the battle between both sides erupted instantaneously, winds swirling and thunder rumbling in the sky. Poseidon rode the tempest, his trident slicing through the air. Behind him a tumultuous sea surged to heights of hundreds of meters. I am the God King, and I would normally disdain to slay a mere mortal like you. Yet today, this strike will allow you to see the profound chasm that separates the divine from the mundane. Fortunately, the national combat arena was crafted by the heavens, vast and boundless, endowed with divine power. Otherwise, it might not withstand Poseidon's assault. At this moment, some timid girls had already covered their eyes, knowing that should the soul card shatter, you would meet a grisly end, expelled from the arena. Even from thousands of miles away, the audience worldwide could feel the thunderous might contained within this strike through the live broadcast. The 12-feathered crown upon the first emperor's head swayed with the wind, and his black dragon robe billowed fiercely. Yet this ancient monarch remained steadfast and unyielding. He closed his eyes, visions of his glorious conquests flashing before him. It was a time of contention, a chaotic era rife with demons and strife. You looked towards the first emperor, thinking that since his ancestor was not anxious, neither should he be. However, the spectators outside were already in a frenzy. The opponent was nearly on top of them, and yet they stood idly by. Did they plan to simply take the blows? Just then, a pale bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. 6 colossal dragons intertwined and spiraled through the heavens, symbolizing the first emperor's conquest over the 6 great nations, merging their fortunes into one swish. The sword at his waist was drawn in an instant. Historical records state that Qin Shi Huang stood at 198 cm, the heavenly sword measured 160 cm, and Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms was also 160 centimeters tall. This sword, often referred to as Little Cao Cao at the waist, was in truth the heavenly sword when held by Ying Zheng. The blade glimmered coldly, elongated and adorned with engravings of the sun, moon, and stars, with a black dragon entwined in the design. Suddenly, the first emperor opened his eyes, his handsome visage exuding an awe-inspiring presence. And a fierce aura of murderous intent erupted from him. With this sword, the gods shall offer their apologies, and the realm shall be unified. The heavenly sword cleaved forth, its edge aimed directly at Poseidon's trident. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated as the forces of both sides clashed violently. The national combat arena trembled, and debris was sent flying. Moments later, cracks echoed through the air. Ying Zheng smiled faintly, sweeping the heavenly sword across. Poseidon's trident shattered upon impact, sinking into the depths of the ocean below. The God King was also rebounded by the force of Ying Zheng's attack, sent hurtling back hundreds of meters. In the first round of combat, it was evident that the first emperor had emerged victorious. At this moment, the arena fell silent. For both the Great Xia and the Western nations, shock gripped them all. This was an unforeseen turn of events. No one knew how long the silence lasted before a thunderous cheer erupted. The trident has been broken. This is an utter defeat. The heroic spirit contracted by Qin had, in fact, severed the trident of the sea god. Incredible. He can withstand the sea god's attack and counter it. No one had ever imagined that a divine being could fall from grace. I pinched my boyfriend's thigh, and he yelped, making me realize this was not a dream. I wouldn't have dared to dream of such a scene, that the Great Xia possessed a spirit capable of contending with the sea god. Coward, I would dare to dream. Qin was simply magnificent. The unattached ladies felt compelled to seize the moment. The people of the Great Xia rejoiced, as if celebrating a festival. In stark contrast, the Western nations, particularly the followers of Poseidon, were on the verge of having their faith shattered, their beliefs collapsing. Thankfully, they were exceedingly obstinate. It was merely a first encounter. What's the big deal about breaking a weapon? Poseidon has countless techniques at his disposal. A mere trident is insignificant. What is there to be proud of? Soon you will know despair. Ultimately, Poseidon had been summoned through a soul card, while the wild god opposite wielded merely an heroic soul card. The duel of soul card masters was intrinsically linked to their respective levels and the strength of their cards. This group from the Great Xia understood nothing, and no worries, Poseidon will surely avenge us soon. Victory belongs to the Western deities. The Great Xia should never dare to harbor illusions. Such shameless behavior has drawn the scornful derision of netizens from the realm of the baird, oh dear. Even the trident is broken, yet you still refuse to admit defeat. I must say, the arrogance of you Americans rivals that of Poseidon's trident. If only Poseidon had thought to use your mouths as weapons instead of that trident. Ha ha ha, indeed, these individuals sport such hubris only to invite ridicule. Chapter 12. Even gods can bleed. Chinamo you stood resolutely against the wind, a surge of heroism welling within him. The ancestors were undeniably impressive, appearing not only more youthful and handsome than he had envisioned, but also demonstrating extraordinary skill from the outset. Poseidon's trident, with a single stroke, severed with unerring precision, devoid of any hesitation. The moment when the great Xia rejoiced in unison. A boisterous laughter echoed from the depths of the sea. Ha ha ha, your sword is quite formidable. I, the divine king, have underestimated you. In the next instant, a colossal figure, towering hundreds of feet, emerged, resembling a jade-faced demon of the sea. As the color of the water dimmed, the sea god Poseidon had finally unleashed his wrath, and from this moment forth, he regarded the first emperor as a worthy adversary deserving of his utmost effort. A massive hand, surging from the ocean's surface, tore apart the first emperor's dark dragon robe, revealing well-defined and powerful muscles. Had it not been for the first emperor's timely evasion, his very being might have been crushed by that titanic hand. Following this, the waves roared, claiming the lives of 3,000 iron cavalrymen. In that fleeting moment, the balance of power shifted, and the sudden turn of events left many in awe. Some maidens blushed, for at that moment, Zhang was left bare from the waist up. Meanwhile, the Western spectators experienced an overwhelming thrill, collectively exclaiming, "Did you see that? This is the true might of the sea god." At last, the sea god revealed his true form. Grand and majestic, with a mere flick, he could shred your garments. Should he strike again, it would mean the annihilation of your very being. Tremble, you foolish denizens of great Xia. Ha ha ha, I always knew the sea god could not be vanquished. Ultimately, the clash of divine soul cards against heroic soul cards is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Indeed, our Western deities are invincible. Chinamo gazed at the first emperor and said, "Ancestor, I possess gold coins that can procure new garments of dark elegance." Before he could finish, Zhang shook his head in refusal. A solemn voice followed. "It matters not. Without this robe, I remain the true sovereign." Upon hearing this, the great Xia's supervising official Lin was also stirred. Indeed, it was not the dragon robe that conferred upon the first emperor his status as the sovereign. Rather, it was his very essence that elevated the robe to its significance. His identity lay not in attire but in will and means. A mere garment is of no concern to the emperor. Upon the arena, Chinamo appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, he was tumultuous. For many years, those treacherous usurpers who aspired to seize the throne sought to have themselves embroidered in 5-clawed dragon robes. However, could donning such attire truly alter one's identity? Certainly not. Often, the true value of an object lies in its wielder. The first emperor is the sovereign, recognized for his achievements and grandeur by the masses. A mere robe holds little weight. He was invigorated by the ancestor's spirit and magnanimity. Instantly filled with immense confidence. "Ancestor, should you wish, I can offer all my divine essence." Though Chinamo possessed innate divine essence at its peak, to relinquish it all in a short span would impose a significant mental burden. Zhang smiled proudly. "Keep it. I require none. I am the master of the land. While my opponent is the sovereign of the sea, I wish to see who truly reigns supreme." No sooner had the words left his lips than the first emperor initiated his attack. A celestial sword slipped from his grasp, soaring skyward, embodying his spirit of encompassing the seas and conquering the land. Simultaneously, the imperial crown silently fell, and his long hair cascaded down, bestowing upon him an ethereal elegance, akin to a classic beauty in historical garb. The onlooking youths and maidens were all captivated, none untouched by burgeoning affection. Throughout this spectacle, countless individuals spontaneously became ardent admirers of the first emperor. Regardless of whether he is a wild god, I must capture this moment and adorn my walls with his likeness. I shall set it as my phone wallpaper, gazing upon it day and night. For the ancestor, I am fervently devoted, passionately cheering for the unparalleled emperor of antiquity. The authorities ought to establish halls and temples in his honor, commemorating his contributions, for we are willing to believe this is the true narrative of Great Xia's history. Indeed, this indomitable will alone suffices to sway the hearts of countless subjects in Great Xia. What of the gods? From beginning to end, he exhibited not a trace of trepidation. In stark contrast, the Western spectators continued their cynical banter. What use is mere spirit and will? The sea god possesses a divine physique, while you are but mere mortals. The body of a deity is not only resilient but also impervious to harm. Ageless and immortal, the mortal form, in contrast, is subject to the trials of life and death. With such frail flesh, what do you possess to combat this? I have always claimed that the people of Great Xia are akin to monkeys. The louder they cheer now, the harder they shall weep later. Indeed, their soul cards are of a woefully inferior caliber, an insurmountable chasm. See God, shatter them. Only Qin Mo you understood that the first emperor, having unified the six kingdoms and bearing the weight of the national destiny, possessed dragon energy that rivaled that of the gods. The heroic soul card summoned this ancient emperor who had transcended the realm of mere mortals. The once revered human emperor, Fuxi, revered only heaven and earth, compelling even the gods to retreat. Even the last human emperor, Xian, commonly regarded as King Zhou of Shang, remained unafraid of celestial beings. These absurd Westerners, reveling in their self-satisfaction, should they remain as haughty as their sea god, shall soon witness an entertaining spectacle. With a roar, Poseidon's true form summoned a surge of waves, his trident restored through divine power. This time, he gripped it with both hands. His light blue hair billowing in the wind, accompanied by towering waves crashing towards them. The first emperor's celestial sword swelled to an enormous size, capable of parting heaven, reversing oceans, moving mountains, toppling cities, and damming rivers. This sword, with the might of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks as its edge, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers as its body, and the 4 seas and 8 realms as its sheath, is unparalleled, an authority above all, unyielding and unmatched. With a thunderous clash, their techniques collided, bodies shifting, exchanging positions. This encounter transpired in an instant, scarcely allowing anyone to grasp the events unfolding. Only those at the sacred realm of soul card mastery could vaguely perceive the trajectories of their movements. Suddenly, 3 crimson gashes appeared upon the first emperor's chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression weary. Ha ha ha, those 3 wounds must be from the trident strike. Perish, cease your stubbornness, fall down, quickly fall. But wait, the sea god's heart. The Westerners had scarcely reveled in their triumph when they were jolted by the sight of a gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appearing in Poseidon's chest. Blood gushing forth, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. At that moment, their faith faced unprecedented turmoil. Could it be that a divine being could bleed? Chapter 13. Is the first emperor facing defeat? Where are the emperors of yore? The sea god bleeds. Impossible. How could a deity bleed? Was he truly harmed by a wretched wild god? What on earth is happening? A mortal has dealt a grievous blow to a divine being. Oh my! I must be dreaming. Witchcraft or sorcery. Surely they employed some foul means. In an instant, the Western spectators' spirits plummeted, their previous bravado evaporating. The audience from the realm of the bear transformed into mere onlookers, savoring the unfolding drama. Did they not just proclaim that the merrier they laughed, the more sorrowful they would ultimately be? It seems their taunts towards the people of Great Xia have now rebounded upon themselves. Ha ha ha, the sea god is not so formidable after all, with a gaping wound. Is this all the sea god has to offer? At this moment, everyone was filled with astonishment. This clash between mortals and deities was evolving in a manner none could have anticipated. The sea gradually calmed, waves rolling forth. Yet, within a minute, the waters began to churn restlessly, the azure sea roiling, and suddenly, it erupted violently. The wound in Poseidon's chest began to heal, and a smile of utmost pride crept across his lips. Ha ha ha, did you truly believe you could wound me? Foolish mortals! A divine body, even when injured, possesses the capacity for infinite recovery. We may falter countless times, but you can only falter once. Thus, I, the divine king, shall eternally stand undefeated. As Poseidon's bold proclamation resonated, All eyes turned toward him, every heart drawn to his presence. How extraordinary! This is sheer divine mechanics. Such a grave injury, and he claims to heal at will. Truly, he is a god. What would spell doom for mere mortals is nothing to him. Such audacity! Indeed, the disparity in strength between the divine soul card and the heroic soul card is stark and undeniable in this scenario. Is it not true that Qin Mayu is destined to lose once more? Hold on, why say once more? From the very beginning, everyone believed he had no chance of victory. As Poseidon fully restores his health, the opinions of the audience begin to tilt overwhelmingly in one direction. The spectators from the island nations and the land of pickled vegetables eagerly follow the Americans, proclaiming the imminent downfall of the great Xia, while a stifling atmosphere envelopes the hearts of its people. Yet, King Yingzheng remains unperturbed by such trivial displays. It took the Qin dynasty 6 generations of relentless effort to unify the realm. And thus, Yingzheng is not anxious. He understands that his opponent is formidable and that an instantaneous defeat is unattainable. At this moment, Poseidon, having repaired his form, charges forth with great divine might towards Yingzheng. With a soft sigh, Yingzheng reflects on the tenacity of the Western barbarians and resolves to unleash his full power. As these words leave his lips, a magnificent golden pathway opens instantly, flowing with the vast history of 5 millennia. Stepping onto this golden road, the dragon energy surrounding him surges, amplifying with every step he takes. Ultimately, the Emperor's sword merges with the will of the first Emperor, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. This sword, embodying the aspirations of the multitude, possesses the power to cleave through the heavens and vanquish deities and demons. As the first Emperor merges with the river of sword energy, Poseidon raises his trident, piercing the sword energy river head-on. The land of the soulless, the arrogant populace, prepare to receive the judgment of the sea god. On one side, the torrent of sword energy surges forth, while on the other, the azure sea roars in fury. Both forces reach their zenith, creating a cataclysmic impact that nearly shatters the battlefield. The Great Wall rises from the earth, safeguarding Qin Mayu, while Laurentius retreats into a maritime fortress. Squinting to witness the celestial clash above, boom! The sound of explosions reverberates continuously. Both sides exchange blows, each strike brimming with overwhelming might. Gradually, a rain of blood descends from the heavens onto the waves below. No one can discern whether it is the blood of Yingzheng or Poseidon, or perhaps a mix of both. At this moment, the battle has reached such intensity that even the soul card masters of the sacred realm can scarcely comprehend it. As for the rare soul card masters of the divine fire realm, it remains uncertain if anyone is observing this trial. Finally, the azure sea begins to change color, rippling with blood, transforming the battlefield into a surging sea of crimson. Poseidon fights valiantly, and even a divine being can bleed, staining his armor with the color of war. Meanwhile, the first Emperor, immersed in the river of sword energy, relentlessly assails Poseidon, each strike leaving a wound. However, Poseidon's remarkable regenerative ability allows him to heal each injury as soon as it appears, with the sea water enveloping him and restoring his form. The first Emperor inflicts countless wounds upon Poseidon, who in turn mends himself repeatedly, all while wielding the sea god's trident to attack the river of sword energy. Gradually, the once boundless river of sword energy appears to be on the verge of depletion. Poseidon grips his trident tightly and bellows, "Mortal, kneel! I kneel only before heaven and my parents." Yingzheng's expression betrays his exhaustion as he detaches from the river of sword energy. At this moment, his hair, streaked with gray, resembles thick clouds and flowing ink. Observing this scene, the Western audience finally finds their composure. Initially, upon witnessing the bloodshed, I genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for Lord Poseidon. Yet, it now appears that my concerns were unfounded. After all, Poseidon is a divine entity, and what does it matter if he bleeds? Indeed, look at that wild god across the way. He clearly cannot hold on much longer. I can guarantee that he won't last another 3 minutes. He should withdraw now, lest his soul shatter and he suffer defeat. Victory belongs to the sea god, and glory to the West. Qin Mayu gazes at the aged and white-haired first emperor, feeling an inexplicable swell of compassion. Ancestor, I shall offer my divinity. The pillar of water within his sea of consciousness, embodying 10 segments of Qin Mayu's divinity, begins to rise. At that moment, Ing Zheng's voice reaches Qin Mayu's ears. Put it away. Keep it for yourself. A monarch sacrifices for his realm. Why should a junior like you offer up your life? Upon hearing this, the billions of spectators from the Great Xia are moved. Even the venerable examiner Lin lets out a long sigh. Such integrity. A ruler like this deserves a statue, to be worshipped by the masses. However, faced with the might of the approaching sea god, the audience of the Great Xia is filled with trepidation. Must the eternal emperor's tale come to a close? Even so, I no longer intend to blame Qin Mayu. They have performed admirably, showcasing our national spirit in this battle. As long as the Great Xia breathes, we shall never surrender. For the first trial to reach such heights, the Great Xia has made tremendous progress. Indeed, step by step, we shall never yield. Just as despair begins to seep into the hearts of the onlookers, Ing Zheng's ethereal yet solemn voice resonates. I, the first emperor, claim this title. The character first signifies the beginning, and there shall be a second, a third. Qin Mayu nods, understanding that the descendants refer to the first emperor as the ancestor dragon, the term ancestor symbolizing the founder of a dynasty. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites within him. He comprehends what this ancient ruler intends to achieve. Behold, as the first emperor, clad in a blood-stained black dragon robe, raises the emperor's sword and proclaims, "The heroes of Huaxia, where are the illustrious emperors of old?" In an instant, the heavens and earth shift in hue, as the great emperors of Huaxia seem to respond to his call. This time, not 6 golden dragons, but a multitude, dozens of 5-clawed golden dragons, soar through the clouds. Chapter 14. This sword, slay the sea god, protect Huaxia, and the others. Dragons soar in the sky, winds and clouds clash. Thunder rumbles and blood stains the firmament. This spectacle leaves many bewildered and awestruck. What is he about to do? These enigmatic creatures, with antlers like deer, scales like fish, claws like eagles, and bodies like serpents, they resemble everything and nothing at once. A true amalgamation of the bizarre. I noticed them when the first emperor made his entrance, though there were only 6 at that time. After summoning the purple golden dragon chariot, these creatures vanished, and I assumed they were merely beasts of burden. Now they reappear, and in even greater numbers than before. Surely, he does not intend to summon these mysterious beings to obliterate the battlefield, does he? But can they even contend with Poseidon? The international audience is left utterly perplexed. Even the people of the Great Xia are unacquainted with them. Qin Mayu suddenly realizes that this world is steeped in Western fantasy. People are accustomed to beseeching the deities of the West, revering their mythical beasts and heroic spirits. When dragons are mentioned, they think of the Western lizards resembling great lizards. Hardly anyone recognizes the authentic 5-clawed true dragon of the Great Xia. Qin Mayu grows curious. In terms of combat prowess, would a collection of these Western dragons be enough to rival a single 5-clawed true dragon? Looking up, he understands that each Eastern dragon symbolizes a remarkable emperor of achievement. Liu Bang, Liu Che, Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang. The history of Huaxia is resplendent, and its land vast. In such fertile soil, heroes should naturally arise. The first emperor does not desire my sacrifice of divinity. He is drawing upon the dragon energy of the emperors throughout Huaxia's history. Qin Mayu finally comprehends the profound intent of this timeless emperor. At this moment, the counteroffensive anthem from the emperors of Huaxia begins to resonate. The Eastern dragons, with their bright eyes and fierce demeanor, each one joins with Ing Zheng's form, merging with his weapons and dragon robe. Gradually, all his wounds are healed, and the emperor's sword, stained with the blood of the sea god, becomes even sharper, rejuvenated. The black dragon robe reassembles, billowing in the wind, creating a resounding echo. The 12 tassels of the crown hang down like jade pearls, adorning his hair, shining as if he were a divine being. The dragon soul is eternal, protecting Huaxia. The demons shall bow, and the gods shall repent. The great wall rises to the north, while we conquer the 100 Yu to the south. All malevolent forces shall disperse, as celestial beings, demons, and Buddhas alike heed this call. Booming voices resonate like thunder. Every citizen of the Great Xia can feel the strength contained within, hearing the call to build the Great Wall to the north and conquer the 100 Yu to the south. Qin Mayu clenches his fists, his heart surging with emotion. It is said that the first emperor burdened the people with the construction of the Great Wall, and tales of Ming Jiangnu weeping over it persist. Yet, the wall she lamented was not from the era of the first emperor. This moment. Even those who cannot understand the language of the Great Xia can grasp the determination of this ancient emperor to protect his descendants. How terrifying! Is this the true strength of the Great Xia? Then what of what we have witnessed thus far? The earth god, the city god, and the guardian gods, do they amount to nothing? Surely not. Have the people of the Great Xia been performing for us all along? If so, that is truly formidable. I know that regardless of who prevails in this battle, this timeless emperor will undoubtedly be etched in history. Indeed, who would dare claim that Qin Mayu has contracted with a wild god? If this is what constitutes a wild god, we need not continue living. Poseidon, wielding the sea god's trident, feels a profound sense of trepidation at this moment. It is truly maddening. My hand is trembling. In the next moment, Poseidon gazes intently and discovers that it is not his hand that quakes, but rather his weapon, the trident of the sea god. That quivers with a subtle tremor. How peculiar! What could be the cause of this? Do you still cower before a mere mortal? Gripping the trident tightly once more, Poseidon harnesses his divine power to command the weapon. Then bellows with fury. I am the sovereign of all oceans in this world. There is nothing that the sea cannot engulf. Suddenly, his divine power erupts like the scorching sun evaporating the sea. Poseidon radiates a dazzling golden light, his blue hair billowing with the force of his aura. With all his divine might, he infuses the trident of the sea god. Whoosh! The trident speeds forth with unparalleled swiftness. Conjuring monstrous waves and gale force winds thousands of meters high in its wake. At last, the weapon reaches the Emperor Qin Shi Huang, aiming to pin him to the arena. However, a wall of golden light materializes. Clang! The trident is once again shattered in two, yet Ing Zhang shows no mercy in response to the destruction of his enemy's weapon. In a fit of rage, the emperor causes a massacre of millions, staining the earth with blood. Moreover, he fights to protect the countless subjects behind him. Even if he were to perish on the arena, he would not retreat or relent, nor entertain notions of compassion. He sweeps aside the golden light, gripping the emperor's sword tightly, transforming his body into a streak of luminous energy that darts past. This radiant flash resembles a mighty dragon roaring against the wind. Whoosh! The eastern dragon pierces through Poseidon's chest. Immediately thereafter, the eastern dragon morphs back into Qin Shi Huang, still possessing those sharp brows and starry eyes, his stature tall and handsome. He exudes an imperial aura, surrounded by a swirling dragon energy. Concurrently, he holds aloft a bloodied head. The onlookers gasp in shock, all emitting cries of disbelief. Poseidon, the emperor holds aloft the head of Poseidon, has decapitated the sea god. Some Westerners, still in denial, feign ignorance, until Ing Zhang raises Poseidon's head high, declaring, "The head of the enemy chief is here. With this sword, I exchange it for 50 years of stability and prosperity for Huaxia." As his words resonate, the figure of the emperor gradually dissipates into light, as if bidding farewell to the mortal realm. The sword he leaves behind not only beheads Poseidon but also sends shockwaves through the west, earning Huaxia a half-century of peace and prosperity. This time, Poseidon is left with no divine power to heal his wounds, especially since the injury is to his head, the very source of his divine might. His form shatters into radiant fragments, scattering with the wind, coalescing into a divine soul card. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Mayu and Laurentius each grasp a heroic soul card and divine soul card, respectively. Qin Mayu is filled with emotion. Standing tall and strikingly handsome, in contrast, Laurentius appears lost and dazed, still unable to comprehend Poseidon's defeat. Gazing at the card titled The Eternal Emperor, Qin Mayu seems to hear a whisper. The deities of the Great Xia have not vanished. From beyond the clouds, seem to seed a thick fog, a disorienting fog. What? Qin Mayu's pupils tremble. Meanwhile, the people of Great Xia, both inside and outside the examination hall, are filled with exhilaration. Since the fog descended, years of humiliation have finally been washed away. We won. We truly won. Great Xia need no longer cede land to seek peace. Our territory will no longer diminish but will increase. Those who looked down upon us in the West have finally witnessed the true strength of Great Xia. Chapter 15. The battle concludes, the treaty takes effect. At this moment, the pent-up rage of billions of Great Xia citizens is completely unleashed. When the Eastern Dragon awakens, the entire world shall tremble in shock. And now, it is the moment for Great Xia, this Eastern Dragon, to raise its head. In stark contrast, the Western nations, particularly the United States, appear utterly dejected. Defeated, the sea god has fallen. How could the United States have lost? What sorcery did the Great Xia use? Oh my God, this must be a dream. I cannot accept this reality. The great Poseidon could not possibly have failed. It must have been an illusion, right? Yet, no one pays heed to these unruly spectators. Except for a few who cast sympathetic glances. Losing is losing. There's no shame in it. Indeed, the strength of this Great Xia contender is undeniable. He is one of the most formidable soul card masters I have encountered this year. Losing to such an individual is not disgraceful. It is the inability to accept defeat that is truly shameful. In the live stream, discussions abound. At this moment, Qin Mayu gazes transfixed at the Eternal Emperor soul card. Did the Emperor witness something during his divine journey? Why do his parting words baffle the mind? Unable to comprehend, Qin Mayu silently stows away the heroic soul card, for he has an even more pressing matter to attend to. Before the final battle commences, he had signed a territorial agreement with the Americans, amplifying the stakes according to the rules laid down by the heavenly Daod. In other words, the United States must not only return everything it has occupied, but also compensate Great Xia with additional territory. As the battle concludes, the agreement takes effect. This is the decree of the heavenly Tao, which not even deities can interfere with. Now, it is finally time to fulfill the promise. In the examination office, officials from various nations exchange glances, astonished. They had not anticipated that Qin Mayu would truly defeat the Americans. When the sea god revealed his true form, I had already prepared to announce Qin Mayu's failure. I never expected that this soul card master from Great Xia could reverse the tides and vanquish the sea god. Remarkable. Victory belongs to the East, and glory to Great Xia. Congratulations, Examiner Lin. The official from Bear Country pats Examiner Lin on the shoulder. Smiling, Examiner Lin proclaims, "Let me announce the results of the first round of the assessment." With that, he beams, his gaze sweeping over the officials from the United States, Japan, and the empire on which the sun never sets. They wave their hands, their faces filled with dejection. Okay. Thus, a solemn voice reverberates through the examination hall. I hereby announce the results of the first round of the global entrance examination. The first place goes to Qin Mayu, with an increase of 10 points and 5,000 gold coins. Simultaneously, the territorial agreement made by both parties before the battle officially takes effect. Next, we shall communicate with the heavenly Tao to execute this agreement. As the words leave his lips, a flurry of Chinese characters sweeps through the live stream. The atmosphere inside and outside the examination hall is filled with jubilant excitement, reclaiming lost territories, expanding our borders. Qin Mayu is amazing. Qin Mayu is the most handsome. These comments are succinct, as everyone is too exhilarated to articulate anything more elaborate, resorting to these brief yet powerful statements. Some cultured individuals even resort to profanity on the screen. The Westerners, take heed. We Great Xia are not to be trifled with. You bunch of. Were you not barking before? Go on, continue barking. Why have you gone silent? Before the war, you were always predicting our downfall. Now, how about you come out and apologize, demonstrating some humility? At this moment, some Americans step forward, brandishing various slogans of freedom and peculiar ideologies, refusing to comply with the agreement. You employed illusions to secure an ignoble victory. Yes, we all witnessed it. We do not recognize this outcome. The agreement is invalid. Indeed, Great Xia should not expect to gain anything. However, the officials have already communicated with the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, a radiant light envelopes the entire sky of the earth. Immediately after, dark clouds swirl, and a deafening sound echoes. Those who refuse to comply are instantly struck by lightning. Ha ha ha, this must be what they call divine retribution. Why bother? Dare to oppose the heavenly Tao? Even deities do not dare to disrespect the heavenly Tao. You think you are superior to the deities? How laughable. Not only the people of Great Xia, but also international friends cannot help but laugh at their disheveled state. Subsequently, a serpentine boundary line descends from the heavens. The power of the heavenly Tao is reconfiguring the territories of the two nations. During this process, phenomena such as moving mountains, parting seas, and creating land occur in abundance, all completed in an instant. It is as if the heavens and earth are merely a canvas of ink-wash painting, with the formless great Tao as its master. The deities are merely custodians of the realm, while mortals are insignificant beings. Ultimately, the territorial delineation is completed, and both nations confirm its accuracy. It can be summarized in 2 points. First, all lost territories are returned to Great Xia, including rivers, lakes, and even crucial islands. Just as the emperor stated, with this sword, the 9 provinces are united. Second, according to the enhanced stakes of the agreement, the opposing side must also provide additional territory as compensation to Great Xia. Fertile plains, beautiful snow-capped mountains, clear lakes, and even some airspace and maritime zones. After the fog descended, airspace and maritime zones became exceedingly rare strategic resources, for the terrifying fog consumed the skies and seas. Thus, this wave of territorial recompense has granted Great Xia an epic enhancement. This is the power of the heavenly Tao's rules, beyond the interference of mortals and deities, resulting in phenomena more astonishing than miracles. Qin Moyu's contemplation of this parallel world deepens. Having personally experienced this cataclysmic upheaval, nearly all the people of Xia are moved to tears. Ancestors, did you witness this? All the lost territories have been reclaimed by the unworthy descendants. The day of Xia's resurgence, the day of national rejuvenation, is imminent. The credit for this victory rightfully belongs to Qin Moyu. All rewards and honors must be unconditionally bestowed upon him. Should Qin Moyu remain single, I would willingly offer myself to him. Furthermore, the long-forgotten first emperor must also be promptly recorded. Indeed, he is no mere wild deity, but the human emperor of Xia. An eternal sovereign. Meanwhile, neighboring island nations and the land of pickled vegetables observe the resurgent might of Xia, reminiscent of the days when nations would pay homage. Back then, they could do naught but kneel and bow in submission. When did they dare to act so brazenly? The strength of Xia instills fear within them. As for the United States, they are unable to swallow this defeat in one go, and no matter. There will be a second, third, and even a 5th round of assessments. In previous years, Xia has suffered 7 consecutive losses. Today, they have merely won a single match. Exactly, our resources are ample. We need not fear. In the second round of assessments, we must emerge victorious. It matters not who claims first place, as long as it is not Qin Moyu. Perhaps we can unite our efforts. Yes, I think so too. With the conclusion of the first round, the second round of assessment swiftly follows. Chapter 16. Assessment 2. The Peach Blossom Garden. Role-playing, factional conflict. The sun shines brightly upon the earth, allowing all things to flourish freely. In the center of the arena, a towering stone slab rises. Soon after, a voice, solemn and sacred, echoes forth. As the ultimate victor of the first round, Qin Moyu is granted the opportunity to draw one more soul card. This utterance is not in any language of this world. However, it is comprehensible to all people globally. This is the power of the heavenly Tao, a certain transcendent existence shrouded in mystery. The people of Xia eagerly await. How wonderful! It is unexpected that the heavenly Tao has an additional exclusive reward for Qin Moyu. This time, we hope he draws a more powerful soul card. Indeed, as a soul card master, possessing a formidable soul card is of utmost importance. Otherwise, even the most skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. One's innate abilities are rendered futile. The ceremony that Qin Moyu conducted to summon the divine has certainly been witnessed by all. Without a doubt, his foundational historical knowledge is remarkably solid, and the selection of ritual materials is exceedingly clever. Provided he is given a potent soul card, it would be no challenge for him to create yet another miracle. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the global populace, Qin Moyu strides confidently towards the massive stone slab. Upon its surface are inscribed certain runes, shimmering with a faint golden light. Following the guidance, Qin Moyu places his palm upon it, and he soon feels a force resonating with him. Subsequently, a new soul card hovers before him. With a mere gesture, he can effortlessly retrieve it. This moment, all eyes are glued to the screen, brimming with curiosity as they yearn to discover which type of soul card Qin Moyu has drawn. Finally, as he reveals the card's face, A character of divine significance greets his gaze. Divine Soul Card. Splendid. Chinamo has drawn a Divine Soul Card. Among the 3 types of soul cards, the Divine Soul Card stands as the mightiest. What does this bestowal from the heavenly Tao signify? It signifies the divine favor upon Disya. Stability is assured. The second round of assessments is also secured. We are grateful to the heavens. They favor Chinamo and Disya alike. As a compatriot of Chinamo, I feel immensely honored. Many of the people of Disya rejoice for him, while some from the island nations are consumed with anxiety. If Chinamo wins yet another match, the throne of Asia's supremacy will surely change hands. We cannot allow this. We must devise every possible means to thwart Chinamo's ascent. This is not merely a contest among soul card masters. It is a geopolitical struggle. If all else fails, is there a way to lure Chinamo to our side? As these islanders entertain dubious thoughts, the Westerners, led by the United States, scornfully remark, "Do not forget, Disya is a land scarce in deities. Their pantheon is deficient. What good will a Divine Soul Card do them?" The Soul Card Master who summoned the Door God in the previous round. Was his defeat not enough of a humiliation? Currently, it is the Western deities who dominate the world. This is the trend of the times, one that cannot be reversed. I suspect the heavenly Tao has deliberately bestowed a Divine Soul Card upon Chinamo, not out of protection for Disya, but rather to ensnare them in a trap. Indeed, this must be a scheme orchestrated by the heavenly Tao. Disya is a nation forsaken by the gods. Such a country has no future as these Westerners spread their malevolent rhetoric online. The public opinion regarding Disya gradually shifts, leading even some citizens of Disya to waver. However, Chinamo remains unperturbed. The deficiency of the Disya pantheon? If he were to take pen to paper now, he could effortlessly compose a tome spanning hundreds of pages detailing the divine lineage. Whether it be the creator god, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or the myriad of mythological tales, Chinamo can recite them with ease, for he possesses complete memories of his past life. Coupled with the successful invocation of the Eternal Emperor, he is imbued with tremendous confidence. At this moment, a cerulean panel illuminates before him, visible only to him. Name: Chinamo. Profession: Soul Card Master. Unique Hidden. Level: Extraordinary Level 2, 1. Soul Card: Eternal Emperor. Divine Soul Card. Unused. Divine Ring. 5 Clawed True Dragon. 1. Omniscience. Mastery of the complete mythology, legends, and historical genealogy of Disya. 2. Omnipotence. The summoning ceremony will succeed with 100 certainty. 3. Great Wall Guardian. Summons 3,000 loyal cavalry of the Great Qin dynasty. A unique hidden profession? Chinamo gazes at the panel, gradually comprehending the implications of this unique hidden profession. Though all are soul card masters, only Chinamo possesses the complete pantheon of Huaxia. Thus, from this perspective, he is both unique and hidden. Moreover, each level up requires not only the divine power to reach the previous level's 100, but also a divine ring. With Chinamo's innate full-level divinity, alongside the divine ring granted by the first emperor, he directly breaks through to extraordinary level 2 after battle. Currently, his divine power stands at 1 of level 2, and with an additional 99 plus 1 divine ring, he can ascend to extraordinary level 3. However, this step is not so easily traversed. Many soul card masters find themselves stuck for a lifetime. In summary, I have effectively gained an additional skill. Furthermore, this skill must be utilized in conjunction with the Eternal Emperor, Soul Card. Consequently, I can summon 3,000 cavalry of the Great Qin dynasty into reality. The mere thought of this excites Chinamo. Soon after, the voice of the examiner reverberates from the examination office once more. This voice belongs to the DCI examiner, Lin. I hereby announce the second round of assessments. Assessment 2. The Peach Blossom Garden, Factional Conflict. As the words leave his lips, the candidates find themselves both intrigued and somewhat perplexed. Examiner Lin continues to elucidate, while the information panel of the Secret Realm examination materializes alongside. Candidates with scores greater than 0 will be transported to the Peach Blossom Garden. This is a secluded paradise. However, a cataclysm has shattered its tranquility. All candidates must find their place in this brand new world. You assume various roles, team up with others, and join a faction. The final showdown will involve the most intense factional conflict. Time: 7 days. Note: candidates who do not undertake tasks or trigger plots attempting to survive for 7 days, will be directly eliminated and have all points deducted. Upon hearing this, all candidates are filled with excitement. Each individual has their own thoughts regarding the second round of assessments. This year's examination not only presents a novel challenge but also escalates in difficulty. Oh my! Our homeroom teacher constantly claims we are the worst class he has ever taught. Why does he not mention that our examination is the most difficult one yet? Exactly, the second round of assessments involves role-playing, teaming up, factional conflict, and requires completing tasks while advancing the plot. This is just like a game. The crucial point is, he has prohibited exploiting bugs. I simply wish to safely survive to the finals. However, the examiner stated that this would lead to immediate elimination, with points reset to 0. This is simply outrageous. It is too much. Woe is me. Chapter 17. Bandit Attack. Team up to protect Peach Blossom Village. Meanwhile, professors of soul card mastery from prestigious institutions worldwide begin to analyze the examination questions with great interest. The design of the second round of assessments is extraordinarily clever. Entering the secluded paradise can lull some candidates with wavering resolve into a false sense of security, leading them to believe they have entered a haven. Should they indeed let their guard down, the consequences will be dire. Moreover, the examination has incorporated the element of cataclysm, seemingly to simulate the encroaching fog of the real world. Those candidates who successfully navigate this trial will emerge as exceptional soul card masters, equipped with the ability to confront the cataclysms of reality. Indeed, this round of assessments is far more enriched compared to the previous one, encompassing roles, teamwork, confrontations, missions, and narrative progression. The duration is 7 days, not too much, not too little, effectively deterring certain candidates from idly waiting for the 7 days to conclude. The professors have sung praises for the design of the second round of assessments. Being favored by them indirectly attests to the formidable nature of this examination. In a flash, a burst of white light enveloped him. When Qin Mayu's vision cleared, he beheld a paradise of vibrant flora and melodious birdsong, intertwined paths, and the harmonious sounds of village life. The surroundings were picturesque, with clear mountains and serene waters, where the populace thrived in peace, their silver hair flowing in the breeze, content and joyful. The air was refreshingly pure, and the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. He could not help but take a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. He then attempted to access the shop. Points: 15. Gold: 6,500. The 5,000 gold had indeed been credited, bringing his total to 6,500, ample for his needs. Since Peach Blossom Paradise is essentially a secret realm dungeon, it possesses a similar shop system, all crafted by the Tao of Heaven. Points and gold are interconnected, allowing for the purchase of materials for summoning rituals. However, Qin Mayu felt no sense of danger. Soul card seemed to have no immediate application. Yet, it is often said that the most perilous places are the safest. While the safest havens frequently harbor the greatest threats, this tranquility, devoid of any perceived danger, urged him to exercise more caution. Suddenly, a team invitation notification flashed before him. Qin Mayu's eyes brightened as he clicked to view. Meanwhile, Shin Yue had also arrived at Peach Blossom Paradise. That as long as 1's points were not 0, entry was granted, indicating that many were likely in negative points due to various reasons in the first round. How beautiful this place is. Too bad I can't take pictures to share on social media. Abruptly, she puffed out her cheeks, shaking off such trivial thoughts. This is the Tao of Heaven's secret realm. What am I even thinking? She wondered where Mayu might currently be. Thus, she opened the dungeon panel and browsed through the shop and other pages. A red, indicating a team invitation, promptly appeared. Xiao Weiwei, would you like to team up with me? I drew a Beast Spirit card that can protect you. Wang Tianhu Daxia. Shin Yue felt a wave of revulsion and unceremoniously dismissed, deleted, and blocked him. The entire process was seamless, sending the arrogant Wang Tianhu, who looked down upon Qin Mayu, packing. Since teaming was possible here, could she? She entered Qin Mayu's name and clicked search. Great, it worked, after all. He is the top candidate, quite noticeable. Shin Yue sent a team invitation. Upon clicking to view, Qin Mayu received an immediate notification. Mayu, would you like to team up? Yes or no? Shin Yue, Daxia, Qin Mayu, or Shin Yue? Her beautifully arched eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Just then, some villagers passing by, wielding hoes, caught his attention. Qin Mayu approached, eager to interact with the NPC and trigger a narrative quest. However, an invisible barrier blocked his way. Ding, you are not in a team and lack a faction. Qin Mayu fell silent. He sent team invitations to both Shen Yue and Zhang Pengpeng. Point 1 was the most renowned school belle from Linen No. 1 middle school, the daughter of the Shen group in the city. For most, it would be an unattainable dream. Yet Qin Mayu had initially intended to go solo. It was a habit he had grown accustomed to, silent and solitary. However, the rules were set. The other was his desk mate, the endearing and chubby Zhang Pengpeng. Though he spoke much, he was fiercely loyal to Qin Mayu, being one of the few in class who dared to confront Wang Tianhu. Shen Yue received the team invitation. I accidentally clicked. What I meant to type was yes da. Qin Mayu Daxia, Shen Yue's heart soared, a radiant smile blossoming. Silly, this is more like it. I'm on my way. Simultaneously, Zhang Pengpeng also received Qin Mayu's invitation. He was deeply touched, nearly moved to tears. Woo-woo, Mayu has made it big and still thinks of me. You're such a bro. My efforts were not in vain. Consequently, both clicked to confirm almost simultaneously. Qin Mayu, Shen Yue, Zhang Haoping formed a team. Captain, default to the initiator. Other team members click confirm or reselect. The two clicked confirm once more. Next, you will be teleported to Captain Qin Mayu's location. The three of you will explore the dungeon together, unlock the narrative, and complete missions. Teleport countdown. 10, 9, 8. Shen Yue closed her eyes. And when she opened them again, she was greeted by a familiar, icy, handsome face. Silly, it's been a while. Moments later, Zhang Pengpeng arrived as well. The trio donned attire befitting the era of the dungeon. Mayu, you are my idol. You were so impressive last time that he grinned, embracing Qin Mayu. From now on, you are the backbone of our team. Wherever you lead, I shall follow, even into the fiery depths or the icy peaks. Qin Mayu's lips twitched slightly. Let go, or I'll kick you. Zhang Pengpeng obediently released him. Subsequently, the trio observed some villagers tending to their fields and proactively entered the village. The words Peach Blossom Village were boldly inscribed at the roadside. So, this was Peach Blossom Village. Good sir, we are travelers from afar and wish to stay for the night, Zhang Pengpeng said. Qin Mayu remained silent. This was the advantage of having his desk mate along. With his loquaciousness, he could speak on their behalf, providing a form of complimentary support. However, the elder paid little heed to Zhang Pengpeng, merely glancing at him before returning to his work. From the villagers' expressions, Qin Mayu sensed a hint of wariness towards outsiders. Could it be that this place was not as peaceful as it appeared? Reluctantly, Zhang Pengpeng stepped back, and Shen Yue took her turn. Her voice was soft and sincere. Her bright, lively eyes sparkling. Hello, kind sir. My friends and I would like to borrow a place to stay for the night. Could you help us find an inn? A tavern? We can pay for our stay. Indeed, Qin Mayu mused. Gold could likely be used to purchase information from dungeon NPCs as well. The next moment, the elder's eyes lit up, his demeanor transforming into one of warmth. He smiled at Shen Yue and said, Ah, a charming young lady. Of course, there is a tavern just ahead. Zhang Pengpeng was left speechless. This world is so superficial. No, the elder, despite his age, still favored youthful beauty. A man remains a boy at heart until death. He quipped to Qin Mayu. Finally, the NPC was willing to converse. At that moment, a notification box appeared. Ding! Congratulations on successfully engaging with the villager. Tonight, Peach Blossom Village will be besieged by mountain bandits. The villagers are anxious, and their wariness towards outsiders is palpable. Upon reading this, the trio had already begun to piece together the first task of Peach Blossom Village. Sure enough, upon clicking the task panel, Task: Defeat the mountain bandits and protect Peach Blossom Village. The scene continued to unfold. Outside the examination hall, applause erupted. The candidates from Daxia were proving to be quite intriguing. Indeed, Qin Mayu had chosen two capable allies. As for how the ensuing narrative would develop, that was beyond their control. In contrast, other candidates had nearly come to blows with NPCs, while some had attempted coercion and were already facing punishment. The footage could be freely switched. I shall observe candidates from several other nations. Chapter 18. Activate the Soul Card. The Great Sage, Sun Wukong in the Secret Realm, Peach Blossom Paradise, Peach Blossom Town, Peach Blossom Village. Thus, the three were led by the villager NPC to a tavern where they settled in. Innkeeper, we need 3 rooms, Zhang Pengpeng said. Would you prefer standard rooms or deluxe accommodations? The innkeeper rubbed his hands together, smiling warmly at the trio. Unlike the wary villagers, the innkeeper was relatively enthusiastic when business was at stake. How much for a standard room? Xin Yue inquired. 250 gold. What the heck? That is so expensive, Jiang Pengpeng exclaimed. After all, other than Qin Mayu, who had received a substantial gold reward, the rest were relatively strapped for cash in the examination dungeon. Even the wealthy heirs of the real world had to adhere to the game's rules here. And for the deluxe room, Jiang Pengpeng pressed 200 gold. Ultimately, the three spent a total of 1,500 gold to secure a deluxe room. Silly, why did we choose the most expensive option? Xin Yue whispered. Qin Mayu replied quietly, the spacious room is a deluxe one, situated on the upper floor, allowing us to monitor enemy movements at all times. Given that mountain bandits will attack tonight, vigilance is paramount. The inn is splendidly situated in the bustling heart of Taohua Town, surrounded by a constant flow of traffic, making it a prime location for triggering new plot lines. At this moment, the sounds of carriages passing by resonate outside. A great multitude of goods is being transported outwards, fabrics, fruits, grains, and even precious metals and jewels among them. A convoy laden with aromatic fruits catches the eye. Piled high with an array of produce: apples, grapes, bananas, flat peaches, hairy peaches, yellow peaches, and water peaches, to name but a few. What an abundance of peaches! The variety is rich, and the quantity is staggering, leaving Qin Mayu in a trance. Suddenly he recalls the name of this village. Taohua Town, Taohua Village, abundant in peaches, it all makes sense. Gazing at the succulent and juicy peaches, he remembers the yet-to-be-activated Divine Soul card, his lips curling into a faint smile. The materials for the summoning ritual are at hand. He has already decided which deity to invoke. At this juncture, the innkeeper's voice interrupts Qin Mayu's musings. Young man, do you wish to have some peaches? The innkeeper's brows furrow slightly as he sighs. I wish I could. Unfortunately, the price of peaches in town has skyrocketed. The finest varieties, the sweetest in flavor, cost as much as an entire apartment for just one piece. He continues, and it's not just peaches. Anything that can be bartered has seen a rise in price. Xin Yue inquires, why is that? I see that the mountains are filled with peach trees. Taohua Village is known for its peaches, so they shouldn't be so expensive. Indeed, moreover, where are those carriages taking all these goods? Jiang Pengpeng asks curiously. The innkeeper's gaze grows profound as he hesitates before speaking. You three, coming from afar, may not know. There's a group nearby that demands a large tribute from Taohua Town every month. They call it a protection fee, but in truth, it is nothing more than blatant robbery. They reside in the mountains, and the townsfolk refer to them as mountain bandits. The main quest has been triggered. The three of them simultaneously lift their heads, their expressions turning grave and serious. Haven't they tried to seek help? It's futile. The mountain bandits can summon wolves and leopards, as well as bizarre and monstrous beasts. The innkeeper sighs again. The townsfolk say they possess supernatural powers. Upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration strikes Qin Mayu, instantly connecting the dots of the quest's narrative. Let us go to our room to discuss. He urges, pulling the other two upstairs. As the scene unfolds, the live stream signal abruptly cuts off. What happened? We still want to watch. One commentator remarks, as far as I know, the signal only gets blocked in two scenarios. First, when the examinees are engaged in personal matters, such as eating, drinking, or bathing. Second, when it involves sensitive privacy or strategy. I suspect Qin Mayu has taken his teammates to strategize. Others, however, remain skeptical, grumbling, I don't think so. After all, they're young and tend to spend lavishly. They just won first place and already splurged 1,500 gold coins. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend more in other global examination live streams. Audiences from various countries are equally engrossed. Meanwhile, Qin Mayu states, the roles we are playing belong to the Taohua Village faction, and our current mission is to defeat the mountain bandits and protect Taohua Village. Have you ever wondered what roles the other examinees will take on? Mountain bandits. Based on the innkeeper's information, that group of mountain bandits must be soul card masters, likely possessing beast soul cards. And it wouldn't be far-fetched to assume they might even have divine soul cards. As soon as the words leave his lips, Xin Yue and Jiang Pengpeng awaken from their reverie. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Mayu, you are simply brilliant. It seems this expenditure was worthwhile. The innkeeper wouldn't divulge so much without a hefty profit. And no wonder the villagers here are so wary. They must see us as suspicious figures akin to the mountain bandits. Jiang Pengpeng grins broadly, Flattering, Ma Yu. What should I do next? Just give me the word. Qin Ma Yu simply states 4 words. The summoning ritual. Both understand that he intends to activate that divine soul card. Alright, what materials do you need? We can help you purchase them, Shen Yue declares, patting her round chest, nearly forgetting that they are in a quest and not the real world. Qin Ma Yu shakes his head. I need many materials. The innkeeper mentioned that prices have risen. I suspect even tens of thousands of gold coins may not suffice. Hence, I need to take calculated risks. With that, his lips curl into a mischievous smile. Let us take a gamble. Rather than just riding a bicycle, why not steal? Zhang Pengpeng suggests, after all, the tribute to the mountain bandits must be paid monthly, but if we eliminate them entirely, we 1T need to pay again. The act of acquiring knowledge cannot be labeled as theft, Shen Yue concurs. The 3 of them return to their respective rooms. Qin Ma Yu closes the door, retrieves the divine soul card, and infuses it with a thread of mental energy. He establishes a spiritual connection with the soul card. A brilliant light bursts forth. He slips under the covers, shielding himself from this golden glow, and in his mind, he persistently visualizes the imposing figure of the Monkey King. He murmurs, "Today we celebrate the great sage sun, for the demon mist has returned." As he deepens his visualization, the imagery on the divine soul card becomes increasingly vivid. Ultimately, a Monkey King adorned in golden armor, crowned with a phoenix-feathered purple-gold cap, clad in lotus silk boots, and wielding a golden staff leaps forth from the card. With his feet on the somersault cloud and his fiery golden eyes gleaming with intensity. He has arrived, the great sage sun. Qin Ma Yu is overjoyed and quickly examines the information on the new soul card. Name 1. Qi Tian De Sheng, rebellious form. Name 2. Dozhan Sheng Fo, converted form. Type, divine soul card. Rituals, peach banquet, havoc in heaven, overturning 5-finger mountain, etc. Materials, flat peaches, iron rods, golden armor, medicinal gourds, etc. Chant, today we celebrate the great sage sun, for the demon mist has returned. Chapter 19. You commanded me to summon 3,000 undead, and you sent them all to perform daily tasks? By now, night has fallen over Taohua village. I've learned that the tributes from the villagers are stored at the village entrance, likely guarded by 2 individuals. At midnight, masked bandits will descend to transport these goods to the mountains. If they find the quantity insufficient, or the goods unsatisfactory, they will descend once more the following day to plunder. Qin Ma Yu's team reconfirms the situation and stealthily slips out of the inn, heading toward the village entrance. Remember, first we seek peaches. More is better. Second, we look for iron rods, which may prove challenging to AS for the golden armor and medicinal gourds. We might need to inquire further, Qin Ma Yu concludes, and both Zhang Pengpeng and Shen Yue nod in agreement. As night deepens, a gentle breeze rustles the reeds, and a group of masked figures stealthily approaches Taohua village. Boss Ito said that as long as we can transport these goods back, we will be officially inducted into their ranks. Wang Tianhu, masked, addresses his followers. Hearing this, the dozens of henchmen behind him become visibly excited. No problem, this task is a piece of cake. We are fortunate to join the Mountain Bandit faction. Indeed, the Mountain Bandits possess an overwhelming advantage over the rural villagers in their predatory exploits. Once the tributes are transported to the mountains, Boss Ito will regard us with newfound respect. In a bid to curry favor with the island nation, they have aligned themselves with the populous Mountain Bandit faction to oppose Qin Ma Yu's villager faction. Before long, Qin Ma Yu's team arrives at the village entrance. A long convoy of carriages stretches out before them. The foremost vehicles are laden with vast treasures of gold and silver, while the middle ones carry food and fruits, and the rear ones transport other materials. Zhang Pengpeng exclaims, "So many goods! These mountain bandits are truly excessive, exploiting the villagers." Shen Yue adds, "It appears that the once prosperous and tranquil Taohua town, after repeated plundering, is gradually becoming impoverished." Qin Ma Yu ponders, this indicates that the mountain bandit faction is severely lacking in supplies. They gain at the villagers' expense, and their strength lies in their numbers. Numbers? Zhang Pengpeng furrows his brow. We are but 3. Do we stand a chance against them? My soul card skill can be activated with a musical instrument, Shen Yue reveals, producing a flute. Zhang Pengpeng also retrieves his soul card, declaring, I can temporarily gain the strength of a general for 5 minutes. Qin Ma Yu shakes his head, who says we are outnumbered. Great Wall Watch, activate. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the Qin cavalry emerges from the darkness. Following Qin Mayu's command to ambush in the underbrush, the cool wind rustles their black armor, an invisible aura of menace gradually spreading through the air. Impressive. Zhang Pengpeng was beside himself with excitement. "Mou, are all these your soldiers?" Qin Mou nodded. Zhang Pengpeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it possible to summon them in the real world?" Qin Mou nodded once more. Zhang Pengpeng's eyes gleamed with a sudden thought. "Mou, I've come up with a lucrative idea. With so many loyal undead warriors, if we send them to the factory for day jobs, imagine how much we could earn in a month." Qin Mou was rendered speechless. Shen Yue chided Zhang Pengpeng, "Be quiet, people are coming." Suddenly, a group of bandits, led by Wang Tianhu, approached the guards. "We're taking these items. If the quantities don't match or if we find any fakes, tomorrow we'll raid your Peach Blossom village." The bandits looked menacing as they brandished a silver crescent blade, its gleaming edge reflecting a chilling light. The two guards, NPCs from Peach Blossom Village, obediently surrendered the entire convoy's belongings. That moment, the hearts of all spectators raced with anxiety. Was this really happening? It seemed the bandits were destined to win. If Peach Blossom Village had soldiers, perhaps they could fight back. Unfortunately, they were merely farmers, unaccustomed to conflict. For the peaceful Peach Blossom Village, the bandits represented an unforeseen calamity. The villagers, unprepared for battle, had chosen an ill-fated path. Just when everyone believed Qin Mou's group was certain to lose, he suddenly issued a command. "All troops, heed my call." His voice resonated powerfully. "Slay the bandits and reclaim our supplies. Follow me into battle." General Ming led the cavalry, wielding their weapons with vigor, charging forward. Witnessing this scene, Wang Tianhu and his bandits were left dumbfounded. "Wang Xiao, I thought Peach Blossom Village had only villagers. Didn't we hear these villagers wouldn't dare report us?" They were taken aback as more and more riders appeared, all mounted. "What are we supposed to do? We're just pretending to be bandits." It was well known that bandits were a disorganized lot, hardly a match for a trained army. This was an examination, and surrender meant elimination. They could only resort to their soul cards. After a fierce internal struggle, Wang Tianhu and his gang decided to charge at the cavalry. The candidates masquerading as bandits activated their beast spirit cards. A deep growl echoed as wolves, tigers, leopards, venomous snakes, and other ferocious beasts emerged. Qin Mou's cavalry clashed with these summoned creatures. "Incredible, Mou. You're like an army of one," Zhang Pengpeng exclaimed in astonishment, then declared. "I'll retrieve the supplies." Qin Mou replied, "Wait, cover this." He produced a black veil identical to that of the bandits. "What is this?" Zhang Pengpeng was momentarily taken aback. Shen Yue remarked, "If the villagers find out that we took these items, how do you think they'll react?" Zhang Pengpeng quickly understood, donned the black veil, and swaggered over to claim the spoils. Meanwhile, Shen Yue played a beautiful melody on her flute. On the battlefield, the beasts, hearing the enchanting tune, gradually became lethargic as if entranced. Qin Mou's cavalry fought valiantly, dispatching the summoned beasts in mere minutes. Witnessing this, Wang Tianhu and his bandits were instantly terrified. Even the viewers in the live stream were exhilarated. Qin Mou is astonishing. He's perfectly inherited the skills from the previous examination. These cavalrymen are formidable enough to defeat the beasts summoned by the beast spirit cards. I never expected Qin Mou had such a hidden strength, with so many ambushes laid out. However, it appeared that the bandit faction possessed numerous beast spirit cards and outnumbered Qin Mou's side, placing them in a precarious situation. Look, the bandits are turning against one another. Chapter 20. The divine summoning ceremony of the great sage. Some members of the bandit faction, facing imminent doom, still sought to profit from the chaos. "Quick, let's haul these goods back." "Sure, brother. I'll help you." Zhang Pengpeng, veiled in black, seized one of the bandits. "Thanks a lot." I don't think I've seen you before." In the next moment, Zhang Pengpeng sent him flying and leaped onto a cart laden with peaches. "I can't believe how nimble Zhang Pengpeng is," Shen Yue chuckled. Qin Mou nodded, recognizing that his soul card could contract with generals, and controlling warhorses was likely among his abilities. On the battlefield, the bandits were in disarray. How can someone be black eating black? Wait, he's not a bandit at all. He's disguised. Quick, chase after him. Those goods belong to us. We need to transport them to the mountains. Wang Tianhu led his men in pursuit of Zhang Pengpeng. However, Qin Mou's cavalry was still present. We are here on royal orders to eliminate thieves without mercy." With the sound of thundering hooves, Qin Mo Yu's cavalry swiftly encircled Wang Tianhu and his bandit faction. "Wang Shao, what do we do? Our summoned beasts have all been eliminated. My skills are on cooldown. I can't activate my beast spirit card. Should we surrender? Surrender? Absolutely not. We fight." They brandished their silver crescent blades. Striking at the cavalry, clang, clang, clang. The blades clashed against the cavalry's armor, producing a crisp metallic sound. Qin Mo Yu's cavalry remained unscathed. Then, the cavalrymen raised their long spears, piercing through the bandits with chilling efficiency. The candidates who had joined the bandits fell one after another, eliminated from the examination. "I'll fight you to the end." Wang Tianhu resisted fiercely, blood trickling from his lips. Suddenly, a powerful fist struck him squarely. Twisting his head askew, so short-lived, he met his demise on the spot. Thus, all the bandits who charged into Peach Blossom Village were eliminated. Wang Tianhu's aspirations to join the plans of the Japanese faction were utterly dashed. Only Ito Yagura and his companions awaited their return on the mountain. Congratulations to the villagers' faction for eliminating 68 bandits. Reward, 1,360 gold coins. The examination continues. Please expedite the plot. Fantastic. The instance has provided a prompt MOU. We won. Xin Yue clenched her delicate fist, her face alight with joy. After their resounding victory, Qin Mo stored the cavalry in his soul card and met up with Shun Yue at their agreed-upon location to join Jiang Pangpang. Mo, the peaches you wanted are all here. Qin Mo opened the cloth bag, and a delightful fragrance of various peaches wafted into the air. These peaches were crucial ceremonial materials for summoning Sun Wukong. Silly, which deity are you planning to summon? Is there a peach-loving deity in the Daxia? Xin Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Qin Mo nodded slightly. Let's hide these peaches in a cave. We'll sort everything out when we return. In the live stream, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. How did they eliminate 68 people at once? Who are the real bandits here? Qin Mo's strength is simply extraordinary. With this, the villagers' faction has neutralized the first wave of attacks from the bandits. Not just neutralized, it seems the villagers' faction is on the verge of soaring. Qin Mo is amazing. It's like he's got cheats. However, there were many discordant voices online, particularly from viewers in Japan, as their country's contestants portrayed the adversarial bandits. Just like the pirates of yore, they fit the role perfectly. 68 people eliminated means nothing. They're just a bunch of lackeys trying to join us. Exactly. Even without these people's strength, the bandit faction would still win. Qin Mo's choice to join the weak villagers faction is foolish. They are destined to fail this round. Our contestant Ito Yagura will not fail. Victory belongs to Japan. As tensions flared, a verbal battle erupted between the two nations' viewers. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain in the Peach Blossom Orchard, Ito Yagura and his compatriots occupied the area. "Baka, why haven't those Daxia people returned yet? They want to ally with us but can't even handle this trivial task? Could they have betrayed us and snuck back to Daxia? Impossible. Daxia is too weak. Only I can lead them to victory." Ito Yagura proclaimed confidently, "Let us not forget, our summoning ceremony is aimed at that supreme existence." Just then, one of his subordinates returned with troubling news. "Boss Ito, it's bad. Wang Tianhu and the others have been eliminated." Upon hearing this, Ito Yagura's eyes widened in disbelief. What? They couldn't even defeat a mere village? Without those supplies, how will we gather the ceremonial materials? Useless. What a bunch of useless fools. Subsequently, he became fully aware of the entire course of events, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. The illustrious Qin Mo from the Great Xia dynasty was, astonishingly, the champion of the previous round. Such a formidable adversary, how could we have encountered him? Damn it, cursed matchmaking system. The moment these island competitors heard the esteemed name of Qin Mo, they were instantly filled with trepidation, their hearts sinking. After all, the image of the first emperor slaying Poseidon with a single stroke remains vividly etched in their memories, sending shivers down their spines. Witnessing this, Ito Yagura, the leader of the mountain bandits, slammed his hand on the table in anger, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? Why the panic? The Great Xia is without a deity, merely ripe for slaughter. Even if Qin Mo triumphed over the Americans in the previous round, it does not alter the current reality." With that, he produced a comma-shaped jade ornament. This jade, reminiscent of a crescent moon, refracted a brilliant green light, resembling an exaggerated comma. Behold, what is this? The crowd squinted in astonishment. It was one of the 3 sacred treasures of the islands, the Achikang jade. Boss Ito, you are truly remarkable to have acquired such a divine artifact. If we utilize this sacred item as ritual material, I cannot even fathom the immense power we shall wield. Splendid. With this, even Tinchin Moyes would be unable to defeat us. Instantly, the group was infused with confidence. Meanwhile, Chin Mo's team salvaged some gold and silver jewels from other carts. Let us take these back, procure some elixirs, and forge a suit of golden armor. And do not forget to buy an iron rod. Upon hearing these peculiar ritual materials, Xin Yue and Jiang Pang were filled with confusion. Nevertheless, they proceeded to comply, for they trusted their captain's abilities. After completing their tasks, they finally gathered all the materials, which were akin to rudimentary equipment, merely sufficient for temporary use. With such an abundance of peaches, they hoped the great sage would be pleased. Thus, he and his 2 companions began to draw the magical array, inscribing it with various hymns and spells. Within the circular array, layers of delectable peaches, flat peaches, fuzzy peaches, oily peaches, yellow peaches, and honey peaches were meticulously arranged. They even added bananas and grapes for good measure. Finally, they placed the iron rod and golden armor in the center. Chapter 21. The battle begins. Qi Tian de Sheng vs.su, Swajin and Chin Mo's unusual summoning ritual and its materials drew perplexed, critical, and even sarcastic reactions from some viewers in the live stream. What in the world is that scribbled magical array? And those peaches, aren't they just a sheer waste of food? Surely, Chin Mo does not intend to summon a deity with these fruits. Who would have guessed that this lad would engage in such peculiar antics after achieving first place in the first round? At this rate, how can he possibly defeat the Mountain Bandit faction, most of whom are islanders? They are nothing but pirates. After all, no wonder they chose the Mountain Bandit faction. If Chin Mo continues this nonsense, the advantage gained by Great Xia in the first round will be squandered. As the online discourse escalated into a tempest of criticism, fortunately, Principal Wang rose against the tide, asserting, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not be misled by ill-intentioned individuals. They are foreigners who have registered fake accounts to sow confusion online. Indeed, trust in Chin Mo. Regardless of the circumstances, let us observe for a few more minutes." Chin Mo's homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, also lent her support. Meanwhile, within the Peach Blossom Village secret realm, Chin Mo's magical array and materials near completion. "Mou, everything is arranged as you instructed," Jiang Pang said, cradling his round face. Xin Yue curiously inquired, "Dumbhead, can this truly summon the deity from the soul card?" Chin Mo remained silent, his face alight with excitement. At that moment, the circular array radiated a peculiar glow. Cloudy mist, fragrant fruits, the staff of the sea's tranquility. "I summon you, great sage sun." With a whoosh, those peaches, from flat to honeyed, seemed to be devoured by an invisible maw. Following this, the iron rod at the center of the array levitated without a breeze, spinning erratically in a 360-degree rotation. The golden chainmail armor also floated in midair, unfurling magnificently. Witnessing this, the viewers in the live stream suddenly became alert. Gradually, a shadowy figure resembling the Monkey King began to materialize. "I, the old sun, have arrived." Simultaneously, a dynamic background melody resonated. "Eye in the sky." A majestic Monkey King adorned with a phoenix-crowned golden helmet, clad in golden chainmail, wielding a ruby golden staff, and draped in a robe of golden flames, emerged. Chin Mo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "I in his childhood. Every holiday. CCTV aired Journey to the West." Gradually, he came to believe that the great sage awaited him not far away. Regrettably, as he grew older, he became a mere cog in the 996 work culture, devoid of time to pursue poetry and adventure in this life. He finally summoned Qi Tian de Sheng, fulfilling a childhood dream. Jiang Pang exclaimed, "The summoning ritual was a success." "Mou, you are incredible," Xin Yue added. "What an adorable monkey. It's simply enormous." However, in this exhilarating moment, dissonant voices emerged. Hostile factions unabashedly proclaimed victory on Great Xia's internet platforms. "What is this? After lying in wait for so long, it turns out he has summoned merely a monkey. Ha ha ha, I could laugh at this joke for a year. Great Xia's so-called deity is nothing but a hairy monkey." Others chimed in, "With a monkey like that, we need not activate the soul card." Any summoning beast could easily handle it. What on earth is Qin Mo scheming? This is a blunder of epic proportions. I declare that the island's mountain bandit faction has secured victory in advance. The villager faction of Great Xia should surrender swiftly. This is utterly disappointing. Our deity is set to battle a monkey. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? To revere a monkey as a deity suggests that the people of Great Xia are merely a bunch of uncivilized apes. Many netizens from the islands mocked fervently, their barrage of comments overwhelming the live stream. In response, the people of Great Xia were filled with anxiety. Had Qin Mo truly botched the summoning ritual? Oh no, he must have summoned the wrong being. No, the wrong monkey. He should never have summoned a monkey, especially with such bizarre ritual materials. After finally securing a victory, is it all to be forfeited now? Meanwhile, on the mountains near Peach Blossom Village, Ito Yagura had completed his magical array, placing the Achikong Jade at its center. Great Suzwa Jinan, the proud deity of Takamagara, descendant of the island's creator gods, I beseech you to descend and aid your devout follower in overcoming challenges and vanquishing foes. I shall offer the divine essence of all present as your tribute. Just as the words left his mouth, an invisible light enveloped everyone. Hey, Boss Ito, what are you doing? Our divine power is depleting. Yamit, stop. I'm being drained. Gradually, a towering figure, resembling a samurai general adorned with a massive sword, began to manifest. As the divine essence of all present was consumed, Suzwa Jinan's eyes suddenly ignited, erupting with a formidable aura that swept through the crowd like a tempest. Suzwa Jinan is the original character of Susanoo from Naruto. Upon witnessing Suzwa Jinan's emergence, Ito Yagura's eyes sparkled with near-manic fervor. I did it. I have successfully activated the soul card and summoned our deity from Takamagara. Ha ha ha, people of Great Xia, prepare for a devastating defeat. This is the consequence of opposing me. Subsequently, Ito Yagura's form melded into a small hexagonal space within Suzwa Jinan's chest. He towered above, akin to piloting a colossal mecha. I stand equal to the heavens, he boasted, casting aside his teammates as he charged down the mountain. The islander's emotions soared to a peak. Ito has truly accomplished it. Go, the undefeated Suzwa Jinan. Deliver a crushing blow to those ignorant Great Xia people, reclaim our victory, and show them who the true champion of Asia is. Representing our neon glory, bring Qin Mo to his knees in supplication. No, even if he begs for mercy, do not spare him. Finally, Suzwa Jinan reached the foot of the mountain, appearing at the entrance of Peach Blossom Village. Are these the ones? Susanoo inquired. Ito Yagura's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I shall cleave that rotund one in twain and then torment the more handsome one, as for the strikingly beautiful female contestant. Allow me to engage her in a contest. Heh. Unbeknownst to them, their fervor held no value in the eyes of Qin Mayu. Suddenly, Sun Wukong asked, Capture? Which fiend dares to show itself? Qin Mayu turned to behold the towering figure of Susanoo, who stood hundreds of meters tall. While this height was indeed impressive, it was merely so for ordinary deities. What do you think, great sage? Heh. I, Sun Wukong, believe this demon is yet to be taller than my golden cudgel. Sun Wukong then inquired, should I strike it down with a single blow, or shall I play with it leisurely? Qin Mayu was taken aback by the great sage's newfound leisureliness. It made sense. After all, life must be somewhat dull after obtaining the scriptures. Moreover, Sun Wukong's nature had always been thus. Great sage, as you wish, the peaches and bananas here are plentiful. Very well, what is the name of this demon? Chapter 22. The great sage displays his divine powers, the Rui Golden Cudgel. Qin Mayu elaborated. Great sage, you may not be aware, but the various powers of the Western barbarians have belittled our Great Xia, claiming we possess no deities. This is an Eastern Yamato deity known as Susanoo. I have chosen you for this battle, for you are the undefeated myth in my heart. Upon hearing this, the great sage scratched his monkey cheek, elated inwardly, yet replied, Ah, that is all in the past. I, Sun Wukong, am not so formidable. However, subduing a mere minor deity is certainly within my grasp. The peaches you offer are delightful. Heh. Qin Mayu chuckled, realizing that a few carts of fruit had so easily won over the great sage. It was no wonder so many children adored him. Monkey King was pure of heart, carefree, and cherished freedom. At the same time, He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards evil, always ready to uphold justice and vanquish demons. Qin Mayu once again clasped his hands in respect. "Great sage, I shall trouble you then. My companions will continue to prepare delectable food and fine wine for you. You flatter me to the point of embarrassment." The Monkey King beamed like a child. "Heh, it is but a trivial task. No need for excessive courtesy." At that moment, numerous viewers in the live stream began to express their disdain. "Humph! How dare this monkey speak so brazenly? As if he could dispatch Susanoo in an instant." Susanoo is the brother of Amaterasu, an immensely powerful deity. Moreover, he is known for his volatile temperament. If he learns of this monkey's arrogance, he could crush him with a mere hand. Indeed, Qin Mayu conjured a monkey with a card. And one might mistake it for a beast spirit card. Ha ha ha, quite right. This monkey is merely a beast, no need to fear. These individuals, ignorant of the great sage's prowess, unleashed a torrent of insults and belittlement in the live stream. Suddenly, a tremendous sound resonated from the horizon. Several bolts of lightning descended, startling the villagers of Peach Blossom Village, who scattered in panic. If all the villagers fled, Qin Mayu's side would face defeat. "You protect the villagers. I shall deal with the islanders," Qin Mayu instructed his two teammates. Shen Yue's gaze was enchanting. "Be careful. The divine aura of the opponent is quite extraordinary. Mayu, leave it to me. You can trust me to handle this," Jiang Pangpang said, feigning calmness despite his underlying concern. Qin Mayu nodded gently and then gazed skyward. The bolts of lightning were, in fact, the result of Susanoo drawing his weapon, slashing towards the heavens, the blade's energy clashing with the clouds. What a formidable strike! Qin Mayu squinted slightly, recognizing the weapon. It turned out that the weapon at Susanoo's waist was none other than the illustrious Kusanagi sword, also known as the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi. This weapon had appeared numerous times in the folk tales of his previous life. Beside him, the great sage sensed Qin Mayu's apprehension, scratched his fur, and waved his hand, saying, "Ah, this lightning is nothing compared to the rain summoned by the Dragon King of the East Sea." The great sage then inserted his finger into his ear and retrieved a small object resembling a golden needle. Qin Mayu was elated, knowing the great sage was preparing to get serious. "What? Is that an earwax scoop? Goodness! The blade has been drawn, and you still have time to dig in your ears?" This was it. The fate of Great Xia seemed doomed to rest in the hands of this monkey. Alas, Qin Mayu was ultimately too young. This was a failed summoning ritual. Just as the people of Great Xia despaired, the Monkey King blew a breath onto the golden needle, proclaiming, "Long, long, 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 long." In an instant, that tiny golden needle transformed, growing larger and larger until it became the awe-inspiring Rui Golden Cudgel. This object could stand tall and steady, suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. In the past, during the reign of Emperor Yu over the waters, it was used to measure the depths of rivers, lakes, and seas. The Monkey King grinned at Susanoo. "See? I told you, it is still not as tall as my golden cudgel." Qin Mayu slightly clasped his hands. "The great sage's Rui Golden Cudgel can change size at your command. It truly lives up to its reputation. I have finally opened my eyes. Thank you. Great sage. Please, allow the great sage to subdue the demons." This scene left the audience in shock. No one could have anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant object, akin to a sewing needle, could transform into something so grand and formidable. This must be sorcery. Qin Mayu has employed sorcery again, and no matter, our Susanoo shall not be defeated. It is a contest of divine strength, not merely of weapon size. The cudgel may have grown larger, but the monkey remains small. One kick from Susanoo could easily crush him. Their sizes are not even comparable. Indeed, we need not panic. Let us quietly watch as Great Xia faces defeat. This crowd believed only the golden cudgel could grow larger, still skeptical of the great sage's abilities. But in the next moment, the Monkey King shouted, "Law of heaven and earth," and unleashed his divine powers once more. "Long, long, 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 high, 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 high. Heh, I, Sun Wukong, am not shorter than you." Qin Mayu could see that the great sage had not fully unleashed the law of heaven and earth. For a complete manifestation of this law could allow the caster to mimic the vastness of the universe. Reaching heights of at least 10,000 zhang. 1 zhang is approximately 3.33 meters, meaning 10,000 zhang would be about 33,300 meters, equivalent to 4 times the height of Mount Everest. Now, the great sage merely elevated his stature slightly above that of Susanoo. Intending to toy with this so-called island deity, such a childlike spirit, Qin Mayu sighed softly. However, he could not impose upon the great sage. Firstly, this small formation could not possibly contain the great sage's true might. And secondly, it was indeed unethical to treat the great sage as a mere servant for a few carts of peaches. Thus, let the Monkey King enjoy himself as he pleased. Qin Mayu longed to observe the great sage's battle prowess. Until that moment, the Westerners and Islanders could finally find themselves speechless. What? I haven't even blinked. How did this monkey grow so tall in an instant? One could no longer mock him as a dwarf. He had surpassed Susanoo by a considerable height. Could it be that the island nation would truly face defeat? If so, Great Xia would achieve 2 consecutive victories. Impossible, Susanoo summoned using the Yata no Kagami. Moreover, he wields the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi. He cannot lose to a cudgel pulled from one's ear. Yet, the cudgel's length seemed far from its limit, and it shone with a golden brilliance. In that instant, all spectators became filled with anticipation and curiosity regarding the outcome of this battle. Some who initially sided with the island nation began to waver in their confidence. Susanoo, witnessing a mere monkey daring to stand taller than himself, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As a deity of Takamagara and brother to Amaterasu, he could not allow this. Baka, little monkey, I shall slay you. In the past, even the Yamata no Orochi was no match for me. What right does a mere monkey have to be so arrogant? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi, channeling a tempestuous force of thunder and lightning towards the Monkey King. The gusts generated by the blade formed a whirlwind, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature. The bolts of lightning in the sky grew denser and more frequent. Qin Mayu quickly projected a protective barrier, a 5-clawed true dragon coiling around him, safeguarding him from the fallout of the deity's clash. Simultaneously, Ito Yagura observed closely from within Susanoo, witnessing the titanic battle of the 2 gods. Humph! Our island deity is invincible. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the golden cudgel of the Monkey King collided with Susanoo's Amano Murakumo no Tsurugi, releasing a harmonious metallic resonance. Chapter 23. A single blow to shatter your mischief. In the picturesque Peach Blossom Garden, during the second round of assessments, the great sage chuckled, put in a little effort. With such little strength, even the 100,000 heavenly soldiers of the celestial court would be unable to withstand it. While speaking, the Monkey King gripped the golden cudgel tightly, applying pressure. To his astonishment, he found himself forcing Susanoo to bow under the immense weight. Upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Qin Mayu's eyes. Although Susanoo is immensely powerful, the Monkey King did not disappoint himself. Immediately, the great sage, equal to heaven, displayed his might, striking forcefully with his staff. The Rui Jingu Bang, imbued with tremendous strength, descended upon Susanoo. The winds howled around them, and the very earth trembled. Susanoo widened his eyes in alarm, hastily raising the Tsumagari no Tachi to defend himself. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the ground beneath Susanoo shattered instantaneously, sending debris flying. He merely felt a numbing ache in his arms as he staggered back several steps. Catch that monster! Where do you think you're going? The great sage pursued relentlessly, delivering another blow to Susanoo's head. In that instant, Susanoo not only retreated but was sent hurtling backward, completely out of control. Whoosh! The surrounding air currents whipped against Susanoo's face, causing him great pain. He could hardly believe that he was being sent flying by a mere monkey. Witnessing this, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. Even some office workers, typically preoccupied with their jobs, couldn't resist sneaking a peek. After all, failure would lead to divine retribution. Thus, during the global examination period, countless individuals collectively slacked off. However, upon seeing Susanoo's humiliating backward flight, some workers from the island nation were infuriated enough to smash their phones. It must be my phone malfunctioning. The screen is all distorted. Our Susanoo cannot possibly be defeated by a monkey. Exactly. What a piece of junk this phone is. Mine is acting up too. It's broken, utterly broken. I can always buy another one for $0. Meanwhile, the people of Dacia were overjoyed. Oh my. This monkey truly seems to be a divine being. With just one strike, He sent Susanoo flying. Quite impressive. I'm starting to like him. He is also quite handsome. Unlike those monkeys from Ame. More like a golden monkey? Yes, exactly, a golden monkey. That's what I was trying to say earlier but couldn't recall. I in the scene. Ito Yagura looked anxious. Susanoo, hold on. Could it be that the divine power we offer is insufficient? Finally, Susanoo plunged the Tsumagari no Tachi into the earth to cushion his fall, gradually coming to a stop. Along his path, the Tsumagari no Tachi carved a gouge in the ground stretching hundreds of meters. The force of the great sage's strike was indeed terrifying. Had it not been for the Tsumagari no Tachi acting as a buffer, Susanoo would have been sent reeling back several thousand meters. Phew! Susanoo exhaled deeply, but his expression suddenly twisted into one of rage, flames of fury igniting within him. In the mythology of the island nation, Susanoo, as the younger son, possesses a mischievous nature, displaying moments of both bravery and extreme volatility. He delights in destruction, earning the notorious title of the god of destruction. It is said that he was once cast into the sea by his father. Susanoo, we won tea. Ito Yagura's palms were slick with cold sweat, and his voice trembled at that moment. Shin Mayu could no longer see Susanoo or Ito Yagura. Monkey King, where did they go? Have they been dealt with? He felt a twinge of curiosity. The great sage shielded his eyes with his hand, pretending to gaze ahead, then remarked, No, this fellow may be fragile, but he can still put up a fight. In the past, when I faced off against 100,000 heavenly soldiers, it was far more strenuous than this. I am not even done having fun. It's rather dull. Shin Mayu understood that the great sage's vision could extend far. Realizing how imposing the great sage was, upon hearing this, the great sage scratched his cheek with a grin. These words reached the ears of the Westerners as well. What do you mean by 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Isn't Dacia devoid of deities? This must be mere boasting. How could there possibly be 100,000 heavenly soldiers? If there were truly that many, how could Dacia have suffered 7 consecutive defeats? Exactly. Shin Mayu seems to think he has an advantage and is conspiring to deceive us. They must be bluffing. The people of Dacia excel at such tactics. Look, Susanoo is back. The Western audience remained skeptical of Shin Mayu and the great sage's conversation. Little did they know, the heavenly realm consisted of far more than just 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Pango opened the heavens, Inwa created humanity, and the 3 pure ones emerged from the primordial chaos. 72 deities, 100,000 heavenly soldiers, millions of water soldiers. The deities of Dacia are countless, and if it were to be written down, one would find a tome 100 pages thick detailing the pantheon. Ultimately, Shin Mayu would leisurely conclude with, Brothers, this is merely the table of contents, of course. Such words would not be believed. But it mattered not. Shin Mayu would continually prove himself through his prowess in this world that idolizes the foreign. He aimed to promote the true essence of Huaxia theology. In the distance, a flash of black light darted by. Susanoo emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura that surged forth like a tempestuous ocean wave. A pair of magnificent wings materialized. Susanoo unleashed his aura, transforming it into wings, and swiftly returned to the battlefield. In his right hand, he wielded the Tsumagari no Tachi, while his left hand clutched the Yata no Kagami. His eyes widened, exuding a formidable presence, as if flames of wrath burned within them, daring anyone to meet his gaze. Only the great sage remained calm and composed, jesting. Did you have your milk before coming home? Good, come, let us have some fun. Remember to give it your all, or else I won't feel anything when I hit you. Upon hearing the great sage mock him so, Susanoo exploded with rage, his already furious heart igniting into a conflagration. In that moment, the winds roared, the sea roared, reminiscent of the time he was cast into the ocean. I will flay you, you monkey, and turn your bones to dust, so you may know my might. He raised the Yata no Kagami, a strange yet brilliant light radiating outward. At that moment, Shun Yue, Jiang Pang Pang, and the others had just settled the villagers and were about to step outside. However, they suddenly found themselves unable to exit. It was as if they were ensnared in an illusion. No matter which direction they chose, they would ultimately find themselves back where they started. Oh no, this is an illusion. Simultaneously, Shin Mayu on the battlefield also felt the effect. He realized that the Yata no Kagami was indeed a divine artifact, and Susanoo had attempted to ensnare the great sage with its illusion. eye in an instant. The surrounding light became blinding, and a heavy, drowsy sensation washed over him, plunging him into chaos. Great sage, be careful. Before Qin Mayu could finish his warning, he felt the world spinning around him, gradually becoming immobilized. Witnessing this, the islanders erupted in excitement. Look, they've fallen under the spell of the Kagami. Ha ha ha, our divine artifact is truly invincible. We'll trap this monkey and Qin Mayu here forever. What we do next is entirely at our discretion. Following the islanders' ecstatic revelry, countless Westerners joined in the frenzy, relishing the spectacle. After all, they had always been close to the island nation, and since the onset of war, they had consistently supported them. Just as Dacia's first emperor had battled against Poseidon of the West, the island nation had similarly backed the West. The crowd believed that everyone on Qin Mayu's side had been immobilized by the illusion, completely lost in its grasp, unable to escape. The viewers from Dacia were filled with anxiety. What do we do? I once watched an anime where a ninja was trapped in an illusion world and stabbed for 3 days and nights. The mental anguish was unbearable, yet only a moment had passed in the real world. If Qin Mayu and the others are subjected to a similar illusion, it would spell disaster. Furthermore, with Ito Yagura wielding the Yata no Kagami, albeit a single mirror and not a kaleidoscope, the effects of this divine artifact were certainly formidable. Qin Mayu, quickly gather your wits. After all this time, is our hard-earned hope about to be extinguished? Some viewers, who had been casually watching, were now drenched in sweat, both on their palms and backs. Just as they had finally seen the great sage send Susanoo flying, now he was ensnared by an illusion. The emotional roller coaster combined with the thrill of sneaking a peek created a sense of exhilaration. At that moment, Qin Mayu, amidst his confusion, caught sight of a stone monkey. How strange, am I not under the illusion? Qin Mayu, having some understanding of illusions, recognized that the scenes before him were unlike typical illusions. Qin, do not fear. It is I, your old son, within your dream. The stone monkey suddenly swung from a vine toward Qin Mayu. Hearing this, Qin Mayu felt a surge of joy. Great sage, could it be that you are unaffected by the illusion? Heh, such trifling tricks cannot ensnare me. Watch how I toy with this fellow. The great sage chuckled heartily, and upon hearing this, Qin Mayu finally understood. The great sage had been performing for Susanoo all along. I possessed the eye of fire, allowing me to see through the world as illusions. This mere parlor trick is simply laughable. I in the dream. The great sage left behind a remark before vanishing. Meanwhile, Ito Yagura stood within the hexagonal space atop Susanoo's chest. Susanoo, you truly are the invincible god of destruction of our island nation. Now, slay that monkey with a single stroke. The rest will be left to me. A lewd smile spread across Ito Yagura's face. Once Susanoo dealt with the great sage, the trio of Qin Mayu would be completely immobilized. He could descend and eliminate Qin Mayu and Jiang Pang. Then, with only Xin Yue remaining, would it not create a splendid series of time-stopped moments? With this thought, Ito Yagura was overwhelmed with excitement. Susanoo, exhibiting an arrogant demeanor, scoffed, "Humph, merely a monkey, I was just careless earlier and did not evade. That allowed him to knock me away. Now, with a single stroke, I can cleave him in two." Thus, he gripped the Tenzu Cloud sword tightly, his eyes gleaming with a chilling ferocity as he advanced towards the Monkey King, brimming with an insatiable thirst for blood. Clang! The edge of the Tenzu Cloud sword struck the Monkey King's forehead. This scene startled many onlookers. The raucous monkey was about to be split in half, and I could only anticipate a gory explosion of brain matter. Hiss, it was rather gruesome. My heart raced to my throat. There was no escape. Susanoo was a notoriously feared god of destruction, and provoking him guaranteed a dire fate. Indeed, it seemed that the great Xia would lose this round, and in such a dismal fashion. No need for sympathy, as the divine battles of the past had always unfolded this way. If blame were to be assigned, it could only rest upon the great Xia's lack of divine guardians. Being relentlessly bested by the West, the crowd braced for a bloody spectacle. Yet, in the next moment, the Monkey King's head remained unscathed, merely losing a few golden hairs. Conversely, Susanoo found himself reeling from the recoil. His hands aching, the audience was left in astonishment, with only Qin Mayu aware that the great sage had long achieved an indestructible form, his body as resilient as bronze and iron. The Monkey King was, after all, a spirit-born stone monkey. In the past, he had endured 49 days in the alchemical furnace of the supreme old lord. Not only did he fail to brew a delectable concoction, but he also emerged with an indomitable spirit, later wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace and puncturing the heavens with his staff. Of course, as Qin Mo matured, he began to suspect that the denizens of the heavenly court were merely acting, treating the Monkey King, the great sage equal to heaven, as if he were an ordinary figure. Nevertheless, it was true that the Monkey King had gained formidable powers in the furnace. For instance, he possessed the ability to pierce through illusions and discern the essence of demons and spirits with his fiery eyes. Now, these abilities were proving to be remarkably useful. Unbeknownst to Susanoo, the Monkey King had completely evaded the effects of the illusion. He was merely toying with him, standing still while Susanoo swung his sword, which could not even graze him. Finally, Susanoo paused in disbelief. He gripped the Tenzu Cloud Sword once more, targeting other parts of the Monkey King, thrusting repeatedly, clang, clang, clang. The sounds of strikes echoed incessantly. Ultimately, Susanoo was drenched in sweat. Having failed to so much as nick the Monkey King's skin, why was it that Susanoo inflicted no harm? His attacks resembled nothing more than a gentle scraping. What was going on? Was that monkey not immobilized? Hiss, something strange was afoot. Extraordinary occurrences often heralded the presence of the supernatural. Some spectators began to murmur, their faith gradually wavering. Even Ito Yagura, piloting the towering figure of Susanoo, found himself questioning the situation. Could it be that the Tenzu Cloud Sword lacked sharpness? At that moment, two beams of golden light erupted from the Monkey King's eyes. The brilliance was akin to two sharp swords, piercing the very heavens. Following this, the Monkey King's joyous laughter resounded. Fool! I am merely toying with you. You are even more foolish than my disciple. The Monkey King's eyes sparkled with vitality, and he did not remain stationary. Instead, he began to move with remarkable agility. It was only at this moment that the audience comprehended the truth. Holy moly! This monkey was utterly unaffected by the illusions. Moreover, he had been playfully mocking Susanoo all along. This was undeniably the essence of a monkey. He relished in mischief and play. Yet, he was daring enough to jest with the god of destruction from the island nation. Until now, only this monkey had the audacity to act in such a manner. How did he see through the illusion? And how was his body so incredibly resilient? It was astonishing. The monkey summoned by Qin Mo was capable of toying with a formidable god as if he were a mere child. In that moment, the audience from various nations erupted in disbelief. Some countries even began to ridicule the island nation, mocking Ito Yagura as a fool. However, the battle was far from over. The great sage was not merely engaging in lighthearted banter. With a mighty roar, he commanded, Rui Jingu Bang, grow for me. In an instant, the Rui Jingu Bang soared to new heights, even piercing a hole in the heavens. Witnessing this, the already towering Susanoo, who stood merely hundreds of meters tall, felt as though he might collapse. Chapter 25. The Collapse of Composure. Susanoo began to shake. The Rui Jingu Bang continued to extend ever higher, seemingly without end. Ultimately, it rose like a pillar supporting the sky, breaching the firmament in a heartbeat. With but a thought, the Monkey King could make the Rui Jingu Bang reach heights that defied the heavens. Such immense power was enough to instill fear in Susanoo, who measured only hundreds of meters in stature. Initially, Susanoo had been excessively arrogant, scoffing at the sight of the great sage as merely a monkey, mocking his size. Now, however, he found himself at a loss for tears. And the island nation's contestant, Ito Yagura, who had just descended the mountain, had boasted of standing tall alongside the heavens. Now, he understood what it truly meant to be as tall as the heavens. This staff could even extend. What was the origin of this monkey? Ito Yagura was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Susanoo, clutching the Yata no Kagami, trembled in fear. The power of the illusion had weakened significantly. He continued to hold the Tenzu Cloud Sword defensively in front of him, retreating steadily, fearful of the staff crashing down. Observing this, the audience from the Great Xia found amusement. If that staff were to strike Susanoo's head, it would surely leave him with a bump or two. No, it would be a lump here and a bruise there, utterly obliterating his mortal form. Susanoo, why are you retreating? There's nothing to worry about. If it falls, it will only leave you with a couple of lumps. One large bump on your head and another on the mountainside. Initially, these islanders dared to mock our deities as diminutive. Had they forgotten that their ancestors were referred to as the Woku? Ha ha ha, how satisfying. Who would have thought that Chinamo truly summoned a deity? Although it is a monkey, his abilities are vast. The authorities have already decided to establish a temple for this monkey. Just as they did in the previous round, to honor him and enshrine his golden form, receiving the veneration of the people of Huaxia. I concur. I shall certainly pay my respects when the time comes. Countless renowned figures from Huaxia echoed in agreement. The nation's wealthiest led the charge in donations to honor the great sage, while famous actresses called upon their fans to lend their faith. In no time, the great sage's reputation soared, officially becoming the rightful deity in the hearts of billions within Huaxia. Initially, the divine hierarchy of the great Xia was lacking. Aside from Qin Mo Yu, few were aware of the great sage Sun Wukong's renown. Now, the entire great Xia was informed. Consequently, the people of the great Xia felt gratitude towards Qin Mo Yu. Meanwhile, in the secret examination arena, the members of Qin Mo Yu's team witnessed the great sage blowing a breath towards them. Whoosh! The illusion was instantly dispersed by the breath. Qin Mo Yu and his companions immediately emerged from the illusion. Thank you, great sage. No need for thanks. Once I capture that eastern furry deity. With that, the great sage issued a command, pointing towards Susanoo. If you do not surrender, I shall strike you down with my staff. Bang! The Rui Jingu Bang heavily descended, delivering a resounding blow to Susanoo's head. In an instant, Susanoo felt dizzy, his vision blurring with stars. For a moment, he could scarcely discern north from south. His steps faltered. He could barely stand, akin to a drunken man. And this was merely the result of one strike. In the live broadcast, everyone erupted in excitement. They had never anticipated that the true power of the great sage was so terrifying. However, even as Susanoo swayed, he showed no inclination to surrender. This was the last shred of dignity he possessed as a deity. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain clarity. Suddenly, he hurled the Yata no Kagami. The mirror spun rapidly, transforming into dual mirrors, then triple mirrors, until it evolved into a kaleidoscope. Could the Yata no Kagami be utilized as a ranged weapon? If it struck that demon monkey, our island nation might still have a chance. It was imperative that it hit. This battle concerned our nation's reputation. No, it was a matter of our very survival. We owed too much to the great Xia. The audience from the island nation trembled in fear, acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited them should they fail. Whoosh! The Yata no Kagami erupted with a dazzling light, sweeping towards the Monkey King. Humph! A mere trick. I, the great sage, fear not. The Monkey King glared, unleashing two beams of brilliance. With a resounding bang, he obliterated the island nation's treasured Yata no Kagami. In this moment, not only was Ito Yagura stunned, but even Susanoo, a deity, was left astounded. His prized artifact had been destroyed by a mere glare from his opponent. If he were to return to Takamajihara, neither his sister nor his mother and father would spare him. Thus, Susanoo, enraged, swung his sword, exclaiming, "Wretched monkey, I shall slay you." His aura surged dramatically. Good, good, good. It was about time. The Monkey King was unperturbed. In fact, he felt exhilarated. With another forceful swing, he brought down his staff, this second strike imbued with the power of the heavens and earth. With a sharp clang, this time, Susanoo's Tenzu Cloud sword shattered. While the Rui Jingu Bang remained unscathed in merely 2 exchanges, Sun Wukong struck Susanoo twice, and yet, his opponent was utterly incapable of withstanding the blows. From the sacred Yata no Kagami to the celestial Kusanagi, both of Susanoo's divine artifacts shattered in succession. By this point in the battle, Susanoo's resolve had completely crumbled. Bereft of weapons, he resorted to flailing his fists in a desperate manner. Akin to a shrewish woman, however, he soon realized that even when leaping, he could only reach the knees of the great sage. Heh, little hair god, you refused to surrender when I offered you a chance. And now, that opportunity has slipped away. The great sage, displaying a mischievous demeanor, had no intention of granting his adversary a chance to capitulate. Should Susanoo dare to surrender, the great sage would ensure he would be struck before he could utter the words. Ultimately, with a third strike, the great sage unleashed an overwhelming force, the sound of the wind slicing through the air. Susanoo could only raise his arms to defend, letting out a roar that echoed to the heavens. This blow contained not just immense power but also a thunderous explosion, resulting in Susanoo's arms shattering and his feet sinking deeply into the earth. With another surge of strength, the great sage compelled Susanoo to his knees, almost reducing him to tears. Witnessing this, the hearts of the islanders shattered into countless pieces. A mere monkey had incapacitated the arms of our divine being. The sky had fallen, and our deity had knelt before a monkey. Such disgrace was unbearable for our island nation. Our divine being shall not be so weak. Rise up. Just then, Susanoo gathered his divine essence, and a radiant light shone from Takamagara. Unfilial son, Susanoo, I beseech you. Mother, lend me your assistance. He muttered incantations that were incomprehensible to those present. At this juncture, the spectators were filled with confusion. Was Susanoo, on the brink of defeat, truly resorting to this? Was he seeking mercy upon his knees? Yet, it was far too late for that. Where had he been all this time? Indeed, he must not be spared, however. A sudden chill gripped Chin Mayu's heart. Susanoo was another name for this deity. His father was Izanagi, and his mother was Izanami, with siblings including Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Among them, Amaterasu was the supreme deity of the island Shinto. Chin Mayu realized that Susanoo intended to summon aid. If he could not prevail on his own, would the gods of Takamagara truly respond to his call? Chapter 26. The gods of Takamagara intervene, and Sun Wukong faces a grueling battle. Chin Mayu became increasingly anxious. Logically, Susanoo no Makoto, was the youngest son of Izanagi and Izanami. Regardless of how much trouble he may have caused, as parents, they would likely extend their assistance. Moreover, as the creators of the island nation, their divine status was immensely high. It was said that they were siblings who gave rise to the islands, akin to the relationship between Fushi and Inwan Huaxia. Should such exalted deities choose to intervene, Chin Mayu truly feared that the Monkey King might struggle against Susanoo. Additionally, Susanoo's two sisters were of considerable significance as well. They were none other than Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, the sun and moon deities respectively. Furthermore, Tsukuyami's gender remained ambiguous, with claims of both male and female identities. This was dire. The Monkey King was in peril. Chin Mayu's eyes narrowed, filled with trepidation. The Monkey King, inquiring telepathically, asked, Chin lad, what is that plateau in the sky? That is the land of the island's deities, akin to the heavenly court of the Great Xia. However, while the concepts may be similar, their powers are entirely incomparable, Chin Mayu replied. The Monkey King scratched his ear, dismissing it, and instead murmured to himself, once upon a time, I, Sun Wukong, wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, then accompanied my master to the west for scriptures, and now, I find myself utterly alone. At this point, the Monkey King appeared somewhat melancholic. Chin Mayu understood the sorrow within the Monkey King's heart. Even a deity as seemingly weak as Susanoo had familial support, and if he faced defeat, he could still call for help. Yet since becoming the victorious fighting Buddha, the great sage had grown somewhat isolated. Sun Wukong began to recite, Beiji, that fool, has become a purification temple guardian, and Lu Sha has attained the golden body of an Arhat, achieving the Arhat fruit status. My master has returned to the side of Tathagata. They are all gone, all gone. I am left all alone. As he spoke, the Monkey King became increasingly agitated. Chin Mayu also recognized that the scriptures they had retrieved were meant to bind the world rather than embody true Buddhist teachings. The entire journey to the west might even conceal a substantial conspiracy. Great sage Chin Mayu fell silent. At that moment, the radiant light from Takamagara descended once more, seemingly responding to Susanoo's plea. Susanoo, my son, I shall ensure your sisters come to your aid. Fear not, we stand behind you. Once you achieve victory, return to us. In this moment, Susanoo regained his footing, greatly inspired by his parents' support. The live stream was flooded with comments. No way! Is he really going to summon help? The island contestants seemed somewhat shameless, having fought to the brink of defeat. At such a critical juncture, they dared to summon aid. How utterly brazen, truly, like father. Like son. For the great Xia's monkey, this was entirely unjust. Indeed, even we from other nations cannot bear to witness this. In response, the general of the great Xia immediately stood up in protest. The island's actions had disrupted the examination. This was merely the second round. What would happen to the subsequent 3 rounds if this continued? We protest. If the island remains obstinate, we shall respond with force. The general's words ignited the outrage of the people. In an instant, the island nation had lost face on the international stage. They understood that even if they won under these circumstances, it would not be a glorious victory. However, what did face matter? Did the island nation possess any dignity? They would continue regardless. Fortunately, the heavenly rules intervened. A series of information frames appeared at the examination site. Izanagi, prohibited from intervening in any form. Izanami, prohibited from intervening in any form. Amaterasu, prohibited from descending in true form. Tsukuyami, prohibited from descending in true form. In this round of combat, should the Great Xia lose, no penalties shall be imposed. Should the island nation lose, the penalties shall be doubled. At this moment, billions of viewers worldwide breathed a sigh of relief. The heavenly rules indeed existed. Moreover, they held deterrent force even over the creator deities. Thus, the cost of failure for the Great Xia was reduced to 0, while the penalty for the island nation was doubled, facing severe consequences. For the island nation, this was a gamble of life and death. There was no other choice. They had brought this upon themselves. The island nation's general also responded to the general of the Great Xia. Great Xia, do you dare to gamble? What is there to fear? The Great Xia does not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. The general replied resolutely. Amidst the picturesque landscape, the battle continued. Susanoo had restored his form, appearing even more imposing than before. Flanking him were 2 projections, one of Amaterasu, symbolizing the sun, and the other of Tsukuyami, symbolizing the moon. As their true forms could not descend, they had opted to project their images instead. Sisters, thank you for your assistance. Susanoo stood tall once more, a haughty expression returning to his face. Meanwhile, Amaterasu held the divine artifact Yata no Kagami. The Yata no Kagami, along with the Kusanagi and the Yasakani no Magatama, were revered as the 3 sacred treasures of the island nation. Furthermore, Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, and Susanoo were collectively known as the 3 noble children. Chin Mayu, well versed in these matters from his previous life, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Now that the 3 sacred treasures and the 3 noble children were united, albeit in incomplete form, their combat prowess surged exponentially. He found himself filled with profound concern regarding the great sage's future. He even regretted summoning the great sage, realizing that in his desire to behold his childhood idol, he had disturbed the great sage's original tranquility. At that moment, the voice of the great sage resounded once more. Chin lad, do not be sorrowful. I, son Wukong, have always been bored. I must thank you. The great sage's words warmed Chin Mayu's heart. This childhood idol, the invincible victorious fighting Buddha, had never disappointed him. Great sage, should we triumph in this battle, let us explore the peach orchard together. Should we fail, I shall share in your fate. Chin Mayu's resolve moved his teammates. Jiang Pangpang exclaimed, as a soul card master, Mayu is simply too cool. I must make this a screensaver. Me too. That fool's words are so cool. I'll capture this moment for my screensaver. I want to see it every day. Shin Yoei's eyes glistened with tears. Suddenly, Amaterasu hurled the Yata no Kagami into the sky. The divine artifact instantly transformed into a vast canopy, blocking out the sun. Amaterasu coldly declared, a mere monkey dares to harm my brother. Humph, you all form alliances, yet here I stand, all alone. The Monkey King huffed in response. The cunning Tsukuyami remarked, Sister Amaterasu, it seems this monkey harbors some hidden thoughts. Perhaps it would be best to expose them. Amaterasu, the illustrious deity, immediately comprehended her sister's intentions. Nodding, she unleashed a divine light directed toward the Yata no Kagami. In an instant, the mirror transformed into a celestial canopy, revealing the past and present of the Monkey King. Alongside the memories deeply buried within his heart, Chin Mayu clenched his teeth, feeling a chill of anxiety for the Monkey King. Chapter 27. Astonishment. The Monkey King also has heartache simultaneously. Tsukuyami showered a cascade of moonlight upon the Monkey King. Why does this moonlight feel so cold and desolate, incomparable to that of Chang'e, the celestial goddess? The Monkey King remarked with evident disdain. Upon hearing this, Susanoo, his temper flaring, prepared to draw his sword once more. However, with the assistance of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, he had entirely forgotten the humiliation of being bested by the Monkey King moments earlier. Seeing the situation unfold, Amaterasu admonished sharply, "Wait. The Yada no Kagami will unveil the hidden sorrows of this monkey layer by layer." As her words fell, the Monkey King's innermost thoughts began to surface, gradually merging into the celestial tapestry of the Yada no Kagami Dai in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, in the proud nation of Aulai, at the Flower and Fruit Mountain. A stone absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, ingeniously crafted by the forces of nature. Eventually, with a resounding crack, a stone monkey emerged, tumbling several times as it came into being. The sight left some elementary school students utterly astonished. Is it really possible for someone to be born from a stone? If that's the case, my mother said I sprang from a stone too. She wasn't deceiving me after all. Oh no, you're fortunate. My mother said I was a promotional gift for topping up my phone. Wah, my world has crumbled. Many adults were aware that these statements were mere fabrications. Nonetheless, they too were astounded by the miraculous birth of the great sage. Such an extraordinary origin. Who could deny his divinity? It turned out that Qin Mayu's ritual to summon the god had not failed. This monkey was no ordinary creature. He was indeed a deity, born from a spiritual stone. However, at this moment, the great sage remained rather innocent and naive. The audience continued to observe as they witnessed the Monkey King leap into the water curtain cave, becoming the king of a troop of monkeys. Subsequently, he bore witness to the death of an old monkey and resolutely embarked on a quest for immortality. Ultimately, he became a disciple of the Bodhi ancestor in the Crescent Moon Cave. Receiving the Dharma named Sun Wukong, it was revealed that the great sage was once so ambitious, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Indeed, such a small monkey dared to brave the waters and traverse the seas, solely to seek a mentor and hone his skills. Was he not afraid of the long and perilous journey? If only I had half of the great sage's determination, perhaps I would have been accepted into Hucking University. Many spectators were moved by the great sage's journey. Even some Western viewers, upon witnessing these memories, were compelled to admire him. However, Amaterasu's brows furrowed in irritation. She exposed the great sage's memories not to aid him in cultivating a positive image, but to unveil the sorrows lurking within his heart. If these memories led the public to revere the great sage, her scheme would inevitably fail. With a wave of her hand, she hastily flipped through the scenes in the celestial tapestry, accelerating the playback of the great sage's memories. This action naturally drew the ire of many viewers. Hey, what the heck? I wasn't finished watching. Why are you fast-forwarding? Ward, this is worse than spoilers. Who gave you the right to skip ahead? This is utterly dishonorable. You must be doing this on purpose. Some Westerners joined in the outcry against this deity of the island nation. Yet Amaterasu, unfazed by the vitriol, continued her actions. Finally, she chuckled, ceasing her rapid playback. The great sage's memories had progressed from the 3 strikes of a ruler on his head, to his entry into the underworld to amend the death ledger, and finally to acquiring the golden staff and declaring himself the great sage equal to heaven. The scene ultimately froze during the tumult in heaven, where the great sage was pursued by the celestial hound and confined within the furnace of alchemy. Amaterasu intended to humiliate the great sage, exposing the profound sorrows buried within him. However, she was taken aback when the great sage burst forth from the furnace, acquiring the fiery eyes of insight. Ultimately, he cornered the Jade Emperor, forcing him beneath the table, shouting the iconic phrase, "Quick, summon the Buddha from the Western Paradise." This moment caused an uproar in the live broadcast. Incredible! The great sage single-handedly turned the entire heavenly court upside down. That Jade Emperor, seemingly the highest ruler of heaven, how could he be so thoroughly overwhelmed by the great sage? It's incomprehensible. All that matters is that the great sage is formidable. Who is this Buddha from the Western Paradise? Just as the crowd pondered, the great sage finally exhibited a flicker of anger. Amaterasu smirked wickedly, aware that her nefarious plot had succeeded. Little monkey, it seems this Buddha is the inner demon you've concealed. Very well, I shall expose your memories. At this moment, the great sage attempted to move, only to find himself ensnared by the moonlight cast by Tsukuyomi, akin to a binding adhesive. Straining to break free, he bared his teeth in frustration, yet Tsukuyomi imposed further restraints. The great sage's memories continued to be unveiled. Qin Mayu was enraged. He realized that their intention was not merely to humiliate the great sage, but to awaken the inner demons hidden within him. For instance, they would meticulously revisit the very events he most dreaded confronting, causing painful memories to resurface one after another. This public shaming was unbearable. It was akin to forcing the great sage to endure a trial of the heart. "Cease this at once, you despicable false deities." As his words fell, Qin Mayu summoned 3,000 iron cavalry to charge forth. However, Susanoo swiftly struck, annihilating the cavalry in an instant. "Humph! How dare mere mortals challenge the divine?" A sinister grin crept across Susanoo's face. Yet in the next moment, a 5-clawed black dragon vividly materialized in his mind, glaring fiercely at Susanoo, rendering him hesitant to act. Susanoo understood that should he attempt to attack Qin Mayu, this black dragon might just break free. Ultimately, fear overcame him, and he retreated obediently to the celestial tapestry. Upon the Buddha's arrival, he merely extended a hand, forever ensnaring the great sage. From that moment forth, a classic saying emerged: no matter how formidable the great sage may be, he could not escape the grasp of the Buddha. Following this, an even more oppressive scene unfolded. The Buddha flipped his palm, forcefully casting the great sage down to the mortal realm, transforming into the 5-finger mountain. Suppressing the great sage for a full 5 centuries, at this juncture, the hearts of the people of the Great Xia seemed to be gripped by an unseen hand, leaving them breathless. Conversely, the people of the island nation erupted in jubilant cheers. "Ha! Did you see? This so-called great sage equal to heaven is merely a monkey that can be subdued with a mere flick of the wrist. That Buddha from the Western paradise can accomplish this. Our Amaterasu can do the same. First, expose the monkey's inner sorrows, then join forces to eliminate him. I believe Amaterasu alone is sufficient. Slaying this monkey would be a trivial task. Now, revealing his inner sorrow is tantamount to killing his spirit. Oh yes, it seems this battle has been won by our island nation." This ruthless tactic of psychological warfare instantly provoked international viewers' disdain. Originally, the appearances of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi symbolized a degree of disruption to the established order. Other nations cast a sidelong glance at the Great Xia and sighed softly. What could they do against such overwhelming power? Just as Amaterasu believed that being suppressed beneath the 5-finger mountain for 500 years constituted the greatest sorrow for the great sage, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The great sage broke free from the bonds of moonlight, delivering a resounding blow to Amaterasu's head. "Take that, wicked woman, receive my staff." Chapter 28. Separation of Master and Disciple? "No, I come to save my disciple." Witnessing this, Amaterasu was taken aback. The scenes previously displayed, whether the failure of the tumult in heaven or the oppression of 500 years, were genuine sorrows. The greater the opponent's sorrow, the tighter the bonds, was it not so? She turned to interrogate Tsukuyomi. However, Tsukuyomi shrugged, indicating her own uncertainty. I had indeed cast the moonlight. He should have been securely restrained at this moment. As the great sage swung his staff toward her, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo rushed to defend. Clang! The clash of their weapons resounded. Yet, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo were utterly incapable of withstanding the enraged great sage. Sun Wukong's strike sent Tsukuyomi flying, while the force continued unabated, sweeping Susanoo away as well. Tsukuyomi felt a tremendous impact to her chest. A surge of crimson blood rushed to her throat, uncontrollably spilling forth. Susanoo too was sent reeling, the sound of cracking bones echoing, unsure how many had broken. At that moment, Amaterasu took action, emitting a blazing divine light. She resembled a small sun radiating dazzling, searing brilliance. While it could not harm Sun Wukong, it created a visual distraction. Seizing the opportunity, Tsukuyomi and Susanoo struggled to regain control over the great sage. Meanwhile, Amaterasu proclaimed, "I have discovered the true sorrow within this monkey's heart." As her words resonated, the celestial tapestry formed by the Yata no Kagami once again laid bare the entirety of the great sage's innermost thoughts. In addition, it became apparent that the illumination of the Yata no Kagami served to sap the will of others. This was blatant psychological torment. Is the island nation resorting to such despicable methods once more? Our great sage, no matter how resolute his heart may be, cannot possibly endure such torment. Many of the people of Daxia have begun to feel sympathy for the great sage. In the scene, the Monkey King has shed his majestic attire and obediently donned the tightening headband, clad in yellow robes, with the primary task of escorting Tang Song to the west to obtain scriptures. He is accompanied by two junior disciples, Zhu Wuning and Sha Wujing, and their team includes a white dragon steed. Observant viewers have noticed that the great sage's new master possesses quite a remarkable appearance. This Tang Sang is handsome and elegant, exuding a refined demeanor. However, it seems unlikely that he can impart the same supernatural abilities as the first master. Could it be that the great sage's sorrow stems from the tedium of the journey to the west? I understand. No one relishes work, and the great sage is no different. Yet, as time unfolds, it becomes apparent that matters are not as they seem. The celestial curtain fast forwards, and the arduous trials of 99 difficulties swiftly pass. Upon acquiring the true scriptures, the great sage receives a new title, Victorious Fighting Buddha. His master and junior disciples also receive their own accolades, and thus the four part ways. They vanish, having completed the quest for the scriptures. The master and disciples are nowhere to be found. It seems that the onlookers comprehend the great sage's earlier mutterings. I, the old monkey, can no longer see them. I am left alone, and everything has changed. It is only at this moment that Amaterasu realizes the true sorrow hidden within the great sage's heart. It turns out that 500 years of imprisonment did not dull his spirit. What truly grieves him is the transformation of people and places, the separation from his master and fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, the great sage's staff involuntarily drops, crashing to the ground and sending tremors through the earth. With a sigh, the great sage's fighting spirit begins to wane. Amaterasu commands sharply, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" As these words are uttered, Tsukuyomi seizes the moment to unleash moonlight once more. The radiant moonlight envelopes the great sage like a white ribbon, and the deeper his sorrow, the stronger the binding effect. Simultaneously, Susanoo grips the restored Kusanagi sword, striking the great sage repeatedly with metallic clangs. "Your damage is insufficient. Allow me." Amaterasu sneers, then unleashes a blazing ray of sunlight. The sun is the epitome of warmth and strength, and as the sun goddess of the island nation, Amaterasu's attacks prove effective. Flames erupt around the great sage, scorching his flesh, and soon, exposed skin bears the terrifying hue of charred red. Meanwhile, the thick smoke from the solar fire forces the great sage to squint his eyes. Nevertheless, he grits his teeth, uttering not a word of complaint. The scene is brutal, causing many viewers to turn away in distress. Only the Americans and Islanders begin to mock. Look, in the end, he still can't prevail. He might as well have conceded from the start. Ha ha ha, soon this clever stone monkey will become a roasted stone monkey. Didn't they say he was born of stone? Let us see if we can cook him through. After all this time, Chin Mayu realizes that this round of testing will still end in failure. His previous success was merely due to luck. Our island's Amaterasu could never lose to a mere monkey. Just let it burn until the monkey is utterly incinerated. Due to the combined effects of the Yada no Kagami and Tsukuyomi, the great sage's spirit falters, and his movements become sluggish. Amidst the flames, the great sage seems to catch a whiff of death. Is this the end for me? The old monkey? These flames truly sting. They remind me of the time I was scorched by the Red Boy's true fire. Suddenly, the great sage's vision blurs. Not from the smoke nor from tears. As a stone monkey, he cannot cry when overcome by sorrow. His vision blurs because he faintly perceives a saintly figure draped in robes, with a rosy complexion. "Master, master, is that you? Why are you here instead of in Tathagata's realm? I, your unworthy disciple, have caused you trouble." At this moment, some who fail to understand the great sage's plight feel puzzled. Isn't this monkey facing imminent doom? What is he babbling about? They cannot comprehend his words amidst the raging flames. Perhaps he is leaving his last words. Sigh, at least he has provided us with a rather decent battle. However, this is where it ends, for the deities of Dacia are simply too weak to compete with the island nation and the West. Let's move on. We needn't watch any longer. Yes, let's switch to another livestream. Only Chin Mayu vaguely hears the great sage's words. "Saint, Master." Chin Mayu looks up, wondering if Tang Sang has also arrived. No, at this moment, he should be in the form of Jin Chanzi. If Jin Chanzi intervenes, not only could the great sage escape, but the three deities of the island nation would be unable to flee. Finally, A voice resonates from the void, shocking billions of viewers worldwide. I am Tang Xuanzang. Who dares to bully my disciple? Chapter 29. Not understanding Buddhist teachings is no matter. This monk has some knowledge of martial arts. Many viewers are left bewildered. Tang Xuanzang? Who is that? Could he possibly be the second master of the great sage? I recall. He indeed is. The great sage's master has made his move. Tears well up. Their bond is truly profound. All right, now it's fair. It only Susanoo who can call for assistance. Now that the great sage's master has descended, let us see who prevails. At last, a benevolent and graceful man makes his entrance. Tang Xuanzang, forming a mudra, murmurs, Buddha, in compassion, Master, Master, I have missed you. The Monkey King becomes exceedingly agitated at this moment, his spirit revitalized, and the control imposed by the Yata no Kagami loosens slightly. His eyes brim with tears as he gazes at his master. Tang Xuanzang gradually approaches Wukong. At this moment, Susanoo, oblivious to the situation, attempts to block him. However, Tang Song pays him no heed, effortlessly evading the obstruction with a ghostly movement. Susanoo finds himself grasping at air. Consumed by frustration, Tang Xuanzang finally stands before son Wukong, affectionately patting his head. Wukong, it has been long since we last met. Why do you appear so sorrowful? I saw just now that these people joined forces to bully you. Did they not? At this, son Wukong is filled with joy, repeatedly waving his hands. It's nothing, it's nothing. They may bully and strike me, but I, the old monkey, fear not. What truly frightens me is being unable to see you. Mastered as he speaks, the Monkey King begins to grow melancholic once more. Ever since parting from Ling Mountain, he had feared that his master had perished in the conspiracies of the journey to the west. But now, with Tang Xuanzang's arrival, his worries evaporate, and his wish for reunion is finally fulfilled. At this moment, Tang Xuanzang smiles as he strokes the Monkey King's head. How could I allow anyone to bully my disciple, let alone a mere faux deity from a foreign land? I would gladly contest even against the Buddha of the West. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King is as overjoyed as a child. If Tathagata mistreats you, I, the old monkey, shall storm Ling Mountain to seek an explanation. The great sage's tone suddenly grows bold. Even Qin Mayu cannot help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Great sage, storming Ling Mountain? You truly dare to say such a thing? Tathagata Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the dragon subduing Arhat, the tiger subduing Arhat. None of them are pushovers. Yet, seeing the Monkey King reunited with his master, all his buried concerns dissipate. Qin Mayu feels a surge of joy for the Monkey King. However, many discordant voices arise in the live stream. The monkey's master looks rather powerless. Indeed, if he enters the fray, he might hinder the monkey rather than help him. Exactly, this won't change the outcome. Daxia will still face defeat, a result fated to occur. Sigh, fate is difficult to alter. Perhaps we should cease struggling. No, my fate is in my own hands. Not predetermined by the heavens, there may still be a chance. The reason these individuals question Tang Xuanzang's strength is that they are unaware of his other form. Jin Shanzi? Tang Xuanzang is indeed the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi. Having absorbed the teachings of Tathagata, how could his abilities be lacking? Upon meeting his master, the Monkey King's fighting spirit is reignited, and his hidden worries vanish. Thus, the spiritual assault of the Yata no Kagami has no effect on the current Monkey King. The bindings of Tsukuyami also loosen significantly, as she furrows her brow and remarks, Amaterasu, I can scarcely contain this monkey any longer. Suddenly, with a loud roar, the Monkey King breaks free from his shackles. Rejuvenated by the reunion with his master, today, I realize who I truly am. Excellent, you have dispelled your inner demons. I am truly pleased. Now, allow me to assist you in eliminating these foreign deities. Although Tang Xuanzang's voice is soft, it resonates with strength. The island nation's viewers scoff at his boldness. I laugh. He dares to claim he will defeat our Amaterasu, speaking the most ordinary words with the most imposing tone. Is that the meaning? You are overthinking it. The deities of the Great Xia are bound to be defeated. Indeed, I advise you to surrender promptly. The longer this battle drags on, the more disastrous your defeat will be. At that moment, Tang Xuanzang began to chant Buddhist scriptures, with each phrase transforming into radiant golden light that enveloped the Monkey King. healing the scars inflicted by the flames. "Fear not, my disciple, with me here. None shall harm you." The Monkey King nodded excitedly, his spirit rekindled, as if he had reverted to the invincible Qi Tian de Sheng. "Come, let us fight," he exclaimed, as the Rui Jingu Bang shrank to a suitable size and flew back into his grasp. Simultaneously, he donned the Fengqi Zijin Guan and slipped into the Usi Biyun shoes, adorned in the resplendent golden armor. The armor forged from molten rock, the cloak billowing with flames, the great sage has returned. A powerful background music surged once more. Dear readers, imagine the sound of Yun Gong Sun Yin or the opening of Xiao Dao Hui. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yu clenched his fists tightly, realizing that the Monkey King had finally unleashed his true potential. The deities of the island nation were about to face their most devastating demise. With the assistance of Jin Chanzi, even the collective might of the gods from Takamagara would not be a match for the master and disciple. "Take that! Feel the weight of my staff." The Qi Tian de Sheng struck once more, forcefully bringing his staff down upon Susanoo. In response, Susanoo drew forth the restored Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi to block the attack. What happened next? With a resounding metallic clang, the sword was utterly reduced to mere scrap. Both Amaterasu Amakami and Tsukuyami hurried to assist Susanoo. However, a series of sacred sounds emanated from Jin Chanzi. "Wukong, I shall aid you." These sacred sounds transformed into waves of golden energy, halting the two deities in their tracks. "How dare you obstruct us? We will slay this monkey and then you." "Indeed, a mere monk dares to interfere in our divine battle." The two sisters chattered incessantly, taunting Jin Chanzi. With a soft sigh, Jin Chanzi replied, "Since you two cannot comprehend the Dharma, I possess some knowledge of martial arts." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal hand descended from the heavens. The palm of the Tathagata. As a disciple of the Tathagata, it was entirely reasonable for Jin Chanzi to wield such power. With a single strike, he subdued Amaterasu and Tsukuyami, pinning the illustrious sun and moon deities to the ground with ease. This scene left many islanders in a state of panic. Particularly, the human forms of Amaterasu and Tsukuyami were exceptionally beautiful. Witnessing their noble and radiant deities being held down by Tang Xuanzong evoked an indescribable sense of humiliation. "Baka! It is as though they have been publicly shamed. I shall slay this bald monk. Release Amaterasu at once. Rest assured, our deities are merely being temporarily suppressed." The audience from the island nation was now in a frenzy. Chapter 30. Pick up the scriptures, pick up the scriptures. In stark contrast to the agitated audience from the island nation, the viewers from the Great Xia were overjoyed to see the two supreme deities being subdued by Tang Xuanzong's palm. Did they not claim that the three gods of the island nation were the three noble ones? It now appeared that the trio could not even contend with the master and disciple. Is this all? Such three noble ones seem more like three inconsequential beings. One was being chased by the Monkey King, while the other two were pressed down by Tang Song. Ha ha ha, I can hardly contain my laughter. My friends, the Monkey King is magnificent. Master Xuanzong is magnificent. Previously, these individuals had bound the Monkey King and set him ablaze, 3 against 1, which was truly despicable. It was disheartening to witness. But now, justice has finally been served. On the battlefield, Amaterasu and Tsukuyami struggled to lift their heads. Some previously neutral international spectators, upon witnessing such a scene, could not help but side with the Great Xia. There is no hope. They are merely using one hand. Indeed, it seems the island nation is destined to lose this battle. I never anticipated that the Great Xia harbored such formidable deities. Just a single monkey instills fear, and now there is an additional monk. Suddenly, a brilliant sun erupted forth. The blinding sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting its radiant glow upon the earth. The beleaguered Amaterasu finally displayed her divine prowess. Observing this, the Monkey King turned back, calling out, "Master, I, your old son, shall assist you." However, Tang Xuanzong was no longer the frail monk. He had transformed into the immensely powerful Jin Chanzi. With a smile, he replied, "Wukong, there is no need. I have my own plans." Thus, the master and disciple joined forces. Jin Chanzi faced the sun goddess Amaterasu and the moon god Tsukuyami, while Sun Wukong confronted the destructive god Susanoo. Qin mused, the Monkey King remains devoted to his master. Having nearly forgotten that the current Xuanzong is no less formidable, Tang Xuanzong revealed his true form as a Luohan, his gaze fierce and his body indestructible no matter how fiercely Amaterasu's sunlight scorched him. It could not breach Tang Xuanzang's defenses. Sister, I shall assist you, Tsukuyami cried out, enduring the pain. Another round moon rose, full and radiant, casting a chilling and desolate light. Tang Xuanzang felt the temperature fluctuate wildly, the erratic changes inflicting immense harm upon him. Together, we shall prevail. He cannot withstand our combined might, Amaterasu proclaimed. Tsukuyami, too, exerted all her efforts, declaring, my moonlight can ensnare souls. Let me disrupt his heart. The wave of sorrowful energy emerged from the abyss, gradually infiltrating Tang Xuanzang's mind. At this moment, he formed a mudra with his hands, sacred sounds resonating across the battlefield. I, the Buddha, am compassionate. In this world, countless scriptures exist, yet you remain ignorant of the Dharma. How lamentable. These sacred sounds possess the power to purify the soul and dispel malevolence. In an instant, Tang Xuanzang's sacred sounds nullified Tsukuyami's mental influence. Moreover, a scripture flew from Jin Shanzi's hands, expanding until it became large enough to obscure the heavens. With a resounding crash, the scripture descended, once again pressing down upon Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. These scriptures contain teachings meant to enlighten countless beings. You, who are obstinate and refuse to lay down your weapons. When will you pick up the scriptures? If only you would open the scriptures and embrace the Buddhist path, I would spare you. However, this scripture was not so easily picked up. Those who harbored malevolence. It seemed as heavy as Mount Tai, and even with all their might, they could not turn a single page. For those who sought refuge in the Buddhist path and were filled with goodwill, the scripture appeared as an ordinary text, easily lifted and perused. Master Xuanzang genuinely wished to guide them towards redemption. Alas, they were obstinate and filled with malice towards Master Xuanzang. Pick up the scriptures. Pick up the scriptures. Did you not hear Master Xuanzang? Pick them up. Some irate individuals began to curse furiously. Meanwhile, the Monkey King had thoroughly bewildered Susanoo. Known as the god of destruction, Susanoo now realized that his destructive capabilities paled in comparison to the Monkey King's mere hair. He felt utterly disheartened, pondering who truly was the god of destruction. Faced with defeat, Susanoo now sought only to flee. Yet, how could the great sage allow a tiger to return to the mountain or a dragon to escape the ocean? Cloud somersault, come, he bellowed, summoning a white cloud from the sky. The Monkey King performed a somersault and instantly caught up with Susanoo. Hee, foolish one, where do you think you are going? The term fool struck fear into Susanoo's heart. Throughout the battle, the great sage had maintained an overwhelming advantage. It was pure domination and mockery. By the heavens, the divine monkey of the great Xia is utterly formidable. I did not even blink just now. Yet he flew so far in an instant. That cloud possesses such remarkable capabilities. Truly wondrous, the mysterious theology of the great Xia, the might of its deities. A small portion of spectators began to harbor a measure of respect for the theology of the great Xia. However, led by the United States, the Western audience remained dismissive. Just a mere monkey. Our Odin and Zeus have yet to make their appearances. We do not require these kings of gods. The might of Lord Thor alone is sufficient. A single lightning bolt will suffice to vanquish this monkey and that monk. Indeed, if we were in their place, we would never have fallen into such a predicament. While these spectators continued to boast, the reality of the Monkey King dominating Susanoo remained unchanged. Eventually, Susanoo could no longer hold on. With no chance to escape, he could only fight back. In that moment, he extracted all the divinity from the soul card of Ito Yagura. With a resounding roar, his power surged to new heights. Chinamoyu remarked, I still have 10 segments of divinity to utilize, and besides, the cloud somersault is the premier flying technique. You cannot flee. Susanoo redirected his charge towards the Qi Tian de Shang. This punch, imbued with tremendous divine might, nearly exhausted all of Susanoo's strength. Shine! Die, wretch! Susanoo shouted furiously, unleashing a punch that caused the Qi Tian de Shang to dissipate into a wisp of smoke. Have I done it? Susanoo exclaimed with delight. Ha ha ha, I have won. How splendid! Our deity has triumphed. That monkey has been utterly obliterated. The audience from the island nation appeared as if they were on the brink of death. Catching a glimmer of hope, Chinimoyu exclaimed, Ignorance! Just moments ago, When the great sage equaling heaven vanished, he observed a single strand of monkey hair leisurely drifting down. This indicates that the great sage, who was slain by Susanoo, was merely an avatar created from a strand of hair, not his true form. As anticipated, in the next instant, the great sage reappeared behind Susanoo, wearing a mocking smile as he patted Susanoo's shoulder, saying, "You really are dull. So weak. I shall no longer indulge you." And no sooner had he spoken than he delivered a powerful blow upon Susanoo. Enduring the great sage's thunderous strike, Susanoo's head was crushed. Ultimately, he vanished with a puff, leaving behind a soul card inscribed with Susanoo, which also fell to the ground, accompanied by his soul card master, Ito Yagura, as they were both transported away. Simultaneously, Tang Xuanzang completely extinguished the dual manifestations of Amaterasu and Tsukumi. Their bodies and garments gradually disintegrated into fragments, scattering with the wind. Humph! Due to the constraints of the heavenly laws, we cannot manifest our true forms. Had our true forms been present, we would have long since slain you. Bald monk, when we meet again, we shall undoubtedly eradicate you. After exchanging a few menacing words, the sisters, who had come down specifically to assist their brother, also met a dismal fate, their souls scattering into oblivion. The voice of the secret realm then resonated. Ding! Candidate Ito Yagura has been eliminated. All members of the Mountain Bandit faction have failed. The Villager faction has emerged victorious. Captain Chinamo, please receive your reward. Chapter 31. The Great Sage bestows the Cloud of Transformation. The Great Xia receives double rewards upon hearing the notification from the secret realm. All were left in sheer astonishment. This prolonged, fiercely tragic battle has finally reached its conclusion. With the defeat of Susanoo's trio of siblings, the fruits of victory naturally belong to Chinamo and the Great Xia. Chinamo has achieved victory in the second round of assessments, which is simply magnificent. Thus, the Great Xia has secured 2 consecutive victories. Unbelievable! In the past, I would not have dared to dream of such an occurrence. Before the battle commenced, my brother remarked that the monkey summoned by Chinamo was not a deity but mere refuse. Now, I find myself as the sole heir. Wow, dude. You are ruthless. Chin handsome, do you need money? Auntie here has a little spare cash. Auntie, don't be too rigid about gender. Don't you think I'm fine? In an instant, the domestic internet was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. People were either joking or playing with memes, employing various means to express their inner joy and admiration for Chinamo. This victory was hard-earned and came as a complete surprise. Even the upper echelons of the Great Xia were stirred. Commander Long gazed incredulously at the battle results, his eyes reddening. If winning the first match was luck, then what about the second? Is the Grand Huaxia finally rising? From now on, who dares to claim that our Great Xia is devoid of deities? Thus, he hastily issued a document instructing the rapid creation of golden statues of the Eternal Emperor, the Great Sage, and Master Xuanzang. Numerous billionaires across the nation voluntarily contributed funds to construct related scenic spots and statues. Simultaneously, many cultural figures and celebrities from the entertainment industry eagerly supported, urging their fans to pay attention to these deities who have repeatedly sheltered the Great Xia. Chinamo stood at the entrance of the Mountain Water Peach Garden instance. He clicked on the panel, receiving the rewards distributed by the instance. As the core of the team, Chinamo is rewarded with Divine Power, 59. Reward points, 100. Reward gold, 10,000. After claiming his rewards, Chinamo not only enhanced his level but also achieved a higher ranking. He checked the panel, a cerulean panel, visible only to him. Illuminated. Name, Chinamo. Occupation, Soul Card Master. Unique hidden. Level, Extraordinary Level 2, 60. Soul Card, Eternal Emperor, Great Sage, Divine Ring. 5-clawed True Dragon, 1. Omniscience. Mastery over the complete mythology, legends, and historical genealogies of the Great Xia. 2. Omnipotence. Conducting a summoning ritual with a guaranteed success rate of 100. 3. Great Wall Watch. Summon 3,000 loyal Qin cavalry. 4. Skill pending acquisition, from 1 to 60. Just 40 more, and he could advance to Extraordinary Level 3. Divine Power is akin to experience points, serving as the foundation for a Soul Card Master's advancement. The Divine Ring guarantees entry into the next level. The Soul Card section, previously indicating that the Soul Card was pending activation, now featured an entry for the Great Sage. This means both my Heroic and Divine cards have been activated. However, what does skill pending acquisition mean? As he pondered, teammates Xin Yue and Jiang Pengpeng approached. You're amazing, being able to turn the tide like this. Xin Yue gazed at Qin Mou with adoration. Mou. How much experience did you gain? Jiang Pengpeng curiously inquired. I just received 10. Jiang Pengpeng exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, as if 10 of divine power were a reward hard to come by. Qin Mou replied nonchalantly, just 59. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pengpeng was left utterly petrified. 50.59. Then, a flash of white light enveloped them, transporting both teammates out of the secret realm, leaving only Qin Mou, the great sage, and Tang Xuanzang behind. The monkey scratched his cheek, reverting to his original size, and ran towards Qin Mou, who had high hopes for him. Hee, Qin kid, I truly owe you a favor this time. Qin Mou looked puzzled. You summoned me, prepared peaches for me to enjoy earthly delights, and allowed me to engage in a thrilling battle. It was truly exhilarating. What pleases me most is that I finally met my master today. The monkey was overjoyed like a child. Qin Mou also smiled happily. At that moment, Tang Xuanzang's manifestation spoke. Wukong, I must take my leave. You must tread your path diligently from now on. Do not worry about me, for I am always with you. You protected me through the trials of 81 tribulations. From now on, I shall protect you. After saying this, he affectionately patted the monkey's head, expressing boundless love. Though the monkey could not see him, whenever the monkey faced hardship, Jin Shanzi would descend once more, transforming into the familiar Tang song. The dialogue between the master and disciple moved billions of viewers around the globe to tears. Especially the phrase "I am always with you." It turns out that the monkey's master has been silently watching over him. He remains subtly present, demonstrating that great love is often unspoken. Xuanzang's affection for the great sage is perhaps just this way. Previously, the monkey escorted his master, and now that the master has grown stronger, it is the master's turn to protect the monkey. Boo-hoo, I'm crying. I long for a powerful master to rely on. Suddenly, I realize Jin Shanzi is quite handsome. Himph, unlike you. I noticed that long ago as Jin Shanzi finished speaking, layers of golden light enveloped him. With a flash, he returned to the spirit mountain. The great sage was deeply moved. Then turned to Qin Mou and said, Qin kid, I possess 72 transformations and am well versed in the myriad divine powers of heaven and earth. Would you care to learn? Upon hearing this, Qin Mou was filled with excitement. If he could learn even a handful of the great sage's divine powers, would he not be able to walk with confidence from then on? Great sage, I am eager to improve. Qin Mou had nothing to hide and nodded immediately. Consequently, numerous information boxes popped up. Bronze skin, iron bones, fiery eyes of insight, cloud of transformation, law of heaven and earth, external avatar, 3 heads and 6 arms, binding technique, invisibility technique. These skills were utterly dazzling. Qin Mou felt overwhelmed yet chose cautiously. He previously acquired the Great Wall Watch, but it did not summon a complete army of 300,000 Qin cavalry. Given his current strength, selecting overly powerful skills might backfire. Qin Mou understood that if he chose the law of heaven and earth, but his physical body did not meet the great sage's standards, he might not be able to attain such height. Ultimately, his finger paused over cloud of transformation. The ability to fly is the first dividing line between extraordinary beings and ordinary individuals, in his past life. He had read numerous web novels, where those seeking immortality or battling monsters only gained the ability to fly at high levels, indicating the rarity and significance of flight. Thus, he decided to acquire Cloud of Transformation. His personal panel refreshed accordingly. Name: Qin Mou. Occupation: Soul Card Master. Unique Hidden. Level: Extraordinary Level 2, 60. Soul Card: Eternal Emperor, Great Sage, Divine Ring. 5-clawed True Dragon. 1. Omniscience 2. Omnipotence. No filler, please follow. 3. Great Wall Watch. Summon 3,000 loyal Qin cavalry. The Nimbus Cloud. Summon a white cloud and soar 1,800 meters in the span of mere breaths. In less than half a minute, one could ascend to the world's highest peak. Qin Mou was exceedingly pleased with this ability. Subsequently, the Monkey King waved him farewell, and a beam of golden light returned to Qin Mou's soul card. Inscribed with the title Great Sage equal to heaven, the image of the Monkey King continued to radiate brilliance. At that moment, the the rewards from the heavenly Tao were also set into motion. According to the previously established rules, due to the island nation's violation, should the Great Xia achieve victory, it would receive double rewards, while failure would incur double penalties. Upon this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 32. The Heavenly Tao's Rewards. Great Xia's lifespan extended by 20 years. In the live broadcast room, billions of viewers around the globe were collectively stunned. Goodness, in all the years of the global examination, such an occurrence had never transpired before. It was indeed true that there were double rewards and double penalties. What would the forthcoming rewards and penalties entail? In the previous round, Great Xia had acquired vast tracts of land, expanding the nation's territory in all directions. Should this expansion continue, it might soon engulf the island nation entirely. Yet, the Heavenly Tao remained the most unfathomable entity, embodying the highest laws of the world. Ultimately, how matters would be resolved was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Curiosity surged among the masses. Since the advent of the global fog, numerous weaker nations and civilizations had vanished, and even Great Xia exhibited signs of divine absence. Subsequently, the Heavenly Tao created a secret realm and initiated the global examination. With each successive round continuing to the present, had Great Xia's prolonged period of underperformance finally come to an end? Meanwhile, Qin Mayu was transported back to the original Grand Plaza, where countless eyes were now fixed upon him. Initially, he had awakened the eternal Emperor Soul card, only to be ridiculed as an unrecorded wild deity. In those days, he had been the target of mockery from billions worldwide. Now, however, those who once belittled him could only regard him with newfound respect, their gazes tinged with a hint of trepidation. Including figures like Laurentius from the United States and Ito Yagura from the island nation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mayu paid no heed to the external scrutiny. At home, an elderly grandmother awaited him. Before the examination, she had advised him gently, "Little you, do your best, but do not place too much pressure on yourself. If possible, bring glory to our nation. Great Xia has suffered too much injustice, in her remaining years." She longed to witness Great Xia triumph at least once, if only for a fleeting moment. Qin Mayu resolved within himself, "Grandmother, we have already won twice, and we shall continue to win at last." The judgment of the Heavenly Tao descended. A notification appeared within Qin Mayu's line of sight. Ding. Candidate Qin Mayu, please select one of the double rewards to claim. Double Reward 1. Increase Great Xia's territorial area by 1,000,000 square kilometers. 2. Double Reward 2. Increase Great Xia's economic volume by 32. Double Reward 3. Extend the lifespan of Great Xia's citizens by 10 years. 2. After reviewing the options, Qin Mayu stroked his chin in contemplation. Meanwhile, global viewers were once again in an uproar. Oh my, the island nation's total area is merely 378,000 square kilometers. If Qin Mayu were to select the first double reward, Great Xia's territorial expansion would equate to 6 times that of the island nation. From this point forward, the island would be compelled to kneel in submission. How enviable! The rewards bestowed upon Great Xia by the Heavenly Tao were exceedingly generous. Yet, such accolades were earned through Qin Mayu's relentless efforts. Look, he is making his choice. Qin Mayu placed his finger upon the third option and pressed firmly. Ding, please confirm your selection. I confirm, he declared with resolute clarity. Double Reward 3 is about to take effect. The lifespan of Great Xia's citizens has been extended by 20 years. With the blessings conferred by the Heavenly Tao, the lifespan of every citizen of Great Xia was lengthened by 2 decades. All felt invigorated and brimming with vitality. Particularly, those afflicted by terminal illnesses not only found their maladies vanished, but also gained an unexpected 20 years of life. Such a scene stirred profound emotions among the people of Great Xia. In an instant, the internet was abuzz with praise for Qin Mayu. They felt he was an extraordinary benefactor to the entire nation. Originally, doctors had told me I had only 3 years left to live, and to escape the agony of illness, I had contemplated ending my own life. I never expected that now my health surpasses what it was before I fell ill, with an additional 20 years. I can explore the breathtaking landscapes of my homeland. I had been suffering from a rare disease, and it was Qin Mayu who provided me with a second chance at life. Should he wish, I would devote my remaining years to serving him. Even those of us who were healthy felt exhilarated by the sudden addition of 20 years to our lives. Qin Mayu is indeed a compassionate guardian of the people. Countless ordinary citizens rejoiced, their gratitude for Qin Mayu emanating from the depths of their hearts. However, a small faction continued to harbor resentment towards him, for the reason was simple. They had emigrated and even changed their nationalities, thus falling outside the purview of the heavenly Tao's blessings. Consequently, the extension of 20 years of life had no bearing on them. They sneered with disdain, "Pfft, just 20 years? As if that is something to write home about. Great Xia lacks a deity. Residing in such a nation offers no future or prospects." Some individuals quietly sent such messages, quickly drowned out by the overwhelming support of the populace. "How dare you mock Qin Mayu? You are not even worthy of a single hair from him. If you wish to leave, then depart swiftly." After selecting his reward, Qin Mayu silently gazed at the camera in the plaza. "Grandmother, you need not worry about your remaining years. I have granted you an extension of 20 more." Soon after, the heavenly Tao's execution of justice was far from complete. It was merely halfway through. The island nation is about to face double penalties. According to Great Xia's choice, the lifespan of the island's citizens will be reduced by 20 years. The judgment has been immediately passed. The punishment is now in effect. In that instant, the inhabitants of the island nation fell silent. Regardless of their previous bravado, they were now utterly subdued. When it came to lifespan, this was a tangible punishment affecting every individual. "Please, spare us. I was wrong. I should not have ridiculed Qin Mayu before the war began. No, I am already 60. Losing another 20 years could mean my demise. Oh, the horror. I offer my sincerest gratitude." Red Bean Mud's secret horse. Qin sang, "Could you possibly show mercy? Did not Great Xia proclaim to be forgiving?" Yet, Qin Mayu paid no heed to their pleas. The answer was clear from the voices of Great Xia's citizens. "Forgiving? Are you even human? Do you deserve such consideration? You have committed grievous wrongs while innocent citizens have pleaded for mercy. Have you laid down your arms? No. Since you have not, why should we show leniency? Let me tell you, Great Xia is not only forgiving. We also adhere to a principle: repay kindness with kindness, and an eye for an eye." Thus, the heavenly Tao descended with retribution, enveloping the entire island nation. When the light dissipated, the lifespans of all citizens were reduced by 20 years. Countless individuals found themselves facing the end of their lives. Even the young and vigorous were now left with but a few years to live. At this moment, all the islanders instinctively feared Great Xia, truly understanding what it meant to awaken a mighty eastern dragon. When it rages, its wrath will sweep across the entire world. In the examination office, the Great Xia examiner Lin glanced at the island examiner Tanaka Shinzo. Were it not for his responsibilities in the examination office, ensuring the smooth operation of the global examination, it was likely that Tanaka Shinzo would also have faced a reduction of 20 years from his lifespan. Lin sang, "I admit it. This time the island nation has lost." His hands trembled incessantly, unable to meet Lin's gaze. Great Xia's examiner Lin chuckled coldly, turning back to announce the questions for the third round of the examination. Chapter 33, Question 3. Ascend to the Sky City and draw elemental attributes. In the global examination, the Heavenly Tao Plaza, after 3 rounds of assessments, the majority of global candidates had been eliminated. Only a select few remained eligible for the third round. Among them, Qin Mayu had triumphed in 2 consecutive rounds and naturally advanced to the third stage. At this moment, Lin's resonant voice echoed from the examination office. "Candidates, welcome to the third round of the global examination. The Heavenly Tao has automatically filtered the participants. Please prepare yourselves." With a flash of white light, Qin Mayu and the remaining candidates were transported from the Grand Plaza to a magnificent crystal palace. This palace was lavishly beautiful, with walls shimmering with colors that reflected the flowing sea of clouds and the ever-changing light of the heavens. "Beautiful!" A statuesque blonde beauty could not help but exclaim in awe. Qin Mayu lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings, and suddenly discovered that the apex of the crystal palace was connected by a towering pillar that pierced the heavens. This stone column was adorned with various totems that appeared to be of extraterrestrial origin. Could it be that the founders of the National Combat Arena were beings from beyond the stars? Qin Mayu found himself lost in thought. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. His curiosity was piqued. Where would this stone pillar ultimately lead? Just as Qin Mayu was engulfed in contemplation, a series of information boxes materialized before him. All participants in the third round of assessments must ascend the pillar to reach the Sky City. The first participant to arrive at the Sky City will have the opportunity to draw an elemental attribute. Note: the pillar connects the Crystal Palace on the ground to the Sky City above. Should a participant fall during the ascent, they will be immediately disqualified. Upon reading this, Qin Mayu understood what awaited at the pinnacle of the pillar. It was the Sky City, the venue for the third round of assessments. How enchanting and beautiful it appeared. Qin Mayu marveled inwardly. In the live broadcast, many viewers were equally captivated. The Crystal Palace and the Sky City, such stunning architecture. These images could be captured as screenshots for phone wallpapers. When our nation's competitors emerge victorious, they will perfectly complement this magnificent backdrop, creating a flawless scene. Who do you think will triumph in this round? It goes without saying that the participants who worship the Greek pantheon will surely prevail. Who said that? Our Nordic pantheon is equally formidable. Victory will undoubtedly be ours, as the audience fervently debated. The competition within the Crystal Palace had already commenced. Among the numerous contestants, the participants from the land of the Indus stood out conspicuously. Though their astonishment, they employed the most primitive method, attempting to climb the pillar all the way to the Sky City. What difference was there between this and the actions of monkeys? I believe their approach is fundamentally flawed. However, to everyone's shock, it was not only the contestants from the Indus who were doing this. Some participants from the land of pickled vegetables were also following suit. After the mist descended, the Indus participants fared relatively well, as they possessed their own mythology, featuring deities such as Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. Conversely, nations like the land of pickled vegetables, lacking a unique mythological history, could only wholly embrace Western deities, including those from the Greek and Nordic pantheons. As for the United States, many of its citizens' ancestors hailed from Europe. Thus, they completely inherited the mythological fabric of Europe, their rituals infused with Western fantasy elements. Observing that both the Indus and the land of pickled vegetables contestants had chosen to climb the pillar, several anxious participants hastily rolled up their sleeves, scrambling to ascend the massive column. They utilized the crevices of the stone to gain footing, pushing upward with all their might, resembling caterpillars inching along a tree. Some remarked that perhaps this round of assessments was a test of perseverance, determining who could endure the longest. At that moment, the audience from the Great Xia noticed that Qin Mayu remained motionless. Prompting curiosity, why was he not moving? I don't know. It's hard to comprehend. Has he been daunted by the height of the pillar? That is a possibility. After all, falling would certainly be painful, more like a direct ticket to oblivion. Although it may not be true death, the psychological toll would be significant. It was said that Laurentius, who was defeated by Qin Mayu in the first round, was now hospitalized. As for Ito Yagura, he fell into a coma after returning to reality and has yet to awaken. Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, some contestants from the United States, Greece, and the Nordic nations began to retrieve ritual materials. Initiating their invocation ceremonies, they chanted in unison, "Great Sovereign of the skies, proud God of the winds, grant me the power to soar through the heavens. Supreme Deity, guardian of the cloud seas, bestow upon your devoted follower the gift of flight. Benevolent Lord, embodiment of the fierce raptor, grant me wings akin to those of the noble eagle." With a rush of wind, they acquired divine power and ascended into the air, gazing down at the ordinary contestants clinging to the pillar. Ha ha ha. You mere ants, we shall ascend first. Qin Mayu watched their flight, a slight smile gracing his lips. It seems that soaring does not contravene the examination rules. Previously, the information box in the secret realm stated, all participants in the third round of assessments must ascend the pillar to reach the Sky City. It appeared that ascending did not necessarily imply climbing. It could also denote flying. If that is the case, then Nimbus Cloud, come forth. Qin Mayu called out. The soul card of the great sage equal to heaven, radiated with golden light. Suddenly, a white cloud in the distance began to move of its own accord. Rushing toward Qin Mayu, the Nimbus Cloud soared to his feet. Quite comfortable, he mused. Qin Mayu extended a foot to test it, then, with a single motion, he settled himself upon it, with a thought, in mere moments. The Nimbus Cloud lifted him into the air. Be mindful, fly along the column, do not deviate from the course. The Nimbus Cloud possessed its own spirit, comprehending Qin Mayu's words, and guided him swiftly along the pillar towards the Sky City. At that moment, Both the contestants present and the viewers in the live stream were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? How was he gliding through the clouds? The camera could barely keep pace with his movements. Qin Mayu vanished in an instant. We can hardly match his pace. It's terrifying to him. Perhaps we are the true ants. Only moments ago, we thought he was standing still. It turns out he intended for the other contestants to fly a few hundred meters ahead. Knowing they could never catch up to him, this fellow is truly cunning. Were I one of the other contestants witnessing this scene, my resolve would be shattered. Oh, the camera finally captured Qin Mayu. Everyone, look in the footage. Qin Mayu rode the Nimbus cloud, experiencing a remarkably comfortable journey, entirely untroubled by the prospect of falling. He breathed in the fresh air, watching as the ground below gradually shrank. The contestants clinging to the pillar resembled caterpillars wriggling on a tree. In contrast, those flying with divine power were merely sparrows. Yet Qin Mayu, borne aloft by the Nimbus cloud, was akin to a true swan. 1,800 meters, 3,600 meters, 5,400 meters. Qin Mayu lost track of the number of breaths passed and could not ascertain how long he had been flying. Ultimately, a city shrouded in clouds and mist emerged. Indeed, connected to the pillar, it appeared as though it were a treasure lost in the sky by the Creator, enveloped in a soft and resplendent glow. The city walls, made of white clouds, sparkled and shimmered, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors as they danced in the breeze. Upon reaching the Sky City, Qin Mayu tucked away the Nimbus cloud. Thank you. This was far easier than I anticipated. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Ding. Qin Mayu is the first to arrive at the Sky City. Please draw an elemental attribute. Chapter 34. SS Level Thunder Element Attribute. For the glory of the Northern Deity. After Qin Mayu arrived at the Sky City, the vast majority of contestants who had miscalculated their approach were eliminated. Only a handful of contestants trickled in over the following minutes. Subsequently, the examination results were announced. First place, Qin Mayu, Great Xia, time taken, 10 seconds. Second place, Osman, Nordic, time taken, 2 minutes. Third place, Elizabeth, Empire of the Rising Sun, time taken, 3 minutes. The release of the results astounded everyone. 10 seconds. Was this even a feasible accomplishment for a human? How could it appear that Qin Mayu operated on an entirely different plane from the other contestants? Their times were measured in minutes, while Qin Mayu's was precise to the second. Have you noticed that thus far, Qin Mayu has consistently held the top position? Ward, I hadn't realized this until you mentioned it. Upon reflection, it does seem true. A saying from Great Xia comes to mind. Impressive. The foreigners were utterly in awe of Qin Mayu's remarkable performance. Immediately, Osman fixed his gaze upon Qin Mayu and declared, though you arrived before us, once I summon our Nordic deity, you will surely face a dismal defeat. Qin Mayu merely replied. Oh, he dismissed him entirely. Osman was taken aback, feeling overlooked, and continued. You triumphed over the United States and the island nation, as their mythological foundations are not sufficiently deep. But against our Nordic gods, you stand no chance. Qin Mayu retorted, well said. Next time, refrain from speaking to at that moment. Osman realized he had no means to draw an attribute. For Qin Mayu was the first to arrive. As long as he refrained from drawing, the others would be unable to do so as well. Elizabeth tossed her hair and approached Qin Mayu. Her voice sultry as she said, if you grant me the privilege of being the first to draw an attribute, I shall accompany you on a date after we leave this place. We could enjoy a meal, watch a movie, or visit a hotel. Whatever you desire. Upon witnessing this, several lecherous viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy, exclaiming that it was difficult for a hero to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. How audacious for a woman from the Empire of the Rising Sun to employ such tactics. How infuriating. What a cunning strategy. Qin Mayu is still just a child. Have the audacity to let him go? Come at me instead. What is this nonsense about the sun never setting? I shall bring it down. Just as the crowd's curiosity peaked, Qin Mayu completely disregarded Elizabeth, striding forward to extract his entry. At that moment, many male spectators erupted in applause. Impressive. This is the essence of a Sigma male. A Sigma male does not fall into the traps set by women. Indeed, had I been in his place, I would have surely succumbed by now. Well done, Qin Mayu. Seeing that Qin Mayu paid her no heed, Elizabeth merely scoffed, retracting her earlier provocative demeanor. At this juncture, Qin Mayu approached a piece of heavenly Dao stone, reminiscent of scenes during professional awakenings. Extraction. A purplish-blue entry materialized. SSS level Thunder Element Entry. Effect. Acquire ritual materials of the Thunder attribute. Summon the deity of the Thunder domain. Thunder is an immensely potent natural element, and Qin Mayu was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. However, numerous foreign individuals online continued to mock him. Ha ha ha, Qin Mayu is doomed. It is common knowledge that there are no deities of the Thunder domain in Daxia. In other words, when the time comes to use this entry, he will only end up with a heap of utterly useless materials. Indeed, Daxia lacks such deities, and even if he acquires the corresponding materials, summoning them would be impossible. Qin Mayu was born in the wrong country. Even if he tops the leaderboard, he will still be defeated by candidates from other nations. Yet, within, Qin Mayu remained unfazed. The absence of Thunder domain deities in Daxia was merely a misconception held by these individuals. The truth was quite the opposite. Daxia not only had them but an abundance of them, not to mention the frequently mentioned Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother, who participated in the investiture of the gods. Alongside Thunder Jinzi, these are all deities of this caliber, and for Qin Mayu to conduct the summoning ritual was a piece of cake. At that moment, Osman from the Nordic nation let out a boisterous laugh. The crowd then realized that he too had drawn a Thunder element entry. However, his entry was merely a blank slate, of very ordinary rank. Unlike Qin Mayu's SSS level, that's sufficient. As long as I have the authority to summon the Thunder God, I can seize victory in this competition. Qin Mayu, do you dare accept my challenge? He gazed at Qin Mayu with an air of arrogance, sensing the provocation in his gaze. Qin Mayu was undeterred. Merely nodding slightly, he thought to himself, just don't regret it. I fear you won't even know how you met your demise. After all, we are thousands of meters above ground in the Sky City. A fall could spell your end. As the two candidates signed the contract, another divine battle was on the verge of erupting. At this moment, the hearts of the Daxia people were filled with trepidation. Long Shuai, a high-ranking official of Daxia, even personally inquired of a theologian and historian, "Are there any powerful thunder deities in Daxia?" Professor Li pondered for a moment before shaking his head at Long Shuai. "There are none." Qin Mayu has agreed to this battle too hastily. Upon hearing this, Long Shuai inhaled sharply, sighing, "All is fate." We can only watch how Qin Mayu attempts to minimize losses. Historian Professor Li felt equally helpless. Next, Qin Mayu and Osman were set to claim their ritual materials based on their entries. Unbeknownst to them, the outside world was already in an uproar. Mayu, do not let your previous victories cloud your judgment. Look at that girl from the sun-never-setting empire. She drew a fire element entry. Think about whether we have a fire god in Daxia. Perhaps you should switch your opponent to her? Indeed, changing opponents might just lead to victory. Qin Mayu, think carefully. Everyone was urging Qin Mayu. However, in the examination hall, Qin Mayu was completely unaware of this. Of course, even if he did know, he would not heed their advice. It was simply outsiders attempting to instruct an expert. If he were to follow their suggestions, Daxia would truly fall into an irretrievable abyss. Thus, Osman, utilizing the Thunder element entry, claimed a Thunder Spirit Pearl. Subsequently, he spent coins to purchase a Great Iron Hammer from the Secret Realm shop. When it was Qin Mayu's turn, his SSS level Thunder element entry exchanged for numerous Thunder Spirit Pearls and Thunder Magic Crystals. He too spent coins at the Secret Realm shop, acquiring a ceremonial whisk imbued with Eastern Taoist characteristics. With all preparations complete, both sides commenced the summoning ceremony. Osman from the Nordic nation began to chant, "Great Thunder God, for the glory of the northern gods, please raise your thunder hammer." Before him lay a massive magical array, with a great iron hammer and a Thunder Spirit Pearl placed at its center. At this moment, many Westerners erupted in excitement. Good heavens, Osman intends to summon the thunder god Thor. He is indeed the son of the god King Odin, possessing sufficient stature and formidable strength. Should the thunder god Thor descend? No matter what deity Daxia summons, they would be obliterated by thunder. Ha ha ha, this is a battle devoid of suspense. The examiner may as well announce the result in advance. In the third round, Daxia will fall to the north. Just the thought of seeing the thunder god Thor is exhilarating. Chapter 35. Thor the thunder god in the blink of an eye, the thunder hammer suddenly hovered in the air, as if responding to an unseen call from Thor. The thunder elemental energy contained within the thunder spirit pearl was gradually absorbed by the ritual array, in stark contrast to the excitement of the Westerners. The hearts of the Daxia people were filled with confusion and worry. Daxia clearly has no thunder god. Why did Qin Mayu accept this battle? I cannot comprehend, yet I am immensely disappointed. If we lose this round, all previous advantages will vanish. Will we have to relinquish the territories and lifespans we have painstakingly gained? No, it is simply unbearable. In the Sky City, Osmond completed his incantation and now merely awaited the arrival of Thor. Humph, my ritual is complete. Osmond cast a disdainful glance at Qin Mayu. At this moment, Qin Mayu began to inscribe a classic Taoist talisman on the ground. Upon completing the final stroke, he let out a long breath. He paid no mind to Osmond's provocations. After all, this round was different from the first. It is not a race to see who finishes the summoning ritual first. He had plenty of time to proceed at his own pace. Furthermore, the deity he sought to summon possessed an exceptionally high status. It was imperative to proceed with utmost caution. Even if it meant taking a bit longer with the summoning ritual, Qin Mayu deemed it worthwhile. Several talismans were inscribed on the ground, with a whisk placed beneath. Surrounded by a multitude of thunder spirit pearls, the energy contained within could be utilized to worship the deities who govern thunder. Osmond possessed but a single thunder spirit pearl, while Qin Mayu had a bountiful collection. In comparison, Osmond appeared somewhat meager, while Qin Mayu radiated abundance. However, Osmond felt no envy, believing that Daxia lacked deities in this realm, and thus, Qin Mayu's summoning ritual was destined to fail. Perhaps there was no need for Thor to intervene, and he could easily secure victory in this round. Observing Qin Mayu's whisk, numerous comments flooded the live stream. Have you noticed? Just like in the previous 2 rounds, Qin Mayu's ritual materials are steeped in Eastern mystique. Yes, take that whisk, composed of numerous white strands. At first glance, one might wonder what it truly is. I suspect he is putting on an act. Indeed, he is deliberately prolonging the summoning ritual to buy time. But Osmond from the Nordic nation is no fool. If Qin Mayu fails to summon a deity, he will undoubtedly command Thor to eliminate Qin Mayu directly. Being obliterated by a deity would be a grim fate. It would be better to surrender outright. At this moment, not a single soul held any hope for Qin Mayu. Meanwhile, Qin Mayu chanted, Supreme Deity of the Thunder Department, the embodiment of the South Pole Sovereign, Emperor Changsheng, the 9 heavens responding thunder sound universal deity, Qin Shirmuyu of the Huaxiao lineage, humbly awaits your esteemed presence. Please manifest and descend, utilizing the divine thunder of the purple cloud to cleanse the world of all malevolent spirits. As the last syllable fell, beams of golden light erupted from the talismans etched on the ground. The whisk began to levitate of its own accord, gradually ascending into the air, as though grasped by an immortal. Meanwhile, the numerous thunder spirit pearls immediately had their energy fully drained. Success, now awaiting the descent. Qin Mayu smiled faintly. This scene was transmitted back to the examination office. The chief examiners from various nations could no longer sit still. What? His ritual array is glowing. Does this mean Daxia truly possesses a deity governing thunder? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. More perplexing was how the energy from his thunder spirit pearls was instantly depleted, while Osmond summoned Thor. He was gradually absorbing the energy from the thunder spirit pearls. Yet, the speed on Qin Mayu's side was astonishingly swift. Could it be that he has truly awakened some hidden powerful deity? If so, Daxia would gain a new deity governing thunder. Has Qin Mayu once again created a miracle? The scene returned to the Sky City. At this moment, the Nordic student Osmond was filled with excitement, because he was fervently anticipating the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, shaking the entire Sky City to its core. The lightning, in its swift passage through the air, emitted a resonant hum, akin to a thrumming thunder dragon, which swiftly coalesced into a towering, robust figure. Exuding immense strength, he bore a mane of golden hair, his muscles reminiscent of solid rock, each inch radiating the luster of divine power. While arcs of blue electricity danced across his form, upon his shoulders rested a colossal hammer, symbolizing his unrivaled royal demeanor. Who dares summon my name? Thor's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, his expression a mixture of pride and indifference. Osmond bowed deeply, hands clasped in reverence, and spoke with trepidation. Great Thor, the devout follower of the Nordic realm calls upon your esteemed name. Please wield your thunderous might to deliver a profound and unforgettable defeat to the arrogant and ignorant people of the Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Thor merely smiled faintly. Great Xia? A land devoid of faith, inhabited by a presumptuous populace. As the son of Odin, the All-Father of the Aesir, I consider myself far superior to the other deities. Hence, I hold the gods of such a nation in utter contempt, for they lack even a complete pantheon. Osmond, in the future, if you face a nation of such insignificance as Great Xia, do not call upon me. That would be an affront to my dignity. Understood, Osmond replied, trembling. He had never anticipated that Thor would disdain to engage with the deities of Great Xia. However, on second thought, this was undoubtedly a secure bet. After all, the might of Thor was beyond question, and with his confidence, victory seemed assured. How could there possibly be a reversal of fortune? It was inconceivable. The populace of the Nordic realm erupted in ecstatic cheers. Lord Thor is magnificent. His aura is utterly captivating. This battle holds no uncertainty. Did you see that massive hammer? One strike, and a child will perish. I wonder how the gods of Great Xia will meet their demise. In the face of the Nordic derision, the people of Great Xia were not to be underestimated. Our gods embody our faith. You have no right to meddle in our affairs, they retorted. Such arrogance will not bode well for you. There is an old saying in Great Xia, man acts and heaven observes. Let us see how long you can remain so haughty. The two sides then erupted into a heated exchange of insults. Filled with colorful language, but for the sake of decorum, I shall refrain from elaborating. As Thor boasted, a venerable yet commanding voice emerged from the side of Qin Mayu. I am here. How dare you? Insignificant Western deity, bark so insolently? At that moment, the crowd instinctively looked up. Had the deity of Great Xia appeared? Where were they? I cannot see anyone. Could it be that old gentleman holding the whisk? Oh dear, surely not. Chapter 36. The arrival of the Thunder Ancestor, the heavenly sovereign of thunder, reverberating through the 9 heavens. The crowd was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the deity of Great Xia to make an appearance at this moment. Truly, one could hear his voice before seeing his form. Yet, he seemed rather different from the impression I had of deities. Who knew that the gods of Great Xia would be so peculiar? Shortly thereafter, an elderly figure with white hair and a whisk appeared, a transformation. Qin Mayu was taken aback, for this was not the true visage of the Thunder Ancestor. The heavenly sovereign of thunder, reverberating through the 9 heavens, known as the Thunder Ancestor, had a true form resembling a handsome man with 3 eyes, certainly not that of a frail old man. Qin Mayu could not fathom why the Thunder Ancestor chose not to reveal his true self. However, knowing that the Thunder Ancestor had agreed to descend and battle, he was confident that victory was inevitable. He believed that the so-called Thor of the Nordic realm, if placed within the celestial court of Great Xia, would not even reach the level of the Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother, let alone be compared to the Thunder Ancestor. Just how formidable was the Thunder Ancestor? To put it simply, when it comes to deities wielding lightning, aside from the legendary Lei Junzi, the most commonly known are the Thunder Lord and Thunder Mother. Yet, they have many colleagues within the Thunder Department, such as Feng Bo, Yu Shi, and Yun Shi. However, all these formidable beings fall under the jurisdiction of the left attendant, Qing Lei Jiangjun, and the right attendant, Shi Lei Jiangjun, and these 2 generals are, in turn, overseen by the Thunder General, Jinwei Dongma Pai Lai Jinjuan. Did you think that was the end? Far from it. This Pai Lai Jinjuan is merely the eldest disciple of the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Department comprises the 5 Thunder Kings, the 5 Thunder Emperors, the 5 Marshals, the 24 Heavenly Lords, the 36 Thunder Generals, and is divided into 3 provinces, 4 courts, 6 academies, and 9 offices, as well as 36 inner courts, each managing specific authorities. This vast organization is all subordinate to the supreme deity of the Thunder Department, the Thunder Ancestor. Additionally, the Thunder Ancestor is also an incarnation of one of the 4 sovereigns, the Nanji Chongqing Emperor. This title alone speaks volumes, requiring no further explanation. Therefore, the supremely exalted Thunder Ancestor would easily vanquish a mere Thor, at most. Comparable to the Thunder Lord or Thunder Mother. Do you think there would be any suspense? Qin Mayu certainly did not think so, and surmised this was why the Thunder Ancestor chose not to reveal his true form. Otherwise, the mere presence of his third eye and the dragon-whipping divine whip would be sufficient to terrify Thor into submission. With this thought in mind, Qin Mayu felt reassured. If the Thunder Ancestor deemed it acceptable to appear as an old man in battle, then so be it. Yet, some oblivious onlookers began to criticize vehemently. What is this? How could Great Xia summon an old man? Will he not be utterly defeated by Thor? Exactly, if you cannot play the game. Do not enter the arena. Inviting an old man is no feat. It is an insult to our thunder god. Surely, they did not bring in this old gentleman just to provoke him. Goodness, the people of Great Xia are so despicable. Why did I not think of this tactic? Meanwhile, the citizens of Great Xia were engulfed in pessimism regarding the battle's outcome. No wonder this deity has not been recorded. It turns out he is too weak, unworthy of official documentation, becoming a wild god instead. Alas, since he is merely a wild god, why did Qin Mayu summon him? This is nothing but a hindrance. After all this trouble, they managed to call forth a wild god. It would have been better not to summon anyone. I had said all along that Great Xia clearly lacks a deity in charge of thunder and lightning. This battle will be dull. They are bound to be trounced. Yet, only Qin Mayu knew that the Thunder Ancestor's appearance, though seemingly frail and ethereal, was a manifestation of returning to the essence of existence. Such a deity would not be as aggressive as Thor, but had long since transcended worldly concerns. Then, in the next moment, the Thunder Ancestor coughed lightly. Ahem, Western deity, I am here. Qin Mayu exclaimed, What do you mean by coughing? Are you pretending to be weak, only to lead to someone's downfall? Suddenly, he recalled how the Monkey King liked to disguise himself as an elderly Taoist to deceive others. Was the culmination of the Great Tao merely a means of survival? Thor, upon hearing these words, erupted in a furious thunder. Humph, you are the deity of Great Xia? How pathetic. You are unworthy to be my opponent. Thor remained as arrogant as ever, proclaiming his intent to crush the deity of Great Xia. Ahem, indeed I am. The space here is inadequate for my full strength. Please follow me. With that, the Thunder Ancestor turned and vanished from sight. The audience was in uproar, all exclaiming that they could not see clearly. However, as a deity, Thor had no trouble following. Soon, they ascended into the heavens, the scene refocusing. Thor gripped his hammer tightly, standing upon the clouds, gazing down with lofty disdain at the Thunder Ancestor. Such theatrics, when it all comes down to a single blow. In contrast, the Thunder Ancestor remained unhurried, leisurely stating, I would like to witness your mastery over thunder and lightning. Upon hearing this, Thor hurled his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, with all his might. Both deities unleashed their divine power, shouting in unison, Thunderbolt shatter! The legendary weight of Thor's hammer was said to be immeasurable. To claim it was light would be like lifting a mountain, while to assert it was heavy would be to treat it as a mere toy in Thor's grasp, wielded effortlessly. The crowd envisioned a scene drenched in blood, predicting that this strike would obliterate the old man. Alas, this was the fate of those who dared to provoke the god of thunder. Thor was not one to be trifled with. It was hard to believe that the battle had yet to commence and already seemed poised for a swift conclusion. The deity of Great Xia was simply too weak, yet, in the next moment, the Thunder Ancestor lightly waved his whisk, effortlessly deflecting Thor's hammer. What shatter? The power of thunder is not wielded in such a manner. Ahem, this is quite dull, truly dull. Thor was astonished. His weapon had been so easily repelled. Instinctively, he retracted his hammer. That moment, a strand of white silk from the whisk extended forward, ultimately binding Thor's hammer. With a mere flick of his wrist, the Thunder Ancestor drew the hammer back. An even more astonishing scene unfolded. The Thunder Ancestor toyed with the so-called hammer of the god of thunder as if it were a mere plaything. TSK. The material of this spiritual treasure is rather unimpressive. If you were to join my ranks, I could casually bestow upon you a few fine items. What do you think? Thor stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. The dignified deity, at this moment, was as astonished as any mortal. The events that had just transpired were rife with absurdities. The venerable elder from the Great Xia had effortlessly sent Mjolnir flying. Moreover, he refused to return it to Thor, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. Was it not said that only Thor could wield the hammer of the thunder god? Why could this old man do so? And with such ease? He could even toy with it in his hands, as if it were a mere child's plaything. What did he mean by taking Thor as his apprentice? Could it be that the great Xia possessed numerous divine artifacts akin to Mjolnir? Surely, this was mere boasting. This old Taoist must be employing some form of sleight of hand. Chapter 37. Following the electric line, shocking the keyboard warrior, the city in the sky, with clouds drifting lazily. The Thunder Ancestor wielded his feather duster, continuously tossing Mjolnir skyward only to catch it with perfect precision. The entire process was as fluid as flowing water, devoid of any error point. One might think this was an elderly man tidying up his grandchild's toys. No one would surmise that Thor was the actual master of this hammer. Observing this, Thor's fury erupted, transforming the white clouds in the sky into a massive dark thunderhead, exuding an ominous presence. Crackle, crackle! This dark cloud began to unleash electricity, morphing into a storm cloud. Return it to me. Give me back my weapon. Thor furrowed his brow, the veins on his forehead bulging ominously. His voice boomed, as if he were on the verge of pouncing to tear his adversary apart. Yet, the Thunder Ancestor remained unperturbed. Just playing around. Let us see what you can do. Witnessing this, Qin Mayu could only shrug in resignation. Perhaps, the deities of Huaxia were indeed invincible, and invincibility could also be a form of loneliness. If the Thunder Ancestor enjoyed playing, let him have his fun with Thor. At that moment, Qin Mayu seemed to grasp the reason behind the Thunder Ancestor's use of an avatar, rather than revealing his true form. Should the gods of the heavenly court witness such a powerful deity teasing a junior, it would surely be a source of embarrassment. I will say this one last time. Return my hammer. Thor took a sideways stance, extending his hand. He resembled an internet meme of a baboon reaching out for food. However, the Thunder Ancestor would not comply. Observing this, some international spectators burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, just give it back to him. Look how desperate he has become. If you don't return it soon, he might start crying, and then you'll be the one comforting him. Exactly, it turns out deities can bleed and cry too. Thanks to the great Xia, we are witnessing the comical plight of the northern god Thor. This battle is proving to be far more entertaining than I anticipated. I thought the old man from Great Xia would be swiftly dispatched by Thor. Now, the roles have reversed, with the elder treating Thor like a child. Look, Thor is getting anxious. As the onlookers gazed on, Thor suddenly surged forward, his fists crackling with electricity, delivering a powerful blow towards the Thunder Ancestor. One would expect that the ancient figure would surely be shattered by Thor's punch. To their surprise, the Thunder Ancestor merely extended a single finger, effortlessly intercepting Thor's strike. No strength at all, didn't I tell you? Go on, try again with that. The Thunder Ancestor gently flicked his finger, sending Thor flying once more. Whoosh! He was propelled backward like a stone cast upon the water's surface, soaring hundreds of meters away in an instant. Infuriated, it was only at the edge of the city in the sky that Thor managed to regain his balance, preventing himself from being flung entirely out. Subsequently, a surge of electricity erupted from him as he soared back. The arcs crackled and popped, granting him a significant boost in speed. Soon enough, Thor flashed behind the Thunder Ancestor. A surprise attack, however. The Thunder Ancestor was no frail old man without reflexes. He merely sidestepped, evading Thor's assault. Were it not for the fact that they were in the sky, Thor would surely have tumbled head over heels. This scene was utterly humiliating for the followers of the northern gods. They stood atop their moral high ground, condemning the Thunder Ancestor. Can't you play properly? Is your only skill to wield another's weapon? Hmph, if you have the guts, return the hammer to Thor. Oh, I see. You must be afraid of losing, which is why you want to return it. Indeed, this despicable old man is just like the people of Great Xia. However, these clamorous voices gradually reached the Thunder Ancestor's ears. As the embodiment of the Emperor, although he resided in a secret realm, he could sense everything. The noise. The Thunder Ancestor casually summoned several divine bolts of lightning, sending them along the electric line. Those keyboard warriors, who could only type furiously online, found their phones and computers exploding, while they screamed in shock. Truly a lesson delivered along the electric line. This brought immense satisfaction to the people of Great Xia. Wow, the old ancestor is incredible. Those foreigners were left stunned by the electric shock. Ha ha ha, I wish I could learn that technique. I apologize for our previous ignorance. The old immortal is indeed formidable. I failed to recognize his greatness. I offer my sincere apologies for my earlier remarks. The old immortal is too powerful, effortlessly overpowering Thor. Let us cheer for the old ancestor. After several exchanges, Thor realized that not only had he lost his weapon, but he also could not even touch the Thunder Ancestor, let alone inflict any effective damage. In essence, he had gained nothing at this moment. Not only was he furious, but he was also blushing with embarrassment. As Thor's emotions escalated, the storm clouds above thickened further. I shall unleash the mightiest divine punishment upon you, old man. Thor spat vehemently, pointing at the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Ancestor raised an eyebrow. Oh? You may certainly try. No sooner had he spoken than a divine bolt struck the Thunder Ancestor. At that moment, a protective golden light enveloped him. With a resounding hum, the divine bolt rebounded back. What? Thor was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. Otherwise, he would have perished by his own thunder. If that were to happen, he would undoubtedly be nailed to the pillar of shame among the gods, becoming the most pitiful and disgraceful of the fallen deities. Whoosh! The thunder god Thor panted heavily, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Meanwhile, the Thunder Ancestor waved his feather duster once more, effortlessly dissipating the storm clouds in the sky. In an instant, the city in the sky transformed from cloudy to clear. With a mere gesture, he altered the weather at will. The Thunder Ancestor could summon lightning. And of course, he could also dispel it. He possessed the powers of all thunder deities, including the various gods of thunder and rain. Quite reasonable. The Norse people once again witnessed a divine miracle. In that moment, many found their faith wavering that Thor's skills had been neutralized. Could it be that our thunder god is truly on the brink of defeat? No, I cannot accept such a conclusion. Go be defeated by a bearded old man is not a reflection of Thor's true strength. Everyone, hold on. There must be a turning point in this battle. Look, he has returned the hammer to Lord Thor. Oh my goodness, he really has. In the sky, the Thunder Ancestor, having had his fill of amusement, casually tossed the hammer back to Thor as if discarding trash. Though the hammer was not particularly powerful, its shifting weight made it somewhat entertaining. I'm bored with this old Taoist plaything. Here, it's yours again. Upon seeing this, Thor was overjoyed and quickly caught Mjolnir with both hands. This was the first time he had been separated from his weapon for such an extended period. It is worth noting that this hammer, the Mjolnir, was a symbol of his identity, a significant representation of who he was. If he were to lose Mjolnir, or if it were taken from him, how could Thor still be Thor? What would become of him in the future? He would be utterly disgraced. Thus, Thor's elation at regaining his weapon was palpable. Yet, a wave of bitterness surged within him. What was this inexplicable feeling of being robbed? It felt as though someone had tired of playing and merely tossed it back to him. No, it was not merely a feeling. It was precisely that. With this thought, even a deity could feel sorrow and rage. As Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, his eyes reddened as he glared at the Thunder Ancestor. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Old man, now that I have my divine artifact in hand, I wish you nothing but a miserable end. I shall scorch you to cinders with my lightning, reduce you to ash, and scatter your remains into the ocean to feed the fish." Chapter 38. Competing in lightning techniques? You truly are a fool in a Master-S domain yet. In the face of Thor's menacing threats, the Thunder Ancestor remained unfazed, his demeanor as calm as a summer's day. Thor remarked, "Old man, are you incapable of feeling anger? Has your mind grown dull?" The Thunder Ancestor chuckled. "Have you ever seen an adult genuinely engage with a child?" Chin Mayu smiled as well. The Thunder Ancestor was effortlessly toying with Thor. Osman, standing by Thor's side, glared at Chin Mayu with indignation. "Now that the Thunder God has reclaimed Mjolnir, you have no chance of winning." He naively believed that Thor's earlier defeat was merely a result of carelessness, rather than an absolute disparity in strength. At that moment, a group of spectators from Great Xia also believed that returning the hammer to Thor was an unwise decision. It would be better not to return it. Let us infuriate this northern deity. Indeed, they had no respect for the elderly or the young, threatening to reduce others to ashes at the drop of a hat. The ancient immortal has indeed grown complacent. Had he not returned that formidable hammer, Thor should have found himself at a complete loss. It seems that the deities of the Great Xia possess a certain reckless quality. If this continues, One must be cautious not to falter in this audacity. Indeed, after 3 consecutive matches, my heart has been in a state of turmoil. At that moment, Thor conceived an idea. Old man, how about a contest of lightning techniques? Upon hearing this, the Thunder Ancestor chuckled and readily agreed, very well. I have been itching for a challenge. Listening to the exchange between Thor and the Thunder Ancestor, Chinamo could hardly contain himself. Even he, a typically taciturn individual, felt on the verge of laughter. Has Thor lost his senses? Challenging the Thunder Ancestor to a contest of lightning techniques? Is this not akin to showing off one's skills before an expert? It is simply akin to flaunting a weapon before Guan Yu. Does he not comprehend the significance of the Lord of 10,000 Thunder? To compete in lightning techniques with the Thunder Ancestor. It is astonishing that he could utter such words. Nevertheless, Chinamo ultimately restrained himself, fearing that should Thor suddenly waver, it would jeopardize the Thunder Ancestor's plans. The immortal's long journey had been exceedingly dull, and he had finally found a Na'vi youth to engage with. Let the Thunder Ancestor stretch his limbs a bit. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Thor suddenly took action. He raised the hammer of the Thunder God high, tearing through the heavens to summon a bolt of lightning. This furious bolt began to transform, coalescing into a majestic lion with claws and fangs bared, its blue mane shimmering with brilliant light. Thunder Lion, assault! Thor pointed his hammer at the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Lion seemed to have received its command, charging fiercely towards the Thunder Ancestor. It moved with the speed of lightning, crushing clouds beneath each step. Roar! The Thunder Lion let out a deep, menacing roar, opening its gaping maw to bite down on the Thunder Ancestor. Some spectators widened their eyes in curiosity, while many others shut their eyes in fear, bracing for a scene of bloodshed and carnage. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Thunder Ancestor stood unfazed, as if nothing were amiss, a mere beast, having only mastered the transformation of lightning. Dares to be so audacious? The Thunder Ancestor, resembling a kind old man, wore a gentle smile. In the next instant, the smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. Dissipate. With a flick of his sleeve, the gust from his robe scattered the Thunder Lion, which disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only a feeble current of electricity that flickered aimlessly in the sky. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity. The Thunder Lion did not even brush against the Thunder Ancestor's robes before vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Thor could hardly believe his eyes. Why, Thunder Lion, assault, was effortlessly neutralized, merely with a wave of his sleeve. What kind of sorcery is this? Thor bent over in disbelief, his eyes bulging as if he were a character from a meme. He had to admit that this move had cost him considerable energy. Any deity would have to tread cautiously, yet this deity of the Great Siam managed to handle it with such ease. Everything unfolded too rapidly, completely shattering Thor's worldview. Old man, what have you done? Where has my skill gone? Thor prattled on, demanding an explanation from the Thunder Ancestor. However, the Thunder Ancestor paid him no mind. He had already made it abundantly clear that Thor's move was merely a transformation of lightning, lacking any fundamental change in attribute. In the eyes of the Thunder Ancestor, such lightning techniques could only be deemed rudimentary. To challenge an elder with such meager prowess. Alas, if this is truly the case. I must admit my disappointment. The Thunder Ancestor feigned a sigh, aiming to provoke Thor further. Seeing this, Thor could not withstand the bait and immediately raised the hammer of the Thunder God, eager to launch another attack on the Thunder Ancestor. At this moment, even the audience from the Great Xia recognized the strategy at play. Ha ha ha, the old immortal is deliberately provoking him. Indeed, this is the legendary tactic of baiting. No, it is clearly the Kunjiang method. Heh heh, did anyone catch the old immortal's swift movements just now? No, all I know is that the Thunder Lion was utterly defeated. The old immortal waved his sleeve, and that arrogant lion vanished. Hiss, our Great Xia's deities are rather unfathomable. Chinamo is remarkable. Where on earth did he discover such a deity? Curiosity swelled among the crowd, for Chinamo had repeatedly created miracles. At this moment, Chinamo silently admired the Thunder Ancestor's grandeur. He knew that from the moment Thor proposed a contest of lightning techniques, it was tantamount to sealing his own fate. The two concepts are entirely interchangeable. To contest lightning techniques with the Thunder Ancestor, who would survive? Had it been any other challenge, There might have been a sliver of hope, albeit just a sliver. In the sky, Thor was drenched in sweat. This time, he commanded even more lightning, summoning a greater number of thunder beasts. Thunder Eagle, Thunder Dragon, Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Ancestor's words failed to rouse him. Thor stubbornly believed that the reason the Thunder Lion was so easily vanquished was due to its insufficient power. Thus, he gathered even more lightning, hoping to triumph through sheer force and numbers. Osman remarked to Chinamou, "This time, your deity cannot withstand it. So many thunder beasts are enough to annihilate the world." Chinamou shook his head. "No matter how many, it is futile. The quality of lightning on both sides is not even comparable." Osman, undeterred, held his head high in confidence. Chinamou merely wished to laugh, thinking, "Two foolish pigs." As expected, one thunder beast after another charged toward the Thunder Ancestor. Their roars echoed, creating an overwhelming spectacle, truly terrifying. Any deity would prepare for battle against Thor's skills. Unfortunately, the Thunder Ancestor had no need to, as wielding lightning was merely his forte. He pinched a seal with his fingers and pointed skyward. Thunder rumbled. Above the clouds, a violet lightning bolt flickered ominously. As these thunder beasts approached to attack, the Thunder Ancestor flipped his hand, summoning a divine thunderbolt that obliterated Thor's thunder beasts into mere fragments. Boom, boom, boom. Sharp explosions rang out. The Thunder Eagle had its wings severed, the Thunder Dragon was reduced to dust, and the Thunder Tiger burst apart. None of the thunder beasts Thor had summoned managed to reach the Thunder Ancestor. All were annihilated mid-flight by the divine thunder. Chapter 39. The Revelation. I command over 10,000 types of lightning techniques in an instant. Thor faced yet another crushing defeat in his contest against the Thunder Ancestor. He stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Impossible. My thunder beasts vanished in the blink of an eye. Old Taoist, what illusion did you use to conceal them? The Thunder Ancestor shook his head and sighed. They are not hidden away. Rather, my divine thunder is simply too potent. None of your thunder beasts could withstand it. Young deity, you still have much to learn. Chinamou stood in the Sky City, feeling that the Thunder Ancestor was absolutely magnificent. Truly, he is a deity of our Huaxia. Compared to the historically venerable Huaxia, Thor is indeed quite young. Take the Jade Emperor as an example. When the Monkey King caused chaos in heaven, the Buddha once mentioned that the Jade Emperor endured 1,750 tribulations. Each tribulation lasts 12,960 years. Multiplying these yields an astronomical figure. As for the Thunder Ancestor, being the incarnation of the Antarctic Longevity Emperor, he too must be extraordinary. The term longevity, combined with emperor, speaks volumes. Thus, when he referred to Thor as a young deity, he was entirely justified. It is akin to a world champion telling a novice, youngster, practice makes perfect, at that moment. The Thunder Ancestor spoke again. Western Thunder God, what other lightning techniques do you possess? Pray, reveal them forthwith. If you hesitate any longer, I shall be forced to take action. Thor's chest heaved violently, his heart brimming with pent-up fury. Under normal circumstances, such anger would manifest as apocalyptic thunder. Do not rush. That was not even my strongest move. The next one, I assure you, will be beyond your capacity to endure. The Thunder Ancestor nodded leisurely, adopting a demeanor of one who holds all the cards. Just as he had said, no adult would truly engage with a child. Striking Thor was akin to a father sparring with his son. No, it was more like an ancestor playfully chastising a descendant. At that moment, Thor harnessed his pent-up rage. The hammer of the Thunder God, Mjolnir, creaked ominously as electricity coursed through him. Wrath of the Gods. In an instant, Thor's form grew immensely, evoking a sense of cosmic grandeur, albeit still falling short of the mark. His hammer, entwined with lightning, swelled to an immense size. Thor raised the hammer high, exerting all his strength, and struck down upon the Thunder Ancestor. Perish, old Taoist of the Great Xia, Thor exclaimed, revealing a wild grin. The audience from the Nordic nations erupted with excitement. Yes, that is it, smash him to pieces, go forth. Lord Thor, our Thunder God is invincible. This is the true power of Lord Thor. Let us see how the wild deity of the Great Xia counters this. Ha ha ha, that old man is now so frightened that he dares not move. If that is the case, he might as well wait for his demise. Let the Lord of Thunder defeat you, and then we shall settle accounts with you, the great Xia." Meanwhile, the audience of great Xia is filled with anxiety. This move, the Wrath of the Divine, is truly extraordinary. Just the aura of it is unlike anything seen before. Do you think that old immortal can withstand this attack? I doubt it. This move cannot be met with brute force. One must evade it. Yet, why is our venerable immortal not fleeing? Could it be that his old legs have given out, rendering him unable to run? Qin Mayu gazes at the sky. In terms of sheer stature, the Wrath of the Divine cannot compare to the law of heaven and earth, and in terms of the intricacy of thunderous techniques, it pales in comparison to the purple cloud divine thunder. In any aspect of divine prowess, Soul falls short of the thunder ancestor. Therefore, Qin Mayu firmly believes that Soul is destined for defeat. The thunder ancestor is not the least bit intimidated by this move. The Wrath of the Divine. However, Osman, much like Soul, is blindly arrogant, thinking that he can secure victory with this attack. The thunder ancestor sighs softly. "Foolish child, your thunder techniques are merely brute force." Very well. Lacking understanding of the 5 elements, lacking comprehension of the transformations of heaven and earth, you, a Western minor deity, are thus. Soul's eyes blaze with lightning as he bursts into laughter. "Old Taoist, do not deceive me. What are you babbling about? Let us see if you can withstand this move." In the blink of an eye, the thunder ancestor forms another seal of the law, gently flicking it upwards. This seal lands squarely upon Soul's forehead. With a crackle, currents of various attributes surge throughout Soul's entire being. He feels an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from the depths of his soul. This pressure far exceeds any ordinary lightning, leaving him breathless. Suddenly, Soul's body shrinks dramatically. His legs give way, and he kneels before the thunder ancestor. His grand move, the Wrath of the Divine, cannot even match a mere seal of the thunder ancestor. In the live broadcast, a worldwide uproar ensues. What is happening? Wasn't Soul just enormous? Why has he shrunk again? Look, he is kneeling before the old Taoist of Great Xia. Incredible, zoom in, it truly is the case. Is this kneeling an act of seeking the old Taoist's tutelage? No, he is simply being overwhelmed by the old Taoist of Great Xia. Regardless of his intentions for kneeling, one thing is clear. The Nordic nation has lost all face. It is utterly terrifying that the mighty thunder god cannot even overcome an old man. How many divine beings does Great Xia still conceal? Surely, this must be their strongest immortal. Upon witnessing this outcome, Qin Mayu is not particularly surprised. It is only natural for the thunder ancestor to overpower Soul. Osman gazes at Qin Mayu with trepidation. What kind of sorcery is this? It is not sorcery. We of Great Xia possess the true law of the 5 thunders, the Yin 5 thunder, the Yang 5 thunder. Qin Mayu pauses, thinking it futile to explain to one who would not understand. Thus, he ignores Osman. This moment, the thunder ancestor sweeps his whisk, sending Soul flying away like dust. Soul, relying on his divine physique, endures immense suffering to both body and soul. It hurts so much. Your lightning is unlike anything I have ever encountered. I concede, I concede. The thunder ancestor smiles faintly. No more pretense. I reveal my true identity. I am the supreme deity of the thunder department of Great Xia's heavenly court. You, a minor Western deity, may refer to me as the thunder ancestor. It is not an imposition. To address me as a founding ancestor is to acknowledge a figure of great stature. Soul, the thunder god, suddenly awakens to this truth. However, he too bears the title of thunder god in Nordic mythology, and it is difficult for him to address another deity as the thunder ancestor in all honesty. Soul finds it hard to utter such words. Your mastery of thunder techniques far surpasses my own. Soul completely surrenders. At this moment, the thunder ancestor beams with delight. What I just demonstrated was but the simplest of techniques. I possess a myriad of thunder techniques, a veritable multitude. Upon hearing this, it is as if a thunderclap has struck, piercing Soul's very soul. A myriad? I cannot believe it. Even if you intend to humiliate me, such a fabrication is beyond the pale. How can I be unable to overcome you? I bear the honor of the northern gods. At this point, Soul is nearly moved to tears by his own words. It is akin to a child who, having lost a fight, must draw strength from the valor of his family. However, Should the Thunder Ancestor also invoke his own kin, it would be better not to frighten the child. Otherwise, even merely mentioning the other three emperors among the four sovereigns, the Polar Purple Micro-Emperor, the Upper Palace Goching Heavenly Emperor, the Earth Mother Empress, would be enough to leave the northern gods utterly defeated. And there would be no need to summon the three pure ones. Believe it or not, the Thunder Ancestor smiles faintly. Just as the examiner is about to announce the result, numerous discordant voices arise in the live broadcast. Chapter 40. Every type of thunder technique demonstrated. Seoul is left bewildered. Americans and Japanese join forces with the Nordics to vehemently attack the Thunder Ancestor of Great Xia. Additionally, individuals from the Kimchi Nation, the Land of the Three, and others have also joined this tumultuous gathering. Undoubtedly, these are organized efforts. Otherwise, such an influx would not be possible. The Dragon Commander of Great Xia issues a stern command. Cybersecurity Department, investigate this matter. Subsequently, his gaze returns to the global examination live stream. He observes a barrage of comments flooding the screen. The outcome of this match is still uncertain. Indeed, Lord Seoul has not lost. That old Taoist from Great Xia is nothing but a fraud, claiming to be the Thunder Ancestor. What a joke. He says he can wield a myriad of thunder techniques. Let him prove it. Exactly. Words alone are worthless. The people of Great Xia are the most deceitful. If he cannot provide proof, it simply means he is an old fraud, not worthy of being called the Thunder Ancestor. Let alone claiming victory, a myriad of thunder techniques. How shameless. Such lies without any rehearsal. These online trolls vehemently attack the Thunder Ancestor, fixating on the claim of a myriad of thunder techniques as a means to malign his character and deny his victory. This tactic is a well-known ruse of certain foreign elements. The Dragon Commander is keenly aware of this and hastily orders an investigation to expose the ugly truths of these nations. In short, the hard-won victory of Qin Mayu must not be tarnished by these individuals, nor can it be allowed to go to waste. In the examination office, Examiner Lin sneers. Everyone, this battle holds no suspense. It is indeed a victory for Great Xia that I concur, says the examiner from the Russian Bear Nation. However, examiners from the United States and other countries seem to harbor ulterior motives, in the face of undeniable facts. They choose to feign ignorance. Nevertheless, Examiner Lin, representing Great Xia, embodies the interests of Great Xia. Just as he is about to declare victory for the Thunder Ancestor of Great Xia, an ethereal voice resonates within the minds of all the examiners. Hold on! Examiner Lin jolts, momentarily startled, wondering who has interrupted him. Scanning the room, he realizes the voice does not belong to any other examiner, nor does it emanate from the celestial realm. He then directs his gaze towards the arena, the city in the sky. There, the Thunder Ancestor brushes off the dust from his whisk and smiles amiably. Since these barbarians do not believe, I shall have to reveal a bit of my skills. Once this matter is resolved, the old man can attain clarity of thought. Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu seems to deduce the Thunder Ancestor's intentions. A little demonstration. You are the Thunder Ancestor. No matter how modest the display, its power will hardly diminish. Could it be that the Thunder Ancestor truly intends to showcase a myriad of thunder techniques? Qin Mayu takes a deep breath. Soon, everyone will grasp the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Osman of the Nordic nation shamelessly boasts. Isn't your Taoist merely a charlatan? Could it be true that he possesses a myriad of thunder techniques? He snorts dismissively, adopting a completely skeptical demeanor. At this moment, the audience of Great Xia is also in a state of anxious urgency. Old Immortal, please do not fall for their provocation. They are deliberately trying to incite anger. There is no need for us to prove ourselves. Exactly. Those who question should provide evidence. They should be the ones to substantiate their claims. We should accept our victory with a smile and ignore these raucous individuals. It is well known that the number 10,000 in Chinese merely signifies a multitude, not a literal count. Thus, the Thunder Ancestor is not exaggerating, and the Americans should refrain from unfounded accusations. Indeed, do not be so despicable as to use this against us. The people of Great Xia stand united, with some even leveraging the polysemy of Chinese characters to defend the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Ancestor gazes at these descendants with a look of satisfaction. However, he does not intend to relent. Are you ready, Seoul? Qin Mayu smiles. The Thunder Ancestor's intentions align perfectly with his own guess. The Thunder Ancestor intends to use Sol as a target to personally demonstrate to billions of viewers worldwide what it means to possess a myriad of thunder techniques, what it means to be the ancestor of thunder. On the surface, this seems unproblematic, but upon closer inspection, the implications are indeed significant. Might I inquire, can Thor withstand the relentless onslaught of myriad divine lightning? In response, with a bemused expression, the Thunder Ancestor waved his whisk, and a binding celestial lock suddenly materialized, ensnaring Thor completely, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Concurrently, the Thunder Ancestor hoisted Thor high into the air, ensuring that all could witness his impromptu demonstration, the spectacle of Thor's humiliation. What? Did I not concede defeat? Panic began to set in for Thor. Wait, do not proceed thus, I have surrendered. Unlike the Thunder Ancestor, who could perceive all external stimuli, Thor's awareness lagged slightly behind, still oblivious to the treachery of his own followers. The Thunder Ancestor then revealed a benevolent, yet ominously powerful, smile. Young deity, allow me to borrow your presence. I shall demonstrate to the world the myriad forms of divine lightning. Upon hearing this, Thor was rendered utterly speechless. By the time he comprehended the unfolding situation, his fury surged, and he could hardly restrain himself from cursing. How dare you? Why should it be you who speak so brazenly while I endure such torment? Did you not see? I could scarcely withstand 3 strikes under the Thunder Ancestor's might, let alone 10,000. Yet, the Thunder Ancestor was resolute. No one could alter his course. At this moment, Thor was bereft of tears. Witnessing this scene, the audience collectively shivered. Good heavens, are they preparing to roast Thor alive? Their actions inadvertently sealed Thor's fate. Alas, the most tragic demise in this global examination was about to unfold. Who would have imagined that this individual would be the mighty Thor? Let us observe a moment of silence, then relish this live demonstration. By the time the myriad divine lightning strikes descend, there would be nothing left of Thor but ashes. The Westerners have truly shot themselves in the foot. Poor Thor, who but a moment ago was the exalted god of thunder. Suddenly, the Thunder Ancestor unleashed his power. Behold, the first divine lightning, a test of endurance. Divine trial lightning, descend. With a resounding crash, a pale bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Aimed directly at the bound Thor, as the lightning struck, Thor felt as if his very mind had been shattered, and he succumbed into unconsciousness. Some spectators were astonished. Could it be? That was merely the first bolt. The Thunder Ancestor reassured, no need to worry, with the second bolt, he shall awaken. Thus, the second divine lightning descended in succession. This strike was known as the Purple Sky Divine Lightning. Boom! Thor convulsed violently, suddenly thrashing in desperation. The Thunder Ancestor then proclaimed, Now, allow me to enlighten you on the amplified attributes of lightning. Young deity, raw power without finesse is utterly futile. Behold, 5 bolts of divine lightning, each embodying the 5 elemental attributes. Fell one after the other, gold lightning, wood lightning, water lightning, fire lightning, earth lightning. Thor's body became a canvas of electric currents, at times searing like a raging inferno, at others inundating like a torrential flood. Gradually, he lost his grip on consciousness, and the acrid scent of charred flesh wafted into the air. Some spectators, uncontrollable tears streamed from the corners of their mouths. Surely that is mere drool. Yet, the Thunder Ancestor's onslaught of divine lightning continued unabated. Chapter 41. The young are punished, the old arrive next. Next came the 5 directions divine lightning: Eastern lightning, Southern lightning, Northern lightning, Western lightning, Central heavenly lightning. With a mere gesture, the Thunder Ancestor cast Thor into a cauldron and invoked a magical seal. Following this, the 5 directions divine lightning struck from all corners, battering the ensnared Thor. Ah! Another scream echoed. Thor was being mercilessly tormented. However, the Thunder Ancestor showed no signs of relenting. Your followers have doubted me. So as their deity, you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. Thus, the Thunder Ancestor's divine lightning cleaved through the heavens, striking one after another. Even the cauldron emitted a thunderous roar. This spectacle left many neutral spectators trembling in fear. How fortunate we are not to have chosen to oppose the Great Xia. It is simply terrifying. The people of Great Xia have concealed such a formidable deity, Thor, as the god of thunder, pales in comparison to him. This elder with a white beard is extraordinarily powerful. If this continues, Thor shall be utterly annihilated. Let the order be given. Henceforth, any conflict with Great Xia must be approached with utmost caution. This battle will impart a profound lesson to all arrogant souls. The significance of the Thunder Ancestor's assault on Thor is thus revealed. His decisive actions have instilled fear in many neutral nations, rendering them hesitant to provoke Great Xia. However, some nations, historically at odds with Great Xia, continue to mock in a sardonic manner. How dare you treat Lord Thor in this manner? If Odin were to learn of this, he would not spare Great Xia. Odin, the king of the gods, would unleash the wrath of the entire Nordic pantheon upon them, and Great Xia could face dire consequences. At that point, the complete annihilation of Great Xia would not be out of the question. Indeed, Thor, hold on just a little longer. In this moment, Thor's mind was rife with curses. Hold on. If only we could switch places. You take my place, and I yours. Let us see how many bolts of divine lightning you can endure. Truly, it is easy to speak when one is not suffering. How could I have such followers? The Thunder Ancestor then chuckled. How now? Does anyone still harbor doubts? What I just demonstrated was the 5 directions divine lightning. Next, I shall unveil another 10 forms of divine lightning. Great Cave Lightning, Immortal Abode Lightning, Arctic Lightning, Jade Pivot Lightning, Divine Sky Lightning, Rumble. Another 5 bolts of divine lightning descended upon Thor. Furthermore, another 5 bolts were on their way. Supreme Unity Lightning, Purple Palace Lightning, Jade Morning Lightning, Supreme Heaven Lightning, Supreme Ultimate Lightning, Crack. Thor's divine form had been reduced to that of a mortal. In the context of the Great Xia cultivation system, it was akin to failing a tribulation and reverting to an ordinary state. Thor gasped for breath, barely able to stand. His battle attire lay in tatters, his skin charred, hair disheveled, a pitiful sight. Observing this, many Westerners realized Thor could no longer endure. They hastily changed their tune. Please, no more. This is worse than death. It is sheer torment. We believe, we truly believe. You claim to possess 10,000 forms of lightning, and now we accept it. Do not say 10,000. Even if you declare 100,000. We would not object, we beseech you. Cease the lightning upon Thor. You will surely kill him. We apologize for ever doubting you. You are indeed the true progenitor of all lightning. Please spare Lord Thor. Those who had previously boasted the loudest now found themselves the most pitiful. An increasing number of Westerners began to yield, while countless spectators from international onlookers mocked them, especially the people from the Bear Country, who had consistently sided with Great Xia. Ha! Did you not cry out for Odin? Come forth if you dare and see who appears first, Odin or Thor's demise. I fear that by then, Odin might only be left to collect Thor's remains. I have long warned you against arrogance and underestimating Great Xia. You did not heed my words before, but do you now understand? The thunderous prowess of this ancient one from Great Xia far surpasses that of Thor. Although many pleaded for the Thunder Ancestor to cease, as the deity who wields thunder, his nature is resolute and unyielding. Should he strike, he shall do so with unparalleled ferocity. Only through such thunderous might can compassion truly be manifested. A single blow can spare one from 100 subsequent strikes. These hypocrites, should I relent now, who knows if they might turn against us in the future? Such treachery has occurred time and again. Thus, in the event of a national conflict, neither side shall show mercy. At this moment, the Thunder Ancestor snickered. You need not worry about 1,000 forms of lightning. You cannot even withstand 49 bolts. Currently, you have only endured the 46th. Upon hearing this, some from Great Xia mistakenly believed the Thunder Ancestor was finally relenting. Has he truly grown tired of striking Thor? It seems somewhat unjust to Thor. In the previous encounter, 3 deities from the island nations had ganged up on Thor, and none had spoken in defense of him. Ultimately, it was the master of the great sage who intervened to resolve the crisis and turn the tide. Thus, I believe the Thunder Ancestor need not show any mercy. Just when everyone thought the Thunder Ancestor would cease his assault, Purple Micro Celestial Lightning, Supreme Unity Thunderbolt, Divine Sky Jade Clarity Lightning, in the blink of an eye, 3 more bolts of divine lightning descended. The total reached 49 bolts. Only then did the Thunder Ancestor satisfyingly lift the restrictions imposed upon Thor. At this moment, Thor's body was slowly turning to ash. Witnessing this, many Westerners wept. How tragic! Our Lord Thor has perished. Ah, in the next round, I shall demand blood for blood from Great Xia. The deities of Great Xia are utterly ruthless, showing no regard for us at all. Lord Thor had clearly conceded defeat, yet they continue to strike with lethal intent. Upon hearing these words, numerous individuals from the Great Xia immediately retorted. What constitutes cruelty? Was it not the case that you lost 7 consecutive matches previously? And yet you behaved in a similar manner. For the valiant guardians and other fierce generals who perished in battle, who among you has mourned their passing? Why is it that your victories are deemed rightful, while our triumphs are labeled as barbaric? Moreover, I recall that it was you who expressed doubt from the very beginning. Since you have raised your questions, our revered Lei Zhu has risen to provide proof. What is there to contest? If one lacks skill, they ought to practice more. If one cannot bear the stakes, they should refrain from the game, rather than howling incessantly after a defeat. At this moment, the audience from Great Xia finally vented their frustrations, releasing pent-up emotions. Simultaneously, they reflected upon the sacrifices made by their deities and heroic spirits, their hearts filled with profound sentiment. It is commonly said that Great Xia is devoid of gods, which carries 2 implications, the first being the absence of powerful deities, and the second that the Western gods have vanquished them to the point of having none left to summon. Now, with Qin Mo Yu poised to secure 3 consecutive victories, the tide was finally turning. Just as the people of Great Xia reveled in the impending joy, a beam of golden light suddenly erupted from Thor's body. This divine radiance swiftly restored Thor's form and resonated with a majestic voice. I am Odin, king of the gods. Who dares to harm my progeny? In that instant, the global audience was astounded. Odin, the father of Thor, the emperor of the northern gods. Could it be that Odin himself is about to descend? Chapter 42. The appearance of Odin, Wang Tian, who immigrates to northern Europe. Just as the assembly was taken aback, Qin Mo Yu looked up to discover that this radiant light emanated from the last drop of vital blood from Thor's heart. It became evident that Odin and Thor were bound by blood, their souls interconnected. Should Thor fall, Odin would not only sense it, but would likely manifest. As for whether Odin would truly descend in his physical form, Qin Mo Yu had no definitive conclusion at that moment and could only continue to observe the unfolding battle. However, it was certain that Odin would intervene in some form. While Thor could perish this time, he would not be wholly lost. The voice of the northern god reverberated throughout the Sky City, as if rallying support for King Odin. Concurrently, a figure taller than Thor began to materialize. You are the deity who has injured my progeny? Odin's projection inquired. Lei Zhu smiled, embodying the ancient Taoist. If you are unconvinced, come forth to battle. 8 words, succinct and decisive. Odin's eyes narrowed slightly, and an aura of divine authority surged outward. You dare to provoke me? Do you even know who I am, ignorant Taoist of Great Xia? I need not know your identity. In the end, death is the same for all, merely a corpse. As the 2 parties faced each other, a clash erupted, akin to a clash of needles against wheat awns. In that moment, Qin Mo Yu confirmed that Odin could indeed descend, albeit only as a projection. It is worth noting that Lei Zhu had also been utilizing an avatar, not requiring a personal descent. If this was enough to utterly vanquish Thor, one could only imagine the scene if the true form of the Eternal Emperor were to arrive. Qin Mo Yu dared not contemplate it. In the skies, Thor's form had been fully restored, resurrected to full vitality. Yet, before the formidable Lei Zhu, he harbored no desire for battle. Father, this great Xia deity is far too powerful. I have brought you disgrace. Useless, unable to defeat even a single Taoist from Great Xia, and wasting my time. What have I taught you? When Odin and Thor met again, it was nothing short of a scathing reprimand. However, Thor dared not retort, nor could he muster the strength to do so. As a father, Odin was unable to swallow his indignation. Thus, he addressed Lei Zhu. Dare you engage me in combat? Lei Zhu chuckled. I do not mind adding another to my tally. Upon hearing this, Thor, eager to dissuade Odin, was instead sent back to the northern European divine realm by Odin's divine light. Father, please be cautious. Before he could finish, Thor transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Meanwhile, Odin's specter descended and solidified into a corporeal form. Soon after, a long spear materialized in his grasp, emanating an overwhelming divine power. In that moment, the Westerners stood firm once more. Splendid! Odin has truly appeared. I told you, the great Xia deity's treatment of Lord Thor would lead to dire consequences. No sooner had this been spoken than it became a reality. That old fool is in for a dreadful fate. Lord Odin is the king of the gods, sovereign of authority, magic, war, and death. To confront him head-on, even with borrowed courage, would be insufficient. Foolish deity of great Xia, you are about to pay for your words and actions. Lord Odin, please avenge Lord Thor. We are willing to offer our faith as power. The unforeseen events during the third round of assessments were numerous. Combined, these occurrences have engendered a global sense of panic. Each time the global examinations approach, the business of immigration flourishes. The reasoning is simple. Betting on national fortunes, a win could yield immense profits. For instance, a wealthy individual from a lesser nation might migrate to a more powerful one, even changing their nationality. Should that nation emerge victorious, the immigrants would partake in the bounties bestowed upon it. In the previous round, the citizens of Great Xia were granted an additional 20 years of lifespan. Should anyone have immigrated beforehand and acquired Great Xia's nationality, they too would share in the heavenly reward of 20 years. Of course, such maneuvers carry significant risk. Should one wager incorrectly, their later life could be irrevocably marred. At this moment, within the Northern European Immigration Bureau, Wang Tian, who departed the scene hastily after his elimination. He harbored no belief in fighting for his country, being the young heir of the Wang conglomerate. He perceived himself as exceedingly noble. At this juncture, he watched the live broadcast while simultaneously processing immigration paperwork with his family. Ha ha ha, look quickly, King Odin has appeared. This means that Northern Europe is assured victory in the third round of assessments. Great Xia is destined to fail. Fortunately, we left in time. A captivating woman inquired, Son, is this Qin Mo you a classmate of yours? Indeed, he is known as the cold-faced pretentious one. Now, it seems he has brought his pretense to the national combat arena. Wang Tian, who proclaimed with pride, should he lose this round, I shall relish his future misfortunes. The sophisticated woman complimented Wang Tian, who, exclaiming, Oh, my son is splendid. We are fortunate to have immigrated in advance. Once the assessments conclude, we will bask in the benefits of Northern Europe. She narcissistically touched her fair complexion, hoping the heavenly rewards granted this round would rejuvenate all by 20 years. Mother, I wish to return to my youthful days. Indeed, believe me, this time Qin Mo you is bound to fail. Wang Tian, who exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, he and his family approached the counter to finalize immigration procedures, changing their nationality from Great Xia to Northern Europe. Simultaneously, in the cloud-laden battlefield of Sky City, the clash between Lei Zhu and Odin was on the brink of eruption. Odin, brimming with confidence, declared, I have limited time here. If you lack the certainty to defeat me, you may choose to delay. Lei Zhu, unfazed, replied, I require no delay. To eradicate you is but a thought away. No sooner had he spoken than a long spear pierced the cloud cover. Whoosh! The spear was launched with such speed that no one aside from Lei Zhu could perceive it clearly. Not even the examiners overseeing the candidates. Just as the spear was about to strike Lei Zhu, a divine thunder descended from the heavens, cleaving Odin's spear in twain. Hiss! A plume of black smoke billowed forth, surrounding both deities with an aura of divine might. The ocean of clouds transformed into a surging sea of blood. The winds and clouds of heaven shifted unexpectedly, enveloping the entire world in an atmosphere of impending doom. How terrifying! Is this the battle of supreme deities? Compared to Northern Europe, the supreme deity of the island nations seems almost trivial. It appears that even among the highest gods of differing mythologies, there exists a hierarchy. The Northern, Greek, and Roman pantheons boast unparalleled martial prowess. Now, another nation, Great Xia, has emerged. Ever since the mist descended, this world has grown increasingly bizarre. What do you think? Which side has a greater chance of victory in this battle between Great Xia and Northern Europe? I wager on Northern Europe. After all, this is an established powerhouse of mythology, while Great Xia's pantheon is somewhat lacking. Upon observing the fervent discussions among netizens, a voice from the land of Tianju interjected. Our mythos in Tianju is also formidable, you know. Quite well said, but when adults speak, Children should refrain from interrupting. Deities are not particularly sensitive to the passage of time, as their lifespans often extend into the tens of thousands. Thus, to Lei Zhu and Odin, it felt as though they had only just begun their confrontation. Yet for the global audience, the third round of assessments had dragged on for what seemed like an eternity. The two divine beings clashed with such ferocity that many office workers had already finished their workday. Returning home, they turned on the live stream only to find the battle still raging. Consequently, many became curious about the outcome of this confrontation, with some even staying up all night just to witness the resolution. Chapter 43. King of the Gods? The battle continues. In the heavens, spears pierced the firmament, stirring a tumultuous sea of blood. Simultaneously, successive strikes of divine thunder rained down, catching Odin completely off guard. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. Odin was already drenched in sweat. You are far more formidable than I had imagined. Likewise, the venerable Lei Zhu remains calm and composed. Suddenly, Odin's expression shifts as he remarks, "If my true form were present, I wonder how the tide of this battle would change." Lei Zhu retorts without hesitation, stating that it is precisely because I have not utilized my true form that you have the opportunity to say such things. In other words, had the great emperor of longevity from the south descended, Odin would not have survived for so long. Yet, at this moment, both are engaged in combat using a manifestation of their power. Each party is astonished by the other's prowess. It must be acknowledged that as the king of the Norse gods, Odin's divine strength is indeed formidable. However, in the face of the mighty Lei Zhu, even one as powerful as Odin must concede. In the past, during the twilight of the gods, Odin experienced a cycle of reincarnation. He was swallowed by the monstrous wolf Fenrir, marking his first unintentional demise. Subsequently, Odin emerged from reincarnation, his power significantly enhanced to an epic level, reclaiming his throne as the king of the gods. He raised his scepter and spear, vowing to lead the northern gods through the mists to reclaim their glory. Yet, despite his enhancements, he finds himself at a disadvantage against Lei Zhu. It can even be said that the pressure Odin faces now is several times greater than when he confronted Fenrir. The earth trembles with thunder. Once again, a new lightning technique descends. Odin hastily evades, but in the midst of his dodging, he is struck on the shoulder. He spits blood, a charred mark appearing in the live broadcast. The people of the Great Xia exclaim, "The earth trembles with thunder." Lei Zhu is perpetually imparting lessons. Indeed, those from the north must now regret allowing Lei Zhu to showcase his lightning techniques. I have noted that from the beginning until now, no two of Lei Zhu's divine thunders have been the same. It turns out that our Great Xia possesses such a plethora of lightning techniques, far superior to those of the thunder god Thor. Just as the people of Great Xia lament through the night, Lei Zhu continues to cast spells, unleashing divine thunder across the sky. 3 realms of thunder, 6 waves of thunder, 8 trigram thunders, heavenly pivot thunder of the divine mansion, supreme clarity great thunder, great Brahma battle pivot thunder, boom, boom, boom. 6 bolts of divine thunder strike down, creating 6 massive craters upon Odin's form. Under Lei Zhu's overwhelming offensive, his manifestation is akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Ha ha ha, you are indeed strong. This sense of oppression rivals that of the twilight of the gods. Odin, while clutching his wound, emits a frenzied laughter. Now, he comprehends why Thor had desperately sought to hinder him. The strength of this great Xia deity is truly beyond his expectations. However, at this juncture, if he were to flee, how could he maintain the dignity of the king of the gods? There is no choice but to press on. Suddenly, a wicked plan forms in his mind. Some spectators from the Bear Nation are taken aback. Has Odin lost his mind? How can he laugh so joyfully even while struggling? Perhaps the divine are inherently mad. The Great Xia has a saying, something about a thought becoming a deity or a demon. Something feels amiss. Exceedingly amiss. Why do I sense that Odin's spear is aimed toward the east? Because the Bear Nation also possesses vast territories in the east, they keenly pick up on this detail. Following this, they witness Odin condensing a spear, imbued with his surging divine power. Even an ordinary deity struck by it would be obliterated, their soul shattered. How much more so for the myriad beings residing on earth? Die. I wonder how you will choose. Odin hurls the divine spear with all his might toward the northern expanse of Great Xia. This area, coincidentally, lies at the border between Great Xia and the Bear Nation. The people of the Bear Nation immediately panic, many resorting to curses. Damn Odin, has he lost his senses? Can't he be mindful in a fight and not throw things around? Moreover, this is the trial of heaven, where harming the innocent is forbidden. It's over. Odin has truly gone mad. He is willing to risk the wrath of heaven to act thus. Clearly, Thor's defeat has shattered his mentality. At that moment, Lei Zu suddenly furrows his brow, his gaze fierce like a wrathful deity. Whoosh! He transforms from a white-bearded elder into a handsome figure with 3 eyes. Has Lei Zu finally chosen to reveal his true form? Qin Mayu is both astonished and delighted. Lei Zu opens his 3rd eye, wielding a dragon whip of divine might. Exuding an aura of power, he swiftly hurls the whip in the direction of the spear. In an instant, the whip transforms into a dragon, soaring forth to latch onto the spear condensed by Odin's divine energy. With a thunderous boom, a magnificent firework blooms in the sky above Great Xia. It is Lei Zu. He has blessed us. So this is the true visage of Lei Zu. Everyone hurriedly sketches it down, intending to hang it in their homes as a talisman against evil. Tears welling, the people of Great Xia realize not only do they have a deity, but one who personally safeguards them. Countering Odin's divine spear, Lei Zu glares fiercely, daring to harm my people. I shall ensure your soul is obliterated. Primordial eaglehound thunder, howl with the winds and thunder, use steps unify and command the thunder. 3 consecutive bolts of divine thunder are unleashed. Odin can only scramble to evade. Simultaneously, he knows that this evasion cannot continue. The best course of action is still to use the people of Great Xia as a shield. Divine spear, condense, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He hurls the spear relentlessly toward Great Xia. Each throw possesses the force to topple mountains. Should they all strike true, undoubtedly, the map of Great Xia would be redrawn. Ha ha ha, I shall scatter my throws. Can you protect them all simultaneously? Odin laughs maniacally. Lei Zu grinds his teeth in fury, compelled to manifest multiple forms of himself. Splitting into many, whoosh, 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 countless figures of Lei Zu scatter. Each visage counters one of Odin's thrown spears. Gradually, however, Lei Zu also begins to weaken. Why do you insist on protecting them? What benefit is there for you in fighting to the death? Odin inquires, perplexed. In his eyes, mortals are but ants, merely responsible for offering divine power, the power of belief. He does not harbor any particular affection for a nation. After all, his followers span across many lands. Even some prominent families in godless nations would actively convert to the gods of the north for their own safety. In essence, he lacks any shortage of followers and does not regard the lives of mortals with much importance. However, Lei Zu thinks otherwise. He scoffs at Odin, meeting his gaze with cold disdain. What right do you have to consider yourself noble? Without the power of mortal belief, you are nothing, I warn you. Should you dare to harm my people, when my true form descends, it will mark the end of the northern gods. I will unite with the heavenly court to eradicate the entire Norse pantheon, leaving not a single remnant. Odin, this is my first warning to you, and my last. This time, Lei Zu is genuinely enraged. His 3 eyes fixate on Odin. Under that gaze, Odin's hand trembles uncontrollably. He extinguishes the divine spear he had just condensed and had yet to throw. Chapter 44. Defeating Odin. The collapse of the northern gods. Lei Zu gazes at Odin, sending a chill down his spine. As the venerable Lei Zu of Great Xia, I stand behind the hundreds of millions of citizens of Great Xia. Do not think that as a mere god king, you, Odin, or even the entire Norse pantheon, can intimidate me. I would not retreat an inch. Were it not for the national combat arena, you would not even have the privilege of encountering me. Upon hearing these words, Odin genuinely feels fear. He longs to conclude the battle swiftly, by any means necessary, for the pressure exerted by Lei Zu is overwhelmingly intimidating now. He deeply regrets not returning to the northern divine realm alongside his son Thor. This time, he has truly encountered a formidable opponent. Don't ask. Just know he is filled with regret. Meanwhile, Wang Tianhu, having completed his immigration paperwork, walks down the street with the green card of the northern nation and his mother. Suddenly, he glances once more at the live broadcast. Tio is shocked. The developments of the battle are not at all as he had envisioned. Son, what is wrong? Aren't you supposed to buy some clothes? There's a large mall up ahead. His mother inquires while checking her makeup in a mirror. Wang Tianhu, trembling, responds, the situation has changed. That old Taoist from Great Xia seems like a different person. Ah, let me see, his mother exclaims in surprise. Their family had just exchanged their passports, placing all their hopes on the northern nation. If, at this moment, Great Xia were to execute a sudden reversal and claim victory in the third battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mere thought is unbearable, so this is the true form of the old Taoist. He appears even stronger than Odin. Wang Tianhu is filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, Qin Mayu has summoned 3,000 iron cavalry. Surrounding Osman. Qin Mayu, what are you planning? If Odin causes the death of my compatriots, I will kill you immediately. Humph, kill me. Do you not know that without the permission of heaven, candidates cannot harm one another? I care not for heaven. All I know is that my family resides there. If you harm them, you must die. Osman is momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. At this very moment, the expansive shockwave unleashed by Odin's spear has awakened many who were in deep slumber. Whether they hail from the Great Xia or the land of the bear, all have been roused by this momentous upheaval. Each time the global examination occurs, it feels akin to a grand battle. In truth, it is indeed a battle, one of divine proportions. This explains why, during these global assessments, numerous enterprises come to a standstill and many individuals adopt a lackadaisical attitude. I shall no longer attend this tedious class. Let those who wish to engage do so. I prefer to watch the live broadcast and witness the ultimate showdown between Odin and the Thunder Ancestor. Regardless of the outcome, my allegiance firmly lies with the Thunder Ancestor. That scoundrel Odin has the audacity to plot against us, and I nearly met my demise while in slumber. Through the live stream, the truth began to unfold. Many expressed their gratitude, realizing that it was only thanks to the Thunder Ancestor's intervention that they were able to retain their lives. As the broadcast continued, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Odin's avatar had lost half of its form, yet it remained defiant. The Thunder Ancestor, having replaced his whisk, wielded the divine whip, while the eye upon his forehead emitted radiant beams of divine light. In the imagery, this battle captured the attention of the masses. The chill of the night breeze swept through the sleeves of the two supreme beings, yet neither seemed to notice. For them, the passage of time and the transformations of the cosmos were but fleeting moments. Unlike mortals who must endure the cyclical torment of seasons and the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this juncture, the Thunder Ancestor's divine eye shot forth a beam of light that pierced Odin's form. In an instant, he appeared before Odin, grasping the collar of his robe and lifting him high. External thunder, internal thunder, divine pivot thunder of the heavenly court, great Brahma's combat, pivot thunder. The thunderous sounds reverberated as 4 new divine thunders struck Odin once more. From the outset, Odin and his son Thor had been repaying the debts incurred to those foul-mouthed Westerners. It was due to their skepticism that the Thunder Ancestor cleverly seized the opportunity, continuously innovating new thunder techniques. Even so, until now, he had only demonstrated a mere fraction of his vast thunderous arsenal. Suddenly, a malevolent glint flashed in Odin's eyes. "Get your hands off me!" A swift motion revealed that he concealed weapons. Severing the Thunder Ancestor's hands in one fell swoop, the Western spectators erupted in elation, for it was daytime in their realm. Excellent! With his hands gone, he can no longer wield his thunder techniques. Indeed, the tides of battle were about to turn in their favor, tipping the scales of victory towards their side. Odin, strike him down with a fatal blow. The excitement was palpable, as they anticipated a reversal of fortunes, affirming Odin's prowess as their divine king. Yet, in the next moment, the Thunder Ancestor remained unfazed. "This is but my avatar. Even if you sever my hands and feet, what of it? As long as I have hands to strike, I shall crush you regardless." Thus, his thunder techniques flowed seamlessly, and even bereft of hands, he could still form seals. This is the thunder of no seal. The divine lightning descended upon Odin's brow, directly assaulting his very soul. With a resounding explosion, it traveled along the projection, wounding Odin's true form far to the north. Blood gushed forth from him. The great Xia deities can inflict harm even from afar, with the final bolt of divine lightning descending. Odin's projection was reduced to ashes amidst his last, agonizing scream. The great Xia deities are unfathomable in this clash. the Thunder Ancestor turned the encounter into a masterclass of thunder techniques. Though he had not unveiled his full capabilities, the battle was exhilarating, a refreshing release after so many years. The Thunder Ancestor's laughter resonated throughout the heavens, in the Sky City. Qin Mayu was overjoyed. He clenched his fists, recalling the 3,000 great Qin cavalry. Osman, you have regained your life, he said coldly. Simultaneously, the weight in his heart lifted, for he no longer had to fear Odin harming the innocent citizens of Great Xia, including his grandmother. Qin Mayu, you have triumphed. Osman begrudgingly acknowledged. Meanwhile, in the northern divine realm, Thor supported Odin, while many other northern deities exchanged bewildered glances. They could hardly believe how much had transpired in such a brief span. How could this father and son duo, one nearly dead, the other returning wounded, have suffered such a fate? Even in the midst of divine warfare, one would expect the struggle to last centuries before a victor emerged. Why, then, had such devastating results manifested in a single night? Was the twilight of the gods upon them, or had they encountered something ominous amidst the fog? At that moment, a bizarre voice echoed. The northern deities immediately grew vigilant. The voice of Loki, the god of deceit? In the secret examination venue, Sky City, a notification sounded. Ding, Nordic Kingdom, Osman, eliminated. Great Xia Kingdom, Qin Mayu, wins the third round of assessment. Please claim your Heavenly Path rewards. Chapter 45. Heavenly Path Rewards. Wang Tianhu's collapse at that moment, far away in the Nordic lands. Wang Tianhu and the beautiful matronly queen were suddenly struck pale. Great Xia has triumphed. The Nordic kingdom has lost. How is this possible? Our divine King Odin is so powerful. How could he lose to an ancient Taoist he has never encountered before? I cannot comprehend. Has Great Xia truly concealed many formidable deities? Son, what shall we do? The Wang family has lost this bet. However, more disheartening than the defeat was the realization that as members of the Nordic realm, they were about to face the Heavenly Path's punishment alongside others. Had they remained in Great Xia, they would have been awarded the blessings of the Heavenly Path. Now, having immigrated, they lost what they were entitled to and gained what they should not have. The mother and son stood in the marketplace, dazed and trembling at the sight of unfamiliar faces. Meanwhile, others were being teleported out of Sky City, leaving only the figures of Qin Mayu and the Thunder Ancestor behind. I pay my respects to the Thunder Ancestor. Qin Mayu slightly bowed. The Thunder Ancestor stroked his beard, nodding, You have done well, my child. It was you who awakened me. Subsequently, the Thunder Ancestor shook his head. My divine power in this avatar is waning, yet I shall grant you a bolt of divine thunder. Thank you, Thunder Ancestor. Qin Mayu exclaimed with delight. In an instant, a flash of lightning surged into his body, enveloping him in warmth. In his mind, it felt as though a thunder pool was roaring and bubbling with energy. When his level increased, perhaps this thunder pool would evolve into a thunder sea. Concurrently, the rewards for the third round of assessments were distributed. Ding! Awarded 30 divine power. Qin Mayu absorbed the experience points and then checked his status panel. Name: Qin Mayu. Occupation: Soul Card Master. Unique Hidden. Level: Extraordinary Level 2, 90. Soul Cards: Eternal Emperor. Great Sage equal to Heaven, Ancestor of 10,000 Thunders. Divine Ring. 5-Clawed True Dragon. 1. Omniscience. Master the complete mythology, legends, and historical lineage of Great Xia. 2. Omnipotence. Conduct a divine summoning ceremony with a 100 success rate. 3. Great Wall Sentinel. Summon 3,000 Great Qin cavalry who will remain eternally loyal to you. 4. Cloud Somersault. Summon a white cloud that allows you to soar 1,800 meters within mere breaths. 5. Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Summon a divine thunder to attack enemies. After 3 consecutive uses, it enters a cooldown. The number of uses increases with level, and cooldown time decreases with level advancement. At 90 of level 2, with just a further 10 increase and acquiring a divine ring, I shall ascend to extraordinary level 3. Moreover, I now possess an additional soul card, Ancestor of 10,000 Thunders. Qin Mayu cradled this soul card in his hands. Undoubtedly, it was indeed a divine soul card. This marked his second such card after Great Sage equal to Heaven. Name: Ancestor of 10,000 Thunders. Type: Divine Soul Card. Ritual: Ascend to the heavens. Tread upon white clouds. Call upon the name of the Emperor. etc. Materials: whisk, iron whip, thunder element materials, etc. Incantation: Supreme God of the Thunder Department in the Heavenly Court, embodiment of the Great Emperor of South Pole and longevity. Nine heavens responding thunder sound universal deity, descendant of the Qin family, Qin Moyu, humbly awaits your esteemed presence. It turns out the skill bestowed upon me by the thunder ancestor is the purple sky divine thunder. I had been pondering if I could learn even one of his myriad thunder techniques. In the end, there was no need to learn. It was given to me outright. What a tremendous gain. However, at present, my level is still too low, merely at level 2, so the power I can unleash is naturally limited. That moment, a flash of white light flickered. Qin Mayu was transported out of the secret realm by the heavenly path, returning once again to the colossal plaza that accommodated global examinees. This venue was also crafted by the heavenly path. Each time before entering the secret realm, they would gather in this plaza. Once the assessment concluded, the victors would remain in the secret realm to claim their personal rewards, after which the heavenly path would return them to the plaza for national war rewards. In the examination office, Supervisor Lin gazed at Qin Mayu with a look of pride. This child had already achieved 3 victories. The examiner from the land of the bear approached. Congratulations, you have won again, no? Rather, you have won once more. Supervisor Lin exchanged a high five with him. Had it not been for the Thunder Ancestor, the territory of the bear would have also faced Odin's onslaught. Consequently, the relationship between the two nations had grown even stronger. In the Great Xia capital, General Long excitedly pounded on the table. Great Xia has triumphed 3 times in a row. This Qin Mayu deserves the utmost attention from the officials. He was filled with excitement. Having nearly redeemed himself from the humiliation of suffering 7 consecutive defeats, that moment, having already claimed his personal rewards, Qin Mayu was poised to receive the national war rewards from the heavenly Tao. A billion pairs of eyes from around the globe were fixated upon him. In the live stream, discussions erupted across the internet. People speculated, what would this reward entail? The Daxia would surely grow stronger. How envious I am. Indeed, I too feel a twinge of jealousy. Astute individuals have already begun to prepare for immigration to Daxia. However, Daxia's policies are exceedingly stringent, prohibiting dual citizenship. True Daxians are profoundly patriotic, and those contemplating immigration should carefully consider whether their intentions are merely opportunistic. Consequently, many fell into silence. Chapter 46, Exam 4. Invoking the Deities, the arena of war and art in the colossal plaza of the global entrance examination. The conclusion of the 3rd round signified that the process was now halfway through. Although this world's entrance examination does not assess mathematics or the sciences, Qin Mayu felt no less burdened. Each invocation of a deity drained his divine essence. Every outbreak of divine conflict sent tremors through his very being. Now, after all the diligent toil, the moment of reaping had finally arrived. The heavenly Tao issued a divine decree, and a message box illuminated before Qin Mayu. Congratulations on securing victory for Daxia in the 3rd round of the examination. The reward for this round is a 30 enhancement in physical fitness for all citizens of Daxia. The penalty for this round is a 30 decline in physical fitness for all citizens of Northern Europe. At this instant, those who had looked down upon Daxia before the war were plunged into despair. A 30 decline in fitness would devastate their immune systems, wouldn't it? After 2.5 years of diligent exercise, everything would come to naught. Subsequently, hospitals in Northern Europe would undoubtedly overflow with patients. It would be wise to secure a bed immediately. Such a punishment is utterly terrifying. Who could have anticipated that our revered deity would suffer defeat, causing us to share in the misfortune? Oh my, I can't bear to fall ill again. I beseech you, spare us. However, Qin Mayu had no time to indulge in the lamentations of the masses. He clicked to confirm, with a decisive press of his finger. Beams of divine light enveloped both Daxia and Northern Europe. With a whoosh, the divine radiance swept across, transforming the fates of both nations. In that moment, many Daxians erupted with joy, particularly the elderly Domai. Qin Mayu is truly a good child. I used to struggle to walk, but now I can ascend 6 flights of stairs in one breath. Me too. I can finally pick up my beloved basketball again and joyfully sing and dance to rap. Thanks to Qin Mayu, my back no longer aches, and my legs are free from pain. Does he have a girl he likes? I must introduce my granddaughter to him. He has a house and a car. No dowry required. The child shall take his surname. If I could see my daughter wed to Chin Mayu, I would gladly live in a grand villa for the rest of my days. Oh dear. How can you take so much? These elderly individuals had once been seasoned internet users, effortlessly tossing around various abstract memes. However, due to physical limitations, they had gradually faded from the online realm. Until today, when their vitality was restored, they became animated once more. Meanwhile, with the enhancement in fitness, Chin Mayu's own state improved significantly, sufficient for him to participate in the next round of assessments. He was soon transported by a beam of light to a new secret examination venue. What would the next round of questions entail? Defensive fortifications, factional confrontations, a sky city? The questions seemed utterly unpredictable, making it impossible to guess. This year's exam was undoubtedly the most challenging. Thankfully, I have already graduated. This global examination, poised to influence billions, attracted a myriad of viewers to the live stream. On screen, Chin Mayu and the other candidates sat upon the stage. Before them, a massive screen displayed an array of scenic images. Just then, the secret realm chimed with a prompt. Dear candidates, welcome to the arena of war and art. This is the fourth round of the global entrance examination. Exam question 4. Compose a poem to invoke the deities. First, you must craft a corresponding poem based on the randomly displayed scenes on the screen. Next, the Heavenly Tao will evaluate the responses from candidates across nations. The higher the score, the more points, coins, and ritual materials you will receive. Candidates who fail to respond within the allotted time will be eliminated. Finally, the top 2 scorers will conduct a deity invocation ceremony for a soul card duel. Examination regulations. The summoned deity must possess both martial prowess and artistic talent, embodying both war and art. Neither can be absent. Upon reading these instructions, many candidates were left dumbfounded. What the heck? Compose a poem to invoke a deity? Surely, I did not misread that. How could I possibly accomplish such a fanciful task? And to top it off, the summoned deity has restrictions. I must delve into my nation's historical legends to see if any figure meets the criteria. Alas, I find not a single one. This seems designed to force us out. There is no escape. The Heavenly Tao's assessments have always been notoriously stringent. Those who reach the 4th round are already exceptional individuals. Perhaps only nations with a profound cultural heritage will navigate this round successfully. In this world, when cultural heritage is mentioned, all minds instinctively conjure images of ancient civilizations. Unlike Chin Mayu's previous life, the ancient civilizations in this realm include ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and ancient India. Indeed, the absence of Dasha's presence is striking. Following the arrival of the mists, not only were myths lost, but historical cultures were severed as well. A candidate from Greece smiled at Chin Mayu and said, "You must be Chin Mayu of Dacia. Your 3 consecutive victories are merely due to not having encountered me." Though he smiled warmly, his words dripped with provocation. Chin Mayu returned the smile. "Should I encounter you, I will certainly prevail." Despite the language barrier, the secret examination venue facilitated communication through brainwave translation, allowing them to converse seamlessly. "You stand no chance." The Greek candidate shook his head. "I am Gris. Remember my name as the first to defeat you in this examination. I am Chin Mayu. Remember my name as the one who will triumph 5 times in this examination." Chin Mayu replied with composure and poise. Gris scoffed. "How deluded you are, still maintaining bravado in the face of defeat." Chin Mayu turned away, ignoring him. "Choosing silence?" Gris remarked. "My grandmother always said that conversing too much with fools leads to infection." At that moment, the large screen flickered to life, and all candidates were randomly assigned an image. The question assigned to Chin Mayu was a radiant depiction of a full moon eye in his ear. The secret realm's prompt resounded once more. You have 30 minutes to complete your response, either through writing or recitation. Draft paper may be requested. The shorter the completion time, the higher the quality of the poem, resulting in a better score from the Heavenly Tao. Countdown to response, 10, 9, 8. Chapter 47. Writing poetry? Just use your hands. At this moment, other candidates clutched their questions as well. These questions featured an image, necessitating poems that aligned with the depicted scene. As the 10-second countdown concluded, many candidates began to fret, racking their brains. Yet, no matter how hard they tried to think, they could not produce a poem that captured the essence of the image. They could only stare blankly, filled with anxious frustration. Alas, composing poetry is truly arduous. It is merely a single image, with nothing else to guide me. I would rather randomly craft a humorous verse, but fear that the heavenly Tao might deem it nonsensical and strike me down. Indeed, the heavenly Tao serves as the examiner, and we must approach it with reverence. I too dread offending the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, I would craft a few lines of verse. I see Gris from Greece has managed to write something. A civilization of such antiquity is impressive. Oh, Qin Mayu is also moving. Could it be he knows how to write poetry? Thus, many turned their gazes toward Qin Mayu. To their astonishment, he required no draft paper and did not need to write anything down. For as soon as he received the moonlit image, within his heart surged countless verses of exquisite poetry. Clad in his flowing attire, Qin Mayu recited aloud. The bright moonlight before my bed. Perhaps it is frost upon the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could this young man truly possess such talent? In the next moment, the second line followed. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to ponder my homeland. Ah, intriguing indeed, though one wonders if it is merely fabricated. These examinees, lacking a solid foundation in literature, were unable to discern the merit of the poem. Thus, they turned their gaze towards Qin Mayu as he submitted this ancient work. Examiner, I am ready to submit. In the examination office, Examiner Lin inquired, Qin Mayu, are you certain? Will you not revise it further? Qin Mayu simply added 3 words, Jing Yi Si, and calmly stated, not a word altered. I submit it as is. Subsequently, Examiner Lin communicated with the divine will, assisting Qin Mayu in his submission. The audience of the Great Xia held their breath, eagerly awaiting the divine evaluation. In the capital of the Great Xia. An ancient Chinese linguist gazed at Qin Mayu with rapt attention, his eyes filled with shock and admiration, murmuring, his verses flow as though effortlessly crafted. Where did this child acquire such skill? Observing this, General Long asked the linguist, how would you assess Qin Mayu's poem? Indeed, it possesses a certain ancient charm, he replied. Of course, I am but a simple man, eager for your esteemed guidance, Professor. After a moment's contemplation, the linguist spoke earnestly. If I am not mistaken, this should be a long-lost 5-character quatrain from the Great Xia. General Long inquired, what is this 5-character quatrain? The linguist elaborated, observe, General, the ending of this poem rhymes, light, frost, and hometown all share the rhyme scheme. As for the more intricate tones, I shall refrain from elaborating, as I must confess, I do not fully grasp them myself. In essence, this 4-line poem is referred to as a quatrain, each line consisting of 5 characters. Hence the term 5-character quatrain. After listening to the professor's explanation, General Long appeared somewhat enlightened, yet still curious about the outcome. Though you believe Qin Mayu's poem will gain divine recognition, how many points might he receive? Gaining recognition should pose no challenge. The ancient linguist paused before continuing. As for the score, I cannot say for certain, but this poem is indeed splendid, truly remarkable. The tense and protracted wait finally came to an end. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed by. The divine will began to announce the scores of all examinees who had submitted their answers. An ethereal and melodious voice resonated, as the divine will communicated with the audience in a language comprehensible to them. Firstly, eliminate those examinees who failed to compose poetry within the stipulated time. Additionally, those whose verses are nonsensical and devoid of aesthetic value will also be disqualified. Many examinees emitted cries of despair as they were expelled from the secret examination venue. Their submissions deemed inadequate even by the divine will. Presumably, their poems were so lacking in merit that even the divine will found them grievous to behold. Then, the scores continued to be revealed. First place, Great Xia, Qin Mayu, full score of 10. Second place, Greece, Gliss, 8 points. Third place, the Empire on which the sun never sets, Elizabeth, 7.9 points. As the divine will unveiled the scores, the crowd was left in astonishment. A perfect score. Qin Mayu had achieved perfection. Could it be that his poem was truly that exceptional? Many from the Great Xia struggled to comprehend, let alone the foreigners. At that moment, a foreign scholar emerged, proclaiming, this poem employs scenery to express emotion, articulating a deep yearning for home, seamlessly intertwining this sentiment with the moonlit night. This embodies the ancient wisdom of the Great Xia, merging emotion with scenery. A harmonious blend. This scholar, well versed in the ancient culture of the Great Xia, elucidated the subtleties, and the audience began to grasp some of its intricacies. However, some Greeks remained unconvinced. Chiang Mai has merely stumbled upon good fortune. Why does it seem that even the heavens favor the great Xia lately? I refuse to accept this. Surely we should rank first. How can the culture of the great Xia compare to ours? At that moment, seemingly to quell the rising discontent, or perhaps due to Chiang Mai's perfect score triggering a hidden mechanism of the divine will, an information box appeared to the public. Should Chiang Mai continue to compose poetry inspired by the bright moon? He shall earn additional points. Accept or decline. Upon witnessing this, those with ill intentions smirked. Ah, the divine will doubts Chiang Mai. Surely his poem must have flaws, which is why he is prompted to write more. After struggling to produce a fitting work, he has likely exhausted his inspiration. Now, to ask him to craft another poem on the same theme is a daunting challenge. If he declines, it will surely reveal his insecurity, and the divine will undoubtedly nullify his score. Such foolish remarks elicited no response from Chiang Mai, who deemed them unworthy of rebuttal. He had no need to defend himself. After all, poetry simply requires the ability to write. In this world where the mythology of the great Xia is fragmented and cultural history severed, he could easily compensate for the void by penning a few more verses. Thus, without hesitation, he clicked accept. Incredible! Chiang Mai truly accepted. Is he foolish? Gliss from Greece had not been so audacious, merely having composed a single poem. Should he falter, Chiang Mai would fail to receive commendable materials for his invocation. Perhaps the great Xia lacks divine beings associated with poetry, and it seems Chiang Mai has begun to resign himself to failure. Some felt pity for Chiang Mai, while others watched with glee. Eager to see him faltered at ha ha ha, this fool has fallen into a trap. Chapter 48. The poetry immortal is also an immortal. Chiang Mai understood that by composing numerous poems centered around the bright moon, he could accrue more points, exchange them for superior ceremonial materials, and conduct a grand invocation ceremony. This time, he had already decided upon the illustrious figure he wished to summon, the renowned poetry immortal, who had long been revered by Chiang Mai as the pinnacle of poetic prowess. To behold the poetry immortal's grace, Chiang Mai was willing to expend his efforts to procure more lavish ceremonial materials, thereby welcoming the immortal's descent. After clicking accept, Chiang Mai was provided with several sheets of draft paper and a cup of warm calming tea, seemingly to refresh his mind. However, Chiang Mai discarded the draft paper, glancing at the warm tea and calmly stating, "There is no rush. I can drink it after I finish the questions. It will not cool." His words incited numerous critics online. How can Chiang Mai be so confident? They presumed he was not truly confident but merely pretending, having resigned himself upon seeing the exam prompt. Indeed, he was merely maintaining a facade. Mr. Chiang is undoubtedly the most pretentious individual I have encountered from the great Xia. When it comes to pretentiousness, the great Xia excels, while we Americans fall short. Yet, this time, Chiang Mai is bound to stumble. In the face of the overwhelming tide of comments, Chiang Mai remained as tranquil as a still lake. He quietly closed his eyes, envisioning that resplendent moon. This moon, full and radiant, emanated a sacred and serene glow. All of the great Xia citizens watched intently through the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the specially designed camera in the examination room focused solely on Chiang Mai. Finally, he opened his eyes and, with eloquence, began. The bright moon emerges from the Tian Shan Mountains, amidst the vast sea of clouds. Divine will score 10 points. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chiang Mai continued. In Chang'an, a solitary moon shines, the sound of countless households pounding cloth. Divine will score 10 points. In my youth, I failed to recognize the moon, calling it a white jade plate. I suspected it was a mirror from the Yao Palace. Soaring in the azure clouds. Divine will score 10 points. Billions of viewers were left in shock, yet, it seemed that Chiang Mai had no limits. The moon over a May mountain is but a half-cycle in autumn, casting reflections upon the waters of Pingqiang River. Beneath the moon, the celestial mirror takes flight, as clouds form a sea tower. Amongst the flowers, a pot of wine. I drink alone without company. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon. And with my shadow, we become 3. Divine will score 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. At that moment, all viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Could it be? All perfect scores? If I had the time, I would certainly learn the language of the great Xia to see if these verses are truly as magnificent as they seem. To be honest, I am a citizen of the Great Xia. Yet there are some poems I cannot comprehend. It is truly regrettable. The legacy left by our ancestors is immensely rich. Yet, we, their descendants, have failed to inherit it. Ever since the fog descended, many traditions have been severed for years. A perfect score is merely the limit of the divine will, not Qin Mai's utmost potential. The number of perfect scores he has achieved is staggering. I cannot even imagine the luxurious materials he will acquire for his exchange. Ultimately, Qin Mai lost count of how many poems he recited about the moon. All he knew was that each time he concluded a recitation, the divine will awarded him a perfect score of 10. It is not that these poems are merely worth 10 points. Rather, the highest score possible is merely 10 points. Having achieved this, Qin Mo Yu was already immensely satisfied. Next, he planned to exchange all these points for materials to conduct the summoning ritual of the poet immortal. He descended the stage slowly, lifting the cup of calming tea. It was still warm. He drank it in one gulp. The tea that moment. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Even those who had been fixated on disparaging Qin Mo Yu ceased their chatter. After all, these were verses acknowledged by the heavenly Tao itself, having consistently garnered perfect scores. Should they dare to slander him further, the heavenly Tao would surely impose punishment. Time passed, and the literary competition segment concluded. The total scores of all participants were announced. Unsurprisingly, the first place was once again claimed by Qin Mo Yu. His total score was the sum of numerous tens. In second place was Gri from Greece. With a score of 23.5, trailing Qin Mo Yu by over 100 points. Subsequently, both parties exchanged their points for ritual materials. Gri suddenly felt acutely aware of his own poverty, able to exchange only for a spear, quality, white ordinary, and a shield, quality, white ordinary. Nevertheless, he held great confidence in the divine being he was about to summon, a deity who presided over war, art, and wisdom. With a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right, this deity was an esteemed figure in Greek mythology. In contrast, Qin Mo Yu, having accrued an exceedingly high score, directly exchanged for the highest quality ritual materials. Only in this manner could he be worthy of the poet immortal in his heart. Ding! Exchange for the everlasting blue lotus, quality, golden legend. Ding! Exchange for the ink brush of mountains and rivers, quality, golden legend. Ding! Exchange for the carefree sword, quality, golden legend. Ding! Exchange for the gourd wine of the immortal, quality, golden legend. Qin Mo Yu continued to exchange until he had depleted all his points and gold coins. Yet, he was unperturbed, for everything was worth it for the sake of his idol. Next, he only needed to devise suitable verses and the esteemed title of the character to craft the soul card. The examiner's voice resonated from the examination office. At this moment, billions of spectators worldwide were fixated on Gri and Qin Mo Yu. Some schools even organized students to watch and learn during language classes. The citizens of both nations fervently cheered for their respective contestants. Internationally, many countries began to take sides. As the clock struck 3. Pleas for support echoed. Chapter 49. The goddess of war, Athena. At this juncture, many nations began to belittle the Great Xia. The reasoning was quite straightforward. They believed Great Xia lacked a deity that met the summoning criteria. The theme of the third round of assessment was war and art, and it was evident that the summoned deity needed to embody both martial prowess and artistic talent, essentially requiring a balance of both intellect and strength. For many nations with complete pantheons, such summoning conditions were already exceedingly stringent, let alone for a Great Xia with missing divine figures. Although Qin Mo Yu had performed remarkably in the previous rounds, it did not alter the fact that Great Xia had no deities to summon. These foreign individuals were oblivious to the origins of Qin Mo Yu's poetry. Thus, the overwhelming majority held little faith in Great Xia. By this point, all the advantages Qin Mo Yu had accumulated earlier would likely vanish. Undoubtedly, victory belonged to Gri of Greece. Only Greece could uncover a deity that possessed both martial strength and artistic talent. Indeed, only our Greek deities deserved to stand upon the stage of war and art. What use was Qin Mo Yu's high score? His abundance of ritual materials only made him akin to a student with excessive stationery. Let us not be deceived. He could not possibly summon a worthy deity. Ha ha ha, if Qin Mo Yu were to concede now, perhaps the penalties he would face after the divine battle could be slightly mitigated. Even the nation of the bear began to express concern for Great Xia. Should Great Xia falter, the Western nations would join forces against the bear. At that time, the bear's situation would not fare much better. Examiner Lin, this round will be quite difficult for you to endure, remarked the bear's examiner, Lovsky. Examiner Lin solemnly replied, I understand, but I believe in Chinamoyu. He took a deep breath, his fingers interlaced before his nose and chin. On the arena, Gri of Greece inscribed a magic circle, adorned with ancient Greek script and various mystical runes. At the center of the circle lay a round shield and a conical knight's spear. Broad at the base and sharp at the top, the shield symbolized courage, while the spear represented wisdom, embodying the perfect blend of both. At this moment, some Greek spectators began to realize, oh yeah, Gri intends to summon none other than Athena, one of the 12 Olympian gods. Athena, she is my dream goddess. I can finally behold her. Nonsense, Athena resides on Olympus. How could she possibly appear in your dreams? Stop daydreaming. Indeed, Athena is a dignified and beautiful goddess. Symbolizing wisdom, war, and art. It is said she excels in poetry, dance, music, and painting, and is also a formidable woman skilled in military and naval affairs. Such an extraordinary goddess will surely leave Great Xia in tatters. This is a battle devoid of suspense. At this moment, Gri wore a solemn and reverent expression, hands clasped in prayer. Daughter of the King of Gods, the young and beautiful goddess of Olympus. Presiding over wisdom, art, and war, Athena, please grasp the shield of courage and the spear of wisdom, and pave a path to victory for your devout follower. For your arrival, I am willing to offer all my divine power. Gri gritted his teeth, mentally preparing to sacrifice everything. Suddenly, a holy light radiated from the magic circle. At this moment, on Olympus, the six-pointed star stirred, and the gods rejoiced. Another follower summons you, Athena. It seems you are truly popular among mortals. It makes me envious. After all, the more followers one has, the stronger we become. Hearing the playful remarks of the Greek gods, Athena maintained a calm demeanor as she donned a pair of golden battle boots. At that moment, she was clad in golden divine armor, shield in her left hand and spear in her right, her expression growing resolute, as the world descends into fog and all beings suffer. My followers believe in me, and I am willing to fight for them. Suddenly, she closed her eyes, and a stream of light shot forth from her being. Meanwhile, Gri had completed his incantation, standing expectantly aside, casting a soulful gaze toward the sky before haughtily glancing at Chinamoyu. Surely you have heard of the goddess of war, Athena. I see no hope of victory in you, not even a glimmer. His expression turned defiant. However, Chinamoyu paid no heed to his provocation, for his own magic circle was already complete. Unlike the impoverished Gri, Chinamoyu had amassed so many points that he exchanged for a plethora of materials, all of the highest quality. He was unaware that Gri had used a shattered shield and a broken spear for the summoning ritual. Upon Athena's arrival, would she not smite him twice, before them? Chinamoyu's magic circle was adorned with verses, every stroke and character representing the essence of Great Xia, swirling like a dragon coiling upon the earth. 10 steps to slay a man. 1,000 miles without a trace. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 provinces. In the heavenly realm lies the Jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities. An immortal caresses my crown, granting me eternal life. These verses formed concentric circles, with Chinamoyu's ritual materials positioned at the center. An everlasting blue lotus, an ink brush of mountains and rivers, a sword, and a wine, awaiting a singular individual. Chinamoyu slightly bowed, his demeanor respectful. The foremost figure of romantic poetry, the immortal of wine who declines the emperor's invitation to board the ship, the legendary poet Li Bai, whose verses echo through the ages. You are the pinnacle of Chinese poets, where wine flows into the soul, 7 parts transforming into moonlight, 3 parts howling into sword energy. A single utterance stitches together half of the flourishing tang. I, Chinamoyu, have prepared ink, paper, brush, a sword, a wine, and a blue lotus, and humbly await your arrival. As soon as his words fell, the blue lotus emitted strands of profound energy, hovering in the air and slowly rotating without any breeze. Simultaneously, a jar of exquisite wine, untouched, was consumed entirely. A sword danced in the air. Writing characters filled with chivalric spirit. At this moment, Not only the people of Great Xia, but even many foreigners could no longer remain seated. Qin Mou's summoning ritual had actually succeeded. Is this the manifestation of our ancestors from Great Xia? Could it be that such a figure of both martial and literary prowess once existed in Great Xia? Wodafa, it turns out Qin Mou was not merely pretending. Those ritual materials truly came to life. 6666666. Incredible. How does he manage to innovate every time? However, even if he had truly summoned a deity, could it meet the summoning criteria? Could he possibly triumph over Athena? After all, Athena was a principal deity of Olympus, officially recorded as a true god. Surely Qin Mou had not summoned some nameless wild deity yet again. All eyes were fixated on the arena above. Chapter 50. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, Li Taibai. Examination Office. The examiner from the Bear Country, Lovsky, suddenly inquired, "Examiner Lin, are you familiar with the deity summoned by your Xia?" Examiner Lin pondered deeply, nearly exhausting his lifetime of knowledge. Ultimately, he helplessly shook his head. "I must admit, I have never heard of this Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, nor do I know where Qin Mou summoned him from." Each year, there are always some candidates who inadvertently summon obscure and unheralded wild deities. Thus, Lovsky was somewhat accustomed to this, as the success rate of the summoning ritual is inherently low. Otherwise, how could powerful soul card masters be so scarce? However, he kindly cautioned Examiner Lin. If the deity summoned by Qin Mou does not meet the requirements of the Heavenly Tao examination, the entire Xia nation could face repercussions. The punishment of the Heavenly Tao. Examiner Lin was well aware of the weight those 5 words carried. I know that only the officially recorded deities are considered legitimate. The summoning ritual of Qin Mou was somewhat unique, as none of his soul cards were familiar to me. At this juncture, Examiner Lin could only choose to place his trust in Qin Mou. Lovsky sighed. Athena, the goddess of war and art, perfectly met the requirements. But I fear that your Xia's Azure Lotus Scholar may not be a deity of both literary and martial prowess. Concurrently, examiners from other nations cast envious glances at Examiner Lin, secretly hoping that Qin Mou would falter, leading Xia to suffer the consequences of the Heavenly Tao. Especially the examiner from the island nation, Tian Zhongjin, who had been defeated by Qin Mou in the second round of examinations, resulting in a significant reduction in lifespan for the entire island's populace, with countless lives evaporating in an instant. He appeared respectful on the surface, but harbored malicious intentions, eagerly anticipating trouble for Xia. At this moment, both Qin Mou and Gliss awaited the arrival of their respective deities. Regarding the duality of literary and martial prowess, Qin Mou firmly believed that the poetic immortal Li Bai could accomplish this. Having traversed through time, he not only possessed a complete record of the deities of Huaxia, but was also well-versed in its historical and cultural tapestry. Li Bai, styled Taibai, and known as the Azure Lotus Scholar, flourished during the prosperous Tang dynasty. In that era, the Tang dynasty was renowned for its martial spirit. There was not a coward among them, and surrounding nations bowed in submission, too fearful to provoke us. For instance, Xuanzang, who predated Li Bai, lived during the reign of Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. During his pilgrimage to the west, he required travel documents to pass through other nations, akin to a passport or transit permit. Upon his return journey, however, such documents became unnecessary, as those nations had either become vassal states or were outright annihilated. The Tang dynasty boasted numerous generals who dared to infiltrate enemy camps single-handedly, directly slaying foreign chieftains. Instances of such valor were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Thus, Qin Mou was wholly confident that Li Bai was not only adept in poetry but equally formidable in battle. Furthermore, Li Bai himself had a profound affinity for swordsmanship and had studied it extensively. He once penned verses to describe himself. At 15, I mastered the sword, traversing the realms of lords. Additionally, the word sword appeared a staggering 107 times in his poetry, with mentions of renowned ancient blades such as Ganjiang, Moi, Longquan, and Zhanlu. An individual's oeuvre reflects their character and philosophy. One must question, how could someone indifferent to swordsmanship possibly include it so frequently in their works? Therefore, Qin Mou was utterly convinced that the poetic immortal Li Bai epitomized the ideal of being both literary and martial, not merely a frail scholar, as history and his works would attest. At this juncture, some may argue that Athena is a goddess, while Li Bai is not a deity, thus rendering Qin Mayu's summoning invalid. This, too, was a concern Qin Mayu need not entertain. It is known that Li Bai is the poetic immortal. So I ask you, does a poetic immortal not qualify as a deity? Indeed, it does. The poetic immortal is, after all, a deity. Thus, Li Bai poetic immortal deity. The argument is complete. Li Bai is indeed a deity. The logic forms a flawless loop, meeting the summoning criteria. At this moment, countless eyes were riveted on Qin Mayu. The citizens of Xia felt even more anxious than Qin Mayu himself. After all, Qin Mayu was privy to all details, whereas they remained in the dark. In the imperial capital of Xia, Long Shui, a high-ranking military official, felt his palms grow clammy with perspiration. Recently, the frequency of mysterious beings appearing domestically had surged. If we were to lose this match, the pressure on national defense would significantly escalate. Qin Mayu, you must prevail. Simultaneously, President Wang of Linen No. 1 High School organized a large assembly of students to watch this match. Did you all witness Senior Qin's summoning ritual? Senior Qin is a soul card master who has triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, a hero of all Xia. You younger students must observe closely and learn well. Below, thousands of students watched Qin Mayu's every move. Just then, a male student exclaimed, "Oh, Athena from Greece has appeared." On the competition stage, the goddess of war, Athena, emerged clad in golden armor, her golden boots gleaming as she descended. Her legs were long, her figure statuesque, and her eyes deep as the starry sky. Whenever her gaze shifted, it felt as if constellations flickered within her eyes. Your devout follower, Gliss, pays homage to the goddess of war and art. Gliss was overwhelmed with emotion, placing his hand on his chest and immediately kneeling on one knee. Athena glanced at Gliss, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and softly inquired, "Why are the materials for my summoning so humble? Did you not claim to be my devoted follower?" Upon hearing this, millions of viewers watching the live broadcast nearly burst into laughter. Gliss had suffered defeat at the hands of Qin Mayu too many times during the poetry phase. He could only afford a meager amount of points and gold, making it impossible to procure the lavish materials required for a grand summoning ritual. Consequently, Gliss felt extremely embarrassed and awkward. The materials were seized by that Xia individual. I hope the goddess can assist me in defeating him. Once I return home, I will ensure your legacy continues to flourish. Athena, upon hearing this, chose not to dwell on the matter further and instead turned her gaze toward Qin Mayu. He is handsomer than you, and his ritual materials are abundant. Alas, the one summoning me is not he. In that moment, Gliss's heart shattered into pieces. It felt akin to a goddess he had finally won over, suddenly developing affections for a rival. Of course, Qin Mayu did not possess yellow hair and was not a foreigner. Gliss grew increasingly agitated, relentlessly disparaging Qin Mayu before the goddess Athena, even attempting to tarnish his reputation, painting him as a villain of unspeakable depravity. At that moment, the deity summoned by Qin Mayu also made his entrance. A striking figure appeared on the horizon, his garments billowing as he descended, clad in white as pure as snow. Who was it that offered me exquisite wine? Such fine wine. I am quite fond of it in such a splendid moment. I yearn to indulge in a grand intoxication and compose a poem inspired by the spirits. Before long, Li Bai had arrived at Qin Mayu's side. At this moment, all spectators were astonished to discover that Li Bai was a handsome man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an otherworldly charm. I understand now. The opponent is the goddess of war. And Xia seeks to win the match using the allure of handsome men, a foreign observer remarked. Chapter 51. Fear of Faith, Fear of Power. In the live broadcast room, upon reading this comment, many viewers found themselves bewildered. What does it mean to have Li Bai employ charm to win over Athena? Yet, some viewers genuinely believe this to be Qin Mayu's true intention. The camera crafted by the Heavenly Tao captured still images of Li Bai, Qin Mayu, and Athena, then synchronized the footage back to the live broadcast room, which was now flooded with countless comments. To be honest, I must admit, with such looks, even I am inclined to swoon. Perhaps Qin Mayu truly intends to use charm to defeat Athena. Moreover, it isn't just Li Bai. I find Qin Mayu rather captivating as well. Hey bro, you've used the idiom incorrectly. Isn't applicable here, doesn't matter. I genuinely believe the allure tactic is feasible. Upon further reflection, it seems plausible. I believe I heard Athena praise Qin Mayu earlier. Let Li Bai and Qin Mayu enthrall Athena, And then indeed, the world of martial arts is not solely about fighting. One need not wield blades or guns to secure victory. These comments were merely the jest of netizens from certain countries. However, the Greek viewers were immediately incensed, almost in unison. Disya's netizens, do not even think about it. How dare you, with your meager abilities, attempt to lay claim to our noble goddess Athena? I advise some of you in Disya to wash up and go to sleep. Do not harbor designs on our goddess. Indeed, Athena would never deign to notice your contestants, nor that fellow wielding a sword while drinking, who appears utterly unreliable. Exactly. He seems so laid back. What is this nonsense about romanticism? When the battle begins, Athena will surely leave you disoriented. You Disya folks should just stay cozied up under your blankets and weep. The victory of the fourth match unquestionably belongs to us, the Greeks. They brimmed with enthusiasm and unwavering confidence in their goddess. Meanwhile, on the Disya side, curiosity and speculation abounded regarding the poetic immortal summoned by Qin Mayu. Apart from his striking handsomeness, they knew nothing else. However, given that Qin Mayu had triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, the number of supporters rallying behind him had steadily grown. Those who remain unsupportive of him are either professional trolls, keyboard warriors, or mercenaries bought off by foreign powers, mere puppets of 500,000. In the arena of competition, Li Taibai chuckled and said, "You have summoned me. Do you wish to share a cup of wine with me, or engage in a contest of poetry by the flowing waters?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps sharing wine was feasible, but as for a poetic contest, I am not foolish enough to compete with the immortal poet. Would that not be akin to offering my head on a platter? During the ritual earlier, I neglected to mention one thing. Qin Mayu first inclined his body slightly, then clasped his hands together and proclaimed, "In this day and age, the Western gods roam freely, while our great Xia's divine lineage is lacking. Deceived by outsiders, today, I summon the azure lotus sword immortal, with but one request. To vanquish the goddess of war, Athena. My compatriots have prepared exquisite aged wine, awaiting your triumphant return for a celebratory toast." Upon hearing these words, General Long, situated in the imperial capital, promptly and wisely gave orders. "Send out the command to bring forth all our finest wines from Great Xia." Those renowned distilleries, such as Guojiao, Maodai, and Jiangachun, were contacted one by one, instructing their general managers to present their most prized collections. There must be no errors. Should there be even a hint of subpar quality, they would all be dispatched to the frontier to confront those mysterious werewolves. In his esteemed position, he could not possibly lack such discernment. Consequently, his secretary quickly took notes and proceeded to call each prestigious winery. This was not a time for commercial rivalry. It was a battle for the very survival of the nation. Understood? Thus, the finest wines of Great Xia began their journey to the national combat arena. In the live broadcast, Li Taibai appeared exceedingly pleased upon hearing Qin Mayu's words. "In no matter, it is not too late to speak now. I comprehend it all. As long as we emerge victorious, there shall be fine wine to enjoy. Indeed, your adversary is a Western deity, wielding dominion over war and art, equally adept in poetry, and not to be underestimated." In response, Li Bai gazed at Athena with unwavering optimism and composure. Having faced countless trials and tribulations in his past, he remained the foremost figure of the Romanticist poetic school. Now, before a Western deity, what was there to fear? As for the Confucian notion that a gentleman should not contend with a woman, Li Bai, as the azure lotus sword immortal, was steeped in Taoist essence and paid little heed to such trivialities. A Western deity, a female deity. As long as I wield my sword today, I shall strike without hesitation. Observing Li Bai's fearless demeanor, devoid of even the slightest reverence typically accorded to divine beings, Athena's lashes fluttered as her eyes sparkled like the stars. She furrowed her brow and spoke. "You are neither a deity nor do you possess a divine form. Why do you not kneel before me? I am the embodiment of faith for the peoples of the West, wielding the power of wisdom, war, and art. Heed my words. Fear faith, fear power." At this pronouncement, the Westerners erupted in collective cheers. "DOUC? Our goddess of war, Athena, is beckoning you. Such a lack of basic reverence. You people of Great Xia truly lack decorum in the face of the divine. I advise this Li Taibai to cultivate some fear for our faith, to respect the might of Athena. Otherwise, You may find yourself pierced and your spirit scattered. Indeed, indeed. We shall send you crashing against the wall, so firmly that you cannot pry yourself free. Athena, already quite moderate in temperament, could easily have been replaced by a more volatile deity. At this moment, neither Li Bai nor Qin Mayu could afford to speak lightly. Chapter 52. Poetry takes form. Even the Empress fears not. The Westerners' derisive taunts buzzed like flies. However, Qin Mayu remained composed, for a formidable figure stood before him. In the face of Athena's divine might, Li Bai did not yield but instead stood even more resolute. He was a paragon of elegance, his presence ethereal, maintaining the demeanor of the great poet. With a cold glance at Athena, Li Bai uttered a phrase that astonished all present. You are far inferior. You cannot compare to her. He paused before continuing, I fear not even the Empress. Why would I fear you? At that moment, even Qin Mayu looked up in astonishment. The Empress? Who was this Empress? The sword immortal he summoned seemed to be of far greater significance than he had imagined. Qin Mayu's heart raced with excitement. He had seemingly summoned an extraordinary being, one who was not merely the historical Li Bai. Yet, the specifics remained uncertain. All he could do was accompany the poet in battle until the final act of the contest. The people of Great Xia began to murmur among themselves, a woman is emperor? Has such a thing occurred in our history? Uncertainty hung in the air, shrouding not only the space but also many historical timelines that had sunk into obscurity. His words were shocking. If true, a glorious history awaited rediscovery. Could this empress mentioned by Li Bai be even more powerful than the goddess of war, Athena? It was unclear. Yet Li Bai showed no fear of Athena nor of the empress. What emboldened him? Just look at that Gliss, who fell to his knees the moment Athena appeared. At this time, Athena's chest rose and fell sharply, her anger palpable, her face flushed. Not only had her warning been disregarded by Li Bai, but he had also introduced a being potentially more formidable than herself. Athena, as a powerful woman, found herself both intrigued and competitive toward this empress. Why did it seem as if Li Bai regarded the empress as even mightier than Athena? Thus, Athena began to question Li Bai. The empress? Is she truly formidable? If she were to appear, would you retreat? I wish to defeat her myself. Regarding Her Majesty Wu Zhao, she likely would not heed you. Unlike my penchant for wandering the world, she is concerned with the court, governance, and the nation, Li Bai replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu's heart skipped a beat. Wu Zhao? Was that not Wu Zetian? If that were the case, then Qin Mayu understood everything. The poet he had summoned, Li Bai, was not merely the historical figure, but rather the poet from the Holy Tang dynasty. The Holy Tang and the Great Tang, though only a single character apart, held entirely different connotations. The Holy Tang was a powerful dynasty within the multiverse, akin to the divine Qin, the divine Han, and the Wu Ming. Its people soared to celestial heights, their every gesture imbued with formidable power, and they possessed mysterious cultivation techniques. Qin Mayu was now incredibly exhilarated, though he had no one to share his excitement with. His confidence in this battle surged. He had indeed summoned an extraordinary existence in the form of the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, Li Bai. On the arena, Athena seemed to grasp something. Her pride as a deity would not allow anyone to overlook her. Drawing her spear, she charged forth, her voice ringing out, Gaze upon me, mortal. I am the embodiment of absolute faith. Her spear cleaved through the air with a thunderous roar, radiating brilliance, as if the sun, moon, and stars dimmed in its wake. The tip of her spear glowed with a fiery red, emblazoned with the brilliance of courage. All her fury transformed into a merciless flame, seeking to engulf Li Bai, witnessing Athena's display of divine power. Many Greeks could not help but raise their voices in praise. Goddess, please vanquish the arrogant and ignorant people of Great Xia. We shall offer you the purest power of faith, just as everyone presumed Li Bai would undoubtedly meet defeat. He presented a seemingly perplexed expression. He believed Athena was jealous of the empress's beauty and authority. Jealousy served no purpose. Were it not for the prospect of wine, I would not bother to engage in combat with you. However, those who have recited my poetry shall always find my protection. With a flick of his wrist, Li Bai executed a flourish with his sword, and the face of the flames ignited by Athena's spear slicing through the air. Li Bai wielded his sword with one hand, pointing forward as verses flowed from his lips. The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return. Flowing straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way fell from the heavens, in the blink of an eye, all present heard a torrent of surging waters. Looking up, they beheld a great river cascading down from above. Akin to a 3,000-foot waterfall plunging from a cliff, or the resplendent Milky Way descending from the clouds to the earthly realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The river's flow extinguished the fiery inferno raised by Athena's spear. Moreover, the river continued to flow, surging forward without abatement, sweeping Athena away in its current. Witnessing this scene, the Westerners were left utterly bewildered. Our goddess Athena, was she truly swept away by this flowing water? No, my friend. From where did you summon this river? Quickly return our goddess. Unable to believe, they realized he had deflected the goddess of war's assault. Such a terrifying inferno had been quelled by merely reciting a few lines of poetry. Was this the manifestation of poetry, suggesting that the poetry of Great Xia possessed a unique power? Oh my! This power seemed to exceed expectations. Amidst the waters, Athena found herself swallowing mouthfuls of yellow river water. How vexing, gulu gulu! She could never have anticipated that the tactics of this person from the Great Xia would be so peculiar. Transforming poetry into form, a divine oracle akin to words manifesting as law. Yet, such a level of ability ought not to belong to a mere mortal, especially one from the Great Xia, which is devoid of divine lineage. Athena found herself deeply perplexed, but there was no time for contemplation. For her prior carelessness had led her to be swept into the river, and she urgently needed to extricate herself. With a resounding splash, a burst of golden light illuminated the scene as Athena raised her shield to block the surging waters. Astonishingly, the yellow river divided around her, parting as if she were its center. Seizing this opportunity, Athena soared into the sky, freeing herself from the torrent. However, she was now completely drenched, her long hair disheveled over her shoulders. And she appeared like a startled bird, glistening with fragrant sweat. Mortal, you are formidable. I was careless. Do you enjoy drinking? If so, quickly concede, and I shall share a bit with you. The words of the poet were laced with a languid nonchalance. This left Qin Mayu both amused and exasperated. After all, they were amidst a national battle arena, and Li Taibai remained as carefree as ever. However, this demeanor aligned perfectly with Qin Mayu's perception of Li Taibai. Had Li Taibai begun with grandiose notions of kingdom and homeland, Qin Mayu might have doubted whether he had summoned the right individual. Qin Mayu understood that Li Bai possessed a deep sense of national sentiment. Albeit more restrained than most, remaining optimistic in the face of adversity. This optimism stemmed from his profoundly romantic talent. If the talents of other poets were rivers, Li Bai's was an expansive ocean. Just like now, while he was engaged in battle with a deity, others would have long since knelt in fear and submitted. Yet Li Bai was different. He was the one who refused to board the boat summoned by the emperor. A self-proclaimed immortal of wine. In his heart, nothing was more significant than drinking and composing poetry. Neither emperors nor deities could sway him. Athena was utterly astonished. This was her first encounter with such a mortal. Despite being flesh and blood, he possessed an open mind and a magnanimous spirit. Before my majesty, he displayed not a hint of submission. Athena furrowed her brow and spoke with solemnity. Mortal, my next move is one you shall never evade. Chapter 53. The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. Mortal, let me teach you humility. Upon hearing this, Li Taibai remained unfazed by Athena's impending strike. Drink today, be merry today, he chuckled, weighing his gourd before taking another sip. Tomorrow's troubles are for tomorrow. He moved with the grace of flowing clouds, epitomizing nonchalance. Meanwhile, Principal Wang, who was organizing the students' viewing, suddenly exclaimed with awe, "Did you all hear that? What a splendid piece of poetry. Write it down quickly. It will be on the exam." As soon as he finished speaking, the students below leaned back, their faces displaying astonishment, whispering indignantly, "What? We have to memorize poetry. Fine, I quite like this one." "No, wait. We were hoping for a break today, goodness, so this is why we were gathered here. A setup, this is a setup." Principal Wang was becoming increasingly adept at this. Such a scam, now we have to memorize another poem. Gradually, the students voiced their grievances. However, many were captivated by Li Taibai's talent, eagerly willing to recite his verses. Just then, Athena raised her spear high, radiating a divine glow. Hidden within time, I shall mete out judgment through death. I am the unwavering faith of millennia. This was her glory as a Greek goddess, unwilling to believe that she could be overshadowed by a mere mortal. The blade of her knight's spear shimmered with the brilliance of the sun. An aura of sanctity and dominance that deterred any approach. Whoosh! Her speed was tremendous, her presence far more formidable than her previous assault. In that moment, many spectators from the Great Xia felt a surge of anxiety. Oh no, Athena has unleashed her full power. Can our poet Libai withstand this? The potency of this strike was evidently greater than the last. Athena was fully armed, while their poet Libai was clad only in a simple white robe. One wielded a spear and shield, the other possessed merely a sword. In terms of equipment, Athena's aura was overwhelmingly oppressive. The crowd collectively urged Libai, their voices rising in fervor. Thank you, Libai smiled slightly. In this battle, I shall not be defeated. With a flourish, he spun his sword, and beneath his feet, a blue lotus began to bloom. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from Libai. What is this? Athena paused momentarily, taken aback by the intensity emanating from this mortal of the Great Xia. Yet, she showed no sign of hesitation, still poised to charge with her spear. Her beautiful form transformed into a radiant streak, akin to a comet streaking towards Libai. At that moment, Libai began to chant, the song of the azure lotus sword. The sword of the river descends from the heavens. Come forth, come forth. Ha ha ha! With a resounding, melodious laughter, Libai's figure suddenly multiplied into countless forms, each one capable of wielding a sword to strike. Is this a doppelganger? Athena's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, a tempest of sword energy surrounded her. Swift as lightning, whoosh, 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 Libai's strikes reached an unprecedented speed, each swing resembling a flash of lightning slicing through the sky. Thus, his lightning-fast sword clashed against Athena's spear, which fell like a meteor. Boom! A tremendous explosion radiated outward from the two. In that instant, Athena lost count of how many figures Libai had conjured, nor could she discern the number of sword strikes unleashed. All she knew was that her divine form was beginning to ache. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. She wiped her mouth with her finger, her face a mask of shock. I have bled. This mere mortal has managed to wound my divine form? Countless questions raced through Athena's mind, soon igniting into fury. On the other side, the myriad of figures conjured by Libai coalesced back into one. With each step he took forward, azure lotuses bloomed beneath his feet. Poetry danced with him, the principles of the universe resonating in harmony. At this moment, he was the azure lotus sword immortal, Libai. This strike could even breach the defenses of the god of war. Observing this, the audience from the Great Xia erupted with excitement. So, the azure lotus sword immortal signifies this, truly magnificent. Was that not merely a special effect? I saw Libai transform into countless doppelgangers. Each doppelganger unleashed at least a dozen sword strikes, all aimed at Athena. The dense sword energy enveloped Athena completely, attacking from every angle. Could the goddess of war, Athena, truly be injured? Who could withstand such a ferocious onslaught? Woe is me, another instance of a mortal wounding a deity. I miss my Zhengui indeed, the first ancestor from the previous round, Emperor Ingzheng. With but a heavenly sword, he too wounded the sea god Poseidon. By lineage, Poseidon is even Athena's uncle. Mentioning this makes me feel awake. In stark contrast to the exhilarated audience from the Great Xia, the Westerners felt increasingly despondent. Nonetheless, some remained defiantly obstinate. Do not rejoice too soon. Our deity has yet to reveal her full strength. What of bleeding? Soon you shall witness your demise. Our goddess of war will not be defeated. The Great Xia people should not be too self-satisfied. Just then, Athena spat out the divine blood from her mouth, biting her lip. She is the daughter of the Greek god king, Zeus, and the goddess of wisdom. Métis, it was prophesied that Zeus's offspring would overthrow him. Fearing the loss of his divine throne, Zeus swallowed the pregnant Métis. Subsequently, Zeus suffered from relentless headaches. Until one day, a fair-skinned, beautiful goddess wielding a spear and shield burst forth from Zeus's skull, and that goddess was none other than her. Athena died in that moment. Athena embodied rebellion and defiance. How could such a noble being, born amidst legends, willingly submit to a mere mortal? At this juncture, She pointed her spear at Li Bai and declared, "Even the king of the gods on Olympus does not frighten me. I shall certainly triumph over you. Asa mortal, you must learn humility." Chapter 54, Humility, the Monument of Migration. In the examination office, Lovsky addressed Examiner Lin. "What are the odds of victory for your great Xia in this battle?" "To be honest, if possible, I wish for a full 10%. Examiner Lin shrugged, responding to the examiner from the Bear Country. Upon hearing this, the examiner from Greece grew displeased. Do not forget, based on past competition statistics, Greece has hardly ever faced defeat. The most recent loss was against the wife of Odin, the Nordic god king. Frigg, I hope the great Xia people can respect the facts. The probability of the goddess Athena's defeat is 0. The Greek examiner was aggressive, his demeanor haughty. Examiner Lin replied earnestly, "I have faith in our great Xia contestant. He has won 3 consecutive matches. Among the adversaries, one is none other than the divine King Odin. Is it not?" The two sides remain at a stalemate, their gazes fixed upon the arena. On the competitive stage, Athena holds her head high, her golden armor bearing the marks of battle. Yet, she prides herself on her noble lineage. Shrouded in an air of mystery. In contrast, Li Bai's origins remain a subject of debate. Some claim he hails from Longxi in Gansu. Others assert he is from Suzhou in Sichuan, while yet another theory posits he was born in the city of Suiye in the western regions. The only aspect of his life steeped in legend is his death, with tales suggesting that Li Bai perished while embracing the moon. Viewed in this light, Athena appears to embody a nobility surpassing that of mere mortals. She is a genuine scion of the divine, rooted in authenticity. At this moment, the divine blood within her surges, igniting her small universe. However, Li Bai does not afford her the opportunity to strike first. With a stride of 10 steps, he slays one, leaving no path for retreat. With a reed held between his teeth, fueled by the spirit of intoxication, he advances with great momentum. He lunges at Athena with his sword, executing a series of attacks, thrusts, slashes, and diagonal cuts in rapid succession. Through the live stream, Principal Wang's face flushes with excitement. What a splendid poem! Record it, memorize that line. The students below, bewildered, exclaim. A line worthy of the textbook has effortlessly escaped his lips. Truly, he is the immortal poet. Yet, why is it always us who suffer? We must memorize once more. Nevertheless, they diligently jot down the verses, their collection of quotations now countless. On the other side, Athena raises her shield to deflect Li Bai's assault. Yet her feet are forced to retreat. Ultimately, she adopts a strategy of withdrawal, gathering her divine power. Halt, sinner! The unleashed small universe manifests as a beam of divine light, astonishingly shot forth from her shield. What? The shield can serve as an offensive weapon? The crowd gasps in astonishment. No-one anticipated that Athena's shield could store divine energy and unleash a skill akin to a laser cannon. At this moment, Li Bai relentlessly hacks at the shield, too close to evade the impending danger. Boom. A blinding brilliance engulfs Li Bai's entire form, followed by a deafening explosion, with shockwaves powerful enough to topple those at the edge of the arena. Oh no! Qin Mayu is sent flying, fortunate to be caught by several ironclad warriors behind him. However, his opponent, Grice, is not so lucky. He is thrown into the air, tumbling several times before landing in a most undignified manner. Yet, Grice is not dismayed, for he clearly witnessed Li Bai being struck by Athena's ultimate move. Ha! The feeble mortal dares to approach the divine. How could your frail body withstand several of Athena's powerful strikes? Grice rises, dirted but triumphant, a smug smile adorning his face. The Greek audience in the live stream rejoices as if it were a festival. After all, from the beginning, Li Bai had dominated, while Athena faced defeat. Now that Li Bai has finally been hit, they are eager to mock the Daxia. Ha! This disrespectful individual is surely doomed. Indeed, they suspect his corpse may already be cold. They should hurry to collect the remains of their poetic immortal. I think it unnecessary. After such a blow, he is likely to be left in pieces, unable to piece together a whole. The Daxia should concede. Mortals who display no reverence or humility before the divine are destined to fail. At this moment, Qin Mayu is equally anxious. Having been pushed back by the shockwave, he could not discern Li Bai's condition. Libai.is he all right? The audience from Daxia begins to feel trepidation once more. Just as everyone believes Li Bai is finished, a figure staggers to its feet. Eli supports himself with his long sword, his robe singed. Upon seeing this, Athena's lips curl into a smile. Mortals should learn humility. With that, she charges forward, her spear aimed at Levi. Athena's onslaught is as relentless as a torrential downpour, intent on swiftly vanquishing him. She shows no mercy, pressing Levi to the brink of exhaustion, forcing him to raise his long sword defensively, constantly blocking. Qin Mayu furrows his brow. This is bad. Levi is being suppressed. As the goddess of war, Athena seems to grow ever more resolute in battle. In stark contrast, Levi's fighting spirit appears subdued. The immortal poet, apart from composing verses, is also fond of indulging in wine. Suddenly, an epiphany strikes Qin Mayu. Of course, in the absence of fighting spirit, let him harness the spirit of wine to ignite his sword intent. Just then, the exquisite wines dispatched by General Long have arrived. As the fragrant concoctions grace the arena, Levi inhales deeply, the aroma invigorating him. In an instant, he seems to have unlocked his inner potential, effortlessly repelling the relentless Athena. Why has he suddenly become so invigorated? Athena muses, yet retains her haughty demeanor. If you kneel and worship me, I may spare you. Mortals facing the divine ought to learn humility. Bowing to me is only reasonable. Athena also turns her spear towards Qin Mayu. Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu smirks inwardly. Humility? How absurd. Once the poet imbibes the wine, he will enlighten you on what it means to be a true poet. Chapter 55. Transforming the Yangtze into a sword. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Rows of meticulously brewed fine wines lie upon the edge of the arena, akin to slumbering celestial maidens. Quietly resting, the fragrance wafts through the air, sometimes as light as a delicate mist, slowly dispersing. At other times, it dances like ribbons in the breeze. The poetly Tai-Bai, upon catching the scent, feels a powerful surge of energy swell within him. Akin to a tidal wave, clang, he sends Athena flying with a single stroke, leaping into the air with a few strides. Come on, ha ha ha, may I remain inebriated forever. What follows is a spectacle that leaves all in awe. The dormant wines seem to have suddenly heeded the poet's call, erupting vigorously. They leap and swirl, coalescing into a magnificent water dragon. This water dragon, resplendent and translucent, emanates an enchanting fragrance and radiant glow. Li Tai-Bai inhales deeply, drawing the entire wine-formed water dragon into his being. As the last drop of wine vanishes down his throat, serenity returns to the surroundings, the rich aroma lingering in the air. On the arena, Levi appears somewhat intoxicated, his complexion flushed, his steps unsteadied. At this moment, Qin Mayu reflects, truly, Li Tai-Bai from the Holy Tang is extraordinary. Even in drinking, he stands apart. Initially expecting a bottle after bottle, he is astonished to find that with a mere breath, the wine seemed to exist solely for him. However, the Western audience remains oblivious to the significance of poetry and wine for Levi. Observing him drink during battle, they unleash a torrent of ridicule in the live stream. Isn't it said in Daxia that one should not drink and drive? Why is he drinking while fighting? When sober, he cannot even match our goddess of war. Once he becomes a drunken fool, he will be even more vulnerable. Look at him. He can barely stand. How can he continue to fight? This is truly laughable. Why did Qin Mayu summon such a drunkard? Indeed, Levi is courting death. It is utterly foolish. Goddess of war, please show no mercy and finish him. Athena is also somewhat perplexed. She only knows that the moment Levi deflected her, his aura surged considerably. Yet, she cannot comprehend the source of his newfound strength. Could it truly be the scent of wine? If that is the case, having consumed so much fine wine, what would become of him? Shaking her head, she chuckles softly, humph, it cannot be. There is no way such absurdity exists. Thus, dismissing any doubt, she raises her knightly spear once more, charging at Levi. Radiate brilliance. I am the unwavering faith. Mortal, this strike will bring you to your knees in humility. Athena elevates her momentum to its peak, and as the goddess of war, her fervor only grows with each passing moment. Levi, facing the oncoming Athena, merely smiles, his unsteady steps transforming into a ghostly agility. Evading her attack with a feint, though not laugh. I drink with abandon, the wine flowing through my veins, Levi recites, his long sword drawn in an instant, shimmering with a chilling light, with a casual flick. He unleashes a wave of sword energy, infused with the spirit of wine, hurtling towards Athena. Startled, Athena hastily raises her spear to defend, yet is forced back by the sheer force of the blow. The Western audience falls silent. Can he truly fight while inebriated? Meanwhile, the Dacia crowd erupts in cheers, proclaiming, "This is the essence of our poetic and vinous culture. What do you Westerners know of it?" With the spirit of wine coursing through him, Li Bai's swordsmanship becomes increasingly fierce, each strike accompanied by a timeless line of verse. Throughout history, sages have known solitude. Only the drinkers leave their names. Let us drink. Do not pause for the cup. Bring forth fine wine to exchange for the eternal sorrows we share. The principal of Linen No. 1 High School, witnessing this, exclaims in rapid succession, "Quick! Quick! Record it! Record it!" Thousands of students, stunned, scribble away, the sound of their pens scratching paper filling the air. Despite repeated defeats, Athena, as the goddess of war, continues to fight with unwavering resolve. Every setback sears like a fierce flame, igniting the indomitable spirit within her and causing it to blaze ever more fervently. In that moment, Athena made a stunning move. She hurled her golden shield high into the air, amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. A miracle unfolded. The shield, which had been of normal size, began to expand rapidly in mid-air, as it radiated brilliant light. This colossal shield transformed into a magnificent and imposing golden gateway. The golden gate descended from the heavens, dramatically spanning the center of the arena. Chinemo was taken aback by Athena's ability to wield her shield so creatively. What had begun as a defensive maneuver had now morphed into an invulnerable celestial gate. Did she intend to use this gateway to thwart the onslaught of the sword immortal? Just as Chinemo pondered this, Li Bai erupted into a hearty laugh, seemingly dismissive of the Golden Gate. Indeed, Athena had always regarded him as a mere mortal, wishing to impart lessons of humility. Yet, he was the poet immortal who could inspire the concubine to grind ink, the strong man to remove his boots, and the emperor to be ignored. "Who are you to teach me humility?" With each verse, he proclaimed his refusal to bow to the powerful. "How can I bend my brow and serve the powerful?" Rendering me unable to smile with joy. Laughing as I stride out, "Are we not the common weeds of the earth?" Li Bai advanced toward the Golden Gate, his aura surging outward. He had already manifested a sword intent that transcended mere sword energy. Infused with the spirit and philosophy of a swordsman, the so-called Tai Bai sword intent embodied a mindset of optimism, fearlessness towards authority, and a romanticism that defied death. In the face of the celestial gate, Li Bai recalled the words, "The gateway to heaven disrupts the waters of Chu." Once again, poetry took form, as a great river manifested, stretching across the arena, poised to intersect with Athena's Golden Gate. The tumultuous waters of the Yangtze relentlessly battered against this gateway, as if striving to carve a breach. In that moment, Athena, concealed behind, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her face. Who was this man from the great Xia? Who could compose poetry, indulge in wine, and wield a sword? No, there is no need for concern. My defenses are impregnable. Suddenly, the once tranquil earth transformed, as storm clouds gathered. The poet immortal Li Bai, ethereal in presence, with long hair dancing in the wind, wielded a colossal sword forged from the surging waters of the Yangtze. This mighty sword emanated an overwhelming pressure and grandeur, as if it could sever all obstacles in the world. With a piercing gaze, the poet aimed at the resplendent Golden Gate. Chapter 56. Zeus, only I can strike my daughter. The scene left all viewers in the live broadcast utterly astounded. Once again, poetry took form. He had refined the Yangtze into a giant sword. No, there was no need for refinement. The Yangtze surged forth, charging toward the gate, itself a sword. Did he intend to cleave the celestial gate? But could such a sword truly breach the gate? Observing this, the spectators from Greece began to mock. "Have you all drunk too much? How dare you imagine breaking through our goddess's defenses? This gate, transformed from the golden shield, embodies Athena's divine power. What could a mere mortal do, even if he summoned a great river? Indeed, you shall not breach our defenses. The strength of mortals is ultimately limited. Athena could simply wait for you to exhaust yourselves." At this moment, Athena's lips curled slightly, believing that only fools would think to breach the Golden Gate. Yet, the very next second, her smile froze. The giant sword forged from the Yangtze, imbued with immense might, bore ancient characters from the land of Huaxia upon its blade. Esli, by raised the giant sword to strike the gate. Those pictographs suddenly blazed with light. As if empowered by the spirits of generations of poets, among them, Qinimo you recognized many familiar figures. There was Jia Dao, who penned, 10 years sharpening a sword, the frost blade yet untested. There was Gong Zijian, who wrote, a flute and a sword, in life's intent, bearing the weight of fame for 15 years. There was Guanxiu S, the hall filled with flowers, drunken with 3,000 guests, a sword cold from frost spanning 14 provinces. And the poetic Buddha Wang Wei S, a lifetime of battles across 3,000 miles, a sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. However, most astonishing to Qinimo you was the final figure, the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, who had slain 1,000,000 soldiers in Jiangnan, with a bloodied sword still at his waist. The dragon's energy and murderous aura converged, and with such support, Li Bai's strike was destined to be unstoppable. At that moment, the Western spectators were left gaping in disbelief. Ward, this cannot be a special effect. Why do I feel like this strike channels the strength of countless individuals? It is not a special effect. Indeed, numerous figures have flashed by. Hiss. This man from the Great Xia is somewhat terrifying. It turned out that Li Bai's sword was not simply harnessing the power of the Yangtze, but awakening countless heroic spirits from the history of Huaxia. He bellowed, "Go!" The giant sword formed from the waters of the Yangtze howled forth, carrying the force to annihilate the heavens and earth toward the Golden Gate. Where the sword passed, the very fabric of space rippled. This power exceeded all expectations, and with a resounding crash, the giant sword struck the gate. The gateway to heaven disrupts the waters of Chu. Li Bai laughed heartily. Even if you are a deity, I shall bring you down. The Golden Gate, formed from the shield, trembled violently. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sounds of shattering, fissures began to spread across the Golden Gate. At that moment, Athena's expression changed, finally sensing the impending crisis. If she did not act swiftly, her defenses would be utterly obliterated. She surged forward, channeling divine power to reinforce the gate's defenses. No, I shall not allow you to breach the gate. Mortals should remain in the lower realm, never daring to conquer the divine. I am the goddess of war. In the face of Athena's staunch resistance, Li Bai's sword intent remained undeterred. Break! He shouted once more, empowered by the strength of countless heroic spirits. The colossal sword of the Yangtze, as if bearing the will of Huaxia through the ages, utterly shattered the Golden Gate. The shards of the gate scattered in all directions, leaving Athena with only a knight's spear in her grasp. Witnessing this, Athena's complexion paled, her hair disheveled, her sacred armor in tatters, as if she could hardly stand. The gate had been cleaved by a man from the Great Xia. Impossible. Our goddess cannot be so beleaguered. Countless spectators from Greece were plunged into despair. Great Xia, the imperial capital. One sword cleaves the gateway? The dragon marshal gazed at this scene, exhilarated, pounding the table in excitement. Quickly, this is a moment to be recorded in history. His secretary immediately took notes, preparing to submit them to the National Archives. In the fourth match, Qinimo you summoned the Blue Lotus Sword Immortal Li Bai to face the goddess of war. Athena erected the celestial gate, intending to thwart Li Bai's assault. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Bai transformed the waters of the Yangtze into a sword, cleaving the celestial gate. As a high-ranking figure of Great Xia, the dragon marshal was now utterly enraptured. The global examination had reached its fourth match, and he had followed countless candidates. Yet only Qinimo you had consistently triumphed, creating the most miracles. If nothing unforeseen occurs, Qinimo you would likely emerge victorious once more. Should this happen, Great Xia would achieve 4 consecutive victories. The dragon marshal had already contemplated what reward to bestow upon Qinimo you upon his return. In the realm of the divine. Atop Mount Olympus, Zeus, who had been soundly sleeping on his throne, suddenly sneezed. His eyes opened, and his brow furrowed in concern. As the king of the gods, he sensed everything in the mortal realm. How dare anyone suppress my daughter? Only I am allowed to strike my daughter. Enraged, Zeus parted the clouds, seeking to uncover the truth. Upon witnessing a figure clad in white shattering the gate established by Athena, he wore an expression of astonishment. A mere mortal had managed to rend the Golden Gate to pieces. It is worth noting that when Athena had burst forth from Zeus's skull, she had wielded both spear and shield. Thus, this golden shield also contained the divine power of Zeus. Yet, despite this, it was cleaved by Li Bai's sword. Enraged, Zeus waved his hand, sending a surge of divine power across the expanse toward Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Qin Mo remained calm, observing the unfolding situation. Though Li Bai had breached the gate, he had expended considerable energy, while Athena seized this moment to regain some strength. Just as Li Bai prepared to unleash his final strike, the divine power from Zeus suddenly descended upon Athena. "What is this, Father?" Athena was taken aback as the golden sacred armor adorning her was miraculously restored by this divine force. Her aura surged. Yet her gaze harbored a hint of disdain. Her relationship with Zeus was far from cordial. Chapter 57. Songs of Lament. Will the poet immortal fall? In the past, to secure his position, Zeus had even swallowed both her and her mother Metis. Yet she had managed to escape with her spear and shield, breaking free from his skull. As for her unfortunate mother, she remained within Zeus, becoming a part of his wisdom, offering counsel to him. Witnessing Zeus's divine intervention, the populace of Greece knelt in reverence. "Great king of the gods, Zeus, you have finally shown mercy to your daughter. Please aid the goddess of war Athena in this battle. Please bestow your benevolence upon your loyal followers. We vow to ensure your legacy endures eternally." At that moment, Athena unexpectedly received a fragment of Zeus's supreme divine power, despite her deep-seated reluctance to acknowledge the origins of this power. It is undeniable that this divine strength has bestowed upon her immeasurable assistance. It is essential to recognize that Zeus reigns as the supreme king of the gods, holding an unparalleled and exalted position. He possesses an astonishing resilience, able to survive even when his head is brutally cleaved open. The divine power granted by such a formidable deity must be unimaginably potent. Even a mere fraction of it contains energy and pressure that cannot be underestimated. Yet, in the face of this astonishing spectacle, Li Bai exhibits no trace of fear, maintaining his composure and tranquility. A slight smile graces his lips as he softly remarks, "It seems you have brought allies. Why not summon them to partake in a drink?" As soon as he finishes speaking, the colossal sword in his grasp radiates a dazzling brilliance, and a fierce, chilling sword aura bursts forth to go. With a light command from the sword immortal Li Bai, a formidable sword energy, as swift as lightning, sweeps towards Athena. However, this time, the once mighty sword energy abruptly halts a full 3 feet away from Athena, unable to advance any further. A sacred radiance envelopes Athena, emanating an invisible aura that completely disperses the sword energy he wielded, transforming it into countless twinkling starlights that vanish into thin air. The onlookers from the west erupt in renewed fervor. "Ha ha ha! Did you see that? This man from the great Xia is but a jester. His attacks couldn't even reach us. Our goddess of war's divine light alone can automatically shatter his sword energy. Indeed, it seems this battle is ours to win. What a laughable fellow from the great Xia. In the end, it will all come to naught. You should surrender swiftly, for you dwell in a land devoid of deities. Only a singular lay Zeus shines brightly, yet we possess the gods of Olympus. Moreover, we have the divine king Zeus. Such a foundation is beyond your great Xia's comparison. Delay your surrender, and the longer this drags on, the higher our demands will be." These Westerners even threaten with the punishment that the heavenly Tao will impose after the battle concludes. However, the rewards and penalties from the heavenly Tao for both sides in conflict are not theirs to dictate. This is merely an attempt to cloud vision, deliberately applying pressure on the people of Great Xia. Far away in the imperial capital, General Long furrows his brow at this scene. Is there any wine left? Send it all to the front lines and ask Qin Mayu how much is needed. We shall provide whatever he requires. As long as there is still use for this wine, even if it means depleting the stocks of every winery in the nation. The great Xia will not hesitate. The impeccably dressed secretary quickly nods, personally relaying the message. General Long gazes at the live stream screen, his heart filled with profound worry. It is our fault for lacking a complete pantheon, causing you distress, Qinglei sword immortal. After this battle, the great Xia shall erect a statue in your honor, and your verses will be included in the latest educational materials, celebrated by the masses. At this moment, All the people of Great Xia ponder, wishing for a deity of their own, akin to Zeus, to lend a modicum of support to Li Bai on the boundless arena. The holy raiment, shining with divine brilliance, has been perfectly restored, and the wounds from battle have fully healed. Athena stands gallantly upon the stage, gripping the exquisite knight's spear with both hands, her gaze resolute and filled with authority, emanating a formidable aura that instills dread. Mortals, cease your struggles. This strike shall bring you to your knees. With a furious shout, Athena thrusts her body forward like a bolt of lightning. The knight's spear in her hand spins rapidly in the air, creating a dazzling spiral of force, charging toward Li Bai with unparalleled destructive power. Qin Mayu senses that this is Athena's most potent strike yet, and future blows may only grow stronger. Sword immortal. This is dire. The gleaming tip of Athena's spear seems capable of rending the very fabric of space itself. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Li Bai dares not show any complacency. He swiftly positions his sword horizontally, attempting to withstand Athena's fierce, spiraling thrust. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp metallic sounds echo continually, as the goddess of war, Athena, empowered by a fragment of Zeus's divine strength, feels no fatigue in battle. Moreover, her divine might only grows with each encounter. Conversely, Li Bai, merely a mortal, can only rely on the intoxication and intent of his sword. He is bound to feel pain and exhaustion. If he bleeds, it signifies true injury, unable to mend like Athena. The disparity in stamina is unmistakable. Mortal strength is destined to dwindle. With a resounding crash, spear and sword collide, erupting in a brilliant display of sparks. The tremendous backlash sends Li Bai soaring like a kite with its string cut. Ah! Li Bai feels a surge in his throat, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. Yet, Athena does not relent. She offers him no respite. With a swift step, she closes the distance to Li Bai once more. In an instant, her spear transforms into countless sharp shadows, assailing Li Bai with the ferocity of a tempest. Each spear tip glimmers with a chilling light, akin to a torrential downpour, overwhelming him with no avenue for escape. Li Bai grits his teeth, enduring the pain as he waves his sword to block the onslaught. However, Athena's attacks are overwhelmingly fierce, and he gradually feels himself falter. The sharp spear tips break through his defenses, leaving behind alarming wounds on his body. Ha ha ha! Am I truly to perish here? As he nears death's grasp, Li Bai shakes his head with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly muttering. Chapter 58. Verses recited by thousands. Incense forging a golden body faced with the specter of death, the poet immortal Li Bai remains light-hearted and composed, even when contending with Athena, the goddess of war, endowed with Zeus's divine power. Originally, Li Bai had long since disregarded life and death. However, in this battle, he cannot afford to fall. It is not out of fear, but rather the knowledge that behind him stands the people of Huaxia. Though he initially agreed to fight merely to savor fine wine, Li Bai emits a bitter chuckle as the formidable essence of the Tai Bai sword surges forth once more. Humph, a futile struggle. Athena scoffs disdainfully, aiming her spear at Li Bai's throat. As a proud deity, she too possesses reasons and beliefs that compel her not to lose. As the spear's tip nears Li Bai's throat, he declares, "For the sake of those who shall read my verses, I cannot be defeated." With a mighty roar, he proclaims, "There will come a time when the winds will part the waves. I shall hoist my sails to traverse the vast sea." With a surge akin to a tempestuous tide, the sword intent flows into his blade, and the poet immortal Li Bai swings with fervor. A powerful sword aura sweeps forth, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, forcing Athena back several steps. How can this be? Athena's countenance pales. How is it possible that you possess such strength? Seizing this opportunity, Li Bai swiftly retreats, aware that his strength is waning and that he must conclude the battle swiftly. He closes his eyes, a Taiji yin-yang diagram appearing behind him, and steps forward as if treading on lotus blooms. Threads of the Tao converge upon him from all directions, and the voices of countless households reciting poetry echo in his ears. The surrounding winds stir his garments into a flurry. With his 3-foot-long sword poised, he stands resolutely against the wind, a line of poetry inscribed upon its blade, radiating brilliant light. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Athena roars as she charges toward Li Bai, her speed escalating once more to Li Bai. Undeterred, readies himself, and the two collide in an instant, sword and spear intertwining in a dazzling display. The battle reaches its zenith. With countless afterimages appearing on the stage, they dart left and right, up and down, nearly eluding the grasp of any observer. At this moment, even those Westerners who previously underestimated Li Bai find it hard to believe. This man from the great Xia, is he truly able to match our goddess Athena in combat? Am I mistaken? Was he not already injured? How can he continue to spar with Athena for so long? Every blink reveals multiple afterimages flashing by. From the beginning until now, they have exchanged blows over 100 times. No, it cannot be. Li Bai cannot possibly endure this. Athena is a divine being. Her ability to heal and regenerate is maximized. Li Bai is but a mere mortal. Each drop of blood signifies genuine harm. Indeed, even if Athena cannot eliminate him with a single strike, she can wear him down. Ha ha ha. Exactly, in the end, Li Bai shall simply bleed to death. Thus, the Westerners grow increasingly exhilarated, each of them brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting the moment of Li Bai's defeat. Just then, a brilliant light bursts forth from the clash of Li Bai and Athena's afterimages. Swish, swish, swish. The sword shadows and spear tips disengage, each returning to their original positions. Soul Card Master Qin Mayu and Gris gaze at their summoned champions. Ha ha ha, we have won. Victory belongs to us. Gris, Qin Mayu, surrender to me and Athena. Gris, as Gris's Soul Card Master, believes they have secured victory in the blink of an eye. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a shocking crimson line appeared on Athena's golden armor. This was the legendary golden armor, renowned for its impregnable defense, impervious to any harm. Yet, at this moment, the truth was laid bare before all. The golden armor had indeed been pierced. A stream of dark red blood gushed forth from the wound, trickling down Athena's porcelain-like abdomen. The striking contrast of the vivid red blood against the resplendent golden armor formed a heart-wrenching tableau that resonated with all who beheld it. Witnessing this scene, the audience from Daxia was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Had victory been achieved? Had our poetic sage triumphed? Surely, for Athena had sustained grave injuries. That visible wound was undeniable. There was no escaping it now. What a splendid battle this had been, even more intense than the 3 preceding ones, and why anxious heart could finally find solace. Yet, wait, something felt amiss, in stark contrast to the jubilant spectators. Qin Mayu's visage was etched with sorrow. If Athena had suffered from Li Bai's sword piercing her abdomen, then Li Bai himself bore an even greater injury. If defeating Athena demanded the demise of the poetic sage, then Qin Mayu would rather forfeit that victory. Athena had obtained the divine power of Zeus, each strike more potent than the last. Qin Mayu hurried forward, but before he could reach her, a resounding thud echoed. Li Bai could no longer maintain his stance, his body reeling backward before crashing to the ground. As the crowd focused, they realized his shoulder had been completely impaled by the blade. 2 gaping wounds appeared. Even more harrowing than the scar on Athena's abdomen, blood poured forth from them, saturating the ground around him in a scarlet huin, the face of such immense agony. The poetic sage Li Bai did not utter a single groan. He collapsed onto the ground, allowing the blood to flow freely. The living are but transient travelers, while the dead find their way home in this vast and fleeting world. Sorrow remains eternal, at this moment. The poetic sage Li Bai had seen through the illusions of life and death. How tragic it was for the once spirited poet, who roamed the world with sword in hand, could no longer lift his treasured blade or wine flask. Yet, even in the acceptance of mortality, his eyes were filled with regret. He felt sorrow for those who had placed their faith in him. Alas, how deeply mournful! I cannot conquer my foes, I leave nothing behind. Nor can I protect anything. Upon witnessing this, the people of Daxia were filled with profound sorrow, their hearts aching with empathy. No, you have left behind immortal verses, you have not left nothing in vain. You have fought against the divine, safeguarding the dignity of Daxia. You have not failed to protect anything. Poetic sage, you have not lost. You shall not perish. It is the Greek deities who have played foul. It is they who meddled in the midst of battle. Indeed, why should Zeus be allowed to assist his daughter? This is a travesty. We must protest. At this moment, Qin Mayu, who had remained silent until now, had devised a method to restore the poetic sage Li Bai to life. Chapter 59. The Soul Returns, Reviving the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. In the examination office, upon witnessing this scene, Examiner Lin of Daxia clenched his fists and bellowed, "I shall invoke my authority as an examiner to communicate with the heavenly will. This is an unfair duel." Beside him, the examiner from the Bear Country expressed sympathy for Daxia's plight, but could only offer gentle words of comfort. "Examiner Lin, keep your emotions in check. This is not merely an individual's battle. It is a war involving an entire nation. The competition is not yet over. Be cautious when invoking authority to communicate with the heavenly will, lest you face dire repercussions." In response, the Greek examiner's voice dripped with mockery. "Not over? Ha ha ha. It is quite clear who has won and who has lost. Daxia has been defeated. This battle has been a splendid victory for us Greeks." The examiner from the Bear Country retorted angrily, "Silence. How shameless. Zeus aided Athena in mending her armor. Can you not see?" However, no one cared about the means that led to victory. They only cared for the victory itself. As the saying goes, the process is inconsequential. Only the result matters. Even if they employed extremely dishonorable tactics, these Westerners felt no shame. Instead, they arrogantly mocked Daxia. Zeus's assistance to his daughter was only natural. If your Li Bai had a divine father, he too could accept aid. Alas, Daxia is without gods. Such thoughts are futile. The Greek examiner wore a knowing smile. Most infuriatingly, the examiner from the island nation chimed in with his sardonic remarks. Given the current state of affairs, Daxia would be better off conceding defeat sooner rather than later. At this moment, the entirety of Daxia wept bitterly, mourning the loss of the poetic sage, filled with sorrow, reluctance, and even anger. In stark contrast to the crowd, Qin Mayu remained remarkably composed. Though the shameful actions of the opponents ignited a fiery rage within him, at the moment the poetic sage fell, he heard a cold yet proud voice echoing within him, "I am the Empress. For the matter of Li Bai, I shall reveal to you the method of resurrection." Upon hearing this voice, Qin Mayu had no time to discern its authenticity. His longing for Li Bai's return was overwhelming, and given that this poetic sage hailed from the Holy Tang dynasty, it was entirely reasonable for the Empress to possess such powers. Thus, Qin Mayu grasped this lifeline and fervently sought to connect with the Empress's essence. "I, Qin Mayu, pay my respects to the Empress. Pray, what is the method to bring the poetic sage back to life?" The two minds began to connect. The Empress transmitted information at lightning speed. Upon receiving the message, a plan began to take shape within Qin Mayu's mind. "I must address all the people of Daxia." At this moment, every citizen was shaken to their core. They had yet to emerge from the grief of the poetic sage's passing, yet their eyes turned toward the live stream featuring Qin Mayu. Many cameras immediately focused on him, capturing his image and amplifying it. Qin Mayu addressed the billions of citizens of Daxia. "I, Qin Mayu, implore you to assist me in reciting verses. Please believe me. If we do this together, we can resurrect our Azure Lotus Sword Immortal." At this moment, many citizens were taken aback. Can the sword Immortal truly be revived? Is this for real? I am willing. Let alone reciting poetry. If it means reviving the sword Immortal, I would gladly donate everything. A sword Immortal is invaluable to Daxia. For this, I would offer all Werwu, Brother Mayu. Are you certain? I, Xiaobao, am willing to do anything. Even some children wept loudly, for they understood that the valiant sword Immortal had perished to protect them. However, the Westerners continued to voice their discordant jeers. "Ha ha ha, the body is already cold. Do you still wish to resurrect Li Bai? This is the height of folly. Indeed. How could one revive Li Bai? Will he be resurrected through an advertisement? How preposterous. I know. Some games in Daxia allow one to watch an advertisement to revive a life and continue playing. If watching an advertisement could bring someone back to life, the great labor would have already won the resurrection match long ago." In the live stream, numerous comments flooded the screen, brimming with the Westerner's sharp ridicule and merciless slander. In this moment, the people of Daxia were pushed to their limits of anger. However, they had no time to engage with these individuals and instead followed Qin Mayu in reciting the verses. "Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky, rushing toward the sea, never to return. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall laments the white hare. turning from black silk in the morning to snow by evening? Masterton, Danqiu Sheng. Let us raise our cups and drink. Let the cups not cease. At this moment, billions of lights ignited, reciting one immortal verse after another. As Qin Mayu led the recitation, his heart raced with urgency. Your Majesty, Empress, are you prepared on your end? In the multiverse, in the Holy Tang Dynasty, in the capital of Chang'an, the Empress reigned supreme, flanked by the discerning Di Renjie and his assistant Li Yuanfang. She had issued a decree for the entire populace of the capital to recite poetry in honor of Li Bai. Simultaneously, Li Bai's friends endeavored through various means to summon his spirit. By the riverside, a thatched cottage stood, where Du Fu penned various poems extolling Li Bai. With a cup of wine, penned 100 verses, sleeping in the tavern of Chang'an. The emperor calls for me. But I do not board the boat, for I declare myself a celestial being in the realm of wine. Li Bai is unrivaled in poetry, soaring above the crowd. Each stroke of the brush stirs the winds and rain. Each poem moves the spirits and gods. Every character and stroke exuded reverence and admiration for the idol Li Bai. Du Fu hoped to honor Li Bai in this manner, to summon his spirit back to the mortal realm. Upon finishing, he wrote with fervor, "Soul, return." At the Peach Blossom Lake, as the county chief, Wang Luan rallied the entire county's populace to brew copious amounts of peach blossom wine. Brother Bai, it was here at the Peach Blossom Lake that I bid you farewell. Did you not once say that you would seek me out for another drink next time? A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Wang Luan, await you here. Were it not for my official position, I would forsake it to gather with you again for a night of snow and wine. Brother Bai, soul, return. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Luan was already shedding 2 streams of heartfelt tears. As a well-known superfan of Li Bai, he recalled once more the lines penned by Li Bai for him. The waters of the Peach Blossom Pool are 1,000 feet deep. Yet they cannot compare to the affection Wang Luan has for me. In Chang'an, the empress exuded an air of elegance, her beauty unparalleled, her visage akin to a meticulously carved jade. Her eyes resembled the tranquil waters of an autumn pond. Profound and mysterious, capable of discerning the essence of all things with merely a fleeting glance. Adorned with an exquisitely ornate phoenix crown and draped in a vibrant cloud gown, she moved with a grace reminiscent of colorful clouds pursuing the moon. To aid Li Bai in summoning his soul, she had deliberately donned this attire and communicated with Chinamo, "Why you die in your world. Let the people recite his verses. The more, the better, for it can assist in reconstructing his golden form. On my end, I shall employ various means to aid in the soul's summoning, merging spirit and golden form, and Li Bai shall rise from the dead. This calamity is his due, and he shall triumph over it." Chapter 60. The 3-foot-long sword. Reopening the heavenly gate. Upon hearing this, Chinamo Yu finally understood why the Empress's method could resurrect the Qinglian sword immortal. It turned out that Li Bai was the reincarnation of the Tai Bai star. If he garnered the people's recitations and remembrances, he could summon back his soul and reshape his golden form. Much like a deity, the more devotees one possesses, the greater the incense offerings, and thus the strength of the deity increases. Throughout the streets and alleys, numerous literati were extolling the legendary exploits of Li Bai. Upon hearing this, the crowd responded enthusiastically, and soon, the city resonated with the recitation of Li Bai's poetry. Meanwhile, the Empress set up an immense magical formation within Chang'an, drawing upon her own spiritual energy as a conduit. Surrounding palace maids and eunuchs wielded peach branches and talismans, moving rhythmically around the formation, chanting incantations. By the Peach Blossom Pool, Wang Luan, accompanied by the common folk, poured the peach blossom wine into the pool, its fragrance wafting through the air. As the chanting grew ever more resounding, a shimmering light gradually materialized in the sky, as if a figure was becoming discernible within. Observing this, the Empress intensified her spiritual energy and cried out, "Tai Bai star, return to your place." The light became clearer, revealing the visage of Li Bai, clad in white robes and a silk cap, exuding an aura of grace. Slowly opening his eyes, Li Bai beheld the scene before him, his heart brimming with emotion. He cupped his hands in salute towards Chang'an, expressing his gratitude to the Empress. Then he turned to Wang Luan at the Peach Blossom Pool and chuckled. "Wang Luan, my dear brother, today's spectacle exceeds even that of our farewell in years past." Upon hearing this, Wang Luan was so moved he nearly wept. Regardless of time or place, His idol remained ever so romantic and carefree. "Brother Bai, to revive you today is the greatest joy of my life." Li Bai smiled, then bellowed, "Sword, come." In an instant, every sword in Chang'an converged towards Li Bai. He transformed the faith of the masses into a sword, cleaving through the barriers of two worlds and breaking open the heavenly gate of the Holy Tang dynasty. Wang Luan, hold off on drinking the peach blossom wine. I shall return shortly. No sooner had he spoken than Li Bai's soul returned, ready to assist Qin Mou in securing victory. Meanwhile, in another mist-laden realm, the military command center of the Great Xia Empire was filled with a somber atmosphere. Commander Long bore a sorrowful expression, tinged with a glimmer of hope. At that moment, all soldiers were following Qin Mou in reciting Li Bai's poetry. A nearby secretary inquired, "Commander, will this truly awaken Li Bai's soul? Have faith in Qin Mou." Commander Long sighed heavily, his gaze penetrating the distance. On Mount Olympus, after assisting Athena, Zeus intended to return to his slumber. He often visited the dreams of his followers, engaging in the propagation of progeny. Why has this not yet been resolved?" he exclaimed, parting the clouds to survey the mortal realm. On the arena, Athena hesitated to strike down Li Bai's lifeless form. Firstly, as he lay defeated, there was no need for unnecessary cruelty. Secondly, her strength was inadequate, as this divine power stemmed from that wretched father of hers. However, the candidate from the kingdom of Hera, Gri, had no intention of showing mercy. Clutching a dagger, a sinister smile crept across his face as he approached Li Bai. "Heh, what difference is there between you, lying helplessly, and a mere mortal?" The blade in Gri's hand glimmered ominously. "Let me put an end to you." The audience from the Great Xia watched in mounting anxiety. "This beast intends to harm our poet immortal. This is disgraceful, utterly excessive. I'm on the verge of tears. Who will stop him?" They noted the presence of a war goddess by his side, and who would dare intervene at such a moment? Just as the people of Great Xia were in a state of panic, Qin Mou continued reciting Li Bai's poetry, collaborating with the Empress from another world to revive Li Bai. Concurrently, he activated the soul card of Ancestral Thunder, which contained a skill left by the Thunder Ancestor. Zixiao Divine Thunder summons a Divine Thunder to strike the enemy. After 3 consecutive uses, it enters a cooldown period. The number of uses increases with level, cooldown time decreases with level. The soul card skill, Zixiao Divine Thunder, was unleashed. A thunderous crack echoed, akin to the earth shattering. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, rolling clouds gathering to form a foreboding shroud. What is happening? Gri felt a twinge of fear, yet he did not relinquish his weapon. Soon, 3 dazzling bolts of lightning, like silver serpents, tore through the sky, descending with cataclysmic force. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Gri was engulfed in a blinding flash of electric light. The live audience erupted in cheers of exhilaration. "Has he been reduced to ashes? Excellent, excellent. Qin Mou, you've done splendidly. This is how one should deal with Gri. He deserves it for wanting to slay our sword immortal." At last, from the Holy Tang, Li Bai's soul reunited with his corporeal form, poised to descend once more into the realm of Qin Mou. "The sword is my body, poetry my soul. Arise, Qinglian sword immortal." Just then, the divine King Zeus descended once more. Attempting to thwart Li Bai's resurrection, "Mortal, return to whence you came. The entirety of the West is under my protection." Zeus squinted, declaring, "This gate is 100-fold sturdier than Athena's golden shield. Is your protection truly so impressive?" Li Bai laughed heartily. "A mere gate. I shall cleave it asunder with a single sword." Thus, his voice resonated across both worlds. "Sword, come." At that moment, his sword transcended the boundaries of time and space. A radiant light erupted, the blade shimmering with strands of white sword energy, coiling and swirling like a spirited dragon, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "Open!" With a resounding crash, the gate sustained by Zeus's single hand was effortlessly shattered by Li Bai's sword. Zeus, far away on Mount Olympus, jolted awake from his throne. What manner of person is this from Great Xia, that he could rebound my attack? Filled with trepidation, Zeus reflected that had he not acted swiftly, he might have lost an arm. After breaking through the heavenly gate of this world, Li Bai reappeared on the arena and addressed Qin Mou. "In your realm, the fog envelopes the river, obscuring whether it is a mist or something more sinister. I cannot see clearly, however. I shall handle this woman. This sentiment had been echoed previously when the first emperor had descended. Yet, Qin Imoyu had no time for contemplation. He simply recognized that something was amiss in this world. I implore you. Qinglian Sword Immortal. Slay this goddess. Chapter 61. Great Xia triumphs over the Western deities, Western audience in despair on the arena. Li Bai stood proudly against the wind. Upon witnessing this, Athena's chest heaved with excitement. Throughout their conflict, she transitioned from disdain for mortals to being gradually won over by Li Bai's integrity, feeling a strange stir of emotions within. How can you still be resurrected? At this juncture, Athena's tone was no longer haughty. Rather, there was a hint of delight at seeing Li Bai once more. Li Bai stood, sword in hand, engaging in light-hearted banter. Life and death are but cycles. You Western gods would not comprehend. As his words fell, Li Bai advanced toward Athena, each step resonating with immense weight. Athena sensed an unprecedented pressure and tightened her grip on her spear. Her golden armor glimmering with brilliance. Not only the audience from Great Xia, but even those from neutral nations were profoundly moved by this spectacle. This is too magnificent. He is merely a mortal yet can resurrect. Facing Li Bai, Athena appeared no longer aloof. I can even feel that she has transitioned from disdain to equality, and now harbors a peculiar sentiment. Forget Athena. I am nearly enamored with Li Bai myself. If you all adore Li Bai, then I, Qin Imoyu, shall claim him for myself. Count me in. I will fervently cheer for Qin Imoyu. Immediately, Athena forcibly composed herself, her excitement barely contained. I am pleased to see your revival. But I shall not concede victory easily, as the goddess symbolizing art and war. She would not shy away from battle, nor would she accept defeat without a fight. On the contrary, her nature was one of relentless combat. Regardless of the circumstances, she would strive to vanquish her foes. Hearing this, Li Bai shook his head with a smile. I am the vessel. My soul ferries to the other shore. With a 3-foot-long sword, I can slay deities. In this moment, Li Bai exudes an unwavering confidence, having transcended the confines of mortal flesh to attain a level akin to that of a saintly being. His strength surpasses even that of Athena, whose divine form possesses the ability to self-repair. This formidable power is, without a doubt, bolstered by the assistance of Qin Imoyu from this world and that illustrious empress from another realm. Thus, Li Bai is resolute in his vow to vanquish the Western deity, both to repay Qin Mayu's kindness and to safeguard the people of Huaxia. Athena's eyes shimmer like stars, yet at this moment, they are ablaze with fierce combat spirit and murderous intent. My time has not yet waned. The distant victory calls to me. Swift as lightning, she charges forth, her spear radiating a sacred light, transforming instantaneously into a fierce dragon that pierces the air with a thunderous roar. Aimed directly at Li Bai, roar. The bellow of the Western dragon suddenly reverberates. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Li Bai merely tilts his mouth into a slight smile, revealing an air of calm composure. With the winds at his back, he unleashes a sword strike that cleaves the dragon in two. In an instant, a dazzling sword aura bursts forth, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, severing the dragon formed from Athena's spear. The knight's lance shatters into countless specks of starlight, dissipating into the ether. What? Following the destruction of her golden shield, yet another weapon of Athena has been ruthlessly annihilated by Li Bai. Alas, now Athena truly stands defenseless. But fret not. Our war goddess Athena possesses the divine form of a deity and the might of Zeus. Even unarmed, she could still easily subdue Li Bai of the Great Xia. Indeed, we shall always support our Western gods. Halt, sinner of the Great Xia. Victory does not belong to you. These Westerners have begun to console themselves forcibly. However, while battle reports may deceive, the front lines do not. As Li Bai advances, Athena can only retreat repeatedly. Were it not for her command over the mantle of war, her heart would surely be in disarray, devoid of combat spirit. Cursed be this. Athena furrows her brow. A brilliant divine light erupts once more, and the surrounding air ignites with an intense heat. My sword may not sever longing, but it can indeed fell deities. Li Bai, undeterred by the raging fires of battle, thrusts his sword towards Athena. At this moment, both the people of Great Xia and the Westerners hold their breath. This strike could determine life and death, establish superiority, It is a matter of endurance now. Do not falter, Athena, Qinglian sword immortal. You must prevail. Both sides cheer for their respective deities. Then, as the cold light flashes from Li Bai, his figure becomes spectral, piercing through Athena's form. Initially, Athena feels nothing. Until Li Bai utters, "You have been defeated." The sound of cracking echoes as the sacred garment on Athena tears apart, fragmenting into disarray. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness engulfs her. Though she grits her teeth to maintain her stance, her consciousness begins to fade. Finally, with a resounding crash, this goddess of war falls to the ground like a kite with its string cut, her beautiful, fair visage now etched with pain and despair, her body crashing heavily onto the earth. Stirring up a cloud of dust, with her sacred attire in tatters, her skin, white as snow, is on the verge of exposure. Li Bai waves his hand, a long robe draping over her, preserving her final dignity. Whoosh! A beam of sacred light descends, enveloping the bare goddess, transforming her into specks of starlight. In this moment, Athena's soul returns to Mount Olympus. Zeus gazes upon his beleaguered daughter, his furious roar echoing throughout the Greek pantheon. "Great Sia, I shall trample your realm. Eastern sinners, brace yourselves for my wrath." In an instant, he transforms from an old man into a remarkably robust young adult. His white hair stands on end, radiating an aura of terrifying divinity. Just then, a silvery voice resonates. "In this battle, I accept my defeat willingly. The throne is so cold, yet you all fight to the point of bloodshed." Athena recalls the unspeakable acts Zeus committed to preserve his position: regicide, fratricide, and incestuous debauchery. In this moment, Athena comprehends profoundly. The throne is frigid, and war is unjust. What does victory matter? What does defeat matter? She willingly succumbs to Li Bai as her words dissipate with the wind. Her figure gradually fades away, leaving Zeus in disarray amidst the storm. On the arena, this prolonged battle finally reaches its conclusion. Athena has vanished, leaving only Li Bai standing, jovially partaking of great Sia's fine wine. "Bring forth the wine." He indulges in the exquisite nectar of great Sia. The fourth test is evident. The victor remains Qin Mayu. The entire West is plunged into despair. "No, I refuse to accept this. How long has it been since the Hira nation faced defeat? I cannot bear it. We have always stood atop others. How could we lose this time? And to the weakest great Sia, I truly cannot fathom." Chapter 62. Using thunder to pen, scribing with clouds as ink, and collecting moonlight for paper. Many in the West struggle to accept their defeat to great Sia. For this is not merely a failure. It signifies a profound collapse of faith. They believed that Greek mythology was invincible, destined to dominate the earth. Yet, they had no inkling that great Sia concealed deities such as Sun Wukong and Lei Zhu. Even more astonishing is the emergence of a poet, clad in white, who could best the goddess of war adorned in golden armor. All of this is simply too shocking, constantly reshaping the perspectives and beliefs of the Westerners. Viewers from the Bear Country applaud. Thus, Great Sia has triumphed 4 times in a row, from the United States to the island nation, then to Northern Europe and Hira. Emperor Qin fought Poseidon. Li Bai battled Athena, each instance a testament to mortals surpassing deities. Qin Mayu is simply astounding. In the words of Great Sia's internet, he is terrifying indeed. I now begin to suspect that Great Sia harbors many hidden deities, previously overlooked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The likes of the great sage equal to heaven and the Lord of Thunder are already remarkable. If there are even more powerful deities, will we nations even survive? That said, had Great Sia truly possessed so many deities, they would not have suffered 7 consecutive defeats prior. Thus, it seems Qin Mayu merely benefited from luck, sifting through a multitude of lesser deities to unearth a few powerful ones. In a fleeting moment, Qin Mayu captures the attention of millions worldwide. Yet, he remains oblivious to the external gaze, for he knows that the Qinglian sword immortal is on the verge of returning to the Holy Tang dynasty. Junior Qin Mayu, I extend my gratitude to the Qinglian sword immortal for slaying the deities and protecting the billions of Huaxia citizens. He bows slightly, a gesture of respect. Li Bai bursts into hearty laughter, quickly aiding Qin Mayu to his feet, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, there's no need for such formalities. In truth, I ought to be the one thanking you. Were it not for you, I would not have ascended to a higher realm." Regrettably, I find myself empty-handed li by size, his expression tinged with a hint of regret at that moment. Qin Mayu smiles faintly. The poetry you have left behind and the character you have exhibited will become treasured cultural heritage and spiritual wealth for Huaxia. Upon hearing this, even Li Bai feels a sense of elation. Such words are truly splendid. Inspiration floods through him as he addresses the people of Great Xia. In that case, allow me to present my humble offerings. No sooner had he spoken than thunder rumbled from above, and dark clouds began to swirl and converged. I, Li Tai Bai, shall wield thunder as my pen, dip the clouds as ink, and gather the moonlight as paper. Crafting verses to be passed down through the ages. As these words escape his lips, many Westerners assume Li Bai has overindulged in drink and is now boasting. Yet, in the next moment, the rolling thunder from the heavens is deftly severed by Li Bai's skillful hand. Transforming into a divine writing instrument, with this pen, he dips the dense, dark clouds as ink. Finally, he soars to the heavens to gather the bright moonlight, condensing it into paper as white as snow. Whoosh, 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 Li Bai's creativity flows effortlessly, crafting poem after poem. The sun shines on the incense burner, creating purple smoke. From afar, I gaze at the waterfall hanging before the river. Sea travelers speak of Yingzhou. The misty waves make it hard to seek. Clouds resemble garments, flowers resemble beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing, dew blossoms thick. These verses resonate with the masses, each word a gem, overflowing with talent. The Ministry of Education of Great Xia. The textbook committee, quickly, record these verses and incorporate them into the latest curriculum. The elderly teachers are overjoyed, deeming this a boon for all students in Great Xia. Meanwhile, those watching the live stream begin to realize the gravity of the situation. Oh no, this is a major issue. We must memorize these poems. Sob, sob, sob. Poet brother, I implore you, please write a bit slower. I'm only in 3rd grade. Hee. Thankfully I've graduated. You, my dear younger brother, must memorize them well. University students are fortunate, free from the burdens of rote memorization. At that moment, the minister in charge of the university spoke up. Such exquisite poetry must be memorized by our students to enhance their cultural literacy. Just look at Qin Moyu. It is his profound historical knowledge that enables him to excel as a soul card master. The minister's words rang true. Crafting soul cards requires both historical context and ritual materials, both of which are indispensable. Upon hearing this, the university students who had previously reveled in schadenfreude now wore expressions of bewilderment. In a fit of frustration, they tossed themselves onto their beds, turning away. Ha ha ha, the students were too quick to celebrate. What does attending university matter? Let's recite together. It has been declared that this is indeed a blessing for us, the scholars of the Great Xia. Allow me to express my gratitude. Thank you for your warmth that has brightened all 4 seasons. Thus, a significant update to the entire curriculum of the Great Xia was imminent. The works of the immortal poet Li Bai would dominate the textbooks of primary, secondary, and even university students. Meanwhile, as the immortal poet completed all of his verses, he waved his hand, and a stream of light entered Qin Moyu's body. Qin Moyu, I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, Li Bai's figure faded away. Qin Moyu felt a pang of reluctance and emotion. What was that stream of light just now? Before he could ponder further, the voice announcing the rewards for the secret realm examination rang out. Ding! Qin Moyu of the Great Xia has won the 4th round of assessments, earning 40 divine power as a reward. Wow! Another surge of power coursed through Qin Moyu's body. He barely had time to react, only sensing a column of water flowing within his consciousness, rapidly filling with incredible speed. Once the divine power reached its capacity, an overwhelming force erupted, shattering the confines of his level. Upon checking his status panel, he discovered that he had ascended to Extraordinary Level 3. However, to reach Level 3, 2 divine rings were required, and he possessed only 1 true dragon divine ring. Suddenly, Qin Moyu realized that the stream of light infused by the green lotus sword immortal was, in fact, a divine ring that could assist him in leveling up. Name: Qin Moyu. Profession: Soul Card Master. Unique Hidden. Level: Extraordinary Level 3, 30. Soul Cards: 1. Eternal Emperor 2. Great Sage equal to Heaven 3. Ancestor of 10,000 Thunder 4. Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Divine Rings: True Dragon Divine Ring. Green Lotus Divine Ring. Skills: 1. Omniscience 2. Omnipotence 3. Wall of the Great Wall 4. Somersault Cloud 5. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder 6. Pending activation. There is one empty slot in the skills section. Please activate with a new soul card. Chapter 63. Exam Question 5. International Team Challenge against the Great Xia. Continuing to examine the panel. Chinamo Yu was delighted to find that he had indeed acquired an additional soul card, named Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Checking the soul card details. Name: Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Type: Heroic Soul Card. Ritual: Reciting Poetry. Materials: Golden Quality Everlasting Green Lotus. Ink Brush of Mountains and Rivers. Carefree Sword. Gourd Wine, etc. Recitation: 10 Steps to Kill a Man, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. The foremost romantic poet, the wine immortal who heeds not the emperor's call. The Green Lotus Sword Immortally by, whose legacy is sung for generations. I, the junior Chinamo Yu, have prepared ink, paper, a sword, wine, and a green lotus, and await your arrival. Upon reviewing the description of the soul card, Chinamo Yu understood that Green Lotus Sword Immortal not only provided him with a divine ring for leveling up, but also granted him an additional skill. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated this soul card. Ding! The soul card is merging with the host spirit. New skill activation successful. Acquired the 6th skill, Green Lotus Sword Formation. Green Lotus Sword Formation? The name suggests immense power. I wonder what effects it possesses. As Chinamo Yu invoked it, the skill's effects automatically revealed themselves. Green Lotus Sword Formation. Summons a green lotus. Each lotus seed can transform into a long sword, forming the Green Lotus Sword Formation. Radius of 100 meters, capable of both offense and defense, imbued with the essence of the Green Lotus Sword, inflicting significant damage on enemies while reducing their movement speed. The formation's radius, sword quantity, and lethality can be further enhanced as the host ascends to the saint stage. After reviewing the skill effects, Chinamo Yu felt a surge of joy. This skill was truly a formidable weapon in team battles. When deployed, his Green Lotus Sword Formation would unleash a torrential downpour of flying swords, automatically attacking the enemies with a ferocity akin to a storm. The prospect was thrilling. Moreover, it was a growth-type skill, meaning as he leveled up, the formation's attributes would also enhance. In fact, aside from the Green Lotus Sword Formation, several of Chinamo Yu's other skills were also growth-type, strengthening with his progression. Regarding the world's level system, levels 1 to 3 are categorized as Extraordinary, levels 4 to 6 as Saint, and levels 7 to 9 as Divine Fire. Advancing one level requires not only 100 divine power but also a divine ring. Both are essential. Currently, Chinamo Yu stood at Extraordinary level 3, 30, with 70 experience remaining, and with one more divine ring. He could break through to Saint level 4, this moment. A beam of white light transported Chinamo Yu out of the secret realm, returning him to the colossal plaza. The global examination had now surpassed 4/5 of its course. Chinamo Yu had won 4 consecutive matches and was about to receive the divine rewards from the heavenly Tao. At this instant, the Westerners appeared despondent and trembling. In the first round, the United States lost substantial territory. In the second round, the island nation suffered a loss equivalent to 20 years of lifespan. In the third round, Northern Europe experienced a 30 decline in physical vitality. Now it was the turn of the Hira nation. What punishment awaited them? Oh dear, they were frightened. How could the Great Xia be so formidable this year? It's just luck, merely a stroke of good fortune. Let us not forget they lost 7 rounds previously. While the majority felt apprehensive, a minority remained defiant. However, the heavenly Tao, indifferent to the thoughts of mortals, displayed a new information panel before Chinamo Yu. Congratulations on securing victory for the Great Xia in the 4th round of assessments. The reward for this round is a 30 increase in the territorial waters of the Great Xia and a 30 increase in economic output. The punishment for this round is a 30 reduction in the territorial waters of the Hira nation and a 30 reduction in economic output. Chinamo Yu clicked to claim his reward, and the heavenly Tao's rewards and punishments took immediate effect. Many online viewers were astonished, and a flurry of comments flooded the live stream. Wow! The Great Xia is raking in profits, winning overwhelmingly. This time, rewards included both territorial waters and economic output, not a singular reward. Given the scale of the Great Xia, a 30 increase in economic output equates to the GDP of several smaller nations. While I may not understand GDP, in this era of maritime dominance, An increase in oceanic area allows us to commission more aircraft carriers. All this is thanks to Qin Moyu. He is truly exceptional. I have decided to donate a school and name it after him. What a small vision. The new aircraft carrier shall be called the MOU. The online community of the Great Xia engaged passionately with netizens from other nations, their words brimming with pride and deep respect for Qin Moyu. In contrast, the Hira nation, founded upon maritime power, found its economy significantly weakened, suffering a 30% reduction in both territorial waters and economic output, a grievous blow. The Hira nation's netizens, once exuberant before the battle, now felt profound sorrow and regret. Yet, just as everyone believed the dust had settled, the skies suddenly darkened, a commanding voice resonated. Though the Great Xia has triumphed, do not become overly complacent. This is a battle among nations, one that transcends mere victory or defeat. It appeared the heavenly Tao had more to convey. Millions of global viewers collectively looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment. The heavenly Tao had actively engaged in dialogue with mortals. This was a historic first. I had thought the heavenly Tao was akin to game designers, merely overseeing the game. Perhaps Qin Moyu's 4 consecutive victories had triggered a hidden mechanism of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Qin Moyu was no longer silent as in the past. As the battle progressed, his character underwent subtle growth. He understood that for the sake of the Great Xia, he must now step forward. With a whoosh, 2 divine rings suddenly activated, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the entire realm. One divine ring resembled a ferocious true dragon, vividly alive, exuding boundless majesty and dominance. The other resembled a blooming green lotus, pure and ethereal, radiating a tranquil yet mysterious aura. The 2 divine rings intertwined and spiraled around Qin Moyu like loyal guardians, enveloping him in an impenetrable defense, safeguarding him completely. Thus, Qin Moyu gazed skyward, unflinchingly responding. Heavenly Tao, having set forth the rules, why do you speak thus when the Great Xia has emerged victorious? At that moment, the once ethereal voice of the heavenly Tao underwent subtle changes. Initially, it had been somewhat distant and indifferent, but now it transformed into a deep, resonant tone. It was as if a noble and aloof figure was softly whispering enchanting revelations into Qin Moyu's ear. All you have traversed thus far is merely the beginning. The Great Xia's 4 consecutive victories indicate that the 5th round will not be so simple. In the upcoming 5th round of assessments, the United Challenge mode will commence, allowing formidable warriors from various countries to form teams and confront the Great Xia. Upon this announcement, the Western nations erupted with enthusiasm, swiftly organizing the Avengers Alliance, their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Chapter 64. The Celestial Judge of the National War, the Slanting Moon 3-Star Cave, takes action. The challenge for the 5th round has been personally devised by the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing the content of the challenge, the Westerners seem to glimpse a renewed hope. Splendid. In this final round, they can indeed unite to challenge the Great Xia. However, I find the term challenge rather unappealing. I would prefer to call it conquest, or even destruction. The previous 4 rounds have seen us suffer tremendous defeats, and this time we must reclaim every victory and seize their territory. We, the Western nations, must seize this opportunity to unite and utterly crush the Great Xia. Let them awaken to the reality of who the true sovereigns of this world are. Indeed, otherwise, the feeble Great Xia might genuinely believe themselves to be formidable. This group of netizens, having forgotten their wounds so soon, has once again rallied, clamoring to unite in an assault against the Great Xia. Simultaneously, some netizens from island nations, as well as those from the southern realm of the Great Xia, the land of Tianju, eagerly joined the fray. Hey, Western brothers, count us in. The Great Xia has triumphed too often, and it has become intolerable. The deities of our Tianju are incredibly powerful. Once we intervene, victory is assured. Oh yes, our island nations' deities still possess the strength to fight. Island nations should refrain from meddling. Don't you recall the crushing defeat in the 3rd round? As the netizens from various nations engaged in fervent discussions, a dazzling brilliance suddenly illuminated the distant horizon, casting light across the entire realm. This radiance gradually congealed into a humanoid form. Qin Moyu was astonished to realize that the heavenly Tao had manifested as a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. In that moment, not only Qin Moyu but billions of global spectators were left in awe. Not only did she engage in dialogue with Qin Moyu, but she also transformed into a stunning beauty who descended from the heavens. Was this the reward for winning 4 consecutive matches? Qin Mayu felt exhilarated. The celestial maiden, embodying the heavenly Tao, wore a resplendent strapless gown that billowed with the wind, shimmering in a spectrum of colors. Resembling the ethereal clouds at dusk, her beauty was unparalleled, with brows as delicate as distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, and skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, crystalline and translucent like jade. An aura of divine grace surrounded her. A presence to be revered and not trifled with, she gracefully descended upon the earthly realm, treading lightly upon a staircase of clouds. Qin Mayu gasped, uncertain how to address her. Should it be the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, the judge of the national war, or the game planner? The Tao encompasses 50, the celestial encompasses 49, and humanity vanishes as one. You may call me Dun-E. Her demeanor was cool and her voice enchanting. Although many spectators were captivated by the celestial maiden's form, they understood that her ostentatious entrance signified she was not to be underestimated. After all, she represented the heavenly Tao and presided over the final round of assessment. Her strength undoubtedly formidable. Thus, many lewd spectators refrained from their sinful intentions. Ultimately, under the maiden's guidance, the nations challenging the Great Xia formed their teams. The United States, the island nations, Tianju, Shila, and the Nordic countries. It could be said that nearly all nations venerating Western deities or their own gods stood in opposition to the Great Xia. The deities of the Great Xia were about to face unprecedented pressure. Even Qin Mayu's heart raced, his fists clenched slightly in trepidation. Within the Great Xia, anxiety loomed. The mere presence of Greek and Norse mythology was already formidable. Now, with the addition of Tianju's mythology, the Great Xia was outnumbered. Not merely outnumbered, but overwhelmed by an army of 40. This group was indeed relentless. The 5th round of assessment seemed designed to push us to the brink of despair, all while claiming we had won too much previously. At this critical juncture, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia, including Dragon Commander, felt a sense of urgency, recalling the long-ago war of the multinational coalition. Just then, the nation of the bear emerged, declaring, "We too possess our own Slavic mythology and are willing to ally with the Great Xia. We understand the concept of mutual dependence. These Westerners have always sought to strike at the Great Xia, and they frequently exhibit disloyalty towards us as well. Thus, at last, the Great Xia gained an ally." Ultimately, the judge announced that the 5th round of assessments would pit the Great Xia against the Bear Nation in a 2 versus many scenario. In that moment, a collective spirit of defiance ignited among them. Let them come. Who fears whom? This group harbors a relentless desire for our downfall. Therefore, we shall not hold back. Every inch of land is paid for with blood. The soil beneath our feet, our ancestors sacrificed their lives to reclaim. We, the people of the Great Xia, will not yield an inch. Your ambitions shall not come to fruition. As the final hour approached, faced with unprecedented pressure, the people of the Great Xia displayed an indomitable spirit. In the global examination, in a colossal plaza, all remaining candidates were transported to a secret realm. The examination rules then emerged. This round is a no-holds-barred battle. All may attack and slaughter one another for materials. The victors shall receive the highest points and gold, which can be exchanged for the finest summoning materials. The better the materials, the greater the assistance for the summoning ceremony. Standing in the center, Qin Mayu suddenly felt as though the world had turned against him. The foreign candidates displayed mocking and provocative gazes. In a one-on-one confrontation, they might fear Qin Mayu. However, with so many allied against him, their confidence surged. The deities of the Great Xia must be dwindling, they jeered. Prepare to savor the experience of being trampled upon by our nations in turn. Oh, I shall reclaim the 20 years of life lost for my nation. Qin Mayu, I am sorry. At that moment, all pretense was cast aside, revealing the long-buried ambitions of wolves. In the face of this, Qin Mayu remained undaunted. As long as he could defeat these adversaries, he could collect sufficient materials for the summoning ceremony. As for whom to summon, he had already received a fragment of divine thought from the slanting moon 3-star cave. He had not anticipated that this fragment of thought from the ancestor would traverse the vast universe and the river of time. Moreover, this divine thought seemed to carry a hint of fury, a detail that Qin Mayu could not yet comprehend. Chapter 65. Do you wish to besiege me? The Azure Lotus Sword Formation? Activate. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia convened a conference to analyze the mythologies of various nations. Familiar with both Greek and Norse mythologies, Dragon Commander succinctly opened the meeting. An elderly professor, with hair as white as snow, spoke gravely. Although the strength of Tianzhu was far inferior to the 5 great nations before the arrival of the fog, their mythological system is extraordinarily exaggerated, leading to a significant increase in their power post-arrival. The 3 principal deities of Tianzhu mythology are Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Following this, another professor added, in addition, there are other mythological systems, such as Egyptian and Celtic mythologies. Subsequently, these esteemed professors provided Dragon Commander with a wealth of mythological information. Overwhelmed by the multitude of mythological systems, Dragon Commander felt his head spinning. The mere challenge of Greek mythology had already posed a tremendous headache for the people of the Great Xia. Now, with so many mythological systems converging upon them, Dragon Commander sensed that this was the darkest hour for the entire Great Xia. Our Great Xia's divine system is deficient. The probability of defeat in the 5th round is nearly 100. Should the Great Xia weaken, these predatory nations may take reckless actions, particularly the island nations. Convey my orders. The Army, Navy, and Air Force are to be placed on high alert. Ensure all fighter jets are fully fueled, and all aircraft carriers set sail for combat routes. Dragon Commander inhaled deeply, making this significant decision. History had taught him to be vigilant. Centuries ago, when the Great Xia was under feudal rule, its strength waned, allowing foreign powers to invade, resulting in countless sufferings for its people. On the other side, Qin Mayu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as iron. The foreign competitors taunted, "Surrender now. There's no need to contest this round." Absolutely not. Qin Mayu shook his head slightly. Thus, the competitors from various nations gradually closed in, forming a tightening encirclement around Qin Mayu. Suddenly, they unleashed their soul card skills. The battle erupted in an instant. Qin Mayu stood alone, his figure appearing small yet unwavering. As foes surged from all directions like a tidal wave, the encirclement shrank, leaving Qin Mayu with no chance to escape. These adversaries hailed from diverse factions. Some adorned in splendid robes, others clad in rugged armor, yet all exuded palpable hostility and murderous intent. Many soul card masters from the island nations activated beast spirit cards, summoning jade hounds, magnificent beasts, and dark-feathered crows akin to Shikigami. The exquisite jade-like hounds are entirely pristine, their fur flowing and silky, with eyes that gleam with sharpness akin to lightning. When they sprint, they move with astonishing speed, resembling a flash of white lightning. The majestic creature, a colossal elephant, stands as grand as a mountain, its skin rough and thick, and its sturdy legs resemble pillars supporting the heavens. Each step it takes sends tremors through the ground. The black-feathered crow unfurls its wings, its plumage shimmering with an eerie black light, its razor-sharp claws instilling dread, as if a harbinger of death has descended upon the earth. These ferocious beasts and birds are numerous, each possessing distinct skills, yet all share the singular objective of annihilating Qin Mayu. Observing this, the audience from Xia felt an overwhelming heaviness, nearly suffocating them. At that moment, with a commanding shout, Qin Mayu summoned thousands of Qin cavalry, akin to divine soldiers descending from the heavens. "Charge, Qin cavalry," he ordered, showing no mercy to the island nation's competitors, issuing a command of ruthless extermination. In an instant, the thousands of Qin cavalry surged forward, targeting the spirit card masters of the island nation. Thankfully, Qin Mayu had not forgotten this particular skill, thereby narrowing the numerical disparity. However, aside from the island nation's spirit card masters, there were also competitors from the United States and other countries to contend with. How long Qin Mayu could endure remained an enigma. This was no longer a contest. It had devolved into a war explicitly directed at Qin Mayu. Having secured 4 consecutive victories, he had become the target of collective ire. Before long, competitors from the United States, Sheila, and other nations unleashed their spirit cards, harnessing fragments of divine power. For instance, the sea god's ability to command the waters, and the war god's indomitable fighting spirit, among others. They roared as they charged towards Qin Mayu, each face contorted with ferocity and malice. "Die, Qin Mayu! Be engulfed in the tumult of the sea. Surrender now, or I shall pierce your heart with the war god's spear." the skies darkened with ominous clouds. The atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, Qin Imoyu remained unfazed. With his head held high and gaze sharp as a blade, he coldly surveyed the advancing foes. 150 meters, 125 meters, 100 meters, 90 meters. Azure Lotus Sword Formation. Activate! As his words fell, a sword formation with a radius of 100 meters suddenly unfurled ahead. It dawned upon the onlookers that they had unwittingly stepped into the realm of the Azure Lotus Sword Formation. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. This Qin Imoyu has been waiting for us to draw near. Beneath their feet, a colossal azure lotus design slowly emerged, then bloomed, as the lotus blossomed. Countless gleaming swords soared into the air, each radiating a fierce sword light. Where Qin Imoyu's heart desires, there too shall the sword strike. Any enemy he deems a threat would be automatically targeted by these flying swords. Launching their assault, within the sword formation, none would escape unscathed. Qin Imoyu commanded internally. Suddenly, the suspended swords, as if responding to an unseen call, broke free from their restraints. Quickly, scatter. Escape the sword formation? The adversaries fled in a panic. However, before they could evade, a flurry of sounds erupted. Blazing lights shot forth as all the flying swords from the Azure Lotus Sword Formation sped towards all directions. They resembled a torrential rain of arrows. Imbued with relentless killing intent and power, mercilessly targeting those marked enemies. In that moment, Qin Imoyu stood like a solitary peak, defiantly erect amidst the tempest, unfaltering against the wind and rain. His indomitable spirit repulsed those who besieged him. Yet, a few candidates managed to escape the sword formation, relying on their formidable spirit card skills. 1, 2, 3. Qin Imoyu counted. Precisely 3. They were competitors from the United States, Shila, and Tianju. Observing this, a confident smile graced Qin Imoyu's lips as he raised his right hand and gestured forward. Purple Sky Divine Thunder, activate. In an instant, the skies shifted, and 3 bolts of divine thunder struck down. The 3 foreign contestants widened their eyes in terror, attempting to deploy various defensive skills against the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. The contestant from the United States was enveloped in a blinding light, a colossal mechanical shield materializing before him. The surface of the shield gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. Seemingly impenetrable. Another contestant from Shila was equally unyielding. He shut his eyes tightly, hands clasped in prayer. A faint magical aura enveloped him, gradually coalescing into a transparent barrier that shielded him entirely. As for the contestant from Tianju, he adopted a more unconventional approach, sitting cross-legged, reciting ancient and obscure Sanskrit. A circular protective field formed around him, safeguarding him meticulously. Observing this, all foreign spectators believed they could withstand Qin Imoyu's assault. Yet, the next second, the mechanical shield of the American contestant exploded, shrapnel tearing through his flesh. Simultaneously, the competitors from Shila and Tianju let out cries of agony. Their magical barriers and protective fields crumbled before the might of Qin Imoyu's Purple Sky Divine Thunder. As fragile as mere paper. In that moment, the live stream fell into silence, followed by an eruption of endless comments. On the battlefield, Qin Imoyu appeared unfazed, as though all was well within his grasp. Meanwhile, the Qin cavalry had annihilated all the summoned spirit beasts from the island nation's masters, whether they were the swift jade hounds, the robust elephant, or the deathly black crow. All fell beneath the long spears. Powerful crossbows and iron hooves of the Qin cavalry. The Azure Lotus Sword Formation also swept through and eliminated the remaining foes with relentless efficiency. This battle lasted a mere 5 minutes. Yet it showcased Qin Imoyu's singular brilliance. Defeating thousands while remaining unscathed, he stood proudly on the battlefield, gazing down upon the world. The audience from Desya erupted in jubilation, showering Qin Imoyu with cheers. Even the most cynical critics could not help but bow to such terrifying achievements. 2 words. Utterly impressive. Wow. One person against so many, and he still prevails. I initially thought Qin Imoyu would undoubtedly lose. But it seems I misjudged. My apologies, I was merely boasting, and you are the true deity. I am genuinely impressed. Had it been me, I would have likely surrendered before the battle even began. In stark contrast, the foreign spectators were left utterly bewildered. Some keyboard warriors even harshly criticized their own competitors. What on earth? So many against one, and they all got countered. Can't they play? Wasn't it said that only the elite reach the final round? And this is what we get. When it comes to actual combat, I see Chinamo from Desya as the true elite. You all are barely worth mentioning, damn it, refund. This has left me furious. At this moment, the fairy serving as the judge was also taken aback. She had initially believed that even if Chinamo were to win, it would come at a tremendous cost, likely lasting a day and night. Yet, in mere moments, countless adversaries were obliterated, all swiftly dispatched. Thus, she announced aloud. In the material contest, the first place goes to Chinamo, who may select ritual materials at will, with no limits on quantity, quality, or type. Upon hearing the verdict, the spectators from other nations were consumed by rage. They had never anticipated that so many could engage him and still see him emerge victorious. As a result, he would obtain the finest materials for the summoning ritual. The more offerings a deity receives, the stronger the bond with the spirit cardmaster. Alas, the other contestants could only choose from what Chinamo left behind. However, some foreign spectators remained unfazed, maintaining an optimistic outlook. What are you panicking about? Don't forget, this round is different from the previous four. It's a multinational challenge against Desya. The deities of Desya are too few. With so many countries combined, even a rotation strategy could wear them down. Oh yes, that makes sense. I was so startled by Chinamo that I nearly overlooked that. Our multinational coalition boasts Greek mythology, Norse mythology, Tianju mythology, Egyptian mythology, and island nation mythology, among others. The alliance of Desya and the Bear Nation barely showcases Slavic mythology. They simply don't have enough deities. Hee. I am already looking forward to the scenario where Desya is forced to summon lesser gods and ultimately meets an inevitable defeat. These sentiments also reached the ears of the people from Desya. Everyone understood that the material contest was merely the prologue. The true battle was only just beginning. The pressure on Chinamo remained immense. Regardless, he is the hero of our nation. Chinamo turned towards the finish line, where countless materials awaited his selection. At that moment, the celestial maiden waved her colorful sleeves, enveloping Chinamo in a radiant glow. This prevented the other spectators from discerning his choices, safeguarding against any potential leaks regarding his upcoming strategies. Before Chinamo lay a dazzling array of ritual materials, overwhelming to behold. For instance, a pile of purplish-red magical crystals, tomes embossed with mysterious runes, as well as various staffs, robes, and royal crowns. However, regarding these ritual materials infused with elements of Western fantasy, Chinamo merely glanced and bypassed them entirely. He made his way to the other side, where an array of ceremonial materials infused with Eastern essence was displayed. Among them were exquisite folding fans, their surfaces elegantly unfurled, and ancient ink-wash paintings depicting mountains, waters, and birds, all vividly alive. There were also delicate incense burners, intricately carved with auspicious dragons and phoenixes, from which tendrils of fragrant smoke gracefully ascended. Additionally, there were strings of translucent prayer beads, their smooth, rounded orbs subtly glowing with a spiritual radiance. Such treasures were abundant, and without a moment to spare for admiration, Chinamo swiftly gathered them all into his possession. The privilege of a champion is delightful, allowing for unrestricted selection, free from any interference. Since his choices were limitless, in the end, aside from the materials of Western fantasy, he packed away everything else. It remains a mystery what kind of ceremonial materials that venerable ancestor from Sheyue Sanqing cave favors. Though his divine perception hinted that he was about to take the stage, such a transcendent being surely would not act recklessly. If the opposing summoner were not a supreme deity or a creator god, I would summon the likes of Erlang Shun and the great deities of the three altars to make their appearance. While carrying the materials, Chinamo silently contemplated. Chapter 67. A grand opening with a royal flush. Nations began to play soon after. The candidates from other nations completed their selections. Combat Camp, Daxia Maoxiong vs Multinational Coalition. Play order: Maoxiong Nation, Shila Nation, Tianju Nation, Daxia Nation. This round is an unregulated battle. Any camp can substitute infinitely until complete surrender. Next, let the participating nations utilize their selected materials to perform the summoning ritual. As soon as the announcement was made, both camps immediately began their discussions. The captain of Maoxiong Nation, named Ekaterina, was an exceptionally skilled soul card master. Her long, golden hair curled gently like the rolling waves of the sea, and her bright blue eyes sparkled like exquisite sapphires. She concentrated the powers of all the soul card masters in her team and decided to summon the three-faced war god, Triglav from Slavic mythology. The mythology revered by Maoxiong nation is known as Slavic mythology, and upon seeing Ekaterina's intention to summon the three-faced war god, the audience from Maoxiong nation expressed their confidence. The three-faced war god is the great deity who wields the authority of war in our Maoxiong nation's mythology. His name is a collective reference to the three war gods, and sending him into battle surely poses no issue. Without the classic BP phase, it was now time for the multinational coalition to make their move. The coalition had already decided that the next country to play after Maoxiong nation would be Shilla nation. After all, Shilla nation had suffered a crushing defeat in the previous round, with their goddess of war losing to a mere poet from Dacia. Shilla nation was seething with resentment, eager to reclaim victory, making it just right for them to be the second nation to play, perfectly suited to vent their anger. To everyone's surprise, Shilla nation, showing a blatant disregard for martial ethics, intended to summon King of the Gods, Zeus right from the outset. This bold move sparked intense discussion among billions of viewers worldwide. Wait, is this how you play? Who brings out a royal flush right away? Indeed. If you don't know how to play cards, come over here. We'll teach you a few rounds of Do Di Ju. Starting with Zeus, aren't you just asking for trouble? I feel that together, Dacia and Maoxiong don't even stand a chance against a single god like Zeus. After all, Zeus is the supreme god of Olympus, his power boundless. While the audience was in for a thrilling spectacle, Dacia and Maoxiong were in for a rough time. In this dramatic scene, Ekaterina's eyes sparkled as well. Although she held confidence in her own mythology, the name of Zeus resonated with thunderous echoes. She approached Qin Mayu, feeling anxious. Mayu, do you have confidence? Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu nodded calmly. This moment delighted some viewers from Shilla nation in the live stream. Look, we're summoning Zeus and Qin Mayu is still pretending. His expression seemed to convey an air of guaranteed victory. I think it looks more like he's saying, do as you wish, I remain invincible. Ekaterina was flustered, while Qin Mayu remained so composed. Don't let our god King Zeus overpower you. Ha, he must be feigning calm. His heart is probably in turmoil. After the first two nations confirmed their deities, it was now time for Tianju nation. As the third nation to play, they played a crucial role in bridging the gap. This was also the result of a strong request from Tianju's soul card masters. After a hushed discussion, smiles crept onto their faces. We, Tianju nation, intend to summon the god of destruction and devastation, Shiva. Shiva is one of the three supreme deities in Tianju mythology, the other two being Brahma and Vishnu. The multinational coalition was very pleased with Tianju nation's decision. With this, they now had two supreme gods on their side. Whether it be Zeus or Shiva, they believed either could easily overpower Dacia and Maoxiong. Not to mention, now they had the combined might of two supreme gods. In the live stream, the audience's emotions reached a fever pitch. Wait, you Tianju are summoning a supreme god too. You all are dropping royal flushes right from the start. Let me give you a round of applause. There was no way around it. After all, Tianju mythology boasts three main gods, equating to three royal flushes. If it were you, holding three royal flushes, playing one right at the beginning wouldn't seem that problematic. What kind of game is this? If I were a contestant from Dacia or Maoxiong, I would hastily concede and go home. Indeed, how could they even compete? It seemed pointless to continue. Let us observe a moment of silence for Dacia and Maoxiong. It cannot be helped. Nations with weaker mythologies like Dacia are fated to have no future. Almost everyone held a grim outlook on Dacia's fate. Some even believed that Qin Mayu's earlier 4 consecutive victories would all be lost. Hadn't Dacia previously gained territory, lifespan, physique, and maritime advantages? In the 5th round, they would surely have to regurgitate everything they had consumed. Not only that, they would also lose a significant portion more. The multinational coalition could easily feast on just one piece of meat, and that might not even suffice. Finally, it was the turn of the 4th and final nation to play, Dacia nation. This arrangement was not merely the whim of the celestial maiden, but a deliberate strategy by Qin Mayu. After all, he was the champion of the material contest, having single-handedly overwhelmed thousands, enjoying numerous privileges. The reason for intentionally remaining until the end was to carefully observe how the other nations played. Since you all are summoning supreme gods, do not blame me for employing ruthless tactics. Initially, he thought to summon Erlang Shun or the great deities of the three altars, but upon seeing Zeus and Shiva played right out of the gate, it was clear that merely relying on Mao Xiong's three-faced war god would not suffice. To avoid losing this round, Qin Mayu had already decided to summon the Patriarch Bodhi from Shewa Sanqing Cave. Thus, Qin Mayu submitted his play information. I wish to summon the deity, Patriarch Bodhi. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell into a hush, and no one recognized this venerable ancestor, Patriarch Bodhi. Have you heard of him? No, such a strange name. Who has heard of it? An ancestor who can be called a founder of a religion should not be too weak. However, no matter how strong. Could he possibly rival Zeus? Even if he could, there was still Shiva to contend with. The previous rules had already stated that substitutions could be made infinitely. Substitutions were reserved for Daxia and Mao Xiong, while Zeus alone could easily overpower two deities. Furthermore, Qin Mayu had also summoned some rather peculiar wild gods. It seemed that in the face of a supreme god, he was undoubtedly filled with a sense of helplessness. Look, the soul card masters from various nations are currently inscribing the magical formations to conduct the summoning ritual. Chapter 68. A grand and magnificent summoning ceremony as night descended upon the earth. The stars twinkled above, resembling brilliant jewels embedded in the vast firmament. From Mao Xiong Nation, Ekaterina inscribed a colossal circular magical formation using mysterious runes. With her eyes tightly shut and hands clasped together, she earnestly gazed up at the profound and boundless night sky, softly murmuring ancient and enigmatic incantations. Above the formation, runes radiating strange luminescence flickered in and out of visibility, as if harboring endless power and mysteries. These runes danced like spirits, intertwining and weaving into a breathtaking yet awe-inspiring pattern. Meanwhile, an array of mysterious ceremonial materials was neatly arranged around the formation. A hefty war hammer, an incredibly sharp axe, and other unnamed items evidently possessing special purposes. Her prayers grew increasingly resonant and fervent, causing the entire formation to tremble violently. The previously motionless runes became extraordinarily animated, emanating brilliant and dazzling light. Suddenly, a colossal beam of light descended from the heavens, as if bearing the will of the stars down to the mortal realm. The audience from Mao Xiong Nation was electrified. Within the light was the war god of our faith, and I could already sense his battle intent. Indeed, a tall and formidable figure emerged from within the light. Clad in heavy armor, he bore 3 heads upon his shoulders, holding 3 colossal weapons, each symbolizing war, courage, and victory. This individual is none other than Triglav, the three-faced god of war from Slavic mythology. Upon witnessing this, the audience from the kingdom of Shira displayed expressions of contempt. Humph, what's so impressive? Look at how excited you all are. One cannot help but wonder if this so-called three-faced god of war can even compare to the mere finger of Lord Zeus. The audacity of the Shira audience stems from the fact that their soul card master has also successfully conducted a divine summoning ritual. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and amidst the flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, a majestic figure gradually emerged. Adorned with a laurel crown, Zeus's gaze radiated boundless authority, his hand gripping the scepter that symbolizes the king of gods. Emanating a formidable presence, upon his arrival, his first utterance was a demand. Where is the eastern deity that harmed my daughter? This inquiry struck like a thunderclap. In an instant, the entire secret realm quaked under the weight of this immense power. The ground began to tremble, the ocean stirred into monstrous waves, and the howling winds swept through, uprooting trees in their path. In the live broadcast, the audience gasped. The battle hasn't even officially begun, and the wrathful roar of the God King has nearly obliterated the entire battlefield. The war between supreme deities cannot be contained within a mere arena. It must be waged across the heavens and the earth. Only then did I truly grasp the essence of what it means to be the king of gods. The overwhelming pressure of a supreme deity. It is utterly terrifying. Fortunately, the soul card master from Shira managed to stabilize the emotions of King Zeus. With a thud, they all knelt in unison. Each heart was intertwined with awe and exhilaration. Great Lord Zeus, please aid us. The eastern deity that harmed Lady Athena has vanished without a trace. The adversaries before you are now even more formidable than before. The foes you now face are the newly risen deities of the Great Xia and the Bear Country, particularly that one with 3 heads. The three-faced god of war. It must be said, the followers of Shira are quite adept at theatrics, completely crafting themselves into the image of oppressed victims, seeking the sympathy of King Zeus to secure his assistance in defeating the Bear Country. With a sigh, King Zeus stepped forward. Once I vanquish this 3-headed beast, I shall settle accounts with the Eastern deity. Thus, without further ado, Zeus brandished his scepter, unleashing a mighty bolt of lightning aimed at Triglav. The battle commenced without hesitation. Meanwhile, the kingdom of Tianju continued to showcase their peculiar style, particularly during their divine summoning ritual, which was filled with absurdity. Several contestants from Tianju formed a circle, holding flutes, gently playing a hauntingly melodic tune. As the flute's notes filled the air, venomous cobras emerged from bamboo baskets as if enchanted, swaying rhythmically to the music. The Great Xia people often mockingly refer to the Tianzuans as a San or San Go. Furthermore, Tianju has frequently been one of those nations that cannot seem to clarify their stance and repeatedly provokes Great Xia. Witnessing their bizarre summoning ritual, netizens from various nations began to chatter. What trickery is a San up to now? Do I see cobras? I recalled a saying. Great Xia is like a slumbering lion. When it awakens, the entire world will tremble. Conversely, Tianju resembles a sleeping maggot. When it awakens, the world will be filled with disgust. Tianju's actions appear to be aimed at summoning Shiva. Their mythology is particularly exaggerated. Subsequently, these Tianzuans not only had to focus on controlling the cobras, but also had to dance in circles. This is the unique summoning ritual of Tianju. Their elaborate efforts have but one purpose: to invoke one of the 3 supreme deities, Shiva. According to ancient legends of Tianju, Shiva possesses the power to destroy the cosmos and is also an extraordinarily skilled dancer. It is said that his dance holds unparalleled might, capable of annihilating the entire world. To extinguish existence with a mere dance illustrates the Tianjua's penchant for hyperbole. At last, a dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the thick clouds. In that instant, the brilliance was so intense it was blinding. Amidst the radiant lightning, the imposing visage of Shiva slowly emerged. As the onlookers beheld this sight, they noticed that Shiva's neck was entwined with a fearsome cobra. This cobra, robust and glistening with a cold sheen, raised its head and flicked its tongue, seemingly poised to strike. Yet Shiva remained unfazed, displaying an air of calmness. Observing Shiva's waist, one could see a vibrant tiger skin bound around him, its patterns vivid and lifelike, exuding the fierce aura of the tiger in life. Additionally, Shiva carried a large drum, presumably to keep the beat during his dance, and on his back rested a trident. A weapon for battle. At this juncture, nearly all nations had showcased their preparations. Zeus was already locked in a fierce clash with Triglav. Everyone's gaze turned toward Qin Mayu. Chapter 69. Patriarch Bodhi vs. Lord Shiva. In the vast secret examination arena, Qin Mayu's ritual array and materials were somewhat different from previous occasions. The reason being, the figure he intended to summon, Patriarch Bodhi, was exceptionally unique. What makes him so special? Firstly, Patriarch Bodhi is neither strictly Taoist nor Buddhist. He embodies a synthesis of the 3 teachings, a worldly sage well-versed in the myriad schools of thought, and not merely superficially knowledgeable. He has genuinely mastered an integration of knowledge, possessing an astounding 360 types of divine abilities. Techniques such as the Grand Celestial Immortal Technique, the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang, and the 72 transformations of earthly fiends are mere trifles to him. The second distinction lies in Patriarch Bodhi's esteemed status. He does not require offerings to the 3 pure ones, namely the Jade Pure Primordial Lord, the Upper Pure Lingbao Lord, and the Grand Pure Tao Virtue Lord. Unlike Jin Yuanzi, who boasts about not needing to pay homage to the 3 pure ones, Patriarch Bodhi remains understated about his independence, as if it has always been so. Finally, after imparting his divine abilities to the great sage, Patriarch Bodhi instructed that should any trouble arise in the future, his name should not be mentioned. This exemplifies his genuine humility and detachment from worldly affairs. Therefore, after careful consideration and weighing his options, Qin Mayu meticulously arranged 3 spiritual pearls representing the sun, moon, and stars within the ritual array, perfectly corresponding to the celestial bodies within the crescent moon 3 stars cave, in harmony with nature. Additionally, he included branches of peach blossoms, the river diagram and Luo book, and the 8 trigrams of Fuxi, along with divination materials such as yarrow stalks and tortoise shells. Ultimately, the grand ritual array and materials were prepared. Qin Mayu closed his eyes, seeking to connect with the divine essence he had previously encountered in his consciousness. The live broadcast momentarily paused at this point. Observers from various nations began to speculate. What is Qin Mayu doing? Has he been intimidated by the spectacle from other countries and simply given up? It's quite likely. After all, in this round, they cannot possibly win. With 2 supreme deities on the opposing side, if it were me, I would give up as well. P.S. probably just stalling for time. However, such tricks were futile. Everyone's ritual time was fixed. Should he exceed it, Qin Mayu would inevitably face defeat. The netizens from Tianzhu began to chatter incessantly again. Our Lord Shiva is invincible. No matter what deity Qin Mayu summons, it will be of no consequence. Even if you bind the entire Great Xia pantheon together, they are no match for our Lord Shiva. Indeed, when the time comes, Zeus will deal with the 3-faced god of the Bear Country, while our Lord Shiva will easily handle the eastern deity of Great Xia. Surrender, Great Xia. Soon, you will have to cede all your territories in the Himalayan region to our Tianzhu. The kingdom of Tianzhu has long coveted the lands bordering Great Xia, a fact evident to all. Moreover, they have persistently harassed, demonstrating an unyielding desire. In response, Great Xia's unwavering stance is to relinquish not an inch of territory. Should the enemy dare to invade, they shall receive a resounding blow, regardless of whether it compels them to change their capital. Just as the global audience held a lack of faith in Qin Mayu, a sudden burst of multicolored light erupted, soaring into the sky like a colossal dragon. The brilliance was so radiant that it illuminated the entire arena as bright as day. Gasps of astonishment echoed as the crowd was left in awe, their gazes drawn upward. At that moment, the previously pitch-black night sky slowly revealed the image of an elderly figure with flowing hair and an ethereal presence. The netizens from Tianzhu finally began to believe that Qin Mayu was not merely putting on a facade to buy time. However, their resolve remained unshaken. After all, how could an old man possibly stand against the might of Lord Shiva? In contrast, Qin Mayu felt a sense of calm mingled with excitement. He recognized that the elder ascending from the heavens was none other than Patriarch Bodhi. Residing in the West Nyo Hajo, Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, and the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave. Once again, the reclusive deity, revered as the ancient ancestor, who had previously communicated with a strand of divine thought, declared his intention to take the stage. Qin Mayu promptly summoned him. Upon closer inspection, Qin Mayu discerned that the ancient ancestor did not bear the gentle and benevolent visage he was accustomed to. Instead, he exuded an aura of authority, tinged with barely concealed anger. A moment's reflection led Qin Mayu to understand that the Bodhi ancestor had arrived for the 3rd round of assessment. This realization ignited a spark of excitement within him. Victory seemed assured. With the ancestor's wrath unleashed, how long could these Western deities hold out? Those who dared to harm his disciple, regardless of their status as supreme gods, would find no room for negotiation. The Bodhi ancestor, adorned with a golden crown and a complexion radiant as crimson, donned a flowing white robe. As he stepped onto the stage, he offered a slight smile to Qin Mayu. My young friend, thank you for your efforts. I have journeyed from afar, and I trust you are aware of the reason for my visit. Thank you, ancestor, for your valiant assistance. The Western deities and the gods of the island nation are currently in league. Akin to a nest of snakes and rats, Qin Mayu responded with a subtle BOW.in just a few words. He directed the focus towards Shiva and Zeus. Upon hearing this, the Bodhi ancestor could hardly be bothered to seek out Susanoo and Amaterasu. The gods of the island nation, after all, they were all part of the same faction. A single hand could easily crush them. At that moment, the deity Shiva from the land of the Aryans sensed the formidable presence of the Bodhi ancestor. His 4 arms wielded the trident in a mesmerizing dance, unleashing waves of devastating power around him. The online community from the Aryan country erupted with excitement, turning the live stream into a lively spectacle. Look! Our deity Shiva has finally launched an attack. With just a flick of his hand, he exhibits unparalleled divine might. That old man from the Great Xia is surely no match. Indeed, one hand from Shiva could easily overpower him. Not to mention the other 3 arms. With Shiva's strength, he could dispatch that oblivious old man with his trident in no time. Absolutely. it would spare us the nuisance of his presence. Their unwavering confidence and adoration for Shiva were palpable. Yet, in an astonishing twist, the once calm demeanor of Shiva transformed drastically. His gentle expression vanished, replaced by a terrifying and menacing countenance that sent shivers down the spine. With a swift whoosh, the trident sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning, its speed beyond imagination. The tremendous force it generated caused ripples in the surrounding space. The trident, capable of annihilating the earth, surged directly towards the Bodhi ancestor, as if intending to pierce him through. Witnessing this, the audience from the Great Siak collectively held their breath. Until now, they remained oblivious to the true might of the Bodhi ancestor, only aware that he displayed no intention of evasion against the imminent threat. He stood there, serene and undeterred, seemingly indifferent to the danger before him. As the glimmering trident approached the Bodhi ancestor, anxiety gripped the hearts of the onlookers, leading them to believe that the ancestor was destined for defeat. The spectators from the Aryan country wore expressions of smug satisfaction, but in the next heartbeat, the Bodhi ancestor remained calm and unruffled, gently raising his right hand. The white whisk of his dust brush, as pure as snow, began to dance gracefully. With a series of swift motions, the white whisk extended forward, ensnaring Shiva's world-destroying trident, and no matter how fiercely Shiva exerted himself, he could not advance the trident an inch further. This scene elicited a cold sweat from the audience in the Great Siatso. This dust brush was the ancestor's weapon. A mere flick of the wrist was enough to thwart Shiva's trident of annihilation. The gesture was not an apology, but rather a reminder that there was still room for improvement. Incredible. The deity summoned by Chin Mayu once again defied all expectations. On the battlefield, Shiva's expression shifted dramatically, veins protruding, his visage growing increasingly menacing. He clenched his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into the trident, desperate to pierce the Bodhi ancestor's form. Cursed be this! Why, when it is so close, can I not push it further? Shiva was bewildered. He had never encountered such a situation since his emergence. Even among the Trimurti of the Aryan pantheon, Shiva was confident that his strength was on par with Brahma and Vishnu. Yet, the current predicament was such that no matter how hard he tried, the trident, which had seemed unstoppable, remained a mere millimeter from the Bodhi ancestor's throat. Yet, that single millimeter proved insurmountable. The Bodhi ancestor, one hand gripping the whisk, the other stroking his beard, bore a faint, elusive smile. Soon after, Shiva's trident of annihilation unleashed its divine might, radiating layers of divine light that even shattered the void itself. If this continued, the entire battlefield would disintegrate into nothingness. While the Bodhi ancestor was more than capable of withstanding it, the surrounding humans, including Chin Moyu, could not. Thus, the Bodhi ancestor began to chant a series of mysterious and ancient incantations, which took on tangible form, flowing forth gradually. My friend, this realm cannot contain our combined power. Shall we find another place to continue our duel? The Bodhi ancestor remained poised and unflustered. In response, Shiva readily acquiesced. Indeed, I find this place rather cramped. I can scarcely unleash my full potential. With a nod, the Bodhi ancestor resumed his incantation. A brilliant, blinding light suddenly erupted, akin to the sun rising in the sky, illuminating the world as if it were midday. Within this dazzling radiance, a brand new battlefield gradually unfolded. This new realm appeared like a magnificent scroll, complete with mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna, truly breathtaking. Both the Bodhi ancestor and Shiva transformed into streaks of light, entering the new domain in succession. Simultaneously, the camera crafted by the heavenly Tao followed suit, transmitting the scene to the live stream. One must commend the prowess of the celestial maiden. The clash between the Bodhi ancestor and Shiva had ascended to a new dimension. Yet, she still managed to keep pace. Suddenly, without waiting for the referee to signal the start, a resounding crash echoed as a beam of golden light sped forth like lightning, aimed directly at Shiva's trident of annihilation. At this moment, it was finally the Bodhi ancestor's turn to unleash his fury. Chin Mayu understood that while he had been outside, the ancestor had deliberately suppressed his realm. Once unleashed, the surroundings would be flattened, endangering Chin Mayu as well. But now, the ancestor could finally unleash his full power, ready to wreak havoc. What? You talk of compassion and the need to put down the sword to attain Buddhahood and all that? Let us not forget that the Bodhi ancestor embodies the synthesis of the three teachings, long liberated from such trivial constraints. Such platitudes might suit Tang Song, the master who transmitted the divine powers to Sun Wukong. The Bodhi ancestor never shied away from these matters. Now, to vanquish these Western deities was imperative, and he would do so without concern for what merits or sins might arise. Clang! The golden light collided violently with Shiva's trident of annihilation. Instantly, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, as if the very air had been torn asunder. Shiva felt a searing pain radiating from his hands. Ultimately, he could no longer maintain his grip on the trident. Helplessly watching as his weapon was forcefully repelled by the Bodhi ancestor's golden light. This spectacle left billions of viewers worldwide in awe. The once mighty Shiva of the Aryan country, who had been lauded as invincible, could not even hold onto his weapon. Did you notice? The deities of the Great Xia are virtually all formidable. Just moments ago, the ancestor had stood silently, benevolent and kind, giving off the impression of an amiable elder. Now, having entered the new battlefield, he seemed to shed all restraint, launching a formidable attack right from the outset. Shiva was left bewildered. Even the Western audience could not help but laud the Bodhi ancestor's might. Yet, the online community from the Aryan country remained obstinate, desperately seeking to defend Shiva. Impossible. Our deity Shiva, as the god of destruction, cannot be so feeble. He was merely holding back. After all, he possesses 4 arms. Does your Eastern deity of the Great Xia have that? Now that we have entered this new realm, once our deity Shiva unleashes his full potential, the Eastern deities of the Great Xia will surely falter within 3 exchanges. More like they won't last even a single exchange. Indeed, victory shall belong to our Aryan country. Just wait and see. A mere weapon being deflected means nothing. The audience from the Great Xia could only exclaim, "When it comes to stubbornness, who among you would dare claim second place? If only Shiva had thought to use your mouths as weapons." Let us not forget that this new battlefield was also established by the Bodhi ancestor, even with one hand crafting a new realm and the other shielding the people of Huaxia. The Bodhi ancestor remains invincible among mortals. On the battlefield, Shiva's face was a mask of terror as he desperately wielded his remaining 3 arms, attempting to fend off the oncoming golden light. Yet, this golden light seemed to possess a will of its own, deftly evading Shiva's 4 robust arms and racing directly toward his cord. In that moment, even a deity as powerful as Shiva could not conceal a hint of despair. Boom! The golden light ruthlessly pierced through Shiva's form, leaving behind a gaping, blood-soaked wound. Subsequently, the beam of golden light, casually unleashed by the venerable Bodhi ancestor, surged through Shiva's body and continued unabated, shooting straight towards the heavens. Its might was so overwhelming that it seemed capable of tearing apart the surrounding space, and its speed was such that even the passage of time appeared to slow in its wake. In the blink of an eye, a tempestuous current of air erupted across the entire sky, sending the lofty Shiva staggering. Struggling to cover his wound, Shiva gasped for breath, his face etched with disbelief. Witnessing the divine prowess of the Bodhi ancestor, billions of spectators worldwide were left in awe. This strike had actually pierced the heavens. No, merely piercing the heavens was but a superficial feat. Such a maneuver could be executed by other powerful deities as well. What truly set this venerable ancestor apart was the ability of his attack to influence time and space. What level of divine skill was this? Conceptual level, to rend time and space, to perceive the essence. All was within a single thought. Hiss, though I cannot comprehend, it feels utterly terrifying. Could this be another hidden deity from Huaxia? Even more daunting was the realization that this strike appeared to be merely a casual gesture from the Bodhi ancestor. Not even his ultimate move. Impossible, for Shiva is also a supreme deity. How could a mere casual strike inflict such damage? I refused to believe it. Some were shocked, while others questioned. The live stream was unprecedentedly lively. Only the audience from Tianju remained silent, filled with confusion. Why could that golden light change direction? Shiva, with his 4 arms, failed to utilize even one to block the incoming attack. The shock was simply overwhelming. Yet, the audience from Tianju still could not believe that Shiva would be defeated by this. After all, destruction was merely one of Shiva's primary powers. It did not signify he lacked other capabilities. Beyond destruction, Shiva possessed aspects of creation and procreation as well. In Tianju mythology, Linga, the male reproductive organ, symbolizes the essence of Shiva. At this moment, Qin Mayu was observing the battle through the celestial screen above. In the imagery, Shiva indeed suffered severe injuries. He questioned the Bodhi ancestor, old Taoist, "What manner of magic is this? So powerful yet so agile." "This is the great celestial golden light spell, capable of both offense and defense. Would you like to learn? I could teach you," the Bodhi ancestor quipped with a playful smile. Suddenly, Qin Mayu recalled that among the powers bestowed by the Bodhi ancestor to the Monkey King, there was indeed a technique called the Great Celestial Technique. He wondered if it was of the same kind as this golden light spell. But it mattered not, for the Bodhi ancestor possessed numerous divine abilities. Merely with a single beam of golden light, he could severely injure Shiva. Even if Shiva recovered, the Bodhi ancestor had other powers to continue his assault. At worst, he could bind Shiva like the Thunder ancestor, taking turns to display their abilities, focusing solely on torment. Just then, Shiva began to rhythmically strike a drum at his waist with his 4 arms. The resonant beats filled the air, followed by music rich in the essence of Tianju. One might imagine a song reminiscent of playing in the mud in the northeast. Many viewers across the globe were left puzzled, wondering what Shiva intended to accomplish. Was he, having been wounded, merely drumming to soothe his spirit, to stimulate his fighting spirit? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the enormous wound on Shiva's body, large enough to form a lake, began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. Boom, boom, boom. As the drumming grew more intense, Shiva's emotions escalated, and he became animated and ecstatic. The audience from Tianju's eyes brightened, erupting into cheers and applause. "Fantastic! The great deity Shiva has instantly restored his wound. I told you, how could the great deity Shiva be easily wounded?" It turns out that everything earlier was merely a ruse to deceive his opponent. Now, the true might of the great deity Shiva is about to be unleashed. The gods of Daxia should prepare to face their reckoning. Our supreme deity of Tianju cannot possibly be defeated by an old man. Hearing the music played by Shiva, the Bodhi ancestor felt somewhat annoyed. Thus, he hurled a bamboo ruler towards Shiva's forehead. Silence. This ruler was no ordinary implement. It was crafted from the bamboo of the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave. These bamboos, nourished by spiritual springs and having long listened to the ancestors' teachings, inherently possess tremendous spiritual power. This ruler, known in full as the Great Tao Ching Ling ruler, whistled toward Shiva's forehead like a streak of blue light. Yet at that moment, Shiva did not flinch. Disdain radiated from his gaze. He continued unabated, his 4 arms rhythmically striking the large drum at his waist, producing a thunderous sound. Hiss! Suddenly, the serpent that had coiled around Shiva's neck became enraged, thrusting its head forward. Mouth agape, revealing its sharp, venomous fangs. This serpent, resembling a fierce king, seemed determined to intercept the threatening ruler. However, at the moment of contact between the serpent's head and the ruler, a sharp crack resonated. Its head burst like a punctured balloon, instantly exploding into a vivid, scarlet mist that rapidly dispersed. The ancestor summoned a gentle breeze to scatter the blood mist, maintaining his pristine appearance, his garments flowing gracefully. Qin Mayu marveled inwardly. The ancestor's ruler is meant for the enlightenment of all beings. Even the once great sage was struck thrice upon the head by this ruler. A mere serpent thought it could impede this ruler. Such a delusion, even if it belonged to Shiva, witnessing his pet's instant demise. Shiva displayed little emotional fluctuation. He suppressed his feelings and continued his dance, as the ruler neared his forehead. A layer of golden light suddenly emanated from it, deflecting the ruler away. Humph! Just a trifling artifact. Shiva scoffed, growing increasingly arrogant. All could see that Shiva's dance seemed to augment his strength. Each movement was fluid and natural, resonating with some invisible force of the universe. His dance was at times vigorous and domineering, like a thunderous storm, at times light and agile, akin to a fleeting swan in Tianju. A mythologist suddenly exclaimed, "This is the dance of destruction." It is said that when Shiva grows dissatisfied with the world, he performs this dance to annihilate it. Chapter 72, Dance? I'll break your legs. In that moment, the audience from Tianju was electrified with excitement. Some felt a sense of dread, but many were invigorated. Could this truly be the legendary dance of destruction? If so, might our world face annihilation as well? No, great Shiva. I am still a virgin. I do not wish to perish. What is there to fear? The great deity Shiva does not seek to destroy this world. He aims to obliterate the realm created by that old Taoist from Dacia. Exactly. The great deity Shiva intends to annihilate that Eastern god along with the entire battlefield. At that point, we merely need to watch the spectacle and accept the rewards of our nation's triumph. Ah, so it is. With the dance of destruction, our Tianju nation shall not falter. Viewers from other nations, upon hearing such declarations from Tianju, were momentarily taken aback. After all, the Tianzuans were renowned for their boastful prowess. Yet, upon reflection, if Shiva truly possessed such power, could he not simply dance away his grievances to reset the world? Nevertheless, they understood that in this world, where myths reawaken and the mists descend, what was once deemed impossible could indeed become reality. Hence, billions of spectators regarded the notion of the dance of destruction with a blend of skepticism and belief. Meanwhile, Qin Mayu remained unfazed. Just a dance of destruction, merely annihilating a world. It seemed exaggerated, as if no one could manage such a feat. One must realize that for certain formidable beings, countless galaxies could be obliterated in the blink of an eye. When truly enraged, they wield the most potent imperial weapons, unleashing torrents of blood and devastation upon the entire world. Qin Mayu recognized that the Bodhi ancestor, having attained enlightenment and ascended, refrained from angering easily, but that did not imply he lacked such capabilities. Indeed, as the dance unfolded, the Bodhi ancestor, with his whisk in hand, leisurely stroked his beard, exuding an air of calm and composure. At that moment, as Shiva's dance progressed, the surrounding air appeared to swirl, forming visible vortices of energy in the realm created by the Bodhi ancestor. These whirlwinds danced around Shiva, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, these fearsome whirlwinds broke away from Shiva, effortlessly annihilating the surrounding peaks. Old Taoist, you cannot escape. I shall obliterate you and this world together. The ground trembled with continuous thunderous roars, rocks shattered and fell like rain, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Simultaneously, the once tranquil sea surged with fury, unleashing monstrous waves, roaring and churning as if it sought to devour the land entirely. All beings within this realm were engulfed in a profound sense of panic and despair. The flora withered rapidly, ultimately succumbing to decay. The beasts fled in terror, yet could not escape the clutches of death. The scene before me is spine-chilling. In the blink of an eye, this miniature world has succumbed to its apocalypse. Indeed, as Shiva proclaimed, his dance possesses the power to annihilate worlds. The people of the Great Xia have begun to panic, hastily advising the Bodhi Patriarch. The entire battlefield is a creation of the ancestor, and to think that Shiva can simply destroy it at will. Flee, for if this continues, the ancestor himself may face obliteration. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no worry for firewood. The ancestor hastily emerges, returning to the arena to duel Shiva. Indeed, otherwise, one hand must maintain the battlefield while the other engages in combat, which is utterly draining. If we step forth, there remains a chance. Yet, despite the Bodhi Patriarch's ability to sense the emotions of sentient beings, he has never placed such earnest counsel in his heart. After all, the act of creating and destroying worlds is far too simplistic. A golden light radiates from him as he quietly observes Shiva's dance. I observe your dance. Although it vaguely touches upon the principles of the great Tao and can command the life and death of all things, it ultimately amounts to mere trifles. One must understand that life and death are not opposites, but rather a cycle. From life comes death, and from death comes life. Life and death are intertwined. You recklessly slay living beings and obliterate worlds, yet cannot reverse it, ultimately falling to the inferior path. The Bodhi Patriarch speaks with great eloquence. However, how could Shiva, the deity of the East, possibly comprehend such profound truths? Shiva continues his relentless dance of world annihilation. Seeking to utterly obliterate the Bodhi ancestor, gradually, he loses track of time, feeling that something is amiss in battles with Brahma. He has never found it this taxing. Why does it seem that his dance of destruction is merely a scratching of the Bodhi ancestor's golden light spell? Something feels amiss. Let me dance a little longer. The Bodhi ancestor's body emanates layers of golden light. These radiances surge forth like ocean waves, continuously flowing. At this moment, the power exuded by the dance of annihilation, laden with boundless destruction and death, completely envelopes the Bodhi ancestor. The audience of the Great Xia suddenly holds their breath, palms slick with cold sweat. They all fear that the ancestor will be utterly destroyed by this deathly aura. Yet, in the next moment, the golden light suddenly blazes forth, effortlessly dispelling the oppressive force of the dance of annihilation. The Bodhi ancestor chuckles, stating, "Since you so relish in dancing to destroy the world, I shall grant you ample opportunity." No sooner had he spoken than the Bodhi ancestor formed a hand seal. With the casting of a spell, the entire battlefield astonishingly reversed the principles of yin and yang. Turning back the flow of time, in an instant, the pulverized remains of birds, beasts, insects, and fish began to revert, transforming into shriveled corpses and limbs. Subsequently, these desiccated bodies began to absorb vitality, gradually swelling until they regained flesh and blood. Meanwhile, various flowers, grasses, and trees saw their leaves return to the branches, once again bursting with life. All the shattered rocks reassembled into a complete mountain, and the ranges were restored, reconnecting as a cohesive range. The same occurred for the great rivers and seas, flowing backward, as the entire world was repaired in the blink of an eye. What do you think, my friend? This technique of reversing yin and yang, cycling through life and death and recreating worlds, how does it strike you? Shiva was momentarily taken aback, his 4 hands and feet faltering in rhythm. He blinked in disbelief at his surroundings. Restored, truly restored. The world he had tirelessly sought to destroy had been effortlessly reinstated by this elder before him. Suddenly, a divine light cleaved towards Shiva's legs. Chapter 73. The evil spirits of the 9 directions and 10 realms, eradicated by the Taiji Yin-Yang fished, a dazzling divine light streaked across the sky. Aimed directly at Shiva's legs, the brilliance was so radiant it seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. Upon witnessing this, Shiva's heart sank into alarm, and he hastily ceased his dance. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, his form darting away just in time to narrowly evade the divine light. Had he hesitated even a fraction longer, he would have found his legs severed, forever rendered a crippled deity. "Are you not afraid of my dance of world destruction?" Shiva retorted defiantly. In truth, at that moment, he recalled his past duel with the great Brahma, during which he had severed one of Brahma's heads. From then on, Brahma had been reduced from 5 heads to 4. Had Shiva been similarly dismembered, it would have been a case of karmic retribution, a fitting consequence. Hearing Shiva's hubristic words, the Bodhi ancestor merely smiled slightly. "If you are not weary, then dance on. Let us see whether you destroy faster, or I recreate." Thus, the bewitching music resumed. Some spectators from the land of the East could not help but join Shiva in song and dance, chanting, "Humph! The deities of the Great Xia are indeed wary of the great Shiva's dance of annihilation. If Shiva were to complete an entire performance, the deities of Great Xia would surely be reduced to ashes. Indeed, the great Shiva is the most illustrious dancer in our Eastern mythology. Our dances have all been passed down by the great Shiva." These utterances from the people of the East drew ire from other nations. If it were a PK, would you still shower your Shiva with rockets? Having been thoroughly trounced by the deities of Great Xia, you still stand here defending him? Is there any rule in the national war arena forbidding the interruption of another's dance? If I were a deity of the East, I would not hesitate to break their legs mid-battle. After such discourse, the audience from the East was left speechless. Nevertheless, once Shiva initiated his dance of annihilation, it relentlessly wreaked havoc upon the realm. The scenes of mountains collapsing and lives suffering re-emerged. If the myriad beings here could speak, they would surely exclaim, "I dare you to destroy me a second time." At that moment, the Bodhi ancestor gently waved his whisk, spreading boundless vitality. The breath of life revitalized the earth and all its creations, even the rivers and seas, rendering them anew. Almost as if for every world Shiva destroyed, the Bodhi ancestor would recreate one. Moreover, in the grand scheme, the speed of the Bodhi ancestor's restoration far surpassed Shiva's destruction. Such astonishing prowess drew the attention of billions worldwide. Stop watching Shiva dance. Focus on the Bodhi ancestor instead. Almost for every realm Shiva obliterated, the ancestor would recreate another. Shiva is but a jester. The ancestor is the true deity. Indeed, despite his numerous dances of world destruction, ultimately, He has achieved not die in the eyes of the ancestor. He is merely a circus clown, shamelessly calling it a dance of annihilation. Ha ha ha, how absurd! Were I Shiva, I would surrender immediately. This is hardly a battle. It has devolved into a master beating a disciple, purely a one-sided affair. It seems that the outcome of the battle on the great Xia side is already a foregone conclusion, at last. Shiva, panting heavily, ceased his 4 hands and feet. He understood that if he continued to dance blindly, he would gain no advantage, only exhausting himself in vain. At this moment, the Bodhi ancestor stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Calm and composed, my friend, are you not dancing any longer? If you do not, then I shall make my move. This statement sent a shiver down Shiva's spine. After all, the might of the Bodhi ancestor had been plainly evident. Just a single golden light spell could be launched with a snap of his fingers as an attack or envelop himself as an impregnable defense. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Shiva's trident could not breach the Bodhi ancestor's defenses. As for the venomous serpent that accompanied him, it had already been rendered to ash by the ancestor's ruler. Given this, Shiva's mind raced, and he resolved to strike first. Suddenly, his skin turned a deep green, an unusual power surging outward, transforming into countless black threads that coiled towards the Bodhi ancestor. The ancestor exhaled softly, and those black threads dissipated without a trace. With gritted teeth, Shiva intensified his movements. His hands dancing ever faster, his feet executing strange steps. The earth instantly formed a colossal vortex, from which the howls of countless evil spirits emanated. The evil spirits of the 9 directions and 10 realms shall converge. Let us see if you can withstand it. Low growls echoed as these malevolent spirits reached out toward the Bodhi ancestor. Upon witnessing this, some spectators gasped in astonishment. Can Shiva truly summon evil spirits? At that moment, an expert remarked, the Buddhist teachings and Eastern mythology are inherently intertwined. The Buddha has proclaimed, I shall not attain enlightenment until hell is empty. It seems Shiva has been driven to his last resort, compelled to unleash the evil spirits of the entire underworld. The audience marveled, pondering whether the Bodhi ancestor could withstand such a terrifying technique. Meanwhile, the Bodhi ancestor remained unfazed, as if everything were under his command. He raised a slender, jade-like finger, gracefully tracing a circle, conjuring the Taiji yin-yang fish. The entire process flowed like water, as though he were casually wielding an ink brush in the void. This circular diagram contained the essence of yin and yang, water and fire, and all things of heaven and earth to go. With that, the Bodhi ancestor completed the diagram and gently pushed forward in an instant. A shadowy fish detached from the diagram, transforming into a vast ocean that engulfed the approaching evil spirits. Dragging them beneath the waves, cries of despair erupted, for this water was no ordinary sea. It was the weak water capable of vanquishing evil and malevolence. As the depth of sin increases, so too does the magnitude of the suffering endured. The waters teem with malevolent spirits, and the harm inflicted is simply immeasurable. A hissing sound echoes incessantly, as numerous wraiths, gaunt and emaciated, are corroded as if metal were cast into sulfuric acid. The wicked must be punished. After the deluge, fire shall scorch them. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Another sunfish, motionless until now, suddenly surged forward. Where it swam, a blazing inferno erupted, transforming the waters into a sea of raging flames. Within this conflagration, the flames rolled and danced mercilessly, as though imbued with life. The wretched spirits, already ravaged by the tainted waters, emitted shrill cries of terror, yet they remained forever ensnared by the dual specters of water and fire. The flames voraciously licked their forms, reducing countless fiends from all corners of existence to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. In that instant, Shiva inhaled sharply, a chilling sensation coursing through his spine. I surrender. He intended to utter these words, but fate intervened. Chapter 74. Zeus, don't surrender, 2 against 1, the advantage is mine. In less than a moment, billions of malevolent spirits were reduced to dust. Just moments ago, a pattern that appeared unremarkable, black and white, suddenly split in twain, with 2 swirling jewels transforming into fish that swam forth. One stirred the ocean into a frenzy, while the other summoned a fiery purge, obliterating the spirits in an instant. Hiss, How many more tricks does the Bodhi ancestor possess? It seems he has a touch of everything. Indeed, merely a touch. Even a simple circle drawn by him could overpower Shiva. It appears that the people of the land of the gods are experiencing ill fortune, having encountered an insurmountable obstacle. In the face of this spectacle, not only did the people of the land of the gods feel a chill in their hearts, but even Shiva himself relinquished his longing for victory. His forearms drooped in exhaustion, his feet no longer executed their erratic dance, instead settling into a meditative posture, embodying resignation. Let it be as it may. After all, they had fought to this extent, gaining not a single advantage. Was there any need to continue fighting? Surrender it is. Thus, he intended to declare his capitulation. However, at that moment, a whisper from Zeus reached him. Steady yourself, do not surrender. I am almost finished, Shiva. Immediately, Zeus conveyed again. Remember, 2 against 1. The advantage lies with me, Shiva responded mentally. Hurry, hurry. When will you be ready? I can hardly hold on. No, I have already reached my limit. Yet, Zeus offered no reply. At that moment, Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods, was embroiled in battle with the Slavic deity, the three-faced war god, Triglav. Long before Shiva had engaged with the Bodhi ancestor, Zeus had already been locked in combat with Triglav for some time. Yet, as the tide of battle began to favor the Bodhi ancestor, indicating that Shiva was being soundly beaten, Zeus's contest remained unresolved. Consequently, many spectators turned their attention to the battlefield of another realm. Look, King Zeus's battle is equally fierce. No wonder he is the supreme god of Greek mythology, effortlessly catching the three-faced war god's attacks with a single hand. This KSK, it appears he has underestimated his opponent. Zeus is now marred with wounds. No, wait, this sly one had merely been feigning weakness. Zeus's muscles suddenly bulged, and he grew in stature once more. Like a child, he grasped the three-faced war god of the Bear Nation with ease. At that moment, a deity whose size dwarfed Triglav by dozens of times seized him and effortlessly lifted him. This was the true manifestation of the divine power of Zeus, who held Triglav captive, rendering him helpless to swing his weapon. Before me, you dare to conceal your strength? Triglav gasped in astonishment. He bore another title, the god of war, growing stronger with each confrontation. Yet he had not anticipated that Zeus could still hide his true prowess. Only when pushed to the brink did he reveal his full form. Ha ha, little Slavic one, you are stronger than I imagined, forcing me to unleash my true power. My ally is on the verge of defeat. I can no longer indulge you. With that, Zeus brutally severed one of Triglav's heads, casually tossing it into the clouds. Such a gruesome display left many spectators gasping for breath. Is the war of deities always this brutal? A simple twist of the head can spell doom. In the mythology of the land of the gods, Brahma once had 5 heads, one of which was also forcibly removed. Moreover, when the goddess of war, Athena, was born, she pierced Zeus's skull with a spear, allowing her to emerge. No, this is different. Zeus was self-destructive, insisting on swallowing the mother and daughter whole. At the time, Métis was still with child, truly a birth during birth. It seems one must not be deceived by Zeus's appearance. His methods are terrifying. Just as the crowd believed Triglav was on the brink of defeat, he suddenly tore away the golden blindfold from his head. In mythology, the eyes are said to possess immense destructive power, hence to shield himself from witnessing humanity's sins, Triglav had bound the golden blindfold upon himself to prevent accidental annihilation of mankind. Now, this three-faced war god had voluntarily removed the blindfold, igniting great excitement among the spectators of the Bear Nation. Go on. Our war god will not yield easily. King Zeus, do not think you can toy with everyone. Release the war god, you arrogant deity. Behold, the war god has finally opened his eyes. With the audience's cheers, Triglav's eyes emitted 2 beams of divine light. Like sharp blades, they instantly severed Zeus's arm. Zeus howled in agony. As his arm fell away, the previously captured three-faced war god broke free. However, Triglav was left with only 2 remaining heads. Enduring excruciating pain, he once more brandished his weapon, charging at the god king. Zeus, I will defeat you and defend my people. In the face of the advancing three-faced war god, Zeus roared, his divine power surging from the wound as his severed arm visibly regrew. You weak imitation of a god dare to wound me. Do you not know that I can regenerate infinitely? At this moment, many spectators exclaimed in awe. Only the audience from the land of Hera held their heads high in pride. Meanwhile, those from the Bear Nation recalled the fourth trial. Gaining Zeus's divine power allows for infinite regeneration. No wonder Levi struggled so against Athena. Zeus swung his lightning staff, unleashing powerful bolts toward Triglav. Caught off guard, Triglav was struck in the chest by a bolt, sending him hurtling backward, his weapon flying from his grip. Yet he quickly struggled to his feet, the remaining two heads roaring in fury. He thrust his weapon into the ground, causing the earth to crack and countless stones to rise, forming a meteor shower hurtling toward Zeus. With a single wave of his hand, Zeus conjured a formidable electromagnetic shield before him. The meteors collided against it, erupting in dazzling light. Seizing the moment, Zeus teleported behind Triglav and delivered a kick to his back. Triglav stumbled forward but seized Zeus's leg, twisting with all his might. A sickening crack echoed. Yet Zeus remained unfazed. Foolish. Even if you break my leg, what can you achieve? With a swift motion, Zeus struck Triglav squarely on the head, sending his second head flying off. Chapter 75. To fall in battle is acceptable. Surrender is not at this juncture of battle. Two of the three-faced war gods' heads had been destroyed by Zeus. Triglav, with his remaining head thrown back in defiance, glared skyward, filled with unyielding spirit. Still not surrendering? Zeus's eyes narrowed, an aura of lethal intent radiating from him. In that moment, Triglav seized Zeus's other leg, summoning every ounce of strength to hoist him up and then slammed him down onto the ground. There is only a three-faced war god who will fall in battle, never one who will surrender, Triglav roared, stepping upon Zeus. The very earth trembled beneath the weight. Zeus had not anticipated such strength from Triglav. A flicker of surprise crossing his face. Seizing the opportunity while Triglav gasped for breath, Zeus gripped his lightning staff and thrust it upward, piercing Triglav's chest. Triglav's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his mouth. Even so, he refused to yield. Instead, he clung tightly to the staff, preventing Zeus from withdrawing it. Then, with a powerful kick, he struck Zeus again, producing a sickening crack as several of Zeus's ribs shattered. Witnessing this, tears streamed down the faces of some spectators from the Bear Nation. They raised their arms in exultation. Hooray! Our war god, despite enduring immense suffering, has not conceded defeat. This embodies the spirit of our people from the Bear Nation, to die rather than surrender. What of King Zeus? No matter how powerful you may be, we shall not bow. Well said. I would rather die defending my homeland than live to survive in disgrace. These heartfelt declarations stirred the crowd into a fervor. Although the current state of battle favored Zeus, with Triglav gravely injured, the spirit of resistance burned brightly. However, the focus of the crowd seems to be entirely on Triglav, the three-headed god of war. Countless individuals are captivated by his indomitable spirit, exclaiming that he is the true embodiment of a warrior deity. At this very moment, far away in the imperial capital of the Great Xia, Commander Long leads his soldiers in a salute to our ally, the god of war of the Bear Country, Triglav. The audience from Hela gradually senses that something is amiss. Previously, they too had summoned a god of war, such as the goddess of war Athena, who embodies warfare, art, and wisdom. Yet, why has the evaluation become so polarized? Furthermore, it is evident that Zeus, the king of gods from Hela, currently holds the upper hand. So why is everyone praising Triglav instead? Consequently, all eyes turn towards Zeus. Despite having suffered broken bones, Zeus remains undeterred. Unfortunately, his scepter is firmly grasped by Triglav, rendering him unable to thrust forward or withdraw. Thus, Zeus decides to forego the scepter of the king of gods altogether. He resorts to using his own body as a weapon, engaging Triglav in a visceral melee boom. With a single punch, Zeus unleashes a force that shatters the fabric of space itself. Triglav is struck hard, dropping to one knee, with his remaining head teetering precariously, yet the resolve in his eyes remains unwavering. At that moment, the sky suddenly shifts, and a mysterious light descends from above. Enveloping Triglav, it is the divine light bestowed by the supreme deity of Slavic mythology. Triglav absorbs this divine radiance. Come back, he bellows, summoning the two heads that Zeus had sent flying, reattaching them to his shoulders. In that instant, Triglav truly embodies the three-headed god of war. Empowered by this newfound strength, he rises abruptly, each step forward radiating an immense aura. Vornima? Is this how it's done? The spectators from Bear Country scoff at the unfairness. The audience from Hela retorts, let us not forget that your Zeus also intervened in the battle between Athena and Libai. Moreover, Zeus is the supreme deity. What's wrong with our supreme deity lending a hand? Upon mentioning the previous trial, the people of Hela fall silent. After all, this is indeed one of Zeus's blemishes. And even if the followers of Hela wish to refute it, they find no justification. Seeing this, Zeus is taken aback, but as the king of gods, he would not retreat in an instant. He realizes that this is the supreme deity from an enemy mythology. Coming to aid Triglav, it seems as though none are supreme deities, and with the advantage on his side, he shouts, Scepter, come whoosh. The scepter of the king of gods, which had been thrown by Triglav, swiftly returns to Zeus's hand. This trusty weapon fills Zeus with renewed confidence. He swings the scepter once more, calling forth countless bolts of heavenly lightning, hurling them towards Triglav. Unfazed, Triglav charges forward into the storm of lightning, each step resonating with powerful energy. Just as he nears Zeus, he suddenly vanishes and, with unimaginable speed, reappears behind Zeus, unleashing a final, devastating punch. This punch encapsulates my ultimate indomitable will. Triglav roars. At that moment, a strange radiance envelopes him, an energy only attainable through the sacrifice of life force. This energy surges through his fist, aimed directly at Zeus's back. Zeus, caught off guard, is struck directly, the punch piercing through flesh and muscle. The massive figure of Zeus stumbles backward, raising a cloud of dust. After delivering this blow, Triglav expends all his strength and slowly collapses. Yet, his valor will forever remain etched in the hearts of the Bear people. Have we won? This is the mightiest strike of the three-headed god of war. The audience from Bear Country is both astonished and moved. The spectators from Hela raise their hands in protest. Disqualification? Bear Country must be disqualified. At that moment, a deep voice cuts through the swirling dust, emanating from the arena. All eyes widen in shock as they turn towards the source of the voice. Simultaneously, the celestial lens pivots swiftly, focusing on the unfolding scene. Do not forget, I am Zeus, the king of gods. An emaciated old man with white hair shakily rises to his feet, bearing the name of the king. I shall not be defeated. At this moment, he appears as an elderly figure, a testament to the immense toll this battle has taken on him. This conflict has awakened many memories within him. Father, when I overthrew you to ascend the throne of the gods, I felt no shame. Zeus, lost in recollection, radiates a golden light. He draws upon his most powerful divine essence to heal all his wounds. With a roar, the golden light coalesces into a column that shoots skyward, mending broken bones and resurrecting deceased muscle at a visible pace. What? The audience from Bear Country cries out, a wave of dread washing over them. Making it hard to breathe. Zeus's gaze sharpens once more. Triglav, you are indeed formidable. I concede that this opponent is worthy. However, to defeat me, you still lack the requisite strength. As the old man transforms back into a youthful figure, Zeus's tone grows even more arrogant. Gripping the scepter of the king of gods, he points toward the heavens, and in an instant, dark clouds gather, illuminating with lightning even more formidable than before. Shiva, I come to aid you in defeating the eastern god of Great Xia. In chapter 76, the ancestor is not the strongest. Does Great Xia still have deities? In another small world, Shiva is on the brink of despair. To summarize, he is in a dire situation, being mercilessly beaten by the Bodhi ancestor. Were it not for his status as a supreme deity with a resilient body, he would have long been reduced to ashes. Once, Shiva was a figure of great power, striking down Brahma and spending years in meditation upon the Himalayas, with billions of followers at his feet. But none of that matters now. It is all in vain. No matter how grand the proclamations, facing the Bodhi ancestor makes them all mere paper tigers. With a flick of his whisk, the Bodhi ancestor chants incantations. Each attack is imbued with boundless might. He understands yin and yang, the cycle of reincarnation, and commands the highest laws of the universe. Each movement embodying divine power capable of reshaping reality. At that moment, the beleaguered Shiva finally hears Zeus's reply. Can you come to assist me? If your opponent is dealt with, we can fight 2 against 1. Shiva, like a drowning man clutching at straws, feels a surge of hope in his eyes. A tremendous crash resounds. The meticulously crafted small world of the Bodhi ancestor suddenly faces a cataclysmic upheaval. A dazzling light streaks across the sky, revealing the scepter of the King of Gods, radiating immense pressure, piercing through the small world with a gaping hole. You also have allies. The Bodhi ancestor is already aware of everything but does not intervene to stop it. Instead, he smiles and says, "No problem, no problem. After all, when the time comes, I shall take care of everything. Just dealing with Shiva alone will only intimidate the country of Tianju. If I can take care of Zeus alongside him, it will instill fear in even more nations. There is no time to mourn for Bear Country. The audience from Great Xia must now concern themselves. The three-headed god of Bear Country has done all he can. Yet even so, he cannot best Zeus die in this scenario. With Zeus and Shiva, 2 supreme deities joining forces, our Bodhi ancestor from Great Xia will be caught in a pincer attack. How infuriating. Is this permissible by the rules? This battle was originally a no-holds-barred contest, allowing for unlimited substitutions until one side completely surrenders. Moreover, there are currently no substitutions for either side, as both Shiva and Zeus are entering the fray 2 against 2. At the onset, they boldly proclaimed that either of the supreme deities, Shiva or Zeus, could easily overpower both the Bodhi ancestor and the three-headed god. Now, however, they are not adhering to the principles of fair play. Joining forces to attack us, alas, 2 supreme deities. How shall we contend with this? The very thought is daunting. Not only the audience from Great Xia, but spectators from other nations also sense that the outcome is no longer in doubt. Although Shiva may not be a match for Bodhi, the addition of Zeus guarantees the inevitable defeat of the Bodhi ancestor. Chinamo, you cannot help but grow anxious, not out of doubt regarding the ancestor's strength, but because these Western deities are not to be underestimated. For instance, the mythology of Tianju boasts millions of deities. If they disregard fair play and summon one after another, how can the Bodhi ancestor avoid exhausting his lifespan? At this moment, the very fabric of the world where Shiva resides begins to tremble. Yet, he is not afraid. Rather, he is filled with elation, for Zeus is breaking the restrictions here, forcefully intervening in the battle. The clouds churn, thunder roars, and thick bolts of lightning dance like silver serpents, tearing through the sky. A fierce wind howls, stirring up waves of chaos, as if seeking to engulf this realm entirely. Amidst the tumult, a towering figure, radiating golden light, slowly emerges. It is none other than Zeus, the king of the Western gods. At this moment, he wields the scepter of the King of Gods, treading upon lightning, exuding an aura that surpasses all haughty warrior deities. So, you are the Eastern god. You appear much older than in the last battle. Though I do not typically favor the elderly, there is no need to take advantage of another's misfortune. Quickly, summon your previous white-clad sword, Immortal. Zeus huffs in annoyance, still brooding over Athena's defeat. Although their father-daughter relationship is strained, this matter touches upon the honor of the Greek pantheon. Zeus could not tolerate such a defeat, especially at the hands of what had always been perceived as a weaker nation. Dacia. Thus, no matter what, Zeus resolved to confront Li directly and reclaim the dignity that Athena had lost. However, Bodhi ancestor was unfamiliar with Li, as he had come for an entirely different battle. Chinamo, you informed the ancestor that these deities were allied with the gods of the island nation. The ancestor responded, "Very well, let us deal with them together. As for the individuals you mentioned whom I do not know, if you insist on challenging others, you are unworthy of the 3 pure ones, and you do not match Nuwa or Pango either. I assume that neither Rulai nor Guanyin are available to as for other ancient deities. I doubt you could defeat them. Alas, I do not know any Western deities that match your strength." Bodhi ancestor spoke no falsehood. He was a deity who did not require offerings even to the 3 pure ones. And his usual companions were certainly of the highest caliber. Consequently, when it came to identifying deities of comparable strength to assist Zeus, Bodhi ancestor found himself utterly powerless. Thus, he simply waved his dust whisk and declared, "You two, I alone can handle this." Such words left billions of spectators from other nations in a state of astonishment. Is this for real? How audacious! Dacia's boasting ability is almost on par with that of Tianju. I doubt it's false. The Eastern deity just toyed with Shiva. Impossible. Even if he can take on two, what about the deities he mentioned? Could it be that there are others as formidable as Bodhi and Daxia? If that were the case, Daxia's mythological system would ascend to world-class status. Keep dreaming. They are merely trying to appear formidable because we are numerous. Zeus and Shiva will soon teach him a lesson. Teach him what it means to be a god. Long Shuai also inquired of the nation's top experts and consultants. Does anyone here recognize the three pure ones, Nuwa, or Pangu mentioned by the ancestor? The experts wore solemn expressions, exchanging glances before shaking their heads. We do not know. Who are the three pure ones? There are no records of such in our minds. Perhaps only Chinamo you could surmise a thing or two about this. Chapter 77. The creation of humanity, the struggle for orthodoxy. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, Chinamo you slowly began to explain. Regarding the deities mentioned by the ancestor, though my knowledge is limited, I was fortunate enough to obtain an ancient text that precisely records these deities. Of course, this ancient text was fabricated on the spot by Chinamo you, intending to disseminate the orthodox theology of Huaxia to this world. Not only the audience from Daxia, but others were equally astonished upon hearing this. An ancient text? A record of deities? Could it be the Divine Chronicle? Now I understand why Chinamo you can summon such peculiar deities. It turns out he has encountered the Divine Chronicle. The occurrence of finding the Divine Chronicle happens globally from time to time, ultimately a contest of the strengths of various mythological systems. Implicitly, the Western audience remains skeptical about the three pure ones, Nuwa, and Pangu of Daxia being as powerful as Bodhi ancestor claimed. The barrage of comments in the livestream began to increase. Chinamo you recognized that the time had come to enlighten the audience about the Daxia pantheon. It was time for them to witness what true supreme deities look like. The three pure ones refer to the three highest deities of Taoism: Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, Shangqing Lingbao Tianzuan, and Taiqing Dao Tianzuan. Nuwa is the Holy Mother who created humanity, while Pangu is the primordial god who opened the heavens and the earth. Each of their powers surpasses all imagination. What Bodhi ancestor said is no mere jest. The people of Daxia listened in astonishment. Long Shuai, visibly excited, repeatedly emphasized, "Did everyone hear what Chinamo you just said? Write it down. It must be remembered." Regardless of whether he is right or wrong, this information will greatly aid in supplementing the deficiencies of Daxia's pantheon. One expert slapped his forehead, recalling a legend about a mother goddess who created humanity from clay. However, no one knew her name, and thus she had never been summoned or taken seriously. Immediately, all the experts began to scribble furiously, recording the information provided by Chinamo you. When it came to the topic of Nuwa creating humanity, Chinamo you had initially not wished to elaborate, as there were many myths and tales surrounding Nuwa. However, some Westerners seemed to have realized something and immediately voiced their objections. "No, your Bodhi ancestor is merely posturing, and Chinamo you is lying. The creator of humanity is clearly Adam, the first man. Later, his rib became Eve, the second woman. Their union led to the emergence of humanity, which continuously proliferated. You just mentioned that Nuwa is the mother goddess who created humanity, which is sheer nonsense. In my view, Nuwa is merely a false god, and the legend of creating humanity is a fabrication. You should refrain from using your wild gods from Daxia to tarnish our orthodox Western deities. You almost deceived me. It wasn't until I thought of Adam that I realized." Following this, audiences from other nations joined the discussion, sparking intense conflict among them. They quoted various texts and engaged in heated debates over who truly created humanity. Chinamo you understood that further words would be futile. It was better to let actions speak for themselves and focus on the match. Looking up at the celestial arena, Bodhi ancestor had already confronted Zeus and Shiva. The towering Zeus, his face a mask of fury, roared like thunder. "I care not for your three pure ones or Pangu. Today, I shall obliterate you, Eastern deity, to restore the dignity of the Greek gods and wash away this humiliation." The concept of dignity is of paramount importance, not only to humans but to gods as well. Moreover, it holds even greater weight for the king of gods, Zeus. He would not allow the Greek gods to endure even a hint of shame, especially not at the hands of a Daxia Eastern deity, a most disgraceful affront. With a swift motion, Zeus transformed into a bolt of lightning and launched a fierce attack with unparalleled intensity. In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, casting a terrifying glow, as countless bolts of lightning surged forth like a tumultuous tide, crashing down upon Bodhi ancestor. However, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Bodhi ancestor remained unperturbed. He calmly extended his right hand, and with a seemingly light flick of his dust whisk, the formidable storm of lightning and rain was transformed into a gentle drizzle. This light rain nourished all, devoid of any divine might. Unfazed, the ancestor chuckled. "Is this all you've got? It's time for me to take action." Suddenly, Bodhi ancestor's benevolent expression changed dramatically, his brows furrowing in defiance against Zeus and Shiva. He slightly parted his lips and began to recite an esoteric incantation. The surrounding space trembled, and a mysterious rune radiating an otherworldly light appeared out of thin air, swiftly coiling around Zeus and Shiva. "Zeus, hold them off for me. I require time to regain my strength." Shiva, having completely abandoned the facade of a supreme deity, shouted for help. At this moment, Zeus let out a low growl, wielding a strand of the galaxy, shattering the binding of the mysterious rune. All who witnessed this scene were left in utter astonishment. Zeus wielding a strand of the galaxy as a weapon. Such power has reached the conceptual level of divinity. Goodness gracious, he has not even unleashed his full strength while battling the three-faced war god. Viewed in this light, it seemed that a single Zeus could indeed overpower Bodhi ancestor. Everyone was astounded by Zeus. And at the same time, Shiva had also returned to his peak condition. In battles among supreme deities, victory and defeat hinge on a single thought, especially in a 1-against-2 scenario. Zeus had secured ample time for himself. The audience from Tianju erupted in cheers once more. "Look, the great deity Shiva is fully armed. Everything has returned." On the battlefield, Shiva gripped his trident, effortlessly capable of piercing the heavens, while the king cobra coiled around his neck was both massive and venomous. The drum at his waist, once struck, would unleash a terrifying power in concert with Shiva's dance. "Old Taoist, your end is nigh." Shiva wielded his divine weapon, unleashing a force of destruction. The people of Daxia grew increasingly anxious for their ancestor. Yet, at that moment, a phantom of a towering tree appeared behind Bodhi ancestor. This tree emanated a gentle golden light, gradually repelling the annihilating force unleashed by Shiva. What kind of artifact is this? Not only the audience, but even Shiva and Zeus were left bewildered. Chapter 78, Bodhi ancestor. "That was just a warm-up." Bodhi ancestor smiled slightly. "This is the Bodhi treasure tree." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of confusion. Only Chinamo you recalled, the Bodhi is without a tree. The bright mirror is not a platform. This Bodhi treasure tree should be related to that saying. In the battlefield, the treasure tree grew increasingly lush, ultimately taking root in the earth and reaching the clouds. "Old Taoist, you possess such artifacts. Why didn't you use them earlier?" Shiva inquired in a moment of contemplation. He wondered, does he hold me in contempt? Yet, in the next instant, the Bodhi ancestor provided an answer. "Indeed, there is no need to contend with you." With a sharp crack, Shiva's pride as the supreme deity shattered instantly. Scattering like fragments across the ground, the audience from the land of Tianju erupted in fervor. "How outrageous! Is this not a blatant disregard for our Tianju mythology? If Brahma and Vishnu were to join the fray, I would doubt your continued swagger." Some spectators retorted sharply, "What of your disdain? Was not Shiva just brutally defeated? If not for your lack of skill, who would dare to look down upon you?" In that moment, the audience from Tianju fell silent. Upon reflection, had Zeus not intervened, Shiva might have already been vanquished on the battlefield. The Bodhi tree became increasingly vivid, its branches extending toward Shiva. Shiva swung his trident to sever the branches. Yet within less than a second, the severed limbs regenerated instantaneously. Hiss, hiss, hiss. These branches entwined around Shiva tightly, each tendril imbued with the might of the great Tao, leaving him utterly unable to break free. "These are mere illusions. They can deal with him, but not with me." Zeus unleashed his divine aura, suddenly extending a robust arm and forcefully waving it toward the heavens. In an instant, the majestic Milky Way, suspended in the sky, seemed to be torn down by an invisible colossal force. That magnificent cascade of stars transformed into an enormous whip in Zeus's grasp, encrusted with countless celestial bodies, akin to glimmering gems. Subsequently, Zeus wielded the whip, infused with cataclysmic power, and struck toward the Bodhi ancestor with tremendous force. The whip's shadow cut through the void, possessing a destructive might. Where it passed, Many branches of the Bodhi tree were shattered and did not regenerate. Shiva thus broke free from the constraints of the branches, regaining his liberty. All the people of Dashya inhaled sharply. This galactic whip indeed displayed unparalleled power. These branches, unlike those that attacked Shiva earlier, seemed incapable of regeneration. Zeus's whip was peculiar, first breaking branches, then striking the trunk, and finally, the Bodhi ancestor. Zeus's full-force strike was terrifying. The ancestor was in peril. Just as the crowd felt a wave of concern, the Bodhi ancestor formed seals with his hands, casting a spell once more. The Bodhi tree suddenly radiated with brilliant light, emitting beams of golden radiance that wove into a massive net, ensnaring Zeus's assault. "Humph! I shall lend my aid," Shiva scoffed, striking the large drum at his waist. Accompanied by his frenzied dance, a formidable force of annihilation surged forth in the form of sound waves toward the Bodhi ancestor. At that moment, the golden rays transformed into the flourishing branches and leaves of the Bodhi tree, swiftly converging to form a barrier that blocked all sound waves. To be frank, the old Taoist was merely warming up. The Bodhi ancestor's voice was calm yet filled with authority. The global audience erupted in astonishment, many expressing disbelief. Warming up? To have pushed both Shiva and Zeus to such an extent, and yet he claims to be merely warming up? Is it possible that the Bodhi ancestor has not exerted his full strength until now? How could that be? Zeus has taken the galaxy as a weapon. If he had not unleashed his full power, how could he possibly withstand such an assault? Indeed, that whip formed from the galaxy, if it were to strike the ground directly, could annihilate the world. Yet, in the next second, the Bodhi ancestor demonstrated through his actions that his words were not mere boasts. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the Bodhi ancestor slowly raised what appeared to be an unremarkable hand. Rise! In an instant, the roots of the Bodhi tree emitted a deep rumbling sound. The thick roots, coiled around the earth, surged forth like a colossal beast awakened from slumber. To the astonishment of all, these roots transformed into legs, supporting the Bodhi tree's trunk that shot into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the entire Bodhi tree underwent a remarkable transformation. Roots, trunk, and branches intertwined and fused, ultimately morphing into a towering tree-like figure. Upon closer inspection, this giant held a sharp axe in its hand. With a mere flick of the axe, it could cleave through the sky, revealing the galaxy beyond. This is but a clumsy imitation of the primordial deity Pangu. The Bodhi ancestor displayed remarkable humility. At this moment, many people from Dashya suddenly recalled that Qin Mayu had mentioned Pangu as the original deity who separated heaven and earth. Combining the ancestor's words, Pangu used an axe to divide heaven and earth? It was utterly shocking. Without Qin Mayu, I might never have known that such myths existed in Huaxia. I believe in Qin Mayu. The primordial deity Pangu must indeed be real, and so too is Enhua, the creator of humanity. The imagination and creativity contained within Dashya's mythology instantaneously captivated billions of viewers around the world. Regardless of their beliefs, this towering giant emanated an aura of supremacy that rendered both Zeus and Shiva immobile with shock. Soon after, Zeus, momentarily dazed, tapped the ground with his staff to regain his senses. How infuriating! Upon witnessing this giant, I found myself compelled to kneel in worship, since I overthrew my father and ascended to the throne of the divine. How long has it been since I last bowed to another deity? Zeus lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Shiva, lacking even half of Zeus's determination, had already fallen to his knees before this Pangu-like tree figure. Zeus, at a loss for words, thought, "What a foolish ally! Quickly rise. It is merely a tree. Do not be deceived by this illusion." Hearing Zeus's furious shout, Shiva tremblingly stood up, once again brandishing his forearms in a posture of readiness. At that moment, the colossal tree figure unhesitatingly lifted its right foot and, with the weight of thunder, stomped down upon Zeus and Shiva. With a crack, the earth shattered, and the battlefield conjured by the Bodhi ancestor was crushed beneath a single step. However, the Bodhi ancestor had anticipated this. After all, it was his own creation. He waved his whisk, summoning a white cloud to steady his form. Yet, Zeus and Shiva were not so fortunate. Faced with such a terrifying assault, their expressions grew grave. They exerted all their strength in resistance, yet it was futile. They could only be buried beneath the foot of the Pangu tree figure. Chapter 79. A Borrowed Sword for a Moment. The extermination sword array many watched in shock, staring at the screen. Is this truly the end? A foot-crushing two supreme deities. What is the origin of this tree? Zeus and Shiva, rise up. We cannot afford to lose this fifth match after 4 consecutive victories for Dacia. Some nations began to panic, witnessing the deities summoned by Qin Mayu gaining the upper hand, their hearts racing with urgency. Just as the crowd believed victory was assured, a blinding light erupted from beneath the tree figure. The Olympian shield. Zeus summoned all his strength to conjure his sacred shield. Annihilation frenzy. Shiva also ignited his divine power, all 4 arms pushing upward with might. United, the strength of the 2 supreme deities barely lifted the tree figure's foot. The Westerners seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope, clenching their fists to cheer for Zeus. The Tianju people danced with excitement, rallying to assist Shiva in resisting the tree figure's suppression. Observing this, the Bodhi ancestor merely smiled faintly. Why struggle, my friends? With a single hand, he formed a seal, and a beam of golden light shot forth, landing on the Pango tree figure. The vines upon the tree figure, as if understanding the command, swiftly spread and grew, instantly ensnaring the Olympian shield and tightening their grip. Crack, crack! Zeus's shield emitted mournful cries, seemingly on the verge of shattering under the immense pressure. Simultaneously, more branches lashed out at Shiva. Crack, crack, crack! Despite Shiva's desperate defenses, he was struck repeatedly, gritting his teeth and retreating step by step. At this moment, both Zeus and Shiva were at their last gasp, their former majesty as supreme deities no longer evident. In stark contrast, the Bodhi ancestor remained unfazed throughout. Qin Mayu even suspected that the ancestor had not revealed even half of his true power. The original battlefield had collapsed entirely. Zeus, Shiva, and the Bodhi ancestor now found themselves amidst the chaotic void of the universe. In the distance, a galaxy hung askew, countless stars twinkling within. They shone either brightly or dimly, near or far, each radiating a unique brilliance, weaving together a breathtaking cosmic tapestry. Within such a grand cosmic battlefield, the Pango tree figure summoned by the Bodhi ancestor grew ever more formidable. Suppress. With the ancestor's command, the tree figure exerted its strength downward, its feet crashing down with tremendous force, accompanied by a flash of dazzling light. Zeus could no longer withstand the pressure. His sacred shield shattered completely. That moment, a shadow darted toward the tree figure. Do not squander the advantage I have fought for. Zeus's expression was pained. It turned out that Shiva had shrunk his form and, taking advantage of the gap created by Zeus, escaped from the tree figure's grasp. The audience collectively held their breath, witnessing Shiva's intent to bypass the Pango tree figure and launch a surprise attack on the Bodhi ancestor. Ancestor, be wary. This trickster has emerged, intent on ambushing you. The audience from Dacia shouted without delay. Just then, the tree figure swung its axe with one hand. The axe's light flashed, and Shiva's feet were instantly severed. The people of Dacia exhaled in relief. Seems the ancestor had long been aware of their little scheme. Our concerns were unfounded. The ancestor can easily suppress them with a mere wave of his hand. It is astonishing that such a supreme deity has been driven to this extent by the ancestor. Were it not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The audience from the Bear Country was equally exhilarated, as the great Xia had avenged their grievances. In stark contrast, the Westerners and the people of Tianju were left red-faced, overwhelmed by a mix of frustration and helplessness, unable to act against what they found intolerable. Ever since his legs were severed by a single axe blow, Shiva has been racked with pain. He was astounded to discover that no matter how he summoned his divine power, he could not heal his wounds or regenerate his severed limbs. Why can I not mend myself? Old Taoist, what trickery have you employed? Though it lacked the overwhelming force of Panga's primordial creation, the axe that sealed your legs was still capable of inflicting such damage. The venerable Bodhi ancestor stroked his beard, his countenance benevolent, yet it filled Shiva with an unsettling apprehension. Meanwhile, Zeus seized a fleeting opportunity to escape from the grasp of the tree creature. Though he was left in a state of utter disarray, his divine energy utterly depleted. His eyes ablaze with rage, he gritted his teeth and vowed, "Once I lead the Greek pantheon, you shall pay dearly for this." However, despite his bravado, he was filled with trepidation. uncertain of how many deities akin to the Bodhi ancestor still resided within the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, the Bodhi ancestor chuckled, "There is no need to wait. Unleash all your abilities." At that moment, the ancestor raised his hand. Summoning 4 celestial swords, he resolved to put an end to Zeus and Shiva. Having thoroughly gauged these deities' strengths during the battle, a hint of disappointment flickered across his face. The so-called Western gods were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Suddenly, the entire universe shimmered, for the 4 swords had responded to the ancestor's call, shattering the void. "Observe as I cleave through the Western gods with my swords." The ancestor's previously gentle demeanor turned grave. Borrowing swords? Whose swords does the ancestor seek to borrow? It was unclear, but surely the swords he wished to borrow were of exceptional power. Meanwhile, Zeus and Shiva were left with no choice but to fight with all their might. What they had initially thought would be a crushing victory had devolved into a defensive struggle for survival. They could hardly afford to maintain the dignity of supreme deities, and their hearts were heavy with regret. Zeus unleashed a brilliant radiance, gathering arcs of lightning to form a colossal sphere of thunder, hurling it towards the Bodhi ancestor. Behind Shiva, a blood moon rose, and he opened his third eye, emanating a bizarre and malevolent aura. The 2 supreme deities concentrated their final reserves of divine energy and charged towards the Bodhi ancestor, only to be met with a formidable formation of sword energy. "What is this?" Zeus and Shiva squinted in disbelief. The 4 celestial swords hummed ominously in the air, having formed a sword array that ensnared them within its confines. Within the sword array, Zeus and Shiva were filled with terror, attempting to evade but finding their bodies as if shackled. Utterly immobile, the billions of viewers worldwide gasped in astonishment. What is the origin of these 4 celestial swords? How could they render Zeus and Shiva motionless? Unlike the bewildered audience, Qin Mayu felt a dreadful suspicion rising within him. Could it be the legendary 4 swords of slaying immortals? Once, the slaying immortal sword array could only be unraveled by the combined powers of the 4 sages, Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and the Western saints, the Zhuangzi and Jijin Taoists. Only together could they overcome it. If the Bodhi ancestor truly had borrowed the 4 swords of slaying immortals and was employing the sword array to eliminate Zeus and Shiva, it would imply 2 critical points. First, the ancestor held an esteemed position, capable of borrowing such a celestial artifact as the 4 swords of slaying immortals. Second, Zeus and Shiva were undoubtedly doomed. Together, they could not possibly rival the 4 sages. Unable to break the sword array, their only fate was death. Chapter 80. Slaying Zeus and Shiva. The Western gods are but a shadow of their purported might. Gazing upon the slaying immortal sword array, Qin Mayu's heart surged with exhilaration. The array comprised the 4 swords of slaying immortals, the slaying immortal sword, the trapping immortal sword, the severing immortal sword, and the exterminating immortal sword. Once ensnared within the array, even the mightiest of celestial beings would find it impossible to escape. Yet, some Western spectators continued to rant and rave. As long as Zeus and Shiva exerted their full strength, the Eastern deities of the Great Xia would surely falter. Indeed, this old Taoist must be holding on by a thread. He cannot possibly remain unscathed. Even Zeus and Shiva were oblivious to the gravity of their situation. They naively believed that, at worst, they could perish together. Certain they could defeat the Bodhi ancestor. However, Qin Mayu had already silently condemned Zeus and Shiva to death in his heart. Provoking the Eastern deities of the Great Xia, they would have to bear the consequences of their actions. At that moment, Zeus began to channel the full force of the thunder sphere he had conjured. The massive sphere surged forward, reducing asteroids and space debris to mere fragments. Yet, these remnants did not scatter aimlessly. Rather, they seemed to be drawn towards the thunder sphere by some mysterious force. Accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds, the sphere acted as a magnet, drawing in all the debris and remnants. It expanded at an astonishing rate, growing larger and larger. Gradually, the thunder sphere reached a size comparable to that of a real planet. At this moment, arcs of dazzling lightning danced along its surface, resembling silver serpents writhing in the air, unleashing boundless energy and might. Zeus's thunder sphere had now grown to a size surpassing that of Earth. Is this truly the full might of the God King? Can the Bodhi ancestor withstand it? Even more alarming was the sight of Shiva, seemingly on the brink of death, gathering himself for one final effort. He poured every ounce of his strength into the third eye on his forehead, unleashing a powerful and enigmatic force. This energy surged forth like a torrential current into the blood moon suspended behind him. In an instant, the atmosphere became chillingly sinister. The already eerie radiance of the blood moon seemed to be fully activated, exuding an endless aura of malevolence. This dark essence surged forth like a turbulent sea of blood, threatening to engulf everything in its path. The spread of this malevolent aura was alarmingly swift, threatening to envelop the distant earth in the blink of an eye. With the mist already obscuring their world, now another layer of ominous essence descended. Would they survive? Many spectators clutched their phones tightly, fixated on the live stream. Fortunately, the ever-watchful Bodhi ancestor finally took action. With a gentle flick of his dust whisk, a dazzling golden radiance erupted, transforming into an invisible shield that protected the earth from the bizarre energies. How extraordinary! Stroking his beard, the ancestor observed that the earth was shrouded in a mist whose power seemed even more terrifying than the malevolent aura unleashed by the blood moon's eruption. Enough of this, I shall vanquish you first. The Xian sword, the Zhu Xian sword, go forth. With two sharp sounds, both Shiva and Zeus were struck in the chest by a sword each. Chapter 81. What of breaking the balance to comply with public sentiment? The Xian sword pierced Shiva while the Zhu Xian sword slashed at Zeus. The so-called indestructible forms of the supreme gods bore visible wounds. As the swords penetrated deeper, a brilliant golden light erupted, carrying the essence that could annihilate all. If this continues, our very essence will suffer catastrophic damage. Both supreme gods widened their eyes in despair. They had not anticipated the immense power of the two celestial swords. In that moment, the audiences of the countries of Tianju and Hira could no longer remain seated. Shiva, stand up. We believe in you. Zeus, you are the king of the gods. You cannot lose to this wild god of Dacia. Did Dacia employ some sorcery? What is the origin of these four swords? Shiva and Zeus are restrained. We cannot truly be defeated. No, if we lose this time, Dacia will have achieved 5 consecutive victories. I cannot accept such a result. The audience from the Bear Country found it amusing. What is there to accept? Is it only permissible for you to win, while others cannot? When you were victorious before, your arrogance was palpable. Now, you are utterly humiliated. It is evident that Shiva and Zeus are faltering. Any discerning eye can see that victory belongs to Dacia. If you are unconvinced, send forth other deities to contest. The Bear Country was quite supportive, silencing their opponents. Qin Mayu gazed at the heavens, his anxious heart finally at ease. With the emergence of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, even supreme gods cannot escape death. Zeus and Shiva, your journey ends here. In the footage, Bodhi ancestor formed hand seals, simultaneously activating the 4 celestial swords. 2 swords sealed their escape, while the other 2 aimed to extinguish their consciousness. Suddenly, a multicolored radiance descended from the cosmic void, revealing a figure of ethereal grace. Hold on! At this gentle command, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian retracted their murderous intent. Millions of viewers around the globe were stunned. Judging by the attire, this person also appeared to be a deity of Dacia. What? Another deity from Dacia has entered the fray. If even Bodhi ancestor cannot handle this, what hope do we have with another deity joining? Something feels amiss. He seems to be here to mediate. Thus, all eyes turned towards this graceful figure. While others were baffled, Qin Mayu recognized at once that this was none other than the Tao Te Ching's Supreme Old Lord. Qin Mayu pondered, what brings the Supreme Old Lord here? In the vast cosmic expanse, the Supreme Old Lord whispered to Bodhi ancestor, these two must not be killed. Should they be slain, the balance between East and West will be irrevocably shattered. Having spoken, he waved his dust whisk, gesturing towards the mist enveloping the earth, seemingly laden with deeper meaning. Bodhi ancestor furrowed his brow, calculating the implications of the mist. After a moment's contemplation, although he grasped the stakes involved, the arrow was already drawn, and it must be released. Heavenly Lord, to withdraw now would be to disregard the will of the people. Upon finishing his words, Bodhi ancestor wasted no time, directly channeling his divine power. Unleashing all 4 celestial swords in an instant, they pierced through the consciousness of Shiva and Zeus. 2 cries of agony resonated as the bodies of Shiva and Zeus shattered into stardust, gradually dissipating into the cosmic void. Observing this, The supreme old lord could only sigh softly, waving his dust whisk before turning to depart. He understood that Bodhi ancestor, in deference to the will of millions of Daxia citizens, was willing to forsake the balance of East and West. Alas, those impurities remain unvanquished. The supreme old lord gazed meaningfully at the entire earth before gradually vanishing from sight. At that moment, Qin Mayu was immensely curious about what the supreme old lord had whispered to Bodhi ancestor. Why, in this critical moment, did he intervene to dissuade Bodhi ancestor? In contrast, after his victory, Bodhi ancestor said little, closing his eyes to meditate in the depths of his thoughts. It seemed the ancestor was calculating. Qin Mayu was unaware of what the old lord and the ancestor had witnessed throughout the long river of time, leading them to such divergent judgments. However, had he been in Bodhi ancestor's position, he too would have unhesitatingly activated the four swords of Zhu Xian, piercing through Zeus and Shiva with a heart full of triumph. Since Bodhi ancestor remained silent, Qin Mayu was disinclined to speculate. After all, such deities were beyond his capacity for conjecture. Turning back to the live stream, the people of Daxia were only aware that Bodhi ancestor had triumphed, while Zeus and Shiva had been defeated. Because the supreme old lord had come and gone in haste, coupled with the fact that they did not recognize this deity, no one pondered the significance of his arrival or what he had communicated with Bodhi ancestor. In an instant, a thunderous cheer erupted. We have won again, a 5-kill. This is a 5-kill, 5 consecutive victories, an unparalleled achievement. Qin Mayu, YYDS. Let me give you a special shout-out of 666666. Bodhi ancestor's information was immediately inscribed into the official annals of mythology. Indeed, he is not a wild god, but the rightful Eastern deity who protects the people of Daxia. Who dares to claim that we Daxia have no deities? This time, we have decisively vanquished your two supreme gods. If Daxia is deemed devoid of deities, then what does that make your gods? The excitement is palpable. Today's battle has truly allowed us to hold our heads high. The Bear Country also felt happy for Daxia. Tinged with a hint of awe, from this day forth, the Bear Country would no longer underestimate Daxia in the examination office. An examiner from the Bear Country patted Officer Lin on the shoulder. From now on, the label of Daxia being godless shall be completely shed. Congratulations to you. Officer Lin returned a slight bow, a proud smile gracing his face. Centuries ago, Daxia had labored tirelessly to shed the derogatory title of the sick man of East Asia. Now, thanks to Qin Mayu, the perceptions of billions across the globe had shifted, dispelling the stereotype of Daxia as godless. Yet, some stubborn individuals, like wild dogs, continued to bite at anything that crossed their path. They seemed unwilling to concede, furiously pounding their keyboards, proclaiming, "As long as I have my keyboard, I am the immortal of the mundane world." No, Shiva and Zeus have merely exited the stage temporarily. After all, it was 1 against 2. What harm is there in letting you have a turn? Daxia has won, but we have not lost. According to the rules, other deities can be dispatched. Yes, unlimited substitutions until complete surrender. Do the people of Daxia have the courage to continue the contest? Just as these individuals were bristling with indignation, the female celestial being who had been hosting the match spoke on behalf of the heavenly Tao. In this battle, the Eastern Daxia has triumphed, and the Western Allied forces have been defeated. Not to mention the substitutions, according to the rules, the losers must pay the corresponding price. Upon hearing this, many were left dumbfounded. It seems the inevitable has finally arrived. Chapter 82. Return the artifacts to Daxia. Upon hearing this, some stubborn individuals exploded with outrage. They did not understand the principle of willing to gamble and willing to lose, and continued to shout loudly, "Price? What price? We in the West will not accept this easily. Indeed, if you want us to pay a price, at least wait another 500 years. We have always exploited others. No one dares take advantage of us. Moreover, against a weak entity like Daxia, absolutely not." Upon hearing these clamorous words, the female celestial being cast a cold gaze over the crowd. The West must cede part of its interests to Daxia. Should there be any refusal, I will act on behalf of the heavens and unleash divine punishment. No sooner had she spoken than a series of deafening booms echoed from the sky. Following that, dazzling bolts of lightning descended like silver serpents, striking down with a cataclysmic force. Astonishingly, these bolts did not stray. They headed straight for the homes of Indeed. It is all the same in the end. Awaiting the decree of heaven's will, let us speculate on what benefits the Great Xia will gain from this round. After punishing the Western keyboard warriors, the celestial maiden addressed Qin Mayu, saying, "This marks the first victory of the fifth assessment, and you are free to choose your reward." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment once more. Free choice. If Qin Mayu desired all the beauties of a nation, could he not achieve that as well? The anticipation now rests on how Qin Mayu will make his selection. I suspect that all Western nations are trembling in fear at this moment. Faced with the rules, the leaders of the Western countries exchanged glances, wishing to refute but finding themselves powerless to do so. Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, discussions erupted outside, with everyone keen to know what reward Qin Mayu would choose. At that moment, he uttered a statement that left the entire world in shock. "I wish for all the artifacts that originally belonged to the Great Xia to be returned to their rightful owner." The celestial maiden reaffirmed with Qin Mayu, "To return the artifacts, are you certain you wish to use this power for them?" Qin Mayu nodded firmly, his expression resolute. Thus, the decree of heaven came into effect. At that moment, all the Western powers fell silent. They recalled the past when a coalition of nations invaded the ancient Great Xia, plundering countless artifacts that rightfully belonged to it, such as the bronze heads of the 12 zodiac animals, and portraits of emperors through the ages. These artifacts are not only masterfully crafted and vividly lifelike, but also treasures that embody the long history and splendid culture of the Chinese nation. They ought to have been quietly displayed in the museums of the Great Xia for future generations to admire. Instead, they have been scattered in foreign lands, a source of deep sorrow. Impossible. We obtained these through our own prowess. Why should we return them to you? Indeed, these artifacts have been in our possession for several centuries. Now, they belong to us, not to your Great Xia. Qin Mayu, do not harbor such foolish hopes. Upon hearing this, the people of the Great Xia were filled with righteous indignation and immediately retorted. "What do you mean they've been in your possession for several centuries? They have been stored here for over 1,000 years. Had it not been for you, these artifacts would still be within our Great Xia. Truly, the descendants of robbers have inherited their despicable and shameless traits. Humph, you have no choice but to return them. Do not forget, this is the arena of national warfare. If you do not comply, the Bodhi Patriarch will directly annihilate your nation. Yes, if you wish to survive, you had better return them promptly." Seeing the people of the Great Xia united, the leaders of the Western nations were drenched in sweat. Rather than choosing annihilation, they opted for restitution. After all, those artifacts never rightfully belonged to them but were shamefully acquired by their ancestors through the invasion of the Great Xia. Thus, after barely a second of contemplation, these leaders unanimously agreed to return the artifacts. A grand ceremony for the restitution of the artifacts commenced. The Western powers swiftly organized their personnel, ensuring that not a single artifact plundered from the Great Xia was left behind in their museums. Among them were exquisite ink paintings, where delicate brush strokes and elegant colors seemed to narrate a sorrowful history. The intricately carved pagoda and the solemn, compassionate Buddha statues attracted countless gazes of admiration. Additionally, some bronze vessels, marked with mottled rust, bore the scars of time, witnessing countless storms of change. Now, these artifacts were all returned to the Great Xia. Many historians and archaeologists in the Great Xia wept tears of joy. After so many years, these artifacts finally returned to their rightful owner. They would no longer languish in the hands of thieves, but instead bask in the light of day once more. How wonderful! These artifacts could potentially fill countless gaps in our history. From this day forth, we shall study our own history without the need to grovel before others. For these artifacts are indeed ours. Bearing the weight of our own history, we are grateful to Qin Mayu and to all the deities that protect the Great Xia. The crowd rejoiced, hastily arranging these historical artifacts. Ultimately, Qin Mayu and Yekaterina emerged from the secret realm. Ding! Congratulations to Qin Mayu for leading the faction to victory in the competition. Reward: 30 divine power. Qin Mayu's eyes brightened, and he instinctively checked his personal panel. Name: Qin Mayu. Occupation: Soul Card Master. Unique Hidden. Level: Extraordinary Level 3, 60. Soul Cards: 1. Eternal Emperor 2. Great Sage, equal to Heaven 3. Ancestor of 10,000 Thunder 4. Azure Lotus Sword, Immortal 5. Blank. Divine Rings: True Dragon Divine Ring, Azure Lotus Divine Ring, skills. 1. Omniscience 2. Omnipotence 3. Great Wall Vigil 4. Cloud Somersault 5. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder 6. Azure Lotus Sword Array 7. Blank. Chapter 83. A new challenge. The underworld intrudes, gazing at the two blank spaces on the panel. Qin Mayu felt a surge of excitement, as this indicated that his soul cards and soul skills could once again expand. Just then, the Bodhi Patriarch suddenly opened his eyes. Clad in flowing robes, wielding a whisk and stepping on clouds, he approached Qin Mayu. I pay my respects to the Patriarch. You have reaped substantial rewards this time, yet the road ahead remains long. Do not grow complacent. The voice of the Bodhi Patriarch resonated with a steady cadence, akin to the toll of a great bell. Qin Mayu respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Patriarch. I shall certainly persist and strive diligently. The wisdom you possess is remarkable. Do not be humble. This world is shrouded in mist, and I shall impart to you the method that allows one to sever all things." With a gentle wave of his whisk, a faint light flashed, revealing a mysterious rune before Qin Mayu. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the character for cut. Just as Qin Mayu pondered how to assimilate this spell, the Bodhi Patriarch gently touched his forehead, and in an instant, the rune seamlessly integrated into Qin Mayu's mind. Could this be the legendary blessing of the immortal for longevity? Qin Mayu mused casually. Upon checking the panel again, Qin Mayu discovered that the blanks had been filled. Name: Qin Mayu. Occupation: Soul Cardmaster. Unique Hidden. Level: Extraordinary Level 3, 60. Soul Cards, 1. Eternal Emperor 2. Great Sage, equal to Heaven 3. Ancestor of 10,000 Thunder 4. Azure Lotus Sword Immortal 5. Su Bodhi. Divine Rings. True Dragon Divine Ring. Azure Lotus Divine Ring. Skills. 1. Omniscience 2. Omnipotence 3. Great Wall Vigil 4. Cloud Somersault 5. Purple Cloud Divine Thunder 6. Azure Lotus Sword Array 7.1 Cut, / Qin Mayu examined the soul card and soul skill. Name: Su Bodhi. Type: Divine Soul Card. Supreme Level. Ritual: Unity of the Three Teachings. Materials: Sun, Moon, Star Spirit Orbs, River Map and Luo Book. Fushi's 8 trigrams. Peach branches, yarrow grass, turtle shells, etc. Incantation: Ling Tai Fong Siyuan Mountain, Xiaoyu San Xing Cave. Celestial cranes cry, their voices echoing through the distant skies. Phoenixes soar, their feathers adorned with the colors of 5 radiant clouds. This is a soul card of the highest caliber, summoning the Bodhi Patriarch, which necessitates a grand ritual for summoning. The materials and offerings required are exceedingly extravagant. Even exhausting all coins and points, an ordinary soul card master would find it arduous to gather them. Looking again at the soul skill, this marked Qin Mayu's 7th skill, and its name alone hinted at tremendous lethality. 1 Cut / unleashes a blade of energy forward with an attack range of 1,000 meters. This technique cuts through all. If one cut cannot sever, then make another. Qin Mayu understood that this was a ranged attack skill, with a range 10 times that of the Azure Lotus Sword Array. However, while the Azure Lotus Sword Array excels in area attacks, 1 Cut / specializes in single target assaults with a long range and high burst damage. The Azure Lotus Sword Array is ideal for group engagements, while 1 Cut / suits solo combat, capable of swiftly dispatching opponents. If the first cut does not sever, then make another. How intriguing, Qin Mayu thought. Recognizing that this skill could be seamlessly executed in succession, he was immensely satisfied with this enhancement of power, bowing respectfully and then deeply bowing once more. I, Qin Mayu, am deeply grateful to the Bodhi Patriarch. Upon raising his head again, Qin Mayu found that the Bodhi Patriarch's figure had vanished. Indeed, is it true that those beyond the mundane realm are like dragons, elusive and unseen? In the air, the Patriarch's lingering voice resounded. I withdraw my physical form, the rest is up to you. This phrase reverberated for 3 days, refusing to fade. The shock it brought was simply overwhelming. Along with Qin Mayu, billions of viewers worldwide were left astonished. What? A mere physical form? The one who just defeated Zeus and Shiva was merely a physical form. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This Eastern Taoist must be engaged in some form of trickery. Zeus and Shiva have both perished. Yet this old Taoist continues to humiliate them in such a manner. Indeed, only the people of the Great Xia would dare to boast about such feats. However, Qin Mayu did not believe that the Bodhi Patriarch was boasting. The Bodhi Patriarch was a transcendent figure of the unity of the three teachings, and he had no need to engage in such antics. It seemed he had ultimately underestimated the situation. Thinking that a grand summoning ritual could truly invoke the Bodhi Patriarch's true form, the entity merely manifested as a divine incarnation, yet it sent the supreme deities of the West fleeing in disarray. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of the Eastern deities of the Great Xia. Following this, the netizens of Great Xia launched a vigorous counterattack. In this day and age, who resorts to descending in their true forms to engage in combat? You Westerners are utterly clueless, merely resorting to incessant shouting. Indeed, a single divine incarnation can unleash a devastating assault on Zeus and Shiva. The river flows eastward, and such is the magnitude of our might. Should you remain unconvinced, let your Zeus and Shiva seek out the venerable Bodhi ancestor for discourse and ascertain whether they possess the audacity to do so. If that is unfeasible, you mere mortals may also attempt to see if the ancestor could obliterate your realms with but a single finger. Ha ha ha, they still tremble at the recent events. They surely lack the courage now. As anticipated, upon hearing these words from the netizens of Great Xia, the Western commentators fell silent, utterly unable to retort in this battle. The Western camp suffered losses of both Zeus and Shiva and was contemplating who could step in as substitutes. Just then, a sudden and bizarre transformation enveloped the entire arena. What is happening? Wasn't the examination hall under the protection of the heavenly Tao? I sense a shift in the very atmosphere of the examination hall. Hiss, a chilling aura akin to that of the underworld. Reminiscent of a game version update, could it be that Great Xia triggered some hidden mechanism after winning 5 consecutive matches? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a sinister and terrifying energy slithered upward from the depths of the earth. Like a serpent stealthily ascending in the blink of an eye, it surged forth like a tempest, engulfing the entire arena, freezing the air in its wake. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the seemingly indestructible arena began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a crisp crack echoed as the surface of the arena appeared to be cleaved by an invisible giant axe, splitting it in twain. With the emergence of this colossal fissure, ghostly arms, pale as parchment and bulging with veins, erupted from the dark abyss. These arms clawed and grasped at the feet of the candidates present. Ah, what is this? Oh my! Some cute candidates from the island nations screamed in terror. Qin Mayu inquired of the heavenly Tao, "Did you orchestrate this?" The celestial maiden shook her head. "No, but this is precisely the reason the heavenly Tao established the national battle arena." Chapter 84. Summoning Deities. Containing evil spirits, the howls of the damned echoed, and a chilling wind swept through. These evil spirits seized the candidates' feet, dragging them toward the abyss of eternal damnation. In an instant, the scene descended into utter chaos and panic. Above the examination hall, Qin Mayu activated the Azure Lotus Sword Array, ensuring that within a radius of 100 meters, no evil spirit could approach him. In comparison to the other candidates, his situation was the most secure. The Azure Lotus Sword Array radiated an intense light, and the swords within transformed into streaks of flowing light, launching toward the surrounding evil spirits. With each streak of light that struck an evil spirit, it let out a wail before dissipating. Other candidates, witnessing this, hurriedly drew closer to Qin Mayu. With a frown, Qin Mayu cautioned, "Slow down, you cannot enter." "Why not?" "Qin Mayu, are you going to abandon us to our fate?" A Western candidate shamelessly queried. "Indeed, you guessed correctly," Qin Mayu replied with a slight smile. He then intentionally opened a gap, allowing Yekaterina from the Bear Nation to enter. "Thank you, Mayu, you are a true warrior." Yekaterina, with her fluttering eyelashes, appeared exceedingly beautiful. The other candidates from different nations immediately erupted in anger. Qin Mayu's actions were tantamount to a heartless betrayal. He demonstrated through his actions that opposing the Great Xia would yield dire consequences. In contrast, the Bear Nation chose to ally with Great Xia, which is why Qin Mayu permitted Yekaterina to enter the sword array and gain sanctuary. Gradually, these evil spirits ceased their assaults on Qin Mayu and instead swarmed toward the candidates from other nations. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Mayu continued to inquire of the heavenly Tao agent, "Celestial Maiden, you mentioned this was the reason for establishing the national battle arena. Could you elaborate?" The Celestial Maiden hesitated briefly before speaking. "These evil spirits were summoned by the mist. Moreover, This layer of mist enveloping the earth will incite further calamities. The heavenly Tao established the national battle arena to select the most exceptional mythology on earth through competition, so that they may combat the pollution of the mist. Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu fell into contemplation, realizing the implications. So that is how it is, pollution. Could this mist possibly be of extraterrestrial origin? Thus, Qin Mayu inquired, is this mist from another star system, and what is the origin of the heavenly Tao? Furthermore, are these evil spirits born of the mist, or have they always existed in this world? The celestial maiden pondered briefly before replying, regarding the mist and the heavenly Tao, it pertains to the highest authority, of which I possess no knowledge. However, these evil spirits are inherently part of this world, merely awakened by the mist. Therefore, with the inherent power of this world, they can indeed be vanquished. Qin Mayu suddenly understood. Subsequently, the celestial maiden issued a new challenge. The first wave of evil spirits is attacking the examination hall. Please eliminate them immediately. There will be more evil spirits descending. Candidates from various nations need to summon deities capable of containing the evil spirits. Please note, the requirement of the heavenly Tao is containment. Upon seeing this news, billions of viewers worldwide were left astounded. They had not anticipated that this mist could summon evil spirits, directly impacting this year's global examination. Alas, there was a time when Earth was not shrouded by this mist. Back then, the annual examinations did not involve summoning deities. However, as the saying goes, survival of the fittest. Since the heavenly Tao desires competition to select the most outstanding theology, we must not relent. The ultimate victory shall belong to the Western camp. Our mythological history is the most ancient, and the number of deities is unparalleled. At this juncture, it was once again the moment of collective exhilaration for the Westerners. They all believed that only Western theology could summon deities capable of containing these evil spirits. However, Qin Mayu was too preoccupied to engage with the online disputes. These evil spirits were merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Qin Mayu swiftly grasped the situation and focused his energy on eliminating these evil spirits. Roar! Suddenly, a deep and terrifying roar emanated from the dark chasm. Increasingly more evil spirits surged forth like a tide, climbing up from the crevice and onto the arena. These spirits varied in form, some towering and muscular, while others were hunched and twisted, resembling writhing shadows. Each bore a menacing visage, with greenish skin and sharp fangs, exuding a foul stench from their mouths, as their gaping maws opened. Their razor-sharp teeth glimmered ominously, ready to devour anyone whole. Witnessing this, many candidates were paralyzed with fear. These evil spirits were even stronger than before, and their numbers had multiplied. This was merely the first wave. More were to come. Unbelievable, it was utterly terrifying. Woo-woo. I want to go home. At this moment, these evil spirits fixated their blood-red eyes on Qin Mayu within the sword array, emitting a chorus of howls before charging at him with ferocity. Their speed was astounding, and ordinary attacks could scarcely harm them. They had learned to target the strongest, exhibiting a newfound cunning. Qin Mayu calmly stated. He then activated a new soul card skill, Nimbus. Just as the situation grew dire, a resplendent and colorful cloud floated in from the horizon. Qin Mayu stepped upon it, feeling a powerful yet gentle force lift him. Whoosh! The Nimbus, imbued with spirit, whisked Qin Mayu swiftly skyward, away from the clutches of the evil spirits. He then summoned the Azure Lotus Sword Array once more, and a massive lotus design emerged beneath the feet of the evil spirits. Following this, numerous sword blossoms unfurled. Sizzle! A sharp and piercing sound of swords slicing through the air resonated. Countless gleaming swords, like bolts of lightning, surged forth. They seemed to possess life, skillfully weaving and swirling in the air, ensnaring the horde of evil spirits. In an instant, these spirits found themselves trapped. Subsequently, the swords struck forth with the force of thunder, targeting the snarling and clawing malevolence. Slash! Qin Mayu stood atop the Nimbus, amplifying his divine power, rendering the Azure Lotus Sword Array even more formidable than before. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the spirits, the razor-sharp blades easily pierced the tough hides of these malevolent beings. Some spirits were struck through the heart and perished on the spot, toppling backward. Even those who attempted to resist found it futile, swiftly succumbing to the onslaught of swords targeting their vital points. Blood sprayed forth, staining the air a vivid crimson. Yet, astonishingly, these malevolent entities began to merge, forming an even more terrifying behemoth. This is bad. Qin Mayu is in danger now. All of Great Xia's people began to worry for him. Chapter 85. Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. However, Qin Mayu displayed no fear. Instead, he smiled slightly, gathered together. Just perfect for a swift execution, he activated his new soul technique, Single Blade Slash. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to Qin Mayu, whose palm suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance without any prior warning. Following this, an overwhelming surge of chilling blade energy erupted from his hand, exuding a bone-chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. This blade energy appeared almost tangible, swirling and dancing rapidly in the AI art. As it passed, the very atmosphere was torn asunder, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. With a thunderous roar, the malevolent spirit unveiled its gaping maw and unleashed a sonic attack. In that instant, Qin Mayu showed no hesitation. He propelled himself skyward with the force of a released arrow. The spirit's sound waves spread out, striking the candidates from other nations. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Mayu's cloud-like platform erupted with astonishing speed, carrying him towards the colossal malevolent entity, in the blink of an eye. He soared above the spirit's head. His figure, juxtaposed with the ferocious blade energy, resembled a blazing meteor streaking across the night sky, imbued with boundless might as it cleaved toward the terrifying visage of the spirit. With a swoosh, the blade energy sliced through the air, leaving a blinding light in its wake. This technique was capable of severing anything. Qin Mayu infused every ounce of his divine power into the strike. In a breathtaking instant, his slash flashed past like a bolt of lightning, swift and fierce. The blade descended with the force of a thunderclap, and the seemingly indestructible, gargantuan form of the malevolent spirit was rendered as fragile as paper. It was unable to react in time to evade this lethal blow and was cleaved in two. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. The spirit let out a bone-chilling howl that shook the arena to its foundations. Candidates from other nations swayed unsteadily, struggling to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. In stark contrast, Qin Mayu landed firmly, returning to the arena. Witnessing this, all the viewers in the live stream were left in awe. I stood up and, with a single strike, defeated it. What more is there to say? It's simply astounding. Qin Mayu took down that malevolent spirit with one blow. Initially expecting a fierce battle, no one anticipated that Qin Mayu could dispatch it so swiftly. Has anyone noticed? His strength has already created a vast chasm between him and the other candidates. Meanwhile, countless inky black, sinister tentacles suddenly emerged from the remnants of the malevolent spirit. They writhed in the air like vicious, venomous serpents, lunging at Qin Mayu with clawed fury. These tentacles moved with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant, attempting to ensnare Qin Mayu and trap him in a dire predicament. Ha ha ha, the people of Xia celebrated too soon. This malevolent spirit is far from vanquished. If those tentacles ensnare him, Qin Mayu may very well meet his demise. I told you, this spirit is a conglomerate of many malevolent beings. It cannot be dealt with so easily. Qin Mayu, hurry and perish, for then our nation's candidates might stand a chance. The spectators from other nations secretly cursed Qin Mayu in their hearts. Be careful, the audience from Xia cried out in alarm, fearing for Qin Mayu's safety. In the blink of an eye, the flying swords from the Azure Lotus Sword formation, as if summoned by a mysterious force, whistled through the air. A sharp, piercing sound filled the arena as these swords darted through the void. In an instant, countless beams of sword light intersected and formed a dense web of blades. The once menacing tentacles, now confronted by the overwhelming barrage of swords, quickly lost their vigor. One by one, the thick tentacles were effortlessly severed by the razor-sharp flying swords, oozing a dark green fluid that hissed as it splattered onto the ground. Reminiscent of the reaction caused by a strong acid corroding its surroundings, thus, the colossal malevolent spirit was utterly obliterated. At this moment, the entire arena was engulfed in shock. The spectators were left speechless. What had stymied the other candidates was effortlessly resolved by Qin Mayu in mere moments. How does this young man possess so many skills? If this continues, how will the other candidates even stand a chance? What is there to fear? I mentioned earlier that this was merely the first wave of malevolent spirits. Many more are on the way. I refuse to believe that Chinamo you can keep showcasing such prowess indefinitely. These malevolent spirits can fail countless times, but Chinamo you can afford only a single misstep. Moreover, no matter how strong Chinamo you is, he must perform the summoning ritual to contain all these spirits. As these thoughts circulated, the Western audience regained their confidence. Meanwhile, the voice of the celestial authority resonated once more. The first wave of malevolent spirits has concluded. The subsequent spirits are en route. The victor is the Dacia contestant. Chinamo. Next, candidates from all nations must perform the summoning ritual. Note: your deities need to contain these malevolent spirits. The forthcoming spirits are exceedingly powerful. Even the weakest among them surpasses the previous wave's boss. Upon hearing this, every candidate gasped in disbelief. It appeared that relying solely on soul techniques for individual combat would no longer suffice. Indeed, that previous spirit was already formidable enough. Its mere appearance eliminated over half the participants. To defeat the following malevolent spirits, summoning deities is imperative. Wait, not just defeating them, but containing them. Containing? It seems our mythological framework lacks such beings. Faced with the celestial authority's demands, many candidates from various nations fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, an American contestant spoke up. We are unafraid. We have Hades, the lord of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Westerners lit up. Indeed, Hades governs the underworld and should theoretically be able to contain all malevolent spirits. The Western audience brimmed with anticipation. Hades, along with Poseidon and Zeus, were three brothers, with Hades being the eldest. Poseidon, the god of the sea, governed the oceans, while Zeus, the king of the Olympian gods, ruled the skies. And Hades presided over the underworld. The three brothers had distinct roles, and while Poseidon and Zeus were formidable, it followed that Hades was equally powerful. This is fantastic. As long as we summon Lord Hades, we are saved. Our side is sure to claim victory in the upcoming battles. Could this year's legend of no victories finally be broken? Wah, Dacia cannot possibly win against us this time. Exactly, they lack a god of the underworld. At this juncture, the audience from Dacia began to panic in this world. The Dacia pantheon was deficient. They truly struggled to conceive of any deity from their realm of the underworld. Do you think we could summon the door god? That might not be appropriate. The door god protects countless households. While he could keep malevolent spirits at bay, containing such a multitude seems unlikely. I believe that might not be feasible. We should think of alternatives. In that case, how about the city god? The city god receives offerings from the people and should be able to contend with these spirit kings. Whatever we can think of. Chinamo you will certainly have considered as well. The key lies in how he chooses. The people of Dacia were filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Dacia, Commander Long inquired of a group of experts. The second wave of attacks is imminent, and the online calls for the city god are rising. What are your thoughts? However, contrary to the sentiments of the internet users, the experts considered the situation more profoundly. Commander Long, relying solely on the city god is far from sufficient. Setting aside the sheer number of malevolent spirits, can the city god even manage them? Even if they were contained, Hades is still on the horizon. I have researched this. Hades is the king of the Greek underworld. Even Zeus and Poseidon are but younger siblings in his presence. Previously, soul card masters have summoned the city god, and the results were catastrophic. If Chinamo intends to summon the city god, he may very well be repeating past mistakes. Indeed, if that is the case, it would ultimately prove futile, and defeat would be inescapable. The experts' faces were etched with profound concern. Hearing this, Commander Long sighed deeply, gazing meaningfully at the large screen. On the screen, Chinamo remained utterly motionless. In stark contrast to the anxiety of the citizens, this dilemma seemed exceedingly simple to Chinamo. Wasn't it merely about containing malevolent spirits, possessing a complete understanding of the Dacia pantheon? He could effortlessly forge an entire underworld. However, the multitude of deities made the selection overwhelming. Thus, he did not feel a lack of options, but rather an abundance that left him dazzled. The most fundamental tier consisted of the 10 great generals, the Ghost envoys, which included the Spirit Kings, the Day Wanderer, and the Night Wanderer. Additionally, there were the Soul Capturers, featuring the well-known Black and White Impermanence, as well as Oxhead and Horseface. Lastly, there were the Demon envoys, which included Leopard Tail, Bird Beak, Fishgills, and Hornet. Ascending further, there existed the cycle department, the judge department, and the underworld department. The city god belonged to the underworld department, while the judge department comprised the four great judges responsible for rewarding goodness, punishing evil, conducting inspections, and administering the laws of the underworld. The renowned Zhong Kuei was the judge of the punishment department. Even higher up, there were the 6 cases and the 10 kings of hell. Among the 10 kings of hell, the most renowned are Yin Luo Wang, Qin Guang Wang, and Zhuang Luan Wang, among others. Yin Luo Wang is the very figure from the classic Journey to the West, who had his book of life and death tampered with by Sun Wukong. Qin Mo believes that dispatching any one of the 10 kings of hell should suffice to deal with all the malevolent spirits that lie ahead. When the 18 layers of hell are opened, even the noble and exalted must bow in submission. Yet, Qin Mo harbors a bold notion. Above the 10 kings of hell, there exist the 5 emperors of the underworld, namely the Eastern Emperor, Southern Emperor, Central Emperor, Western Emperor, and Northern Emperor. Should the 5 emperors be summoned, even Hades himself would be compelled to kneel. Just then, the rewards from the heavenly Tao have been bestowed. Qin Mo gazes at the divine materials, still far surpassing those of other candidates. His ambition swells once more. Why not summon the highest sovereign of the underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu, instead of merely the 5 emperors? The title of emperor speaks volumes about his prowess, requiring no further elaboration. At this moment, a thought enters Qin Mo's mind. I am Erlang Shun, the true monarch of manifestation. Allow me to handle these malevolent spirits. Qin Mo's heart skips a beat. He respectfully replies, True monarch, this is a competition. If you intervene, it may breach the rules. Although Erlang Shun could easily deal with these evil spirits, Qin Mo believes that establishing an entire underworld aligns more closely with the concept of containment. This way, he can confront the malevolent spirits while adhering to the mandates of the heavenly Tao. However, Erlang Shun's voice resonates with hearty laughter. Fear not, young one. I shall navigate the rules of the heavenly Tao myself. True monarch, there will be opportunities in the future. Without waiting for the true monarch's response, Qin Mo severed the connection. Nevertheless, this promise was thus made, binding him to a karmic consequence. Qin Mo must now find a chance to summon Erlang Shun. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain himself later. Just as he thought the matter concluded, a clear youthful voice rang out. Qin Mo, the Monkey King has arrived. I too wish to join the fray. What? Do you look down upon me, the great god of the 3 altars and the sea assembly? With my Chinquan circle and fiery spear in hand, along with the wind and fire wheels and the mysterious sky ribbon, who could possibly stand against me? Even the 4 seas dragon kings would find themselves flayed alive. The voice and deeds of Neza are unmistakably recognizable. It is he, our heroic Neza. Qin Mo immediately recognizes him, smacking his forehead in exasperation. How have 2 ancestors appeared all at once? It is not that he wishes to keep them from joining. It is simply unnecessary. Let us wait a while longer, he thinks. Thus, Qin Mo clears his throat and continues, Great God Neza, these mere malevolent spirits hardly require your intervention. I, Qin Mo, assure you that you will have your chance to take the stage. Although this may involve waiting behind Erlang Shun, he dares not voice this thought aloud. Neza, not as easily appeased as Yang Jin, persists, do not patronize me. I insist on participating today. Qin Mo, feeling helpless and pondering how to persuade him, suddenly has a flash of inspiration. Great God Neza, do you not know that this competition has numerous restrictions? The goal is to contain malevolent spirits according to the rules of the divine hierarchy. If you force your way in, you might disrupt the regulations, and there may never be another chance for you to showcase your abilities. Upon hearing this, Neza ponders, sensing some truth in it, yet his heart remains unsatisfied. Then tell me, what are your plans? If I am not pleased, I shall not heed these rules. Qin Mo hastily responds, I wish to construct a complete underworld system to contain the malevolent spirits. This is a multifaceted solution. Once the spirits are vanquished, it will also demonstrate the majesty of our great Xia divine hierarchy. In the future, should there be battles, I shall certainly summon you. After a moment of contemplation, Neza concedes. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Do not go back on your word. Qin Mo breathes a sigh of relief and begins to arrange the ritual array. Meanwhile, the Western candidates have gathered all the divine materials and completed their ritual array. However, Qin Moyu's preparations have only just begun. The teachers from Linen Number 1 High School stand together, whispering anxiously, their faces etched with concern and confusion. It has been a considerable time. What on earth is happening? Why is he not finished yet? One furrows his brow and speaks out. Others nod in agreement. Indeed, it should not take this long. Could something have gone awry? The tension in the air is palpable as everyone's gaze frequently drifts toward Qin Moyu. The principal reassures them, do not fret. We must have faith in this child and his ability to conjure miracles. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Lee, concurs, stating, Qin Moyu has always been the most outstanding student in our class. I believe in him. The scene shifts back to the arena in the camp of the Western Coalition. A group of soul card masters clad in black robes kneels in unison. Previously, they had meticulously arranged various precious items atop a massive hexagram-shaped ritual array. The first sight to behold is a bowl of fresh, crimson blood, seemingly emanating warmth. This bowl of blood is regarded as a medium for communicating with the underworld, embodying humanity's yearning and reverence for the power of the underworld lord. Adjacent to the blood are several translucent magical crystals, shimmering with a faint yet enchanting light. These magical crystals are said to hold potent energy, capable of enhancing the efficacy of the ritual and capturing the attention of the underworld lord. In addition to the blood and magical crystals, an array of other peculiar ritual materials is neatly arranged around the ritual array, including herbs that emit a strange fragrance, bones inscribed with ancient runes, and candles ablaze with ghostly blue flames. With everything in place, the soul card masters kneel on both knees, adopting the most devout posture before the center of the ritual array. They bow their heads, hands clasped at their chests, chanting fervently, Great Sovereign of the Underworld, you are the ruler of all deities of the underworld, the supreme being overseeing the rights of souls in this world, Lord Hades. The voice reverberates across the vast space, filled with profound respect and earnest supplication. Following this, a leading soul card master raises his head and solemnly announces, This year, during the national war, dreadful malevolent spirits have suddenly descended upon the mortal realm, bringing untold disaster and fear. Your loyal followers have gathered here, earnestly beseeching you to once again display your divine might and assist us in containing these rampaging spirits, restoring peace and tranquility to the world. Upon completion of the ritual, the Western candidates address Qin Moyu. As fellow soul card masters, you should understand the power of Lord Hades, right? Leave the containment of these malevolent spirits to us in the West. You great Xia had best not lag behind. Qin Moyu, those who discern the times are wise. I advise you to concede. Upon hearing this, Qin Moyu chuckles softly, reflecting on the irony of the phrase those who discern the times are wise. The last individuals to utter those words, the islanders, are likely weeping in some corner now. Paying them no mind, Qin Moyu focuses intently, retrieving a slightly yellowed, time-worn book from his pocket. He places it upon a classical table. Then, he reaches for a white candle, gently igniting it, the bright, flickering flame illuminating the entire arena. Next, Qin Moyu slowly places a black judge's pin onto the book, its tip glowing with mysterious light. Additionally, he has meticulously prepared various ritual materials related to the underworld, such as cinnabar and yellow talismans. These items are arranged neatly around the table, exuding an aura of reverence. Once all preparations are complete, Qin Moyu takes a deep breath and slowly closes his eyes. He stands there in silence, as if immersing himself in an infinite realm of darkness. In the profound stillness, he concentrates, attempting to commune with the legendary supreme being of the underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu. Emperor of Fengdu, malevolent spirits ravage the mortal realm, and the West mocks our great Xia for lacking deities. Here stands your junior, Qin Moyu, beseeching your descent to construct the underworld, contain the malevolent spirits, and let them experience the searing flames of the 18 layers of hell, defeat the deities of the Western Coalition and proclaim the might of our great Xia. At this moment, a wave of astonishment washes over everyone. Emperor of Fengdu, who is that? Have you heard of him? No. I thought Qin Moyu intended to summon the city god instead. Qin Moyu is certainly unpredictable. However, the name Emperor of Fengdu sounds quite imposing. His strength should not be underestimated. Let us hope Qin Moyu can endure. The fate of our great Xia rests upon your shoulders at this moment. Meanwhile, netizens from the islands and India are quick to mock. Humph. What does an imposing name matter? Strength is the ultimate truth. When the time comes, this so-called emperor will surely be vanquished by the underworld lord. The Western coalition has already granted the Great Xia an opportunity. Unfortunately, you Great Xia simply do not know how to cherish it. Ha ha ha, soon we shall witness a grand spectacle. At that moment, a chilling wind sweeps across the arena. The Western candidates erupt in cheers. For it is the imminent arrival of Lord Hades. Above the hexagram that shimmers with mysterious light, a colossal and majestic figure begins to rise. As everyone gazes intently, they cannot help but draw a sharp breath. Originally, this giant stood several tens of zhang tall, resembling a majestic mountain towering in the sky. His face was adorned with a thick, bushy beard, each strand erect like steel needles, swaying in the wind as if capable of slicing through the very air. In his grasp was a bird-headed divine staff, its shaft shimmering with a somber glow, and the exquisitely carved bird's head at its tip seemed to pulse with a heart-stopping aura. Yet, what drew even more attention was the three-headed dog accompanying him. This formidable creature was of colossal size, each head bearing a terrifying visage, its fangs interlocking and saliva dripping continuously, while its eyes, ablaze with fiery intensity, fixated on the crowd below. This awe-inspiring three-headed dog was none other than Cerberus, the legendary guardian of the underworld from Greek mythology. Standing beside this beast was the giant of extraordinary stature, none other than Hades, the king of the underworld, who ruled over the entire realm of the dead. The Western audience could not help but feel a profound sense of reverence. Wonderful, it is King Hades. We are saved. The Dacia will surely face a disastrous defeat. Hades is the elder brother of Poseidon and Zeus. He will avenge his two brothers. People of Dacia, just wait. At the very moment Hades made his grand entrance, Qin Mayu also stirred. Amidst the chilling winds, a shadow gradually took shape. There stood the emperor of Fengdu. Crowned and clad in a dark robe adorned with dragon patterns, his stature tall and imposing, radiating an overwhelming aura. Chapter 88. The 18 Levels of Hell. Just as King Hades was about to fully descend, the sky suddenly darkened, and a powerful pressure enveloped the arena. In the darkness, a majestic figure slowly emerged, clad in a black imperial robe and crowned. The Emperor of Fengdu. A mere underworld king dares to act so arrogantly before me. A voice of immense authority resonated, as the backdrop behind the Emperor of Fengdu seemed to unveil the gates to the underworld, revealing glimpses of the 18 levels of hell. Qin Mayu turned and respectfully bowed to the Emperor of Fengdu. The Emperor cast a glance at him, nodding slightly, and said, "Your ability to summon me is indeed a gesture of concern for the people. Leave the vile spirits to me." In this moment, all the people of Dacia felt a formidable pressure, mixed with an overwhelming sense of pride. As this our god of the underworld from Dacia, has Qin Mayu truly summoned a deity more powerful than the city god? It is quite possible. Did you not see the purgatory behind the Emperor of Fengdu? I just counted, and there seem to be over a dozen levels. Though merely phantoms, their aura is incredibly formidable. Perhaps the Emperor of Fengdu can indeed contain the evil spirits. Qin Mayu is impressive. I have said this many times before. However, upon witnessing the arrival of the Emperor of Fengdu, Hades remained unfazed, his expression even tinged with anger. "So, you are the Eastern deity?" Hades narrowed his eyes. "I shall restore the glory of Greek mythology and avenge Zeus and Poseidon." The Western audience, unwilling to be outdone, rallied in support of Hades. Indeed, Lord Hades has not forgotten. The entirety of Greek mythology is interconnected. They should not think that by defeating Zeus and Poseidon, we will be left without defenders. We of the Western camp have plenty of strength and means. The feeble Eastern deity of Dacia, surrender at once. At that moment, Hades waved his divine staff, and the infernal three-headed dog lunged menacingly towards Qin Mayu. "Moyexu, be careful," cried Shin Yue, who was watching. Yet, Qin Mayu remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to unleash his soul skills. He understood that the ensuing battle was to be fought between the Emperor of Fengdu and Hades. All he needed to do was wait quietly for the Emperor to act. As expected, the Emperor of Fengdu slightly raised his hand, and a ghostly light shot forth. Swift as lightning, it traversed the void and in an instant reached the three-headed dog of hell. What followed was a breathtaking scene. The ethereal light seemed to possess a life of its own, instantly transforming into a massive chain gleaming with a cold light. Clatter. This iron chain was entirely obsidian, adorned with mysterious runes that flickered ominously, emanating a chilling aura. It swiftly coiled around the colossal body of the three-headed dog, resembling a soul-binding chain from the depths of the underworld, securing the beast so it could not move an inch. Howl! The three-headed dog of hell writhed in agony, exerting all its strength yet unable to break free. Dare you lay a paw on my people without consulting me? The Emperor of Fengdu spoke with a hint of ire. Under the Emperor's immense might, even the fiercest of hellhounds could be subdued into docility. Hades scoffed, addressing the three-headed dog, "Come back. You cannot escape." Hearing this, Cerberus reluctantly abandoned its assault on Qin Mayu and returned to Hades' side. Hades struck the ground with his bird-headed staff, shattering the chain on the stage. The two sovereigns of the underworld exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, the ground trembled violently once more. Following this, countless grotesque and terrifying evil spirits surged forth like a tidal wave. The sheer number of these spirits was astonishing, stretching endlessly in sight. What was more alarming was that each possessed strength rivaling that of a ghost king. Each spirit was massive, their features contorted, exuding a potent aura of death and malevolence. They clawed and howled as they charged at the crowd, their wails piercing the air. The rules of heaven manifested. Please, both underground deities, demonstrate your ability to contain the evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Hades' previously tranquil eyes flashed with a cold light, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed. The crowd looked up in astonishment to see an enormous hand materialize in the sky. This hand shimmered with a mysterious and profound light, as if imbued with boundless power and authority. It descended with the force of a thunderbolt, stirring a violent gust of wind that swept toward the evil spirits. Upon witnessing this, the spirits were instantly engulfed in terror, attempting to flee, only to find themselves ensnared by an invisible and overwhelming force. Unable to budge an inch in the blink of an eye, that colossal hand effortlessly grasped them in its palm. A circular vortex appeared on the ground, as Hades' conjured hand cast all the evil spirits into it. As the vortex slowly closed, the anguished cries of the spirits resonated throughout heaven and earth. Seal and contain. Hades' serious expression suddenly broke into a smile. These mere evil spirits are nothing of concern. When it was the Emperor of Fengdu's turn, he shook his head slightly. Initially believing it to be a grand endeavor, he realized it was merely a trivial matter in the underworld. Since it was merely containment, the net of heaven is vast and impenetrable. First, capture them and then send them to the 18 levels of hell. At that time, these evil spirits would face the mountain of blades and the cauldron of oil. His gaze swept coldly over the surrounding spirits. Sensing the Emperor's presence, the spirits trembled in fear, halting in their tracks. Ultimately unable to withstand his aura, they began to flee. Yet, how could the Emperor of Fengdu, master of countless souls in the underworld, allow these spirits to escape under his very nose? With a grim expression, exuding authority without anger, he simply lifted his hand and waved casually in an instant. An enormous net of law appeared in midair as if conjured from thin air. Chapter 89. A 13.5 billion year sentence. This net shimmered with a mysterious and unnerving light. Each thread seemed to contain boundless power and principles. As the Emperor of Fengdu gestured, the net rapidly descended upon the fleeing spirits, in the blink of an eye. All the spirits were ensnared within, none able to escape its grasp. The global audience gasped in shock. Such speed! But what did this Eastern deity intend to do with these evil spirits? Lord Hades could seal them beneath the earth, achieving containment. This Eastern deity, relying solely on a net, seemed unlikely to accomplish much. Indeed, does he think this will suffice? Witnessing this scene, Qin Mayu could only chuckle at the ignorance of the Western audience. Boom! From the distant horizon, the previously tranquil ground suddenly erupted with a deep rumble without warning. Shortly after, a breathtaking sight unfolded. The ground began to shake violently and crack open. Amidst the billowing dust and flying debris, a massive structure comprising 18 levels slowly rose into the air. Once the dust settled, the global audience beheld the full visage of this mysterious edifice. It loomed tall and imposing, each level exuding an aura of chilling terror. Even more astonishing was that each level was equipped with various horrifying instruments of punishment and scenes of purgatory. While the audience could not grasp the significance, Qin Mayu understood it all too well. At last, it has arrived, the legendary 18 levels of hell. This was no ordinary purgatory. Each level corresponded to different sins and their respective punishments. As Qin Mayu uttered the 5 words 18 layers of hell, a chill ran down the spines of some scholars from the Great Xia. Could it be that the legendary 18 layers of hell from Great Xia actually existed? Some weathered historical texts indeed bore the faint traces of such accounts. However, most of these records were incomplete, leaving us unaware even of the name of the first layer of hell. Consequently, the existence of the 18 layers of hell had never been taken seriously. To their astonishment, the underworld was real, and so too was the 18 layers of hell. The credibility of the Fengdu Emperor, summoned by Qin Mayu, appeared exceedingly high. The high-ranking officials of Great Xia felt an immense sense of relief as they shifted their gaze back to the battlefield of the national war. They observed the Fengdu Emperor wave his hands, ensnaring a multitude of malevolent spirits within a net of magic, propelling them towards the 18 layers of hell. Subsequently, with a gentle shake of this net, all the spirits, whether great or small, or even those comparable to ghost kings, plummeted into the depths of hell. As they approached each layer, the evil spirits trembled violently, evidently feeling the dread of the punishments awaiting them in hell. Upon entering the first layer, the gates thunderously slammed shut, and the air was filled with the wails and howls of tormented souls. These sounds reached the realm of the living in a peculiar manner, causing the previously mocking Western audience to display expressions of sheer terror. Did I just hear the anguished cries of the damned from hell? That's rather frightening, isn't it? Ward exclaimed, incredulous. Lord Hades merely sealed the evil spirits underground. But this Fengdu Emperor has summoned hell itself, and not just any hell, but a full 18 layers. Could it be that the Fengdu Emperor's mastery over the underworld surpasses even that of Lord Hades? Then, with a grave tone, the Fengdu Emperor declared, "The Eastern Underworld, 18 layers of purgatory, where reincarnation follows a path, and good and evil are duly rewarded." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, revealing scenes of the torment the evil spirits would endure in the 18 layers of hell. The first layer, known as the tongue-pulling hell, was reserved for those who delighted in gossip and sowing discord during their mortal lives. They would suffer the excruciating punishment of having their tongues ripped out. Witnessing this, many Western viewers were utterly horrified, especially those keyboard warriors who realized that this tongue-pulling hell was a fitting punishment for their own behavior. These keyboard warriors were the very ones who relished in slander and disparagement. They deserved to taste the horrors of having their tongues extracted. Thus, the live stream fell into an unprecedented silence. Many keyboard warriors fell mute, frightened into submission, no longer daring to belittle Great Xia. Aside from this, there were further tortures such as the Scissor Hell, Iron Tree Hell, Mirror of Sin Hell, and Steamer Hell. Among these, one layer left a particularly profound impression on all viewers. The evil spirits found themselves standing before a colossal mirror that reflected the wrongdoings they had committed in life. This retrospective revelation gradually shattered the mental defenses of some malevolent spirits, akin to a new form of psychological execution. Soon after, further punishments ensued, binding these spirits tightly, subjecting them to the tortures of climbing a mountain of blades or being immersed in boiling oil. There was even a layer of hell specifically designed to punish those who incited discord among fathers and sons, brothers and sisters, or husbands and wives. Upon landing, the sharp iron branches instantaneously pierced the bodies of these evil spirits. Such instances were far from rare. Some frightened viewers covered their eyes, exclaiming, "This is the true essence of a horror film." Finally, there was a layer of hell where those gossipy spirits were placed in steamers, their screams echoing pitifully. Upon witnessing this, some female Western viewers were also taken aback. Goodness, there's even a punishment specifically targeting us. I can hardly believe it. This is simply too terrifying. The underworld of Great Xia is indeed exceedingly cruel. Oh no, mother, I want to go home. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate the methods of the Eastern underworld. Each layer of hell was meticulously arranged. These evil spirits received the punishments they rightfully deserved. Many viewers had fallen into a hushed stupor. However, did they think this was the end? Not by a long shot. The Fengdu Emperor then announced the sentences for these evil spirits. In the first layer of hell, they shall serve a prison term of 10,000 years, and 1 day in hell equates to 3,750 years in the mortal realm. Thus, merely for the first layer, these evil spirits face a sentence of 135 billion years. Not to mention, there were still the second, third, all the way to the 18th layers. Upon hearing this, billions of viewers around the globe were left in utter disbelief. What? The first layer demands a prison sentence of 135 billion years. This is utterly horrifying. This hell is just something. It's outright monstrous. They had to admit, this approach was vastly superior to Hades' seals. In the face of such a claim, the Fengdu Emperor understood that this was merely a temporary triumph. The cycle of good and evil in the world is unending, and evil spirits would never cease to exist. He sighed, contemplating that if the torment in the first layer was rated as a mere one, then in the second layer, it would escalate to 20. Implicitly, the 135 billion years in this layer was hardly significant. The days ahead would bring even harsher penalties. Just then, the heavenly Tao proclaimed, the containment of evil spirits. The great Xia deity Fengdu Emperor holds the upper hand. Upon hearing this, Hades immediately voiced his dissent, asserting that it was merely a single hell, and if desired, they could construct one as well. However, the Fengdu Emperor calmly replied, hell may be easy to create, but the order and laws behind hell cannot be constructed so easily. Hades' expression darkened as he struggled to counter, unable to articulate a valid argument. The Eastern underworld, having endured countless ages of refinement, possessed a meticulously structured set of rules and clear distinctions between reward and punishment, far beyond what could be hastily assembled. The heavenly maiden, embodying the heavenly Tao, stood nearby and declared with resounding clarity, the events of today are evident. The rewards of good and evil are not mere empty words. The great Xia underworld can both contain evil spirits and serve as a warning to the world. Nonetheless, Hades remained unyielding. Humph, what use is all this talk? If that is the case, let us resolve this with a straightforward battle. At this moment, Qin Mayu respectfully bowed to the Fengdu Emperor, expressing gratitude for his intervention. The Fengdu Emperor nodded slightly, stating, this merely serves to remind the world that good and evil will ultimately receive their due recompense. Having said this, the Fengdu Emperor turned his gaze towards Hades, and the two deities of the underworld faced off once more. As for the 18 layers of hell, they gradually receded beneath the earth, leaving behind a battlefield steeped in silence. Unwilling to relent, Hades insisted on challenging the Fengdu Emperor to combat. Eastern deity, we are both sovereigns of the underworld. Why resort to mere words? If you fear to fight, I can grant you 3 free strikes. Upon hearing this, the Western audience erupted in uproar. Emboldened by Hades' backing, they rallied once more. Indeed, what use is mere rhetoric? Strength is the ultimate truth. Why not engage in a decisive battle? Do you dare accept the challenge? Great Xia deity, ha ha ha, he surely wouldn't dare. Lord Hades will show him what true ruthlessness entails. Indeed, Lord Hades is the true king of the underworld. As allies of Great Xia, the audience from the Bear Country immediately countered the Western claims. You clearly lost, yet you continue to argue? Have you forgotten the tongue-pulling hell we just witnessed? Keep talking, and we'll throw you all into the tongue-pulling hell too. Do you truly believe the Great Xia deity cannot defeat you? At this moment, Hades addressed the Fengdu Emperor, Eastern deity, are you willing to engage in battle with me? The Fengdu Emperor's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, a divine presence radiating outward. Let us fight then. With that, in a flash, the Fengdu Emperor appeared in midair. Hades was equally unyielding, shrouded in swirling dark mist. He instantly teleported to confront the Fengdu Emperor in the skies. Awoo. Simultaneously, the 3-headed hound of hell accompanying Hades howled as it soared into the sky. The camera zoomed in on the two figures, raising the tension in the hearts of viewers worldwide. However, this time, it was not the people of Great Xia who felt the pressure, but rather the Westerners. The Fengdu Emperor's earlier display of summoning the 18 layers of hell had instilled an unprecedented sense of oppression in them. While the divine beings summoned by Qin Mayu were formidable, they paled in comparison to the direct impact of the 18 layers of hell. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. The Fengdu Emperor's handling of the evil spirits had left these Westerners utterly terrified. The space around the two began to twist and warp, with fierce winds howling. Hades struck first, unleashing a bolt of dark energy like an arrow. The Fengdu Emperor simply raised a hand, conjuring a shield of ethereal light that effortlessly deflected the attack. In response, the Fengdu Emperor retaliated, sweeping his sleeve to send a barrage of hellish chains spiraling towards Hades. While Hades managed to shatter some of the chains with his staff, several still ensnared his limbs. Fortunately, the three-headed Hound of Hell came to Hades' aid, biting through the remaining chains. Really, does the Western deity need to cheat? Bringing a dog to a fight? The spectators from the Bear Country mocked at that moment. The Fengdu Emperor began to chant an incantation, summoning numerous spectral entities that surged toward Hades. With a furious roar, Hades broke free from the chains and unleashed a powerful aura from the underworld. Dispersing the spirits entirely, the clash between the two escalated, each trading blows with increasing intensity. However, the Fengdu Emperor, through a deeper understanding of the underworld, gradually gained the upper hand. He executed a technique known as purgatory reincarnation, ensnaring Hades within a surreal vision of purgatory. Hades felt as though his very soul was being torn from his body. Curse it, what trickery is this? Are you truly intending to cast me into the depths of the 18 layers of hell? No, I am the Lord of the underworld. How could a deity of the East dare to judge me? His eyes widened in fury, emanating a chilling aura of darkness. He raised his bird-headed staff high and thrust his hands forward with great force. In an instant, a torrent of infernal energy, resembling a black flood, erupted from within him, bearing an overwhelming sense of pressure and destruction. Sweeping forward with relentless might at last, he shattered the soul binding of the Emperor of Fengdu. And the Western audience erupted in cheers for him. Go forth, with this strike, defeat the Eastern deity. Yet, in the face of the oncoming assault, the Emperor of Fengdu remained utterly unperturbed. Calmly, he lifted his right hand and lightly waved it, as if merely brushing aside his sleeve. However, this seemingly simple gesture was imbued with incredible power. The onrushing energy of the underworld met an invisible barrier, instantly halted, and began to dissipate gradually, following this. A subtle smile graced the lips of the Emperor of Fengdu as he vanished from sight, appearing before Hades like a wraith, and then suddenly, he flicked a finger. A resplendent golden light, imbued with the majesty of the Emperor, surged forth toward Hades with the force to topple mountains and drain seas. As it passed, the very fabric of space twisted and contorted, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars in the live stream. The spectators were left dumbfounded, the earlier taunts fading into silence. Hades was struck by this blow, his body hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he found his inner energy in disarray. The Emperor of Fengdu did not pursue his advantage, but instead hovered serenely in the air. You are defeated. Cease your futile struggles. At that moment, the three-headed hellhound suddenly charged at the Emperor, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The Emperor of Fengdu snorted coldly, his finger flicking, and a strand of underworld power transformed into ropes that instantly bound the hellhound, rendering it immobile. Humph! A mere cursory beast dares to flaunt its might? As his words fell, the Emperor struck with a palm. The hellhound exploded into oblivion. No! Hades' face contorted with sorrow. Upon witnessing the demise of his guardian hound, he rose in fury, his eyes turning crimson. You have slain my sentinel. Today, it shall be either your death or mine. Chapter 91. The missing truth of the great Xia deities. Hades declared, unleashing his divine power. The solid earth around him was torn asunder by an invisible force. Cracking inch by inch, the fissures, resembling gaping wounds, extended outward in all directions. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of darkness surged forth, as if a dreadful entity from the depths of the underworld was breaking free from its shackles. Descending upon the mortal realm, in the blink of an eye, this dark aura breached the boundaries of the arena, spreading rapidly like a plague. It voraciously consumed everything in its path, whether flora or fauna. None could escape its grasp. The devout followers of Hades, the people of Sheila, found themselves targeted by this dark essence. They were horrified to discover that their life force was being relentlessly siphoned away, as though countless invisible hands were viciously tearing at their very souls. Oh no, cease this at once. Lord Hades, we wish not to perish. Why, "O Lord of the underworld, I feel myself aging," they moaned in agony. Struggling in vain as their vitality waned, their faces growing pale as parchment, their bodies weakening by the moment. Ultimately, many of the faithful collapsed to the ground, bereft of life. However, what was most astonishing and infuriating was that, in the face of such cruel and inhumane acts, the higher-ups of the Sheila nation chose to remain silent. What's worse, they seemed to acquiesce to it in the capital of Sheila. Several high-ranking officials exchanged cold smiles. "Lord Hades, you must prevail. As long as you achieve victory, we are more than willing to offer as many citizens as necessary as sacrifices. This time, there shall be no failure. With these offerings, Lord Hades will surely triumph." Indeed, these individuals are all voluntary sacrifices. We will take note of their names. In the eyes of these officials, those at the lower echelons of society, lacking power, were mere pawns to be discarded at will. As long as sacrificing this segment of the populace could secure the ultimate victory in battle, then all was deemed worthwhile. After all, for those exalted individuals, even if lives were lost, they would surely not be their own or those of their cherished friends and family. This heartless attitude was undoubtedly chilling to the court's life to be so readily categorized into hierarchies of worth. Is the so-called victory truly more significant than the lives of one's kin? Alas, in the face of power and profit, humanity often loses its way. Upon hearing these callous remarks, many conscientious netizens could no longer contain themselves. Are you even human? Have you not heard the cries of your countrymen? And you shamelessly claim they are voluntary sacrifices. If that is the case, why do you not step forward yourselves? Yet, even as these voices of conscience rose in opposition, Hades remained undeterred, fixated solely on defeating the Emperor of Fengdu. The life of mere followers was of no consequence to the Grand Lord of the Underworld. To employ such despicable means to combat you is a profound insult to my dignity. The Emperor of Fengdu shook his head. In response, Hades burst into laughter. "You have just slain my beloved hound. Spare me your feigned righteousness. Do you truly believe yourself to be virtuous? Are the living citizens of this realm less significant than your dog? How grand your self-importance!" The Emperor of Fengdu rebuked Hades fiercely. "Stubborn and foolish, you dare to twist the truth. I disdain to sacrifice the lives of mortals for victory." This roar, filled with authority, reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The populace of Great Xia was moved to tears upon hearing his words. Yet Hades merely scoffed. "Foolishness! The lives of my followers are but offerings to me, aiding my ascendance to the throne of the gods." The next moment, the Emperor of Fengdu formed a seal with his hands and unleashed a powerful strike toward Hades, infused with boundless might and lethal intent. In the face of such formidable force, Hades' expression grew grave, yet he displayed no hint of panic. For Hades had just absorbed the life force and faith of countless followers. This belief energy flowed into him like an unceasing torrent, rapidly nourishing his source of power. Thus, at this moment, Hades' strength surged tremendously, enveloped in a dark, malevolent aura. With a slight motion, he waved the bird-headed staff, and an unseen wave of energy rippled outward. This wave, though nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, contained unfathomable power. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the skills of the Emperor of Fengdu and Hades clashed violently. In an instant, brilliance erupted, and an immense force filled the space, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder. Surprisingly, the previously disadvantaged Hades, now wielding his newfound strength, effortlessly blocked the Emperor's strike. "Ha ha ha! You ignorant Eastern deity, do you know why the Great Xia Pantheon was the last to awaken? It is because you refused to draw upon the life essence of your followers. You are so obstinate, naively believing you can defeat me." Hades' grotesque visage appeared particularly terrifying amidst the darkness, having entirely lost the dignity befitting a deity. At this moment, billions of viewers around the globe were left in shock. Even Qin Mayu felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Through the previous rounds of summoning, he had discerned the issues plaguing this world. Yet he had not anticipated that Great Xia's true inferiority lay not in the weakness of its deities, but rather in their excessive benevolence. While other gods secretly siphoned the life essence of their followers, the deities of Great Xia had remained steadfast in their duty to protect the people. Consequently, despite the shortcomings of their pantheon, Great Xia boasted one of the largest populations and land areas in the world. However, the Emperor of Fengdu seemed reluctant to dwell on this. His brow furrowed. Yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. Today marks your downfall. With that, a wave of mysterious ancient energy surged forth from him, pure divine power, untouched by any hint of malice. At this moment, the skies darkened, and the previously obscured heavens began to shimmer with threads of golden light. A colossal phantom of a ghost city materialized behind the Emperor of Fengdu, emanating chilling howls. What fear does the ghost city hold? Hades scoffed, as the bird-headed staff in his hand erupted with a mysterious and dazzling radiance. This light, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, captivated the attention of viewers worldwide. As the brilliance gradually receded, a jaw-dropping spectacle unfolded. The hellhound, Cerberus, which had been slain by the Emperor of Fengdu, astonishingly resurrected. The ghastly wounds upon its body healed at a visible pace, and its once dull fur regained a radiant sheen. Chapter 92. Resurrection. Once more, I shall slay again. Upon its revival, Cerberus howled furiously at the Emperor of Fengdu, spewing forth black flames from its maw. A throng of dog enthusiasts erupted in ecstatic cheers, rallying in support of the fearsome three-headed hound of the underworld. They seemed to have forgotten that it was Hades who had sacrificed countless mortal lives to resurrect this vile beast. With the hellish creature now revived, it was evident that Lord Hades wielded immeasurable power. This time, I refuse to believe that the deities of the Great Xia will not yield. Victory must belong to Hades. Our king of the underworld is undeniably the strongest. The eastern gods of the Great Xia are but mere pretenders. At this moment, Qin Mayu clenched his fists, recalling the first to enter the arena, the first emperor. Back then, Qin Mayu willingly offered his divine essence. Yet, the first emperor had commanded him to withdraw it, for a sovereign of his stature could not accept the divine power of a subordinate without feeling humiliated. Thus, this proud emperor of ages past preferred to fight until his last breath, ultimately defeating the sea god Poseidon through the legacy of imperial might that coursed through him. Now, the scene mirrored that moment in time. King Hades, utilizing his followers, resurrected his hunting hound, while the Emperor of Fengdu steadfastly defended the populace of the Great Xia with his own strength. The city of ghosts descended, with a grand gesture. The Emperor of Fengdu conjured a city far surpassing the 18 layers of hell. Towering ominously amidst the shadows, the city bore the striking inscription of two characters, Fengdu. These characters emanated an eerie chill, each stroke resembling the malevolent visage of a vengeful spirit. Merely gazing upon them sent a shiver racing down one's spine, penetrating to the very core. Deeply engraved into the ancient, resilient stone, the marks of time had quietly crept upon them, yet they had not diminished their awe-inspiring power. Under the dim light of the moon, the characters of Fengdu appeared even more sinister, as though the gateway to the underworld was about to slowly creak open. This was the city of ghosts from the mythology of the Great Xia. All were left in astonishment. Suddenly, the eerie silhouette of the city of ghosts erupted with beams of black light. These beams transformed into countless thick, glimmering chains, slithering forth like serpents, swiftly ensnaring Cerberus. In an instant, the chains had tightly bound the three-headed hound. A mournful howl escaped the infernal beast as it writhed in agony. Tormented by the iron chains, barely revived, yet on the brink of demise once more. However, Hades, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow in frustration. What a useless creature! I resurrected you in vain. With a disdainful huff, he swiftly formed a series of intricate black sigils with his hands. As he moved, an overwhelming force began to surge forth, pouring into Cerberus. Empowered by this immense divine energy, the already formidable beast expanded several-fold. It let out a thunderous roar, the shockwave reverberating through the air, creating visible ripples. Then came the sound of cracking chains as they were violently shattered. Fragments of the broken chains scattered in all directions, some embedding deeply into the ground and walls, leaving behind harrowing marks. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Fengdu vanished, only to reappear behind Hades. It became clear that his true target had always been the Lord of the Underworld. Never deigning to regard the monstrous hound, with a powerful strike, he unleashed his imperial might upon Hades. The latter hastily turned to defend himself, blood erupting from his mouth. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Wiping the blood from his face, a frenzied expression overtaking him. So, a sneak attack, is it? Hades thrust his bird-headed staff into the ground, summoning all surrounding dark energies into a colossal vortex of shadows. The Emperor of Fengdu, with hands clasped, merged the phantom of the city of ghosts into the arena, exuding a sinister luminescence. With a resounding crash, both sides clashed once more, leaving the spectators on edge. As the light faded, the Emperor of Fengdu remained unchanged, while Hades plummeted from the sky. Was it over? All of the great Xia awaited victory with bated breath. Yet, a sinister laughter echoed as Hades rose. "Come forth, my minions!" Suddenly, the lifeless bodies of the sacrificed followers stood up, transforming into puppets that lunged toward the Emperor of Fengdu. My heavens, Hades would not even spare the dead. He had drained their life force. And now he sought to enslave them as mere cannon fodder. How despicable! What kind of god is this? It seems the myths of the Hella Kingdom are indeed malevolent in nature. I once revered them. But now my perspective has irrevocably shifted. The mythology of Hella is rife with moral transgressions. As citizens of the new era, the great Xia must shatter any illusions of their grandeur. At this moment, the Emperor of Fengdu's authoritative gaze fell upon the eerie, sinister puppets before him. His previously tranquil demeanor, as calm as a deep pool, contorted slightly, brows furrowing in concentration. Hades, your sins cannot be cleansed even in the depths of the 18 layers of hell. Your treatment of your followers is utterly ludicrous, devoid of any semblance of a divine king's dignity. Facing the overwhelming horde of undead puppets, the Emperor of Fengdu calmly raised his right hand, swiftly forming an imperial seal in the air. Azure Dragon Seal, heed my command. As the final sigil was inscribed, a torrent of scorching flame erupted from his palm, morphing into a roaring azure dragon. Pouncing upon the puppets in an instant, the inferno illuminated the entire space in a crimson glow, as if seeking to incinerate every trace of evil and darkness in existence. Under the searing flames, the puppets emitted crackling sounds, their wooden forms igniting and carbonizing, ultimately reducing to heaps of blackened ash that danced in the air. Chapter 93. The Underworld King forced to self-destruct. Seeing this, Hades' expression darkened significantly. He had not anticipated that the Emperor of Fengdu would so effortlessly dismantle his puppet assault. The higher-ups of the Hella Kingdom were engulfed in despair. They had sacrificed so many citizens only to achieve such dismal results. Who was this Eastern deity? Despite Hades pushing to this extent, his adversary remained unscathed. Damn it, all the problems stem from Qin Mayu. Indeed, if we find the chance, we must target Qin Mayu thoroughly. What is there to fear? We have not yet lost this battle. Look, Hades seems to regard his recent failure with disdain. Hades inhaled deeply, malevolent incantations materializing in the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, a black vortex slowly forming. Exuding a chilling aura, Underworld summon. Hades' eyes widened in fury, and a thunderous roar echoed, causing the entire realm of Greek mythology to tremble. Beneath the ground, countless souls in the underworld quaked in terror. Hades was enraged. The end of the underworld was nigh. Who could have compelled Hades to such a state? It felt as if the entire underworld was on the brink of annihilation. The black vortex summoned forth all the souls that had lain hidden in the underworld. These spirits, each unique, some missing limbs, others grotesquely mangled, were united by an aura of dread. They seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, slowly converging towards a singular direction. Gradually, the spirits swelled in number, intertwining and merging. The cacophony of pale bones clashing and scraping together echoed like the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Ultimately, all the spirits coalesced into a colossal skull. This skull stood several meters high, its hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly green flames, sharp teeth resembling a row of daggers, appearing exceedingly fearsome. It hovered in the air, slowly swiveling its head as if surveying its surroundings. A multitude of Western spectators rallied in support of Hades. At this moment, the Emperor of Fengdu made his move, with a mere lift of his hand and a wave of his sleeve. A beam of golden light infused with imperial might surged forth. This golden light transformed into a dazzling, ethereal golden dragon, swiftly entwining the massive skull. Roar erupted, resonating like thunder. This was the clash between the Eastern Dragon and the Western Skull. In less than a second, a series of sharp cracks resounded. The spirits comprising the skull let out piercing cries of agony, as if they had encountered their nemesis. The green flames in the skull's eye sockets flickered wildly, struggling to break free from this force. Witnessing this, Hades sought to amplify the power of the skull. However, the Emperor of Fengdu merely snorted, pointing his finger. The golden dragon tightened its grip, causing the skull to shatter into countless fragments. The audience erupted in shock, the once resounding cheers abruptly silenced. Hades' face flushed crimson, blood spewing forth. Unable to fathom the true strength of the Emperor of Fengdu, seemed he would need to unleash his true power. Hades murmured, "Dark thunder punishment." Black lightning rained down like a deluge upon the Emperor of Fengdu. With a commanding motion of his hands, the Emperor of Fengdu summoned the city walls of the ghostly realm to rise abruptly, standing as a formidable barrier before him. Lightning struck the walls, igniting a flurry of sparks. With a resounding crash, Hades was hurled backward by a bolt of lightning, crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, Hades' eyes brimmed with defiance. He struggled to rise, his body swaying unsteadily. The Western spectators, who once cheered for him, fell into a collective silence, while the people of Daxia erupted into thunderous applause. The Emperor of Fengdu descended slowly, surveying his surroundings, his authoritative voice resonating. "Any who dare to infringe upon Daxia shall meet a fate such as this." Qin Mayu respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "This battle is not merely a contest of divine power, but a clash of faith and justice. The deities of Daxia safeguard the people of this land and shall not be desecrated." Just as everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Hades sensed the tide had turned, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. Reluctant to succumb to defeat, he suddenly found a glimmer of hope, an ominous, forbidden method, mutual destruction, burn, source of the underworld's divine power. He grimaced, extending his hand to probe into his own chest. With a heart-stopping sound, he forcibly extracted a mysterious crystal, emanating a dim, dark glow from where his heart once resided. "Ha ha ha, Eastern deity, I may not be able to defeat you, but neither shall you escape." Hades' expression was one of malevolence. At this proclamation, billions of eyes around the globe turned toward him. To burn one's essence. Did he truly intend to take them both down? Surely it could not come to that. What if Hades self-destructs? Will we be affected? I don't know. If the king of the underworld detonates, the entire underworld may suffer. Someone stop him. Who can halt the self-destruction of a king? There's nothing we can do. For victory, Hades is willing to sacrifice his followers and even his own life. He has lost his mind. That black crystal seemed to harbor an infinite darkness, the very air around it growing heavy and oppressive. In that moment, the world plunged into a profound darkness. Hades, without hesitation, unleashed his immense divine power, gripping the crystal tightly. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. After this, Hades took a deep breath and abruptly closed his eyes. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of divine power erupted from within him, igniting like a roaring inferno. Simultaneously, his towering physique began to visibly swell at an alarming rate. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, exuding an aura of terrifying might, making him appear as a volcano on the brink of eruption. Such an explosion would threaten the entire world. The Emperor of Fengdu sensed the anomaly, furrowing his brow, intent on personally intervening to prevent this self-destruction. However, many of the Daxia people grew anxious for the Emperor's safety. At that moment, Qin Mayu stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he addressed the Emperor. "Your Majesty, you have long guarded this place, and if needed, I am willing to offer the power of my faith." Chapter 94. The conclusion of the divine battle. Treating Hades as a mere specter. Yet, the Emperor of Fengdu gently shook his head. A glimmer of imperceptible light flashed in his deep, mysterious eyes. "I shall not sacrifice the faith of any follower. In a world devoid of faith, the mere remembrance of my name brings me great solace. Therefore, even if it costs my life to protect Daxia, I shall bear no resentment." Hearing these words from the Emperor, a sense of reverence washed over the global audience. Perhaps the deities of Daxia were truly worthy of awe, unlike Hades, who offered up living sacrifices and summoned puppets and the dead, and now he intended to self-destruct. Yet even now, should the Emperor of Fengdu attempt to intervene, it remained uncertain whether he could withstand Hades's might. After all, this was not merely Hades's full-force strike, but a self-destructive release of all his divine power. Let us watch and see. At worst, we shall venture into the afterlife together. In this life, I have no regrets in entering Huaxia, and in the next, I shall continue to bloom where flowers thrive. Well said, I too am willing. In the live broadcast, the arena had been reduced to ruins. The Emperor of Fengdu flickered, teleporting before Hades. With swift hand gestures, ancient runes materialized, forming a sealing array that enveloped Hades. Hades resisted with all his might, the forces of self-destruction clashing against the sealing power. The space began to warp and crack. Observing this, Qin Mayu felt a surge of excitement. The moment had come to see which would prevail, the force of Hades's self-destruction or the sealing power of the Emperor. As Hades's divine form continued to swell, hinting at a breakthrough of the seal, the Emperor of Fengdu bit his finger, allowing a drop of imperial blood to merge into the sealing formation. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, significantly enhancing the formation's power. Hades's eyes widened as he roared, "You shall not thwart me!" But his furious cry was ultimately one of impotent rage. His power was gradually being suppressed. Just as the force of Hades's self-destruction neared complete containment, the fragments of the source crystal, scattered across the ground, suddenly glimmered with an eerie light, merging together to unleash an even greater dark power. This force broke through parts of the seal, surging toward the Emperor of Fengdu. Caught off guard, the Emperor was struck in the chest by this dark energy, causing Qin Mayu to gasp in horror. In that critical moment, chaos ensued as Hades sought to incite new turmoil. With a ferocious expression, he unleashed a torrent of dark energy, every muscle swelling toward self-destruction. These dark energies coalesced into a pitch-black vortex of the underworld, rapidly revolving around Hades, absorbing surrounding energy and growing ever more colossal and imposing. In that instant, the entire earth was shrouded in darkness. Hey, the power's out. What the? I'm still watching the live stream. What now? The power's out. We can't see who wins or loses. Good grief. Hades is actually pulling a stunt like this. Sigh. Only now do I realize the shamelessness of some Western gods. I hereby declare that I shall no longer worship any Western deities. Our Daxia gods are more than sufficient. Indeed, just based on the few summoned by Qin Mayu, I am most impressed. The statue of the Emperor of Fengdu must be included, if the world survives this. The emotions of the Daxia people reached a fever pitch. However, everything hinged on the Emperor of Fengdu's ability to successfully prevent Hades's self-destruction. Otherwise, all would be rendered null. Even if the Earth persisted, the human race would surely be extinguished. Just as it seemed time was slipping away, the Emperor of Fengdu nullified the dark power Hades had left upon him. Steadying himself, he swept his sleeve and admonished Hades. To self-destruct is not so easily accomplished. With a swift incantation, the entire world shimmered with a ghostly blue light, countering the darkness conjured by Hades. Behind the Emperor, the ancient specter of Fengdu City re-emerged. This time, the Emperor intended to employ the entire city of Fengdu to suppress and contain Hades. Indeed, the Emperor had not anticipated that the final malevolent spirit he would contain would be none other than the Western king of the underworld. Hades! In that moment, many Western viewers were left in shock. Our live stream resumed. Look, the Daxia deity intends to treat the king of the underworld as a mere specter, capturing him in his ghostly city. What the? Is this truly happening? While I have no desire to perish alongside the king of the underworld, this is rather dismissive of his stature. The king of the underworld commands the realm of the dead. He is not merely a malevolent spirit you can subdue. Yet the Emperor of Fengdu remained unperturbed. The ghostly city of Fengdu was his abode, one of his ultimate trump cards. Thus, the Emperor harnessed his own divine soul as a conduit, drawing upon the suppressive force of Fengdu City. The specter of the ghost city gradually expanded, bearing down upon Hades. Feeling unprecedented pressure, Hades found his self-destructive might stifled by this force. With a thunderous crash, Hades was trapped beneath the specter of Fengdu City, terror etched across his visage. He struggled desperately, yet could not escape this overwhelming force of suppression. The Emperor of Fengdu approached step by step, each stride radiating supreme authority. Surrender. Your schemes shall not come to fruition. Yet Hades erupted into maniacal laughter. Do you think this will grant you victory? Even in death, my curse shall descend upon Dacia. No sooner had he spoken than wisps of black smoke began to emanate from his body, spreading in all directions. Qin Mayu's heart raced. He understood that even a dying goddess curse could wield tremendous power. However, the Emperor of Fengdu remained unfazed, merely waving his hand as a golden barrier arose, blocking and absorbing the black smoke, a trifling trick. Subsequently, the Emperor of Fengdu emanated an imperial majesty, amplifying the force of suppression. As Hades' corporeal form gradually dissipated, only an ethereal fragment of his divine essence remained. Emperor Fengdu gazed at the remaining spirit of Hades and scoffed, having succumbed to defeat, do you still dare to utter such arrogant words? With a flick of his hand, a sphere of eerie azure flames materialized in his palm. This was the unique retributive fire of the underworld, specifically designed to punish malevolent souls. Sensing the imminent threat of the retributive flames, Hades' spirit quivered violently. No, you cannot treat me so. Otherwise, the kingdom of Shira shall forever be at odds with the great Xia. Unmoved, Emperor Fengdu approached slowly, stating, you possess no strength to continue the fight. In due time, the kingdom of Shira will come to understand reason. Chapter 95. Ineffectual persuasion, the wrath of the sun god. At this moment, everyone was on edge. Even if Hades pleaded for mercy, Emperor Fengdu would not show him leniency. I relish such decisive deities. After all, Emperor Fengdu, as the supreme ruler of the underworld, would not display compassion towards Hades. He intended to bring an end to Hades' existence, teaching him that the gods of Great Xia are not to be trifled with. In stark contrast to the elation of the Great Xia spectators, the audience from the kingdom of Shira was plunged into despair. However, just as the retributive flames held by Emperor Fengdu were about to engulf Hades' spirit, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, coalescing into the form of a radiant sun, embodying the searing power of the sun god. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, a figure emerged from the luminescence. It was none other than Apollo, the sun god revered by the kingdom of Shira. Is it truly the sun god? The Western audience was awestruck, reigniting the flicker of hope within their hearts. What does Apollo intend to do? Could it be that he wishes to intervene in this battle? Although the Western faction has often skirted the edge of propriety, this is exceedingly brazen. It is inconceivable that the celestial laws governing the national combat arena would permit such interference. Just as the global audience pondered this, Apollo spoke, his voice resonating across the realm. A deity of the eastern Great Xia, grant mercy where mercy is due. Emperor Fengdu shook his head. Having nearly brought about the world's destruction and committed such grievous sins, how can you expect leniency? In that instant, the world erupted in uproar. What? You descended merely to plead for mercy. This is the most undignified deity I have ever witnessed. Furthermore, why should the battle concern you? Should Emperor Fengdu acquiesce to him? It would be a grave error. Many began to criticize Apollo's actions. Yet Apollo, deaf to their rebukes, persisted. Though he has erred, the kingdom of Shira cannot afford to lose its lord of the underworld. Should Hades perish, the malevolent spirits of the West would remain unrestrained. In such a scenario, strange calamities would arise, affecting the entire world. Upon hearing this, Qin Mayu could not help but smile. If Hades dies, the malevolent spirits of the West will be left uncontained. What concern is that of the East? I shall share the methods to summon the 10 Yama kings and the 6 infernal judges with our nation, ensuring the peace of Great Xia. Thus, Qin Mayu conveyed his thoughts telepathically to Emperor Fengdu. The emperor nodded, allowing the retributive flames to descend, searing Hades' spirit. With a piercing shriek, Hades expressed his torment. I shall exchange my divine power to spare his spirit. Apollo, unable to intervene in time, hastily unleashed his own divine energy. Yet Emperor Fengdu, without hesitation, rebuked, Western deity, do not be so presumptuous. Why should I heed your words? Moreover, Hades has devoured countless followers, inciting the wrath of heaven and earth. As his words fell, Emperor Fengdu intensified the punishment, causing Hades to writhe in agony once more. Apollo's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such obstinacy from Emperor Fengdu. If you spare him, I can assure you that the kingdom of Shira will no longer oppose the Great Xia. Furthermore, we shall restrain other Western deities from invading Great Xia. This proposition caught many spectators off guard. Who would have thought Apollo would go to such lengths for Hades? Two deities. No, two gods. Surely, there could be no ulterior motives at play. It seemed improbable. One was the celestial sun, the other the ruler of the underworld. I speculate that sparing Hades must serve Apollo's interests, or else he would not expend such effort, as the crowd murmured with curiosity. Emperor Fengdu's actions did not cease. Hades' spirit was gradually unraveling. Were Hades not the sovereign of the underworld, any lesser deity would have long been consumed by the retributive flames. Seizing the moment, Emperor Fengdu warned Apollo, "The discord between the kingdom of Shira and Great Xia is not for you to dictate. As for restraining other Western deities, that is but a jest. I fear you not, and I believe other Eastern deities share the same sentiment. Even if you do not impose constraints, should you all invade, we shall eradicate you entirely." At these words, the audience from Great Xia was deeply moved. Emperor Fengdu's declaration was nothing short of magnificent. Indeed, if all enemies were to invade, we would annihilate them completely. Those who offend Great Xia shall be punished, regardless of distance. The times have changed. The gods of Great Xia are awakening in greater numbers. In this moment, many denizens of Great Xia felt a profound sense of pride. Apollo implored Emperor Fengdu, "If you spare him today, the entire Western divine realm shall be grateful for your mercy." With a steely gaze, Emperor Fengdu replied, "Gratitude from the Western divine realm? I require none. Hades shall not be given quarter." I in the air, Hades' spirit, now barely holding on, weakly called out, "Sun God, there is no need to plead for me. Death is but a triviality." Emperor Fengdu chuckled, "Well said. I awaited your words." With that, disregarding Apollo's attempts to intervene, he hurled the retributive flames towards Hades' spirit, simultaneously summoning a bolt of heavenly thunder with a thunderous roar. Akin to the very collapse of the heavens and earth, a blinding bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, imbued with overwhelming pressure and destructive power. At that moment, Emperor Fengdu stood expressionless below, exuding an aura that even the Western deities found terrifying. As the heavenly thunder struck Hades' remaining spirit, Emperor Fengdu bellowed, "Break!" With this furious cry, the thunder and flames surged forth, and Hades beheld the flickering lights of his impending doom. In an instant, brilliant lightning illuminated the entire globe. At this moment, the global audience was destined for a sleepless night. Hades' soul, under the relentless assault of thunder and retributive fire, let out a chilling wail, yet could not escape the clutches of annihilation. Ultimately, Hades' spirit became increasingly indistinct amidst the lightning, eventually dissolving into countless minuscule particles, vanishing into the void, utterly extinguished. No. Apollo glared furiously at Emperor Fengdu, "You shall regret this. It will surely ignite a war between the two factions." Emperor Fengdu calmly retorted, "When soldiers come, I shall confront them. When water comes, I shall bury it. Why should I fear you?" With that, he turned to depart, leaving behind a fuming Apollo standing in place. Simultaneously, the celestial maiden announced, "The battle to contain the malevolent spirits has concluded, with Great Xia emerging victorious." Emperor Fengdu's slaying of Hades marked him as the first Eastern deity to utterly obliterate an opposing divine essence. Henceforth, the malevolent spirits of the West would find no refuge, ushering in an era of strange occurrences worldwide. As Apollo watched Emperor Fengdu's retreating figure, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. "I shall enter the fray." The moment those words left his lips, the world erupted in a frenzy. What? The sun god intends to participate in the next battle. Chapter 96. Choosing a new reward? Only a child makes choices. Apollo understood that with Hades' demise, chaos would surely engulf the Western divine realm, and the rampaging malevolent spirits were merely the beginning. Yet, instead of immediately returning to the Western divine realm, he soared towards the national combat arena of the global examination. "I shall partake in this divine conflict. Eastern deities, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Apollo's voice reverberated with absolute confidence. The people of Shira wept tears of joy. "Our deity has not forsaken us. Lord Apollo has agreed to fight on our behalf. Marvelous. You must avenge Lord Hades. Indeed, vanquish the vile Eastern gods of Great Xia. With the sun god joining the fray, victory is assured." Clearly, this group had forgotten the pain of their recent wounds. Meanwhile, the online commentators from the Bear Country scoffed at them. What nonsense are you spouting? Avenge Hades. Just moments ago, Hades sought to annihilate the entire Earth. Had it not been for Emperor Fengdu's timely intervention to seal and eliminate him, would you even be alive to speak now? Exactly. Not only do you lack gratitude for the Eastern deities, but you dare to utter such absurdity about avenging Hades. I wish we had just let you all perish. Well said, truly. You are my voice on the internet. Numerous spectators applauded, and while the live chat was rife with chaos, many maintained their composure. Ultimately, it will soon become evident who is in the right and who is in the wrong. Indeed, the recent utterances of the followers of Hillary have been utterly outrageous. Concurrently, a celestial maiden, representing the divine order, descended to the mortal realm. She addressed the sun god, saying, "If you wish to make an appearance, you must adhere to the rules of the arena. First, establish contact with your devotees, and then conduct the ritual to summon the divine." Upon hearing this, Apollo nodded with pride, as the sun god of the West. He deemed the matter trivial. He had an overwhelming number of followers, and the faith they offered him yearly was immeasurable. Thus, Apollo was not concerned about the summoning ritual. However, the celestial maiden informed him, "The ritual is not so simple. Your followers must compete against the soul card masters of the Great Xia. Only the victor may obtain the noble materials for the summoning." With that, the celestial maiden released a beam of divine light, enveloping Apollo's figure. This is, Apollo was left bewildered, his words unspoken as he vanished into the void. Clearly, the celestial maiden favored the Great Xia. She upheld the rules of the arena, forbidding any goddess true form from directly descending here. Regardless of being the sun god, the answer was still no. Thus, the sun god was promptly dismissed from the arena by the celestial maiden. The proceedings continued. With the victory of the Great Xia, they could choose a reward for the national battle. The voice of the celestial maiden resonated throughout the battlefield. "Oh my goodness, the Great Xia is set to receive yet another reward. How infuriating. Why is it not our nation? How is it that the Great Xia, once the weakest, has suddenly struck such incredible fortune? I refuse to accept this. As long as we summon Lord Apollo in the next round, we shall surely defeat them." In the face of these impotent and furious Westerners, the netizens of the Great Xia could not help but switch to a mode of mockery. Truly, it is too quintessential. This is precisely what is meant by sour grapes. You cannot attain the rewards, and here you are, impotently raging. What can your cries accomplish? Ha ha ha. I advise the discerning Western netizens to refrain from speaking too much, especially those who have been struck by divine lightning straight into their homes from the internet. Indeed, I almost forgot. Weren't many keyboard warriors previously taught a lesson by the lightning ancestor and the Bodhi ancestor? The internet platforms of the Great Xia were filled with a jubilant atmosphere. At this moment, the celestial maiden presented several choices, requiring Chinamo to select one as the reward for the national battle. Option 1. All citizens of the Great Xia receive a miraculous elixir that cures all ailments. This elixir can conquer all currently incurable diseases on Earth. Even cancer and rare genetic disorders are completely manageable. Option 2. All citizens of the Great Xia receive a potion that enhances physical constitution. Upon consumption, every person in the Great Xia will become like a dragon, capable of practicing the long-lost human cultivation techniques of the Great Xia. Option 3. The Great Xia Nation receives an EX-level ancient martial arts manual, which records the ancient cultivation techniques of the Great Xia. Human cultivation practitioners are ancient techniques. After cultivation, one can slay frost giants and other mysterious creatures, with the highest achievers attaining immortality. Chinamo, please make your selection within 30 minutes. Only upon making a choice did everyone realize how astonishing this round of combat was. Previously, rewards were merely for territory, physique, maritime domains, and economy, but this time, the Divine Order had directly brought forth methods for immortality and ancient martial arts manuals. Everyone was curious about Chinamo's ultimate choice. Only Chinamo keenly observed that there seemed to be connections among the three options. For instance, if there were only the first or second options rewards without specific techniques, no one could practice. Conversely, if there were only the third option's techniques, but the populace's physique did not meet the requirements, having it would be pointless. It could be said that the three options complemented one another, making each indispensable. Thus, Chinamoyu weighed the pros and cons in his mind and ultimately uttered a statement that shocked millions worldwide. Celestial Maiden, may I request to have all three choices? The Westerners were momentarily taken aback. Goodness, only children make choices. You, Chinamoyu, are an adult, wanting them all. Has Chinamoyu been overwhelmed by his consecutive victories? Such a request seems rather excessive. Humph, do you truly think the national battle arena belongs to you? Wanting them all, why don't you just go eat Oreos? Impossible. The divine order would never acquiesce to Chinamoyu. However, upon hearing Chinamoyu's words, the celestial maiden paused slightly, then revealed a gentle smile. You are quite greedy, yet you possess intriguing ideas. Indeed, the three rewards complement each other. If separated, their efficacy would be significantly diminished. If you genuinely desire to claim all rewards, you must achieve 3 consecutive victories. Otherwise, you shall not receive even one reward. Chapter 97. Defeating the Frost Giant and summoning 3 deities. Chinamoyu's gaze was resolute, and without hesitation, he responded, Very well, I shall achieve 3 consecutive victories. As long as I secure 3 consecutive wins, the rewards bestowed by the divine order will be granted to the citizens of the great Xia. In truth, Chinamoyu had deeper considerations. With the complete eradication of Hades, the malevolent spirits of the West would have nowhere to flee, and the eerie threat could spread globally. Granting the people of the Great Xia access to human cultivation techniques could serve as a means of self-protection. This aspect was nearly imperceptible to the audience. Instead, it drew the ridicule of many international spectators. Has Chinamoyu won so much that he genuinely believes the national battle arena is his personal domain? 3 consecutive victories? I foresee that when the sun god emerges, you shall have no place left to weep. Indeed, whether or not you can win next time is uncertain, let alone 3 victories. What a far-fetched notion. The Great Xia has won so many rounds. They must have exhausted all their trump cards. I dare wager that the Great Xia possesses no formidable gods left. Precisely, although the Western camp lost earlier. They will certainly regain their strength later. We shall win back our honor, and the sun god Apollo will be the first to strike in this battle. Well said, I unconditionally support our divine being. Soon, numerous comments flooded the live stream. Regaining strength later? Are you all joking? If you could have exerted your strength earlier, who would wish to do so later? Clearly, you cannot prevail. Low emotional intelligence cannot win. High emotional intelligence. Regaining strength later. You Westerners truly have a knack for it. Hearing the mockery from the people of the Great Xia, many Western netizens could not help but flush with embarrassment. In an instant, numerous Westerners became the subject of international ridicule. Just then, a flash of white light appeared. The scene shifted, and all soul card masters on the arena found themselves once again in a secret realm instance. The attention of the audience was instantly captivated. Chinamoyu surveyed his surroundings and noticed that this instance was somewhat different. He could not discern anything for the moment. Etilinen no. One high school, his teachers and classmates were deeply concerned for Chinamoyu. This child had declared his ambition for 3 consecutive victories, and they truly wondered how long he could endure. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, we will always be your unwavering support. Indeed, regardless of success or failure, Chinamoyu is a hero. I have a premonition that these Westerners will go to great lengths to summon the sun god Apollo and will launch a frenzied assault on Chinamoyu. In the secret realm, numerous information boxes illuminated. Last month, a frost dragon devastated cities along the coast of an island nation. On a whim, the divine order decided to use this frost dragon as a test. All candidates strive valiantly to slay the frost dragon in preparation for the upcoming summoning ritual. Upon reading this, all soul card masters became tense. A frost dragon, initially a werewolf, had now escalated. Such a vast leap is simply overwhelming. How could we possibly cope? What are we afraid of? Our Western camp has so many soul card masters. We can simply exhaust them through a wheel battle. No one can resolve this battle instantly, rest assured. Upon seeing the frost dragon, many immediately contemplated survival, thinking that if they could just endure, it would equate to victory. Just as the information box vanished, a roar echoed through the sky, and the temperature in the secret realm plummeted. The frost dragon launching an attack? Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens. The horror of this sound could even penetrate the souls of humans, instilling fear and trepidation. The crowd gaped upward, only to behold a colossal, imposing western dragon emerging amidst the dense, dark clouds. This dragon was entirely cloaked in a thick layer of ice, the crystalline ice shimmering with a cold, dazzling light, resembling a colossal beast sculpted from ice. Its broad, powerful wings, when gently stirred, summoned chilling winds. Its sharp, glistening claws reflected a cold light under the sun. The dragon has arrived. Everyone, be cautious. A Western candidate stepped forward, leading the others to form a hemispherical shield. However, the breath unleashed by the frost giant dragon was so frigid that it crystallized everything in its path. With a resounding crack, as expected, the thick protective shield was entirely enveloped in ice and snow. Then, with a swift